August 1, 1996 Ottery St. Catchpole, England. Dear Order, I quit. Please inform the chief jailer that I am done. I have allowed myself to be deceived for the final time and have come to the realization that I do not matter. No one cares for me. There is nothing for me in Britain. Sirius is gone. My friends don't write. The Fried Turkey Patrol has abandoned me. As such, I not so respectfully resign from everything. If you receive this letter, then understand I am done being ignored and locked away. If I wanted to be a mushroom, I would have allowed Voldemort to kill me or the dragon to eat me before now. If any of you survived the storm you wanted a 16-year-old to fix for you, then don't ever look for me. If not, I'll toast your passing like everyone did for my parents and godfather. I'll be an adult soon and then leave it all to a child to solve my issues. It's all I have ever learned from anyone. Sod off, Harry Potter, oh, shite, Ron exclaimed as he finished the letter. It appeared on his bed after a pop that sounded like a house elf. Ron had hoped it was something from Harry, since he hadn't heard from him all summer, but this was not what he had expected. Mum! An hour later, 15 people were in his house with Dumbledore standing at the end of the table in his kitchen trying to silence the rowdy crowd. Why were we called for an emergency meeting? I'm supposed to be patrolling Diagon Alley, Tonks said, her hair a dangerous red with her mood. Albus, is he at his house? This must be a joke, his mother screeched. Bloody brilliant, Fred said. If you ask me, George added. Both were grinning. Bill is checking to see if Harry was seen in the bank today, Fleur said to a question Ron hadn't heard. Silence, Dumbledore bellowed with use of a sonorous charm. The room came to an anticipatory hush. I am sorry to call you all in the middle of the day, but we have just recently received some disturbing news. It would appear that Harry is not at his relatives. Ronald has received a missive that is somewhat distressing. Dumbledore held up his hand to keep everyone from talking. Alastor is at Privet Drive talking with the Dursleys. The last time we can positively say Harry was there was yesterday morning, when Alastor witnessed him in the house. After that, William Weasley was guarding him for a bit, but we have not been able to talk with him. Bill said he saw Harry go towards the library with a bag, but he came back before dinner, Fleur said. Thank you, Fleur. Did Bill say anything else? No, Headmaster, she said. Thank you. Mundungus was supposed to be watching him from midnight until about 7 this morning, but we have not been able to contact him yet, Dumbledore said with a small frown. You trusted Mundungus after he left Harry last year to get some wanking cauldrons, Hestia Jones questioned. There was some grumbling in the kitchen at that statement. He was the only one available, Dumbledore said, sounding tired. We are going to organize a search for him, but before we do, does anyone know why Harry would write a letter like this? What does it say? Tonks questioned. Everyone that lived at the burrow already knew. Dumbledore gave a disappointed look and passed it to Tonks. As she read it, her eyebrow rose. Well, he's growing more colorful. Harry can't be allowed to just traipse about, his mum demanded. Albus, we have to get out there and find him. There was a soft pop from outside. They all turned to see Moody and Kingsley approaching the house. Alastor, what word? Whatever happened, happened over the night. There is no trace of magic, so if he went all coward, he did it muggle, Moody said. Harry is not a coward, Ginny exclaimed. Well, he ain't at home and left his aunt in a right state about him leaving and no longer considering it his home. All the wards are broken, Albus, Moody said before throwing a letter and a few envelopes on the table. Moody turned to Ron. Did you write to him at all this summer? Ron, feeling off-footed, leaned away from the man. What? No. Harry always writes to me first and then I write back. The last time I sent Pig over, he said his uncle almost killed him. Moody glowered at him. It looks like he's been trying to write his friends all summer. I told those waste-of-flesh muggles that he was to write every 3 days or I would come to visit them. The alarm I set up never triggered, meaning he was sending out letters. But I never got one, did you? Ron asked Ginny. Her eyes were wide as she shook her head. We got one, but it came from Gringotts. The poor boy thought he could get rid of us, George said solemnly. Tried to return the stocks we gave him in Weasley Wizarding Wheezes, said Fred. We set him right, though, George said with a wink. Right, we did, brother, Fred replied with a wicked grin. So no one has heard directly from Harry all summer, Dumbledore demanded. The room was quiet. Then who were all the letters to? Ginny inquired, looking at the few before Dumbledore. I found these unsent letters, one addressed to the lad over there and the other to Potter's lass, Moody said. Potter's lass. Ron thought. Harry's not dadding anyone, Ron blurted out. It reads like a Dear Sally letter, Moody snarked. The boy must have been besotted with her, but it seems no one wrote back to him. I told you we shouldn't have sent him back. The boy just lost his godfather, Albus. He had to return, Alistair. The wards would have fallen, Dumbledore said. Well, they have fallen now. I told those waste of flesh muggles to get, like Potter said in his letter. If you want the boy's relatives alive, you better get over there now, Moody told the headmaster. We need to focus on finding Harry. Molly, you know Miss Granger. Please go and see her and see if she knows where he is. Alistair, I need you and Kingsley to go back and discover how he escaped and if there are any other clues. Fleur, can you go into work today and see if you can help Bill find anything? Dumbledore ordered around. I cannot. The goblins are very particular about our work schedules. They do not mind if we work overtime, but would be suspicious if I just show for a shift that is not mine, Fleur said. Albus nodded. Do what you can then. Fred and George, keep an eye on Diagon Alley and the surrounding area. He will need to get to Gringotts and probably doesn't know much about the magical world, Dumbledore told them. I doubt that matters, George said. Indeed, brother, dear, Fred solemnly replied. Dumbledore turned his full attention to Ron's brothers. Is there something you haven't told us? Nothing that we know, Fred said. Well, for certain, Forge. Indubitably, Gred. Fred, Molly screeched. I'm Fred. No, I'm Fred, it's Friday. No, it's Thursday. Oh, right, you're Fred then. His mum threatened then with a huge wooden spoon. Ron grinned at them. For some reason, he didn't feel that concerned that Harry wasn't going to be okay. Tonks was sniggering at them all and gave the twins a wink. I swear you two are not too old to be put over my knee, their mum threatened. Geez, woman, it's not like you are the only one confused, Fred. Ron thought it was Fred said. I would trust my shorts, but they say Gred and Forge, George said, having turned over the top of his trousers. Oi, woman, their mum had hit him. Enough, Dumbledore demanded. What do you know? Fred and George shared a look. Well, we might have seen Harry. Mind it wasn't long, George said. It was rather short, and he was rather rude to the goblin. Wouldn't you be if a goblin had just threw you out of Gringotts? He was thrown out but escorted. By the butt of a poleaxe? True, but I thought it was just the dog running around him. It did nip the poor thing. True. Dumbledore stood, his hand slapping the top of the table. The man was radiating a power that should have cowed his brothers as his face looked rather put out. Ron leaned back from Dumbledore. When did you see Harry at Gringotts? A few days ago, Fred said. Monday, wasn't it? I think so. We always do inventory Monday afternoons. True, and we're a few items down. I still say it was Malfoy. The wanker stole 10 galleons worth of Peruvian instant darkness powder. George looked upset. I also say he was over in the area of the portable swamps and we are missing too. Did you say anything to Harry or see where he went? Dumbledore pressed, looking more like he was losing his temper. Say, I wouldn't say that, but we saw him. He was heading back to the Three Broomstick laughing at the dog that was following him. They did look rather comfy with each other. I would say so. What dog? Dumbledore demanded. It was a big one with golden curls, Fred said. Rather a fetching-looking bitch, if you ask me. It was. Oi, will you hit Fred for once? Ron and Tonks were grinning at each other. Dumbledore pinched his nose. Why didn't you tell anyone? George shrugged. Didn't think it that important. Why would we care if he had business with the goblins? He was supposed to stay at his relatives', Dumbledore just about growled. Well, we saw Moody nearby, so we thought it was allowed, Fred replied. Dumbledore whipped his head around towards the old Auror. Moody was scowling at the twins. What are you on about, boy? I never took Potter anywhere. And it was Monday. I was patrolling the alley for the DMLE. Oh, that explains why you didn't follow him, George stated. I didn't think of that, Fred. He winked at Tonks. Ron thought that odd but didn't have any time to think on it more. Enough. Fred and George, if you see him again, report it to us right away. Fleur, let Bill know of this. I want to know if Harry took out any money, Albus told her. Nymphadora, I want you get Remus, then patrol around Little Whinging to find him. You never said anything about his account information. I will not pry like that, Fleur indignantly stated. Dumbledore gave her a sharp look. The haughty French woman returned his stare. You all know what to do, Dumbledore told them. What about Ron and me? If he's missing, what can we do? Ginny asked. Let us know the second you hear anything from him, Dumbledore snapped. I must go to the ministry to make sure he hasn't been picked up. The man turned and stormed to the flue, then disappeared into the green flames. Everyone in the kitchen shared a look. You reckon we got to him? Fred asked. If we were lucky, George said. Oi, I'm leaving before I get more bruises. You get back here. Where did Harry? I swear I will have them over my knee. Ron's mum screamed as the twins jumped out of the open top half of the kitchen door, then apparated. Ginny gave him a glare. Did you write to Harry at all this summer? I always write when he writes me. I didn't get anything, Ron defended himself. He wasn't abandoning Harry like he had last summer, though he was starting to wonder. It had been almost 6 weeks since they had gotten off the train. August 2, 1996, the English Channel, the rising sun shone in his face as the boat rocked to gentle waves. Whining, he pulled a paw over his eyes. The golden hair retriever curled up to his side, moved to hide her face between them. He let the gentle sway of the boat try to lull him to sleep, but it wasn't working. Growling, he looked up bleary-eyed at the sun as it disappeared over the side of the truck bed they were laying in. They had snuck on the truck last night, randomly choosing one so that it made it harder to be tracked. Who would be looking for 2 dogs when it was 2 16-year-old magicals trying to leave the country? The sides and the warm body below him were keeping the colder winds from getting to him. He put his head back down onto her side, only to growl again when the boat swayed back over and the sun, just barely above the horizon, warmed his snout and got in his eyes again. The golden retriever shifted below him at his growl. He moved to see its dark blue eyes glaring at him. His green eyes glared back, even if it wasn't her he was annoyed with. She huffed before pulling her head back and giving a huge yawn. Harry copied her. After a few minutes, they poked their heads over the side to make sure that no one was watching them. With a small yip, the retriever jumped over, and the larger dog followed. He had long hair, mostly black fur with a white belly and snout, brown socks and brown markings around his jowl. It had taken them a little bit to figure out he was a Bernese mountain dog. A golden retriever had been obvious the second she had changed. In the still early light, they snuck off towards the passenger deck. They ducked into an alcove in a passageway. Harry pulled on his magic and shortly was his usual green-eyed self. Unlike usual, he was in nicer clothes. Trousers that fit well, a Ramon's tee and a light jacket. Across from him, a slightly shorter golden blonde with dark blue eyes was looking at him. She was in a pair of nice-fitting jean trousers, a green button-down shirt and cardigan. He wasn't used to seeing her so muggle but enjoyed it. The boat rolled and Harry stumbled into the girl before he had fully caught his balance. Her musical laughter held so much joy compared to when they had first met. Something had changed in her, even more so in the last month since they had decided to leave. She had been one of the few things to keep him from going round the twist the last year. He grabbed the rail to steady them both. "I can't take you anywhere, can I?" He looked up to her, his green eyes reproachful. "I don't see you dancing around as the boat rolls." She gave him a cheeky smile, so different than the much dourer girl that she had been. "You haven't asked, have you?" Her brow rose in challenge. He snorted in mirth. "Unless you want me trampling your feet, I think we should wait until we get on solid ground." "As you say, but I'm holding you to that," she told him. Harry pulled her to him. She wrapped her arms around his waist and put her head into his chest. Harry kissed the top of her golden hair before taking in a long whiff. He loved her smell, but his growling stomach spoke first. "I smell food. I am famished." Her stomach growled too. He grinned but didn't say anything as she glared at him. "Let's go find the cafeteria." "Is that a muggle place?" "It's a dining area where we can get some food," Harry told her. "You had me at food," she cheekily replied before kissing his cheek as he rolled his eyes at her. He had no clue that the pureblood princess could have such a wild and recluse side to her. "Come on, princess," he told her, wrapping an arm around her waist, and she kept one wrapped around him. "So, do you know where we are going yet?" she asked. "France," he replied. "I got that much," she told him, sounding unimpressed. Harry looked around them as they got to a glass door. "Well, you generally don't ask if you are sneaking aboard," he whispered into her ear. She shuddered against him. "Yeah, that would ruin it, wouldn't it?" she asked. "Reckon so," Harry replied. The ship was much larger than Harry had expected. It was 2 decks up, and towards the stern they found a large dining hall. Princess stuck close to his side. As far as Harry knew, this was one of a handful of times she had been in the Muggle world. She was doing well, but like she had said the first time Harry had met her 2 weeks ago, Muggle studies did nothing to prepare you to live in the Muggle world, or even interact with it properly. The normally self-confident girl was hesitant. Harry slipped a tenner into her free hand. She had money just in case they were separated, but Harry felt responsible for her until she was more comfortable in the world he grew up in. Though, Harry figured he would always feel responsible for her. "This will pay for breakfast and get you some change," he told her. "Once we get to France, we'll get some francs." The girl looked at him. "Why do the mug normals," she said at his look, "have so many different currencies? Everyone in the ICW uses galleons, sickles, and nuts. Harry shrugged. Everyone wants to be different, I guess. They were trying to avoid anything in the magical world until they could get out of Europe, considering most governments in Europe were under the ICW banner. Harry didn't want to take the chance of them being caught and then sent back to Britain. Even with Harry being emancipated by Sirius, neither of them turned 17 until next summer. He didn't want to take the chance that the Goblin Emancipation Papers would be found invalid. Even after they turned 17, they would need to be careful where they were, since many Muggle governments didn't recognize them as being legal adults until they were 18 or older. They sat at a table. The girl looking bemused at the paper cups and lids that held their tea, the foil-wrapped sandwich, and the fruit they had chosen. They didn't say much as they started to eat, both being famished. He doubted she had ever missed a meal, but to make the boat, it had been an adventure. They ran when Mundungus had taken over the watch the night before, and they didn't make the boat until late last night. They were not using magic and had tried to stay in their animagus forms as much as possible to avoid detection or being traced. As Sirius had taught him, magicals could only be traced in the form the traces were cast in, unless it was some type of blood magic. Through their adventure, she hadn't complained, which impressed Harry more than she already had since last fall. It wasn't until she was picking at the fruit and the boat seemed to be waking up when she asked, "Do you know where we are going yet?" He looked up to her. A French family had sat behind them, and he had overheard them. "Saint Malo, I'm not exactly sure where that is, but it's in France." She looked to him. "You need to teach me more French." Harry nodded. He understood and could speak enough for them to get by from his primary school years. They had all been required to learn a foreign language and had enjoyed it. The year of the Triwizard Tournament had allowed him to revive his skills and bring them to passable levels. That was a pang of hurt to think Hermione had been as excited about it as him. "Vater beauté est plus radius quella solul du matin," he said in as husky a voice as he could. He saw the glaze to her eyes and enjoyed the way she leaned into him. "What did you say?" she asked in a husky tone that matched his. He felt a shiver run through him. "That your beauty is better than the morning sun," he said, a grin coming over his face as her gaze intensified, and then she leaned forward. It may have taken them most of the year to realize that they liked each other, but Harry didn't regret it. She gave him a rather chaste kiss, making him drop his grin. "I won't snog you in the middle of a restaurant," she told him. "What about a closet?" She hit his arm and pulled back, huffing. He didn't miss the smirk that quickly came over her face. "Only after your breath doesn't smell like dog breath anymore." "And yours?" he asked. Her chin went up and she looked like a pureblood princess. "I'm a lady, I never smell." Harry laughed at her. She hit his arm again. "You're a prat," she accused. "Yet you came along," he said. She sidled over on the bench to lean into him. Her right hand snaked into his. "You promise not to leave me." "Never," he said, kissing her forehead. He never thought he would be so affectionate, having made fun of others that were so sappy with Ron. He had been younger then, and in the last few months, Harry had come to realize it was going to be just them and he needed her. Being affectionate like this was just one of those things she had awakened in him. She gave him a soft smile. As he had realized that night in June, it was just them now. Sirius was dead. She didn't trust her parents. His friends had betrayed him for the last time. It was only each other they could rely on. Well, if he was being honest, they never would have pulled this off without Fred, George, Tonks, and Remus helping, even if they didn't realize it. He hadn't trusted anyone enough to truly let them know what he was doing. This girl was too important to him. He felt slightly guilty for not trusting them. It wasn't because of anything they had done, but who they associated with. The Weasleys always put family first, and Harry wasn't exactly their family, not to mention Dumbledore and the Order. "Do you think they know we are gone?" she asked, sounding a little frightened. "I would imagine they would. I had the goblins send a letter to the Order. Did you leave a note for your parents?" he asked. "Only one for Tori." "She's going to be upset, but I just couldn't do it anymore," she said. "I know, I still don't know where we'll end up," he told her. "As long as I am with you, it won't matter," she said. Harry would do everything he could to make that happen. "We still need to finish our education," he mentioned. "I want to get a Muggle education if we are going to keep hiding," she added. "We can do that." They fell silent, watching the passengers come and go from the cafeteria for a short bit before making their way up to the top deck. The day was clear with a stiff breeze. Choppy waves rolled up the channel. Princess shivered and he stepped up to her, putting his arms to either side and holding onto the railing to keep them steady as the boat gently swayed. The land was in view. The announcement just a short bit ago said they would make landfall in just over an hour. The golden blonde shivered as she leaned her back against his chest. "Cold?" he inquired. "Not really, I just don't know what to expect," she responded. "I don't either," Harry admitted. They were now further than anywhere he had ever wandered before, and he was starting to realize the world was a lot bigger than the small few miles he'd been confined to all his life. The same morning, Rotherham, England, the morning was foggy. Thick bands of it hung onto the fields, hills, and woods around the manor. Looking out her window, she could see the greenhouses, workshops, crops, and flocks that had given her family the life they had now. From what she understood, her family had fled to England a little over 300 years ago with naught but the clothes on their backs and enough galleons to start a small farm. In that time, the Greengrass name had become famous for their green thumb and had elevated themselves into the top tier of the magical society of Britain. Even so, her family wasn't indoctrinated into the fanatical pureblood beliefs that dominated many in the circles they dealt with. There was still some of the beliefs in purity, though. She knew they were different, starting with house elves and their workers. Her family didn't believe in using house elves for everything. Instead, they liked to hire the less fortunate. Most lived on the property in the old stone houses down the lane. 5 large stone buildings, encompassing a bunkhouse, potion ingredient and animal processing buildings, a barn and a warehouse, made up the core of the Greengrass business on the sprawling estate. She knew they had 2 other farms around Britain, but none as large as this one, and all the products came here before being shipped out around the world. Nearby was a large brewing house and a row of stone longhouses down a cobbled lane. It was a small village. She watched as men took some tools, along with their wands, to head out into the fields and paddocks. They apparated once past the stone wall of the small central compound. Others went to the various buildings that fueled the small empire her family had made. 2 women stayed in yards to tend small gardens or livestock as 4 children, not of Hogwarts age, ran around. She knew that 3 of her year mates lived in the houses, but they were not in Slytherin, and her parents hadn't encouraged them to play or become friendly with them when younger. Her family wasn't blood-bigoted. Thus, many of the families that lived on the land were half-bloods or highly skilled Muggle-born. After listening to Daphne the last few months, she didn't feel so benevolent about her family's non-blood bigotry, especially when she had found out the supervisors were all purebloods, even if they had become purebloods while living on their lands. At least her family treated everyone well. Much better than it sounded like most families they would associate with. Everyone worked under 7-year contracts that couldn't be renegotiated but renewed. For their contracts, they could stay in the bunkhouse for free or in one of the rental properties around the estate for a reduced rate. Any children were guaranteed to go to the premier school in Britain, Hogwarts, for free tuition, and received a modest stipend. When she had asked what that was, Daphne said they earned a few hundred galleons a year and a cut of the profits. Daphne said most earned 600 to 800 galleons a yard. Then when you add in the benefits, most made far more. Astoria had thought that a pittance until Daphne pointed out according to the ministry, the average witch or wizard earned around 700 galleons a year. Then they had to use that to pay for everything themselves, which was why most were educated at one of the other schools around Britain. Hogwarts was a luxury. The average person couldn't afford, with the standard tuition being 750 galleons for each student. Astoria could remember her eyes bulging. Her allowance was 80 galleons a month. She got almost 1,000 galleons a year, not to mention everything her parents bought for her, and paid for Daphne and her to go to Hogwarts and get tutors over the summer. She had never thought of money, their business, or anything larger than herself until Daphne had educated her last Christmas. Daphne wasn't sure, but she was fairly confident that their family business was worth around 600,000 to 700,000 galleons a year, with probably more than 100,000 in profit. She still found it hard to believe that her family brought in 100 times or more a year of what they paid those that helped them earn their money, and the workers were being paid better than most. No wonder they were always so happy and defended her family so vehemently. That conversation had then led into the larger economy, where she had found out that the top 100 families, which they were part of, controlled more than half of the entire economy, probably more. Daphne estimated that the Greengrass business was one of the larger businesses. By then, her head had been spinning. Then Daphne had said that even though they employed about 60 people on the grounds and up to 120 or so total, their business impacted several hundred more. This all meant that the Greengrasses probably kept about 600 or 700 wizards, possibly more, working in their world. It had Astoria looking at the people in a much different light than the other purebloods she had grown up with. It also had her wondering about blood status, as most of the people working for them were doing jobs she would have no clue how to do, or perhaps never want to do. The one thing she understood now was that Daphne wanted to change things, but she wouldn't be able to. It had been a hard lesson for her sister this year, one that she was certain broke her sister. With the Dark Lord back and the pressure that was now being put on her family, there was no path for a woman to do what she wanted, even being a pureblood like them. Being so prominent meant that the other prominent families would look to them to support the coming changes, and most supported the Dark Lord. Most of the old light or truly neutral families had been killed in the last war, or their power so corroded from the wars in the last 100 years, the houses were shadows of what they once were. Astoria could see the writing: you either supported the Dark Lord or got out of his way. She could understand why Daphne did what she did. It didn't mean that she agreed or condoned what her sister had done. Actually, she was feeling quite furious this morning after one of their only 2 elves had handed her a letter shortly after she woke. Her sister was leaving her to deal with this all on her own. Was that why Daphne had spent so much time with her in the last 6 months? So, she could understand the responsibilities she was being left with. Or had Daphne really been trying to open her eyes, like her sister said? She had known Daphne was seeing someone. It had taken her a while to figure it out. Daphne had also become even more secretive. She spent large tracts of time outside the common room during times she normally wouldn't. Her uncaring, cold nature had changed. Daphne had gone from biting the heads off the idiots, especially those that had supported the pink toad, to ignoring them. She didn't miss that the quieter she got around them, the nastier the pranks that started to plague them became. She didn't care about Pansy Parkinson, but had the girl deserved to be bald for 3 weeks before Professor Snape had found a cure? Now that she understood who Daphne was seeing, and that the Dark Lord was back, the letter in her hand could cause significant issues for her family. Sighing, as she knew she couldn't put this off any longer, Astoria made her way down to the small family tea room. It was the main room that her family used to congregate. It was mid-morning on a weekend, so her mother was already enjoying her tea and snacks. As much as her mother was a proper matron, she enjoyed the greenhouses and potions lab, so often was down in them first thing in the morning, often before any of the staff, and back up with the supplies she needed for her own research and in the tea room by 10. Her father was looking through a few international papers, probably looking for the current prices of herbs and other commodities, or something that he could use to help the business. She sat in the chair across from her mother and straightened out her dress. "I'm glad to see you didn't waste the entire day in bed," her mother said with a smirk. "I have been awake for a while," she told her mother, who didn't look up from the book she was reading. Astoria took in a deep breath before saying, "Mother, father." She waited until they were both looking at her. There was no safe way of saying this, so she did what she did best: state things in the way that would cause the most havoc and let the pieces fall, though she wanted to build up to the truly catastrophic news. "Daphne has left." They both blinked before her mother said, "I thought she wasn't even back from Tracy's yet." Astoria had to hand it to her sister. She had covered her tracks well. Placing the letter on the table, Astoria stated again, "Daphne has left." "What do you mean Daphne's left?" her father asked. "Daphne has run away with her betrothed," Astoria stated in a flat tone. Her father's confused frown foretold the suddenly quick grab of the letter by her mother. A few seconds later, her mother took in a sharp breath. "Tabitha!" A hand went to her mother's mouth. Astoria reached for the hot water after making sure she had her favorite tea leaves in the cup before her. "Grover, she's left," her mother said. "What do you mean Daphne's left?" he said, anger starting to color his words. "She's left. Oh, Merlin, she's left with Harry Potter. What is she thinking? That boy is going to get her killed." "She what?" her father bellowed. He stood up, knocking over the table with his papers and tea. Astoria may be upset with her sister, but for once the perfect little princess was going to be in real trouble, and Astoria was going to like this. "She says can't see our family go to the dark side. She's fallen in love. She won't marry Draco Malfoy or any other bigot, her mother said, looking up, a sudden rage on her face. Tell me you did not try to sell one of my daughters to Lucius Malfoy. Her father took a step back, color draining from his face. That is hardly the point right now. Where is Daphne? She can't be with Harry Potter, he said. Her mother's magic flared and the parchments in her hand burst into flame. Grover Cleveland Greengrass, did you promise Lucius Malfoy's arrogant sod of a son that he could have one of our daughters? Well, it couldn't really be Daphne, not unless we wanted to merge houses, her father said. That option is open if you want. Astoria started to choke on her tea and then spat it all over the table and her mother. Her mother didn't even notice as she started to yell at her father, her wand coming out, as Astoria coughed and spluttered. Astoria thought that just a joke on Daffy's part. Merlin Daffy, the Kneazles among the Krupps. August 6, 1996, Hogwarts, Scotland. It had been 5 exceptionally long days since it had been found Harry Potter had gone missing. In that time, he had gotten extraordinarily little sleep. No one in the Order had. They were arguably trying to find the most famous person in their world without letting anyone know he was missing. If Tom and his followers knew, then the race to find Harry would become even more important than before. He sat at his desk after surveying his domain. He really needed everyone out looking for Harry, but his staff had to prepare for the start of the year, and he was still in a quandary about his staffing for the year. Horace had now turned him down 3 times. He had hoped to entice the man with Harry, but without the boy, it was impossible to show the man what he was missing. This put into jeopardy the promise he had made to Severus to finally give him the post he wanted, with the caveat he had to try to find the curse on the Dada position. If he couldn't find a potions master, Severus would have to go back to the position he hated, and he would have to find another body to be sacrificed. For the better part of 40 years, he had tried to find the curse, but been unsuccessful. At first, he had been able to keep professors for about 3 years. But for the last decade, he had barely been able to keep one the year. He was pondering who he could approach, while searching for Harry, when the tawny owl with the Daily Prophet came into his window. He didn't really have the time to read it, but knew he needed to keep up with what the public knew. As he unfurled the paper, his eyes grew huge to see the headlines on the first page. Heiress Greengrass kidnaps the boy who lived torrid love affair or something more nefarious. Are the Greengrasses followers of you-know-who? Oh, dear Merlin, he muttered before jumping up. What has Rufus done now? He knew they should have elected the man to be minister last month, but with the death of Bones, they didn't have a better option. Dumbledore missed the ad for you-know-poo, the constipation prank that is grasping the nation. August 7, 1996, Paris. France relieved to have escaped and never been really anywhere outside of their little worlds Daphne and him had grown up in. They decided to spend a few days in Paris. It had been eye-opening for both of them. Harry had never really eaten out at a restaurant, and Daphne had never seen anything like the Louvre or the Tour Eiffel. After spending a few days in Paris, Harry was starting to feel this itch between his shoulder blades. Daphne took that as a sign to move on, especially after the newspapers announced they were missing. Not really sure where to go, they chanced a trip in the magical district they had found out about in Diagon Alley. Neither of them expected to have their nice day come crashing down around them. They had stopped by a shop and a newsstand, looking at the Daily Prophet. Harry stared a little dumbly at the headline. Heiress Greengrass kidnaps the boy who lived, potions suspected. Ah, Daff, Harry whispered as she was looking at a window with a few dresses in it. He pulled on her sleeve and looked up. His eyes scanned the crowds, the feeling of something wrong between his shoulder blades growing. She turned to him. Yes, he pointed to the paper. The woman working the stand was giving change to another patron. Harry didn't wait. He took her hand and pulled her away the second he heard her gasp. The first hint that they might be in trouble was a man pointing towards them while talking to several men in blue robes looking their way. Harry, I didn't kidnap you, she told him. Harry grabbed one of the papers and left a few sickles on the stand. We can talk about that later, he said, pulling her into an alley. Change. He waited to see Daphne start her change before he turned into a dog. A moment later, the men in blue cloaks and robes poked their heads into the alley. They had to be Aurors by the way they held themselves. Daphne and him pressed in behind a few bins. One of them took out their wands. He felt a Homnum Revelio wash over them. He was happy they didn't do a charm to look for Animagus when they moved further down the street of the magical quarter. Daphne brushed his side, whining to show she wanted to go. Harry just stood firm for a few minutes to make sure the Aurors wouldn't come back. He was sad he would never be able to tell Sirius how thankful he was for giving Daphne and him his notes and his father's journal on how they became animagus. When he was sure they could go, he moved to the end of the alley. None of the Aurors were in sight. It took them a little bit to get through the alley and wait for a family to leave the portal, but within an hour they were on a train leaving the city. The sprawling expanse of Paris was quickly giving way to the countryside as the high-speed train sped them south. Neither of them still knew where they were going, but away from Britain still sounded nice. "So, now that I've kidnapped you to have my wicked way, are you going to make me a scarlet woman?" Daphne teased. Harry could tell she was still a little on edge after that close call, so he played along. The slight blush was real, though. Even though they had shared a bed a few times or would sleep with each other when they were animagus, they had not done anything that scandalous yet. "You know, for being a little princess, you seem to want me to have my wicked way with you," he said in a suggestive tone. Daphne's cheeks colored a little. "Well, I didn't run just for the fun of it. There has to be perks somewhere." Harry gave a nervous chuckle. "Fred and George really corrupted you." "Are you complaining?" she challenged. Harry leaned down, met her lips and gave her a little more of a kiss than normal on the train. Daphne melted into him, then quickly slapped his hand as his fingers ghosted up to run under the swell of her chest. "Harry, not here," she whispered, slightly scandalized, her cheeks brighter than before. "But aren't I supposed to be some philanderer or something?" He whispered back with a cheeky grin. She playfully hit his arm. "Not here, not where everyone can see. Besides, I kidnapped you." "I know," Harry said. He looked around to make sure that no one was looking before he unrolled the paper he took out of a pocket. "I think we need to get out of Europe. Do you think this was your parents?" She leaned her head onto his shoulder. "I don't think my family would go public like this. It would be unbelievably bad for me to be seen as a used woman by potential husbands. If my father really was talking with the Malfoys, then they will want compensation. Besides, if it had been my family, you would have kidnapped me." "Who said I didn't?" She gave him a look. "I still can't believe your father would just sell you like that. That is so wrong. You aren't an animal to be sold," he said a little hotly. She kissed his cheek. "I knew there was a reason I liked you. I think this is the minister or Dumbledore." "Could be both. I'm sure if Tom knows, he'll want me too," Harry said with a frown. Daphne wrapped her arm around his and squeezed. "We can't go into any more wizarding places for now." "I know." He was glad she had taken to wearing muggle dresses, trousers, and shorts. He enjoyed her smooth legs pressed against his. He enjoyed looking at her long, smooth legs. It had been hot in Paris, so they both had shorts on today. She was still self-conscious at how many boys and men looked at her, but was getting more accustomed to it. Harry only wished he could say the same. His hand kept wandering for his wand, wanting to curse all their eyes closed with conjunctivitis curses. Looking out the train, Harry thought he caught sight of a white owl. He knew she would catch up with him and had told her to take her time, but Harry didn't like leaving her like this. "I think I should send my parents a letter," she said. "I thought you left them one," he commented, her arms wrapped tighter around him. "I only left one with Tori," she admitted. Harry nodded. "I should send one to the Order, too. Let them know I didn't kidnap you and that I wasn't kidnapped, but I am having my wicked way with you. Harry Potter." She chastised him with a grin on her face and an attractive hue to her cheeks. Later that day, Wiltshire, England, Lucius was watching the man he called Lord and Master pace up and down the dark room. Much like his days in Slytherin, the place was a mass of black stone and tiles. 6 columns with large black tiles flanked the large table made of a solid slab of black obsidian. At the far end of the room was a dais with a massive black stone throne. The only light in the room was from the fireplace. It cast a sickly red glow that gave the impression of blood rolling across the surfaces. The stark white face, hands, and feet of the Dark Lord were in stark contrast to the rest of the room. Lucius had been called in to attend to his lord almost 20 minutes ago. He didn't dare disturb the clearly upset man. He had no right. In the last few years, he had lost a great treasure that belonged to the Dark Lord, failed to silence Harry Potter, failed to get the prophesy, failed to free 3 of the ones arrested in the Dom fiasco, failed to secure the Black Fortune, and now, looking at the copy of the Daily Prophet, had failed to secure the Greengrass fortune and business. He had had to use precious resources to get Cornelius to give him a pardon, and then failed to keep the man in office after his lord had been revealed to be alive. His string of failures was vast. His reasons for living were very few. Only the fact his lord needed the Malfoy wealth and properties was what was keeping him alive. If he were to die, Draco would not be able to take over anything until he turned 17 next year. Lucius' time was marked, and he knew it. When the Dark Lord spoke in his slightly high-pitched voice, he flinched. "Lucius, remind me again how negotiations are going with Greengrass." Lucius swallowed. "They were progressing well, my lord. The only issue we were still resolving was which daughter," he said. The Dark Lord reached the far end of the room and turned. His red eyes landed on Lucius. The man's white face was rather impassive, which was not a good sign. Lucius tried not to swallow hard. "And why is that an issue?" "Lord Greengrass was unwilling to let his eldest marry my son. He didn't want control of the family to revert to Draco should the worst happen," Lucius said. "Then why not marry the younger chit and then eliminate the rest of the family?" the Dark Lord asked in a low tone. He took a step towards Lucius. Lucius swallowed. The clauses of the contract would either send the family to another relative or send it into a receivership that would be untouchable, unless we were to get the goblins to go along. The man's nose less nostrils flared. "You are telling me that you are not a skilled enough negotiator to my lord. The laws of the WolfgangNH can be changed, can they not? I thought it was you who told me you could do anything I wanted in the WolfgangNH," the Dark Lord questioned, stepping closer. "My lord, with the change in the WolfgangNH, I don't have as much influence," he replied. "And how much of that is due to your absolute cock-up to get the prophesy?" The Dark Lord demanded, anger starting to come through his words. It took all of Lucius' willpower to not wince or step back. "That has some to do with it. Rufus Scrimgeour has also moved to find some of our spies since the death of Amelia Bones. Those that were once on the fence are coming down on the side of Albus Dumbledore," Lucius said. "And Harry Potter," the Dark Lord stated. It was full of malice. "And now the boy is missing. Kidnapped by the very family you said would be key to securing the finances I need." "Why would your contacts not know this?" Lucius did take a step back this time as the man slammed his hand onto the paper and his red eyes flared with power. "I don't know why I didn't know. What about Severus?" the Dark Lord hissed at him. "Severus has his own tasks and is not required to report to me daily. You have failed me for the last time, Lucius." The Dark Lord's wand came up. Lucius hit the floor, screaming and arching his back as pain ripped down his spine. It felt like he was burning up from the inside. He hadn't even heard the curse. After what felt like an eternity, the pain stopped. Lucius slumped to the floor, his body shaking with uncontrolled tremors. His lord's white feet came into view just under the man's black robes. He crouched down, the black tip of his wand pressing into Lucius' cheek. "You will procure the funds you promised. I don't care if Draco has a new bride, if you have a new bride or find Harry Potter and obtain the Black Fortune. You have until September 1st to resolve your issue. If you do not, I will resolve it for you." The wand dragged across his cheek. Lucius whimpered as he felt a hot mark trail the wand. "If you do not want Nagini to have you for lunch, I would suggest leaving. Now," the man said in barely contained anger. Lucius forced himself up, his arms shaking so that he almost fell again. Yes, my lord." "Before you go," the man said, grabbing Lucius' left arm. Lucius hissed in pain at the way his shoulder was yanked. The Dark Lord ripped his sleeve to get to his dark mark. The man's wand dug into it, and Lucius grit his teeth as he tried to stifle the cry of pain. The man's cruel smile told Lucius he was in trouble. Lucius knew it didn't take this long to call another Death Eater, but the wand kept digging into his arm for almost a full minute. The Dark Lord was terribly upset. When his master let go of his magic, Lucius fell to the floor again. "You have a minute before Nagini gets too hungry. Send in Avery once he arrives." "Yes, my lord," Lucius said, forcing himself to his feet and then stumbling towards the main hall. Perhaps it wasn't too late to send Narcissa and Draco away. Behind him, he heard, "It is time to go hunting, Harry Potter." August 9, 1996, Ottery St. Catchpole, England. It was a sweltering day. Ron was happy to have the shade and a cold glass of lemonade in the orchard. He was missing his two friends, though. Hermione hadn't been home when his mum went to find her last week, and Pig hadn't even left the burrow when he tried to send a letter, meaning she was hiding under a charm or was too far away for his little owl to find her. Since the house was empty the half-dozen times he knew the order had checked, and her family usually went on holiday, he was thinking she was far away. His summer was even worse. His best mate was supposed to have come this week, not done a runner. This meant he had no one to hang out with except Ginny, and she was still worried about Harry and furious with him for not writing to Harry. Ron still figured Harry would have written if he needed to talk. Though Ron was feeling he needed to talk to Harry about the nonsense the Daily Prophet was talking about. As if Greengrass could kidnap Harry. Harry had escaped you-know-who, dueled a dozen Death Eaters to a standstill in June, and a slimy Slytherin girl would be the one to capture him. Though the paper had gone from her kidnapping him on Wednesday to them being star-crossed lovers today. Harry was only 16. Why would he run away to marry anyone? And it wasn't like Harry would be with a Slytherin. Right. He focused on Greengrass instead of his guilt that was starting to grow. He knew that Harry had just about abandoned him last year. The fact Harry had run off to the ministry on his own was proof enough. His best friend hadn't really forgiven Hermione and him for not contacting him at all last summer. Perhaps he should have sent a letter instead of waiting for Harry to contact him first. As he thought on that, an owl flew out of the blue sky to land on a branch above him. "I'm down here, you know," he said to the thing when he noticed the roll of parchment on its leg. It made an indignant hoot towards him. "Fine, you ruddy thing." It was warm and he didn't want to move, so it took him a moment to sit up, another to stand, and even longer to fumble with the knot. "Oi, ruddy thing," Ron cursed as it bit his finger before taking off for the trees on the edge of the property. He sucked on his finger for a moment as he spun the scroll around. He recognized Harry's messy scrawl but frowned when it said, "To the Order." "Why send it to me?" Ron muttered. Curious, he opened it, like he had the first one. "Dear Order, I still quit. By now you have seen that some think I was kidnapped by Daphne Greengrass. I was not. She is a willing companion of wherever I am. If she ever wants to return or go her own way, I won't stop her. Can you please tell Susan Bones that I saw what happened to her aunt and I hope she is all right. I will point out, though, that this is what happens when you decide to let Death Eaters live. The Order did that in the Department of Mysteries and we all almost died. Sirius did die. I will warn you now. If you or anyone tries to bring me back when I or Daphne do not want to, I will defend us, and the people that come for us will not again. Yours truly, Harry Potter." Ron gulped. Perhaps Harry was with the snake, and she was obviously changing him, though Ron couldn't disagree with what Harry was saying about the Dom and the Order. Given some of the deaths this summer, perhaps the Death Eaters should just be killed. He did worry about the tone of the letter, though. If Harry said he would take care of things, Ron knew he meant it, and Ron wasn't sure it wouldn't be a non-permanent way. "Mum!" he called out, leaving his half-empty glass of lemonade under the apple tree. The same day, Marseille, France, Harry was panting. They had run from the train station after seeing someone Harry had not expected to. Having slept in Valence the night before, they had taken the first train south this morning, then saw an all-too-familiar head of blonde hair that was not Daphne's. Daphne was panting just as hard as he was. Even in their dog forms, running like they had was demanding work, and the hot, dry Mediterranean morning wasn't making it easier. They padded into a shaded alley before stopping. Harry could feel the froth at the edge of his mouth. Daphne came to his side before flopping down onto the cooler cobblestones of the alley. Unsure if they had been seen or not, Harry looked around, his nose going to see what he could smell. A second later, he growled, moving to protect Daphne. She whined but didn't get to her feet. Harry didn't want to use magic, afraid of being found. Looking behind him, he could see there wasn't a straightforward way out. He hadn't meant to lead them into a dead end. Turning towards the front of the alley, he saw a tall, blonde woman in a nice summer dress, sky-blue eyes, and holding a wand. She had the wand pointing away from them and her hand up in a placating gesture. "I mean you no harm," the woman said in French. Harry growled at her. Daphne tried to get up, but they had pushed too hard. The woman crouched down. "I saw you at the station. I think you are someone I know people are looking for." Harry took a menacing step towards her. Bernese mountain dogs were not small dogs, and he knew he could do some harm if needed. The blonde woman defiantly stayed where she was, her palms still open, and moved her wand to be behind her back. "If you are who I think you are, I can help," Harry huffed, not believing anyone could help them. The last time he had seen this young woman she had thanked him, but that was over 2 years ago now. "Harry?" she questioned, and his ears flattened against his head. She seemed to take his reaction as proof of her suspicion. Daphne stood, still panting, but a low growl came from her throat. The blonde woman rose an eyebrow. "I assume this is your companion in the papers." Harry took another menacing step, baring his teeth, and ensured he was between the woman and Daphne. "I mean you no harm. If you want to follow, my family's home is not far away. I once said I owe you a debt for my sister and myself. I would honor that debt." It applies to both of you, the woman said. Harry didn't know. Daphne came to his side and leaned against it, whining just a little. Harry wanted to keep moving, but if they could get some help to get out of the country, could this be worth it? He turned to look into the deep blue eyes of the golden retriever. She nuzzled him. Harry let out a snort. The woman stood. After a quick look around, she slipped her wand between her breasts, and it disappeared into her shirt. Harry would have found that interesting if he wasn't already leaning against Daphne, whose scent was so much more intoxicating than the blonde Vila that was now turning to walk down the street. Harry nudged Daphne, and they moved to follow. 10 minutes later, they were being led into a courtyard of a building close to the mountains. He could feel the power of the wards as they crossed the threshold of the stone passage. 4 villas all pointed into it. The woman said, "We are inside the wards. My family lives here with 3 others. It is safe for you to turn back." Harry looked around and shared a look with Daphne. She nodded her head. Harry stepped and a second later was moving to support Daphne as she changed back. She looked tired. In their run from Paris 2 days ago, they hadn't slept much. "How did you know it was us?" Daphne demanded right away. The woman smirked. "I am Vila. I can sense it. I also saw Harry push you around a corner, then 2 dogs came out a few minutes later." "Bloody hell," Harry muttered. "Fleur, what the hell are you doing here and in a Muggle train station?" Fleur gave him a wry grin. "It just so happens the public flues and the portkey point for the city are also in the train station. France does not try to separate us from the normal as much as in Britain." "Bloody fuck." Daphne didn't flinch at his cussing. "Does that mean they track who comes and goes from those places?" "None, but it does mean there will be more magicals if you are trying to avoid them," Fleur said, coming too close to getting at what Daphne and him were doing. "You aren't going to tell my parents, are you?" Daphne questioned, her wand coming out of the pocket of her shorts. Harry touched the tip of his wand in his forearm holster. The disillusioned holster came into view. Fleur held her hands out wide, making no move to take her wand out of her dress. "I mean you no harm. I swear this, Harry. If I wanted to hand you over, I would have called the Aurors in the station the second I saw you. You are obviously running from something. All I wish to do is help." Daphne raised her wand. Harry kept his at his side. "How can I believe you?" Daphne pressed. "My family owes Harry a debt. Even if I did not, I would not betray you. That is not me or my family," Fleur told them. "Do you trust them?" Daphne asked, her wand still not straying from targeting Fleur's chest. Harry looked in the sky-blue eyes of Fleur. He didn't feel like she was lying to him. In the world, Harry could count on one hand those he truly trusted, and the only one he did was pointing her wand at someone offering them help. The 4 others had helped them escape, but Harry didn't fully trust them anymore. "Fleur, we are not going back," Harry told her. The stunning blonde nodded her head once. "Then let me help you. Many are looking for you and Miss Greengrass. They think that either you were both kidnapped or your Belle kidnapped you." "We saw," Harry said. "If anyone kidnapped anyone, then I did the kidnapping." Daphne rolled her eyes at him. "I think I was the one to suggest leaving." Harry grinned. "Perhaps." Fleur took a step forward and Daphne's wand jabbed towards her. A ball of white energy collected on the tip. "Don't come any closer," Daphne warned. Fleur's hands went up in a sign of surrender again. "I am not going to take you back." "People are looking for you, Harry. Dumbledore and others." Harry's wand came up now. "I will never go back to the Dursleys, and I won't ever go back to Hogwarts or anywhere where Albus Dumbledore is." "And you will not because of me or my family," Fleur said. After a moment, he dropped his hand and slid the butt of his wand into the end of his holster. The wand pulled up, ready to be used again. Daphne lowered her wand this time. "So, we are trusting her." "I would like to sleep in a bed tonight," Harry said. Daphne let out a sigh. "If you betray us, I will make sure you never do so again." "I swear as a Delacour and Vila that your secrets will be my own. I will never betray you willingly or by coercion," she said. Daphne gave a satisfied nod and finally put her wand back into her pocket. "If you want to come inside, I'm sure Mammon will love to get you some cafe or tea. I don't know if Gabrielle is around today, but she will be happy to see you. She still talks about you and how you saved her. I can call Papa at the ministry to come home early," she told them. "Sure," Harry said. He moved in close to Daphne. She didn't complain about the hand on her back or the way he protected her. Hermione would have been bristling at his protective nature. Daphne leaned into him. He knew she could take care of herself, but she needed him as much as he needed her. Fleur led them to the villa across from the passage they entered. Harry could feel the wards around the house. There had been some fairly powerful ones outside. Inside, they hummed much like the wards around Hogwarts. His hand squeezed Daphne's waist. She looked at him curiously and he just shook his head. He didn't want people to know he could sense magic like he did. He was curious about Fleur, though, and how she had sensed him. I freely invite you into the house of Delacour. You are honored guests and considered family, Fleur said. Harry felt the wards shift and accept them. They had walked into a small entry hall with a stairwell, hall, and a few doors off the hallway. Fleur, is that you? Who did you bring with you? A voice as musical as Fleur's called out from down the hallway. Hello, Mammon, I have guests, Fleur called back. Daphne reached to hold the hand on her hip. Harry knew it bothered her she couldn't understand French. A woman that came out the door at the end of the hallway looked barely over 30, except for a slightly ageless look to her face. The yellow dress was modest enough but failed to hide the figure that most men would drool over. Her daughter looked very much like this woman. Hello, Madame Delacour. I'm not sure if you remember me, but we met a few years ago, Harry said, holding out a hand to her. Harry Potter, I would never forget you. You saved my daughters, the woman gushed, moving down the hallway. Harry meant to just shake her hand. She went around it, grabbing his face with her hands, then planting 2 kisses, one each on his cheeks. Harry felt his cheeks warm a little. You are always welcome in this house, and who is this beauty with you? Daphne's eyes were narrowed at him. Madame Delacour, this is Daphne Greengrass. She doesn't speak French, if you don't mind, Harry said. Of course, of course. It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Greengrass. Yes. Now none of this Madame Delacour. You must call me Apolline. Anyone that has done this family a favor, as you have never needs to be formal. Have you eaten? I was just finishing baking, much to our beloved Esme's dismay, the woman said jovially. She took one of each of their hands and pulled them off down the hallway. Gabrielle, we have guests, Apolline yelled up the stairs. Gabrielle is still working on her English, so she will have issues. Do you like espresso? I'm not sure if we have any tea. Fleur, help Esme get the good service out. Harry felt almost as flabbergasted as he would have been if Mrs. Weasley had taken him in, though this woman didn't seem as overbearing. Oui, Mammon, Fleur said. Do you have any bags? Are you staying for long? I can have 2 guest rooms prepared for you. You must stay here for as long as you are in Marseille, the woman offered. It sounded like a command, but Harry could tell it was their decision. For that alone, Harry relaxed some. Thank you, Apolline, Daphne said. Her cheeks flushed a slight tad. But if you don't mind, I would prefer not to be separated from Harry. Apolline looked at them for a brief moment before pushing the door open to the back of the house. If that is what you want, Apolline accepted. Harry felt slightly flustered, too. Granted, they had spent the last 8 nights together, but that had been more out of necessity. Fleur gave them a smirk as she went off to the right. There was a large kitchen with a house elf working in it. I will contact Jean-Paul. He will want to know you are here. You have been all over the papers the last 2 days, but you don't look like you are the captive, she said to Harry. Well, not in any way that a woman wouldn't normally captivate someone. Fleur snickered as they both reddened more. Apolline didn't seem to notice. They were just sat at a small oval table when the door to the kitchen slammed open. Mammon, we have guests. A girl asked, barging into the kitchen. She was in a blue summer dress that matched her eyes. Her bare feet looked a little dirty, but the rest of her was clean. She was at that tipping point of a young girl starting to mature into a teen. Like her mother and sister, her hair was a silver blonde and her eyes light blue. Fleur found some strays to take home, Apolline said with a laugh as Fleur made an indignant sound. Harry stiffened. Unsure if Apolline had seen them transform or not. Gabrielle stopped in mid-hop, landing a little heavily on the stone floor as she suddenly realized who was sitting at the table. Her eyes widened. Harry! Sacre bleu! Mammon! Harry! She screamed before her hands went to her hair and a hand started to smooth the dress. She looked down to her feet, horror raced across her features, and then she eked before running out of the room. Daphne's eyes followed the girl out. Is there any girl that we come across that doesn't have a crush on you? Daphne said bitterly. Harry wanted to comment about all the boys and men that had looked at her over the last week in her shorts, but didn't when Apolline and Fleur laughed. Gabrielle may still have a crush on you, Fleur said as she brought over a tray with 6 cups, a small thing of milk, sugar, lemons, and some biscuits and pastries. Where is the espresso? Apolline questioned. Esme threatened to hit me with her spoon if I didn't let her get it, Fleur said annoyed. I think you annoyed her with the mess you made of her kitchen. I didn't make a mess, Apolline stated. Esme will be cleaning all afternoon, a squeaky voice called from the kitchen. Fleur smirked at her mother. You made a mess. I hope these eclairs are edible, Fleur said, eyeing them. I also sent a message to Papa. Good, good. Now, Harry and Daphne, what brings you to Marseille? Apolline asked. Harry was trying to keep up with the whiplash of everything. Well, you said you read the papers. Apolline waved her hand. Those rags from Britain are useless. You did make the Creer national. Lord Greengrass is saying you kidnapped his daughter while your rags are saying something different. If Fleur accepted you into this house, I assume it is something different or between. We decided to leave, Harry said. Daphne took his hand under the table. Can I ask why? Apolline questioned. Esme came over hovering a glass carafe that smelled like coffee and a pot of an aromatic tea. The small elf placed them on the table. Thank you, Esme. Esme bowed and went back to what she was doing in the kitchen. Mammon is in trouble, Fleur said with a smirk and sounding much younger than the 19 or 20-year-old woman she was. You hush, the elder Vila told her daughter. Please, guests first, then you can tell us what is going on. Harry was happy for the tea while Daphne went for the coffee. After a few minutes, Daphne motioned for Harry to start. Harry let out a breath. I can't tell you everything, but you know that Voldemort has returned. Both women frowned. Yes, we know. I was hoping to help a group against him, but that has not worked out. Harry looked at her curiously, but didn't press her. Last year, the ministry didn't believe it. They did everything they could to make me out as a nutter. Daphne ran her finger over the scars on the back of his right hand. I proved them I wasn't, but I lost my godfather and just about everything else doing so. Fleur frowned. I was told about Sirius Black. I'm sorry for your loss, Harry. Can I ask, though, why don't you trust Albus Dumbledore and the Order? Harry's eyes narrowed. You know about the Order of the Phoenix? I was dating William Weasley and had been approached to join. I turned down the offer, both offers, she said. Harry couldn't tell if she was upset or sad and wondered what the second offer was. Then you know what they were doing to Harry and what Dumbledore did to him, Daphne asked, a venom she seemed to only reserve for her most hated enemies coming out. Both women looked concerned. I do not know what Dumbledore did to Harry, but I know what he did to my daughters. Gabrielle was only 10 and she is Vila. It took my husband to keep me from burning the man. Fleur put a hand over her mother's. Mammon, Gabrielle and I are safe. The judges didn't know and Papa wasn't told she would be put under the water. It does not matter, Fleur, to put a young Vila under the water like that. For you to have to go down there, I will burn him alive if he touches either of you again. I'm glad you came to your senses and came home, Apolline stated. Fleur sighed. I know, Mammon. Daphne leaned over. I like her, Daphne said loud enough for everyone to hear. Apolline chuckled. So you do not like Albus Dumbledore, may I ask why? I have my reasons, Harry said. Daphne squeezed his hand. I will not lie about what he has done to you. People should know he is not the good man that everyone thinks he is, Daphne stated. Fleur rose an eyebrow at her. Do tell. Let's say that he blocked my parents' will, stole from me, sent me into deadly situations, and kept stuff from me and others that caused a lot of people their lives, Harry told them. Fleur's eyes grew wide. Apolline's pretty face grew stormy. I told you he is not a good man. Yes, Mammon, I know. Harry, I must tell you something, Fleur said. Harry looked to her. William, Arthur, and Molly work for the Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore has been trying to get William and Arthur to find out anything he can about you. Your accounts, whether you are getting underage notices of magic, and there are 3 Aurors looking for you and any information the ministry may have on you right now. When I was asked to do the same, I could not. Harry's hand clenched. Ow, 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 Daphne said, trying to pull her hand out of his. Oh, Daph, I'm so sorry, Harry said. She pulled her hand out and was shaking it. I know how you feel towards Dumbledore, but I like my hand, she complained. Harry took her hand when she let him, and he kissed it. Fleur, thank you. Dumbledore is going to have a tough time finding out about my accounts, though, Harry told them. Daphne wove her fingers between his again with a warning look. What do you mean? Apolline said. Harry shrugged. There aren't any more accounts. I need to find a new bank, but I won't ever trust goblins again, and they refuse to turn any more than 100,000 galleons into pounds. Fleur sighed. Yes, I have lost my trust in them as well. Papa has recently moved Gabrielle and mine trust funds to Switzerland. The gnomes are more trustworthy. The goblins are greedy, but they never break a solemn oath, Apolline said. The goblins are greedy. Like man, there are those that will do anything for the right amount, Harry said. He looked to Daphne. I've never heard of the gnomes in Switzerland. I only know that those that use the gnomes are usually trying to avoid the goblins and the ministry, Daphne said. Fleur snorted. That is just something said because the goblins hate gnomes. The gnomes are trustworthy. I will be taking a job with them next week and working on my German and Italian instead of my English. If you don't have accounts, can I ask where your money is? Safe, Harry replied a little slowly. Both French women rose their brow. Are you trying to say that you closed your accounts and you have all your money on you? Apolline asked. Harry couldn't meet their eyes. Harry and I took all we could. We are not going back, but don't trust the goblins, Daphne restated. Apolline looked to them. We have a vault in the basement if you want, until you decide what you want to do. I have a feeling that your accounts were not small. You can say that, Harry said, knowing that he had 5 expanded trunks of gems and coins alone, and another 3 with heirlooms. He had to buy 4 extra trunks from the goblins, not having expected that much. Daphne had filled most of a normal trunk herself from her trust vault. Neither of them were supposed to be able to access their vaults like that. Harry hadn't been joking that some goblins would do anything for the right price. Of course, some of Sirius will had allowed him to do what he had as well. The bank manager had not been happy when he closed his vaults and took all his investments. The only thing the goblins were still managing was the various properties and rentals he still had under his family names in Britain, and would be forwarding any bills or profits straight to him until they could sell almost everything. Daphne had convinced him to keep 2 properties in case they ever had to go back. I don't know if Harry and I will be staying long. If everyone is looking for us, we should be going, Daphne said. Nonsense, you can stay the night at the least. Jean-Paul will want to meet you and we can help, Apolline said. Yes, Papa and I will help. Now what I would like to know is how you managed to run away with your striking bow, Fleur said to Daphne. Apolline looked interested too. Daphne held her chin up. We are both 16. It is not running away if we choose to leave. Fleur snorted in mirth. The people looking for you do not feel the same, and I was under the impression that you were still underage in your home country. Harry looked down. Daphne squeezed his hand. Harry has been declared emancipated, and I have chosen to enter an agreement with him. It is not running if we can both make our own choice. Apolline's brow rose while Fleur stared at them. Am I to understand you are in a betrothal, and your parents agree? The international papers seem to say your parents are searching for you. At 16, I have the right to accept an offer, Daphne said rather imperiously. If my father refuses to accept it as well, he can banish me. My betrothed is now my guardian. I see. And how did you get to this? No one in the order even knew you were seeing anyone, Fleur said, interested in their response. Last year was not an easy year for our Defense of the Dark Arts class. I was determined to pass with an outstanding. Harry agreed to tutor me. More like was forced too, Harry muttered. Daphne cast him a nasty glance. Harry agreed to tutor me. Over the year, we got to know each other and increased our studies. It was about Easter Harry kissed me for the first time, Daphne said, smiling at him. It was also around Easter when you suggested we leave with how everything was going, Harry told her. I wasn't wrong, she said. I just wished we could have contacted your godfather in time, she said sadly. Harry frowned. I do too. So you just fell in love and then decided to leave? Apolline asked, as though understanding the ways of youth in a way none of the others in the room did yet. It wasn't as easy as that, but after my godfather died and I was sent back to my relatives and no one was responding to me, I decided I needed to leave, Harry said. And I was not going to let him go without me, Daphne said. And where are you going now? Apolline asked. Daphne and him shared a look. We don't know, Harry said. Out of the ICW, Daphne stated. And nowhere that Britain has any influence, Harry added. I would like to get our NEWTS, Daphne said. I want to explore. I've never really been anywhere, Harry included. Do you need to be outside the ICW? Apolline asked. Yes, they both said. Harry went on, Apolline, Daphne and I can't take the risk of being caught and sent back. We know that other countries and regional groups don't get along with the ICW in Britain. So, where do you want to go? Fleur asked. Harry shrugged. I don't know, south, I guess. We would most likely need to end up in an American Congress or a Pacific Alliance country so we can test for international NEWTS, Daphne replied. That is still a year or 2 away, and we need to find tutors or something else, Harry told her. This had been a conversation they had had a few times in the last few weeks. Jean-Paul will know more. If you want out, our family will help you. If you excuse me, I should go see how Gabrielle is doing. I thought she would be back by now, Apolline said. She is probably hiding under her covers wishing she was dead, Fleur said with a smirk. Apolline sighed. Probably I will get her down for dinner. Please get a guest room prepared and settle them in. Where are your bags? Do you have another place you were staying? Apolline asked. Harry patted his pocket. We both have shrinkable rucksacks with expansion charms. When you are done, let Fleur get you settled into a room. We will do dinner about 6, Apolline said before taking her leave. Fleur was looking at them. There is more you are not saying. I would like to know how you are betrothed when no one knew you were seeing each other, though I am starting to understand why Dumbledore and others are so interested in you. You don't know the half of it, Harry said a little darkly. August 10, 1996, London, England. Tabitha Greengrass was not a woman to upset. She grew up a Bones. The daughter of the brother to the Lord Bones, she learned about her family next to her older sister and brother. Amelia had always been a firebrand, and the fact she had been able to make her way to director of the second most powerful office in the ministry had been a small miracle. Unfortunately, that also meant she was a target. A large target. A target that had finally run out of luck 7 days ago. That meant she was now escorting her niece, Susan, to the bank to take over the headship of the House of Bones. Like her sister, Tabitha would act as regent until Susan turned 17 next summer. Susan was still looking barely held together. She had been in the house that night, just barely able to escape as Amelia held off the Death Eaters. Though Tabitha figured things did not go to plan since Susan escaped, and Aurors showed in time to drive Voldemort off, but not before the Dark Lord had lost 4 of his Death Eaters. She didn't feel bad that the Avery line was probably dead now. Her birth house was now reduced to the red-headed girl next to her and herself. They didn't say a thing as they walked through the silent street of Diagon Alley. Signs of the war were already starting to show. "Aunt Tabitha, have you heard about Daphne?" Susan asked. The 2 girls had grown up as best friends, and still were, from what she could tell, but she knew that Daphne being in Slytherin had stressed that relationship. "We received a letter yesterday," she said in a hushed whisper, not wanting others around them to hear. Susan nodded. "Hannah and I knew she was seeing someone, but she wouldn't say anything about it." She hadn't really talked much with Susan, as she had stayed at the Abbotts until contacting her today to move in with them. "Then you know more than most of us. Astoria suspected as well. I didn't know it was Harry, though. He was always so quiet, even though he got into trouble all the time," Susan said. Tabitha was loath not to find this information out, but this was not the place, even if it was obvious the girl needed a distraction from what they were doing. Susan seemed to get that she shouldn't say anything else as they started up the steps to the bank's doors. Goblin guards were outside the doors. Tabitha could remember them being here during the last war but hadn't been for many years now. They eyed them as they walked in. The bank was not busy, and they were quickly shown into a private meeting room off the main lobby. Susan had withdrawn into herself again. Tabitha put a comforting hand on her forearm. She wished Daphne was here to soothe her cousin. She just wished Daphne was here. A moment later, a goblin came into the room. She sat tall. Susan did her best to copy her. The goblin looked rather disinterested as it put a few folders and 2 boxes on the table, then sat in the taller chair across from them. "Thank you for being so punctual to our letters. Lady Greengrass and Miss Bones." "Yes, account manager. Are we the only ones for the will?" "There are others, but per Madame Bones' request, Miss Bones is to be offered to be head of house and emancipated at the earliest possible opportunity. The requisite 5 days have passed since Madame Amelia Bones stopped breathing. She is considered deceased by magic and the old ways. Does Miss Bones wish to be head of the Bones and emancipated?" the goblin questioned. Susan sniffed but kept herself together. She cast one quick look to Tabitha before saying in a steady voice, "I will become head of the Bones, but I wish Lady Greengrass to be my regent until I come of age," Susan said. "Very well," the goblin said. He slid one of the boxes towards Susan. "Here is your family's ring to denote your status. You are only applicable for the heir ring until such time you choose to be emancipated or are considered to be of age by magic and the Wisengamot." He turned to complete a few forms. Susan reached for the box, her hands shaking some. Inside was the head of house ring and the heir's ring. Susan took the heir's ring, and when she put it on her finger, the rune work glowed white. The goblin slid over a small stack of papers. "If you would both sign the indicated spots. Miss Bones is now the titular head of house until she comes of age. Lady Greengrass, you are her regent." She nodded and took up one of the black quills in a holder. She may not like blood quills, but it was necessary. A few minutes later, the goblin took the parchments. "It will cost 4 galleons and 7 sickles to file the paperwork. Are you paying, or would you like a draft to your vault?" "We will do a draft, but only after any other business is handled," Tabitha told the goblin. "Very well. As the head of house, you are eligible to review and execute any wills before they are read in public. Would you like to review it now?" Susan sniffed. "I will take it. Do I have to act on everything today?" "No. The reading has been set for September 5th to meet the minimum 30 days of probate. Probate with the ministry is waived because there is an heir and head, the goblin told her. He slid a folder to her after taking the other parchments back. I would like to review this with my aunt and solicitor, the girl said. Amelia had trained their niece well. That concludes the bank's business with you, Miss Bones, the goblin indicated. They both moved to get up, but the goblin said, Am I to assume we are not to discuss the business with House Greengrass I sent to you this morning? She stopped while halfway up to look at the goblin. It took her a moment to realize something important was going on. She sat back down. I was unaware of any business with me or my husband. The owl was sent out at start of business today. It has been the required 15 days since the signing of the contract. By law and treaty, we cannot hold it in probate any longer and must seek ratification of the Lord or Lady of House Greengrass. Her brow rose. You must excuse me, account manager, but I am unaware of any contract or what you're talking about. The goblin opened the last folder on the table, looked at it, then slid the whole thing over towards her. The region of House Potter has offered a betrothal contract to Miss Daphne Greengrass. Miss Greengrass has accepted, as is her right being 16, and now the Lord or Lady of House Greengrass must agree to the contract before the month waiting period is concluded. A counteroffer can be made, but the Regent Potter has expressed the contract is to be accepted as is. Susan gasped next to her. Tabitha's eyes widened and she grasped the side of the chair. Her mouth moved a time or two before she found her voice. I'm sorry. Did you say my daughter has accepted a betrothal contract? That is what this is. Account manager Rotgut, the former manager of all black accounts, oversaw the drafting and witnessing. I was asked to present this to you since I already had an appointment, the goblin said. Aunt Tabitha, Daphne is marrying Harry, Susan asked. The girl's eyes were as wide as hers. Tabitha pursed her lips. It would appear so. May I take this to review with my husband and solicitors? You may, Lady Greengrass. I will have a copy for you in a few minutes. Regent Potter has agreed to pay for any cost associated. I am required to inform you by treaty that such betrothals are considered magically binding. Miss Greengrass has expressed she will accept this betrothal. If there is no contest, or Miss Greengrass's head of house does not act on it within the next 30 days, then anything Regent Potter is offering you will be given to Miss Greengrass as a dowry instead of to the family. She nodded her head, knowing the laws and treaties around such contracts. For an heir and regent of an ancient house to offer a betrothal meant the clock was ticking. After a month, Daphne would be free to do what she wanted for a year and a day before another betrothal could be offered since she expressed she wanted this union. Come, Susan, she said, taking up the folder. Susan took her folder. The goblin slid the second box over towards her. Lady Greengrass, per the contract, Regent Potter would like to offer you the betrothal rings. He recognizes this is not the normal way, but said it is up to you to offer them to your daughter. There is a letter in the box. If you refuse, return these rings. She looked at the box. She couldn't understand why her daughter wouldn't be wearing a betrothal ring if she had accepted this. Susan voiced her thoughts. Daphne isn't wearing a betrothal ring and she is betrothed. I did not say that. The Potter betrothal ring is being used, the goblin informed them. These are the rings of the Blacks, the house the betrothal is being offered through. Her mouth felt dry. The Blacks had even more political sway than the Potter name. To reject this may make waves her family wouldn't recover from. The same day, Marseille, France. Daphne was leaning against the railing of the back veranda. She was looking down at the narrow cobbled street below. It was relatively quiet in the warm midday sun. Today she was in a dress, preferring that to the muggle shorts and t-shirts she had been wearing. Daphne had started to like the world Harry called just the normal world, but there were still things she knew would take a while to get used to. The amount of flesh on display and the clothing was one of them. The long, thin summer dress was something she felt more comfortable in, being more like the robes and dresses she had grown up with. She scowled. Part of why she wanted to get away was to leave behind the narrow, small world she had grown up in. Harry may tease her about being a princess, and from him she liked it, but she didn't want to be a pureblood princess anymore. She didn't want her whole life to be mapped out for her, or for her father to tell her who he wanted her to marry. They were young, but what she had seen of Harry Potter since last October had her knowing she was in love with him and wouldn't want to leave him. She reached into the open neck of her dress to pull out a long silver chain. When they had gone to Gringotts, they needed to hide what they were doing. Coming home for a few days with a ring on her finger would have ruined everything. They needed to wait for Harry to turn 16, which was why they waited until August to leave. She knew that Harry wasn't totally committed to leaving when she first suggested it, but after being ignored by his friends, and after Sirius was killed at the Ministry in June, he had decided he needed to leave. Thinking back to that fateful night, Harry had come to find her after their last exam anxious about a vision from Voldemort. They had been working on a clumency, trying to fix what Snape had done to him, but somehow the dark wizard had broken through. He was frantic to get to the Ministry to save his godfather. She had barely been able to convince him to try the mirror that he had before Harry went racing off to save Sirius. When Sirius didn't answer, she helped him get into Umbridge's office and watched with tearful eyes as he went through the flames. She had convinced herself she would never see him again until his patroness had found her in the middle of the night. Daphne had been confused. The magic felt like Harry, but instead of a large stag, there was an ethereal dog that looked awfully familiar to her animagus form. When she followed the dog to the Chamber of Secrets, she found him just collapsed into himself on a couch they had dragged down there. She put his head into her lap and just ran her hand through his hair the rest of the night. The only thing he had told her was that Sirius is dead. She would find out with most everyone else the basis of the fight the next morning. The papers were littered with pictures of the catastrophe. As much as she wanted to know what happened, Harry only told her a week later, the night before the train left Hogwarts. Voldemort had broken into the Ministry. Harry had found his way to the Hall of Prophecies, found the orb, then a fight broke out when he was confronted by 8 Death Eaters. He wasn't as skilled as them, but between his year as a Triwizard champion and their training last year, he had managed to hold them off and survive until Sirius and Dumbledore's people arrived. The fight between Dumbledore's group and the Death Eaters had not gone well. 2 Death Eaters, 3 Aurors, Sirius and someone else called Diggle had all been killed. When Dumbledore had portkeyed Harry into his office after the battle, the man had lain the weight of the world onto her boyfriend's shoulders. Not wanting to die like everyone else he had loved, Harry asked her to leave this time. She had been asking him to do that since Easter because of the way Umbridge and the Ministry were treating him. Thinking back to the day he had asked her to leave, he had said that he didn't want to lose anyone else. He didn't want to lose her. She wasn't totally sure if he knew what he was asking of her, but she had agreed. The next few weeks had been busy. Daphne had had to gather most of the supplies they would need since Harry couldn't really leave the prison of his relatives. She wanted to kill them when she had realized what his life was like at the Dursleys. Only the fact that they needed to slip away unseen had kept her from doing so. Luckily, she had been able to get some help from a few that cared about Harry, mainly the twins. She had gotten to know them over the year as they had helped Harry and her with some of the more advanced spells from the Newt curriculum. She soon came to realize that Fred and George were perhaps some of the most advanced students in the school, even if their grades didn't show it. Professor Lupin had unfortunately been in the shop one day, which turned out to be a godsend when the twins had convinced him to let Harry get out some. One of the few days he could escape his jailers, they had gone to Gringotts. There, they had gone to their vaults, cleaned them out, and then met with some account managers. She had been surprised to understand he had somehow been in contact with Gringotts when it seemed none of his other letters either made it where they were going, or no one responded to him. In that meeting, he presented her with the ring she was now twirling in her fingers. The silver ring was flat on the top edges with an inscription. At the peak was 2 griffins holding up the Potter's suit of arms. The ruby eyes of the griffins looked up at her as she studied the crest. It was her crest now. Being the betrothed of the Regent Potterblack meant she was a Potter in all but name and bonding now. They had 30 days before they could officially bond. Today would be the day her parents found out about this. She wasn't sure if she was nervous or not. Would she be exiled from her house, or would they accept the betrothal that Harry had come up with? Would her parents accept this, as Harry was giving up his titles and everything so that he couldn't be dragged back to England? It was important they bond before the next Wisengamot meet. At that time, the 2 houses would be dissolved, and they would lose the protections of the betrothal being signed by an heir and regent to 2 ancient houses. Her father could easily break the bonding if it was made after they weren't protected by the old laws. As she looked at the ring, a blonde woman leaned against the railing a few feet away. "Why do you not wear that?" Apolline asked. Daphne smiled. The woman had been exceedingly kind to them and acted like she would have liked her mother to act at times. "The betrothal isn't legal yet. It wouldn't be right," Daphne said. Apolline looked at her. Are you not committed, or are you embarrassed? Do you not want to be bonded to Harry? Daphne looked up, giving the woman a sharp look. I would do anything for Harry and will never leave him. Until my father signs the contract or the 45-day waiting period is up, I can't be officially Harry's. She looked back down at the ring with longing. She wanted everyone to know that Harry had chosen her. She had been chosen, not sold or bought or bargained for. Harry had given her a choice and clearly wanted her. She was not embarrassed. She was committed, heart and soul. Apolline kept studying her. It is not against tradition to wear a gift freely given to you. It doesn't matter what it means. If it has importance to you and Harry, then that is all that is important. Daphne took in a long breath. Wasn't the reason they left was to get away from the insanity of where they grew up? It felt like an act of defiance to unclasp the necklace, take the ring off, and with a trembling hand, put the ring onto her fourth finger of her left hand. There was a warmth that had her smile. Apolline looked satisfied and then looked out onto the street and houses across the way. Have you and Harry thought about what my husband asked last night? Daphne put the necklace into her pocket and then started to spin the ring on her finger, pleased to have it there. Harry and I did. We don't want to cause any issues for you. I see that a bounty is now being offered. Apolline scoffed. That is the temper tantrum of a fool. Jean-Paul is going to talk with the minister today. He is the director of the International Diplomatic Department. They are not going to accept the fugitive status of either of you. It is not just the ministry. Now that everyone knows, you know that Dumbledore and you-know-who will be looking for Harry, Daphne said. And you will be protected. Fleur starts at the Second Gnomish Bank of Switzerland on Monday. You will go with her, open your accounts, and then there are ways to leave Europe from there. Our family has holdings in Morocco and Algeria. You can go there and then decide what to do then, Apolline told her. Daphne picked her eyes up from her ring. Apolline, why are you helping Harry and I like this? Apolline gave her a gentle smile. I remember being young. I remember how young love is. I once ran only to return years later. If I had had support, I don't know if I would have gone back to my enclave. But I would not have met Jean-Paul and had my daughters if I had not. I see the way Harry looks at you. Even if I didn't have a debt to Harry, I would help you. They were looking into each other's eyes. Thank you, Daphne said at length. You are welcome. If you want, Esme will have lunch ready soon and I expect Harry and Fleur to be back shortly, Apolline offered, indicating a table in the shade of the building. Is Gabrielle going to be all right? Daphne asked. She had not been pleased at the younger girl's infatuation with Harry when they had first arrived, but the poor girl kept making a fool of herself every time he was around her. Apolline gave a knowing smile. She will get over it. Harry is just the first man to catch her fancy. There will be others. Daphne nodded, though she could understand the young Vila's infatuation. Daphne had never really felt this way towards anyone like this until Harry and knew she would never get over it. They sat, and the little house elf that had no qualms about telling her masters off when needed, put a pitcher of fruit juice and a carafe of wine onto the table. Apolline had a short conversation in French with Esme before the little elf went back into the house. Fleur told me about your animagus forms. That is an accomplishment for one so young, Apolline said. She didn't seem to be looking for more information, but Daphne gave a shy smile. Harry's father and his friends learned to be animagus about the same age. Harry wanted to have something in common with his parents. I knew my family had books on it. It took us 7 months to get it, and we only managed our forms shortly before school was out, Daphne said. Still, at your age, that is impressive. Fleur and my husband were impressed with Harry from the Triwizard Tournament. That is the type of talent that should not be wasted. If you wish, we can protect you to finish your schooling at Beauxbatons, Apolline offered. Daphne shook her head. We shouldn't stay long. Harry is anxious. I don't know if he will wait for Monday, which was only 2 days away. And you? Apolline asked. Daphne shrugged, a habit she had emulated from Harry to annoy her parents and was now becoming normal. I will go where Harry goes. I also agree with him that we cannot wait. If the ministry, Dumbledore, my parents, or you-know-who finds us, they will take us back or kill us. They may even hurt you and your family. I don't want to see that happen. Apolline nodded. Then let us help you. Daphne inclined her head and poured some of the wine into a glass. Apolline didn't say anything, just indicating for Daphne to fill hers as well. That night, Ottery, Catchpole, England, Ron, and Ginny sat on the stairs just out of sight of the kitchen. They were both worried about Harry and wanted to hear what the Order had to say. Their mum hadn't tried to see if they were there yet, so they were being as silent as they could be. Kingsley, you said you have news. Dumbledore's voice came up the stairs. Years ago, Bill had done something so that you could hear everything in the kitchen if you sat on these stairs, and they had all used that at times. Quite a bit, actually. The goblins sent a few things through the goblin liaison offices. Notices of auctions for Grimmauld Place, the cottage in Godric's Hollow, and more than a dozen properties between Hogsmeade and Diagon Alley, the deep voice of Kingsley said. He can't sell Grimmauld Place. What about the order? That is supposed to be a safe house, their mum complained. It is Harry's property. I don't understand, though, how he is able to do this. I have not been contacted as his guardian to authorize any of this, Dumbledore stated. There were more notices. Today was the end of the 15-day waiting period for them to also submit official emancipation papers, head of house for the Potters and Blacks and this, Kingsley said. There was a general stir, but no one said anything for a moment. Ginny leaned over. Can you see what they are looking at? She whispered. You know we can't see anything from here, Ron whispered back. Albus, what is it? Ron thought that to be Hestia. Was this validated with the contracts department? Dumbledore asked. It is just waiting acceptance or rejection by Lord Greengrass, Kingsley said. Albus, what is it? Their mum queried. Molly, you are sure that Ronald and Ginevra knew nothing about Miss Greengrass this year? Dumbledore asked. Ginny took in a sharp breath as though she understood what was going on. I have talked with them and Fred and George. They only knew that Harry had become rather reclusive. Ron said Harry wasn't really talking much with him or Hermione. Why? Their mum questioned. It would appear that Miss Greengrass and Harry were closer than expected. Kingsley, please let me know if this changes, Dumbledore said. Albus, what is that? Their mum asked. A betrothal contract. Harry and Miss Greengrass have accepted the terms. There are 30 more days to have it rejected by her father, Dumbledore said. There was utter silence. Ginny let out a soft sob. That would go along with what I saw at the bank today. Lady Greengrass came in with Susan Bones. She left not looking pleased. I was also able to find out that Harry closed all his vaults and only has an account to handle the selling of the properties that were sent to auction, Bill said. Harry can't be gone. Albus, where is he? He's only a child, their mum screeched. Molly, it will be all right, their father said. Is there any hint of Harry? Dumbledore asked. We have found nothing, Moody said. Albus, I think we should consider he left the country. He wouldn't do that. Where would he go? Dumbledore asked. Harry only knows Britain and doesn't speak another language. Doesn't mean he couldn't still run, Moody said. There are a lot of places out there that speak English. They heard the door burst open. There was a bit of commotion before they heard Tonks. I just came from the underage magical office. Harry had an owl redirect on him from Fudge, and no one had opened the box since Fudge was tossed out of office. There was a large commotion. Harry didn't get any of our letters. What about what he sent us? Ginny asked, her eyes wide. Merlin, he probably thought we abandoned him again. Ron had a pit in his stomach. He had sent Harry anything. When it silenced enough, they heard Moody. The lad was cracking, Albus. These letters sound desperate for any communication. This one is asking Hermione to write him, or he knows their friendship is over, Kingsley commented. Albus, why would this happen? These letters go back to almost Christmas. Some of them are to Sirius, their mum said. There was a silence for a moment. Ron swallowed. Ginny shared a frightened look at him. These were to Harry. I know where Hermione is, their father said. Where? A few asked. Her parents have moved and forced her to go. She is in Australia now. These last 2 letters sound desperate and ask Harry to come get her, their father said. You don't think he knows and is on his way to save her? Their mum questioned. Dumbledore's calm voice wasn't reassuring. If Harry is traveling with Miss Greengrass, I highly doubt he is off to Miss Granger. These letters from Harry don't suggest he has many feelings for her anymore. Alistair, I must ask you to track down Miss Granger and just see if she has heard from Harry. I can do that. Albus, I can tell you, though, if Potter has left and is heading towards Australia, he hasn't done it by any magical means. Even if he was emancipated, the detectors in the underage magical use department would have picked him up leaving the country if he portkeyed or took other magical transport, Moody said. And what about the betrothal? His mum questioned. Ginny let out a larger sob and then got up. Ron moved to follow her before stopping. If Harry has decided to marry her, there is little we can do. If he was coerced, we have 30 days to find him. I will petition the Wisengamot to protest his emancipation. The boy is clearly distressed right now and needs our guidance, Dumbledore told them. Ron frowned. Hermione and him had abandoned Harry last summer. Harry hadn't really forgiven them, but by Christmas they were friends again. Apparently not best friends anymore. He would never have suspected Harry to be with Daphne Greengrass. Besides being a snake, She was one of the best-looking birds in the school, and even though Harry was the boy who lived, he would have thought a pureblood princess like that to be out of his league. Ron knew he wouldn't even attempt something like that. There was an equal amount of jealousy and admiration for his friend, though that jealousy was overshadowed by concern. If Harry had run, he obviously didn't want to come back. Ron didn't like it, but if his friend felt that way, it was his responsibility to help Harry. He needed to warn Hermione somehow. The meeting was starting to go in circles over everything that had just come out, so Ron went to find Ginny. He may not be the most caring of people, but he knew when his siblings were hurting, and Ginny had had a crush on Harry for years. All the times she had been upset with him for being so blasé about Harry this summer made much more sense. That night, Wiltshire, England Lucius sat in his study, a half-full sniffer of brandy between him and the 3 men he had found. The one farthest to the right was short, far too short to not either be a half-goblin or half-elf. By the pointed nature of his ears and the large nose, he was thinking that one of his ancestors had an unhealthy fetish with a house elf. The one in the middle was tall and thin. His white face and red eyes denoted that he was a creature of the night. Lucius hated vampires more than half-breeds, but when needs must, you did what you had to. The last of the 3 was ragged, looking with threadbare clothes. The man hadn't washed in a bit and smelled. His fetid yellow eyes showed a werewolf that had fallen on challenging times and needed a pack. He had found it in the 2 companions that made up this motley group of mercenaries. "You want them dead or alive?" the vampire asked. "Alive, in one piece and undamaged. If they are seriously harmed, I will half you pay. If either of them dies, my lord will find out about it," Lucius said threateningly. "Are we allowed to have any fun?" The werewolf asked, a malicious grin on his face. "Undamaged," Lucius stressed his point. He passed over a mirror to the vampire. "If you find them, you are to contact me immediately. I will come to you as soon as I possibly can." "This is not our normal job. It will cost you," the vampire stated. 10,000, Lucius offered. 15 and 5 more if we are able to get them undamaged. "If you can find them and bring them back in the next 10 days, I'll double it," Lucius told them. The look of greed that passed between the 3 had him nervous about the results. Lucius was convinced that the 2 teens were on the continent. He had called on every resource and informant he had in the last 2 days, and the last time anyone had seen Potter was before the end of July, and Greengrass about the same time. With the news he got from his informants in the ministry today, he was sure the negotiations with the Greengrasses were at an end. He wanted to kill them, but if he didn't have the eldest daughter, it wouldn't do them any good. They wouldn't be able to get the wealth of the family, which is what he needed to hand over to his lord. The 3 stood up. 10 days, 50,000, the vampire said. Lucius snarled at the audacity of the creature, but he was desperate. "Fine, the bounty drops by 5,000 each day over that. 15 minimum. We will contact you once we know where they are," the vampire said, taking the mirror and then walking out of his study. Lucius would normally see them off the property, but with so many others in his house, it didn't really matter anymore. Lucius downed the brandy in his glass before pouring more into it. He got up and looked out the window at the dark lawns and garden. Only the eerie white of the peacocks could be seen in the darkness. August 11, 1996, Rotherham, England Grover. "I don't care what you do, but you will fix this," her mother declared angrily. "I am trying, Tabitha, but you are telling me not to destroy this contract," her father yelled back. Astoria had never heard her parents argue like they had in the last 10 days. She had thought Daphne ran away for a few days to make a point and would be back by now. She had also thought that Harry Potter had just been a name to rile her parents. She had known Daphne was secretly seeing someone, but Harry Potter. Astoria had assumed it to be one of the well-connected Ravenclaws, maybe even a Hufflepuff, but the Gryffindor golden boy. After seeing how her mother had come home yesterday in a temper, and Susan telling her about the betrothal, Astoria had come to realize that Daphne wasn't doing this just to gain more freedom, or maybe to have their father rethink the negotiations with the Malfoys. Number Daffy had meant what she said and wanted out. She must also really like Potter. "I told you when we married you would never sell our children. You promised me. You promised me that our children, our daughters, would have a choice, like we did. You know my father would never have agreed to our betrothal if you had tried to buy me like the Malfoys are. How can you even think to associate with them? You know they support the Dark Lord. The man and his followers killed most of my family." "I will not associate with any of them," her mother yelled. Susan was sitting next to her on the stairs and gave Astoria a worried look. Then you are condemning us all. You think I want to ally us with the Malfoys and those blood supremacists. Our family is being threatened, Tabitha. I have been approached by several of the Dark Lord's followers and warned if we don't support them and ally with them, then we will pay in other ways. You know what that means? Her father yelled. Astoria could hear the worry in his voice. I need to protect you, our daughters, and everyone else that depends on us. Grover, I will never submit myself to that band of psychopaths. I will fight you tooth and nail to ensure my daughters and niece never associate with them. Daphne has obviously thought the same and found a way out of this. You will talk to the papers. You will talk to your contacts on the continent and stop this campaign of blaming Potter for this. You know our daughter would never let herself be dragged off if she didn't want to go. You will find a way to get her back or for us to leave England. I will not risk this family, and to be aligned with the Potters and Blacks is one of the strongest positions we could have, her mother stated. If I sign this, I sign our death warrants, her father angrily retorted. I will get Daphne back, and he did kidnap our daughter. There was a resounding silence for a moment. Grover, if you persist in this path, Astoria, Susan, and I will leave, and I will try to find my daughter on my own. You will do nothing to stop me if you want this family to survive. If you remember, it was my father, the Lord Bones, that gave your father the funds to expand your family business. I can call in those shares. I won't allow you, her father commanded. Astoria took in a sharp breath. She had never heard her father like this. She and Susan jumped when they heard a slap. This time her mother's voice was deathly calm. You will not tell me what to do. I am Regent Bones, not just your wife. I have the power and authority, and if Susan decided she wants to become regent, then I will advise her to do the same. You have until tomorrow to call off your dogs for kidnapping Daphne. If she is not home, or you have not signed that betrothal in the next 10 days, we are leaving. I want my Daphne back, and you will make it happen. Her father didn't say a thing. The clack of her mother's boots had them scrambling to get up. They had only managed to stand and turn when her mother walked out of her father's study. The door slammed closed behind her. They stopped when her mother cleared her throat. Slowly she turned. Susan did the same. They both looked like young girls caught at something they shouldn't have been doing. Her mother looked at them. You heard, she asked. Astoria firmed her face and stood tall, her chin up and acting like the lady she should, even if she was only 14. We heard you and father arguing and came to investigate if everything was all right. Her mother rose an eyebrow, her emotionless mask up. Her eyes drifted to Susan. Susan was standing tall but squirmed after a moment under her gaze. We were being nosy, Susan admitted. Astoria cast a quick glare to her cousin. There were reasons Susan was a Hufflepuff, not a Slytherin. Her mother snorted in apparent mirth. I see why you were not a Slytherin like myself and my sister. I would like you to pack your school trunks and no more than one other. Be ready to leave at a moment's notice. Susan, if you agree, I am going to submit an application to Beauxbatons in case we need to leave. Astoria, I do not want you to tell anyone about this. I also don't want you associating with any family we know is associated with you-know-who, and do not leave the house without Minzy or Quentin. Susan. Please make sure one of your house elves are always within call. If either of you feel threatened, return here or to our house in the Lake region. I do not want anything happening to either of you. Do you understand? Yes, Mother, Astoria said, feeling genuinely concerned. I'll do that, Aunt Tabitha. Do you mind if I go see Hannah? Susan asked. Please ensure you are packed first. I would like you back for dinner tonight. Don't mention anything about what we found out at Greengrass yesterday or what is going on in this house, her mother demanded. I won't, Aunt Tabitha. Her mother nodded and then went past the back stairs and towards her private potions lab and greenhouse. Susan and Astoria shared a look. Susan had tears building in her eyes. I can't lose you, Aunt Tabitha or Uncle Grover. I want Daphne. Astoria reached over and took Susan's hands. Astoria hadn't really mourned for Aunt Amelia yet. Maybe things with Daffy were affecting her more than she thought. You won't lose us. I'm sure we'll find Daffy soon. Susan gave a watery smile. She hates that name. Astoria gave a cheeky smile back. I know. Is Aunt Tabitha really serious about leaving? Susan inquired as they started up the stairs, still holding hands. I am going to pack by trunks. If Mother says we will, Astoria told her. She knew once either of her parents set their minds, they could be extremely stubborn and usually did exactly as they said. Susan nodded. I haven't really unpacked yet, but I have all my stuff. Do you want help figuring out what you need in repacking? She asked. Susan took in a long breath and then let it out. No, There are things from Auntie that I will need to go through and would rather do that on my own. Astoria squeezed her hand. If you change your mind, I'm not going anywhere today. Thanks, Story, Susan said. It's what family does, Susie. A few minutes later, Astoria closed her door and let the worry finally show. She looked around her room. Even with an expanded trunk, she would never be able to fit everything, and she wasn't sure if they had any multi-compartment trunks. Going over to her closet, she pulled out her school trunk. Minzy, she softly called out. A moment later, the house elf popped into existence next to her as she took everything out of her school trunk. She was fairly sure she hadn't done this in the 3 years since going to Hogwarts. Mrs. Astoria call. She smiled at the small elf in a dress that had obviously been made either out of an old curtain or blanket. My mother wants me to pack a trunk for traveling. Do you know where the travel trunks are? They alls being in the attic. How many yous be needing? Minzy can get them. I would appreciate that. Do you know if we have any with large expansion charms or multi-compartment trunks? Astoria questioned. Minzy does not know. Minzy can check, the elf said, grinding the ball of her foot into the hardwood floor. Please do. I will need 2 trunks, preferably multi-compartment trunks. Please do the same for my mother and see if Susan needs another, Astoria instructed. Minzy nodded and then snapped her fingers. Astoria turned back to her school trunk. She had a feeling she would not be going back to Hogwarts and would need to pack accordingly. Daphne wanted change, and change was definitely happening. August 12, 1996, Paris. France. Nathan was sniffing the air. They had heard a rumor that their targets may have been seen by some Aurors a few days ago. He was sent into the station to find out. Sanguini couldn't come out in the daylight, and Bergen was trying to find any videos that might have been taken by the few Muggle cameras around the station. Nathan had been a squib that grew up the Muggle world, so knew what the half-elf was trying. That had been a surprise when he had been approached by Bergen almost 2 years ago to join this little band of bounty hunters. Bergen's mother had been a Muggle-born, with an apparent fetish for creatures, and had instructed her son all about Muggle society. Nathan was a natural tracker and had come to their attention when he had beat them to 2 marks. Sanguini pretending to be a reformed vampire, using his connections in the wizarding world to get them jobs like this, and to have contacts for leads. With a potential payout of 50,000 galleons, the 3 of them were highly motivated to find these kids and return them unharmed. Nathan turned his nose up at that. He may not like to run with the packs around Fenrir Greyback or a few of the other more bloodthirsty alphas, but he did like a young girl at times, especially if she was still a virgin. As he sniffed around, he caught the scent that bothered him when they found it at the shipyards in Portsmouth. It was an odd mix of dog and human. He knew he had smelt something like that before but couldn't remember what it was. They weren't werewolves or creatures, but it was a definite dog smell. It was also faint. If he had to guess, 3 or 4 days old. It wouldn't last much longer, or if a cleaning crew had come through, he wouldn't have found it. Following the smell, he stopped at some restrooms before going down to the platform. The kids were being smart, using only Muggle transport, making it near impossible for them to track, unless you had unique skills like them. A very pale figure was standing in the shade of the platform. Did you find anything? Just that they passed through. It smells like it's the girl's time of the month to bleed, Nathan told the vampire. The vampire sniffed. He bared his large front fangs for a moment. All I smell is blood around me. It is intoxicating and distracting. Nathan snorted. He bet the vampire was having a challenging time. They never hunted when on a job, though. Nathan watched as the platform became busy with people. He withdrew into the shadows with Sanguini. They are traveling Muggle, he said to the vampire. Let's hope that Bergen finds something then. The scrying is not working. I need their blood, the vampire said. Malfoy said not to hurt them, the squeaky voice of their last member said, though he didn't look too bothered either way. I am not losing out of gold. We have 8 more days to get the bonus. What did you find? Sanguini inquired. We need to head south. They got on a train heading towards Valence, Bergen said. How far away is that? Nathan asked. About 300 miles, Bergen said, looking up at the signs over the platforms. Nathan scowled. And where did they get off? That is a long way to go. They seem to be trying to get as far as they can but don't have a destination in mind, Bergen commented, and then started to walk away towards the main terminal. What makes you say that? Sanguini questioned. The videos showed them looking at the boards for about 10 minutes. I don't think they knew what they were looking for. They bought tickets for Le Mans in the west but jumped on a train when some Aurors started to follow them. I don't think they meant to do that, the half-elf said. I smelt them on that platform, Nathan said, and that is the one the train for Valence left from. And where are we going? Sanguini questioned. Valence, do you have any contacts in that part of the country? Bergen inquired. A few. We can see them once we get there, Sanguini replied. Good. Our portkey leaves in about 8 minutes, Bergen informed them. Nathan was happy that France didn't care if creatures like them used the public or magical transportation systems. Not like Britain. Same day, Geneva, Switzerland. Harry padded along beside Fleur and Jean-Paul. Fleur was in a modest brown dress suit with a small leather satchel over her left shoulder that screamed office worker to him. He noticed many turned to look at her. Her father, who was an imposing man. He may only be 5.5 feet tall, but Very was muscular with strong magical aurora, like his wife and daughters. The man glared at many of the men and boys, who quickly looked away. Harry was going to have to learn how to copy that look to keep people from staring at Daphne. She was right next to him, her flank often rubbing against his as they followed the father-daughter pair through the rather large magical section of town. Apparently, Switzerland was a large trading and banking hub, and the Second Gnomish Bank was probably the wealthiest and busiest wizarding bank in Europe, if not the world. Fleur had only gone to the goblins because their reputation, mastery in ward-weaving and curse-breaking, and the many branches around the world, meaning she could transfer easily. The gnomes' main banks were in Switzerland, with branches elsewhere. The first bank was the main deposit branch for vaults, and as such, and was in Geneva. Fleur said she wasn't sure what the third bank was for, but all business could, and usually did, go through the second bank. Even if the gnomes didn't have a huge banking footprint. They dominated much of the magical world in trade and transportation. The large zeppelins in the distance were like nothing Harry had ever seen. When they approached the second gnomish bank, he tried to compare it to Gringotts. Unlike the large marble structure that the goblins had in Diagon Alley that screamed opulence for the late 1600s, this place was much more modern, 5 times the size and twice as tall. Dozens of wizards and others were moving in and out of the bank even at 8:30 in the morning. Inside, the lobby was large, with pink marble columns and a marble floor with the crest of the bank worked into it. 24 iron grill-protected teller booths were on the wall opposite the entrance. A cubicle area was off to the right, and a few doors were on the right wall. Fleur went towards a door labeled Nur Angestelt, while Jean-Paul led them towards the cubicles and a small waiting area. People looked at them but didn't question the 2 dogs with Jean-Paul. There were many explanations in the wizarding world, and even if people suspected they might be animagus, no one would know who they were unless they saw them transform or knew their magic like Fleur. Jean-Paul approached a podium with a small woman sitting on a high chair. She was plump with a kind face, blue eyes, light brown hair, dimples, and stood maybe 2 feet tall. Harry had never seen a high gnome before. They reminded him of a picture book he saw one time. She greeted Jean-Paul in what Harry thought might be German. After talking for a moment, he motioned for them to stand by a tall bush in a large pot. She is calling for an account manager. We will be shown into a private room. Harry and Daphne stood tall, acting like a show dog should, and waited patiently, even though Harry wanted to run and get away. He didn't like being around so many witches and wizards that could potentially identify them. How common could it be for a dog to have brilliant green eyes and a white lightning bolt shape on its forehead? Daphne shifted just a bit closer, so their flanks were touching. It was comforting. They only had to wait a few minutes before a man, not much taller than the woman that helped them, came up to them. He said something in German and they Jean-Paul passed the cubicles and into an office. When the door closed, the man said, "I understand you only understand English." Harry looked up to Jean-Paul. "You and Daphne can change now. It will be safe." Harry took a step and soon was holding Daphne's hand. Today he was in a nice suit that Jean-Paul had helped him get, and Daphne was in a green dress that was both elegant and proper for an office. "I can speak English and French, but Daphne only speaks English." The man bowed. "Let me welcome you to the Second Gnomish Bank, Herr Potter. I am Senior Account Manager Meadowcroft, and who is your companion?" "This is my betrothed, Daphne Greengrass," Harry said. "Ah, yes, I was expecting that. The 2 of you have made quite a stir if the papers are anything to go by," Meadowcroft said. Harry stiffened and moved his hand to touch the tip of his wand. Jean-Paul must have caught the way they both were reacting. "Harry, Daphne, you are safe here and the gnomes will do nothing. This is neutral ground." Meadowcroft spread his arms. We do not involve ourselves in anything not of the Gnomish nation or required by the ICW treaty. As you claim Frau Greengrass is your betrothed, I am to assume there is no foul play. Now, I understand you are pressed for time. What can the Gnomish banks do for you? He motioned for them to take a seat. He shared a quick look with Daphne, who made an exceedingly small nod of acceptance, then towards Jean-Paul, who motioned for Harry to talk. Harry turned to Meadowcroft, who was now sitting behind his desk with his hand folded over each other. We need a new bank. I don't trust the goblins and don't have anywhere else to try to convert my galleons to muggle money, he said. Meadowcroft pursed his lips. Tell me you did not use the exchange rate that the goblins offer. Harry looked at the man questioningly. There is a different rate. The gnomes and puckwidgies in the MACUSA offer a rate comparable to the current gold prices. The goblins fleece their clients by pegging the rate to a 153-year-old treaty. They make a killing off of each transaction and then try to blame the wizards for cheating them. Harry made a disgusted face. Daphne questioned, What is the current rate? Meadowcroft reached for a book on his desk, leafed through it for a moment, and then took out an abacus. I can offer £32, 9 pence per galleon, or 16 Swiss francs and 4 centimes. That is with the banking and transfer taxes included. Daphne sounded like she was choking, while Harry balled his fists. I exchanged 30,000 galleon for only 150,000 pounds. You are saying I should have got almost $1 million. Meadowcroft was frowning. I am sorry that you were taken like that, but there are reasons we recommend our clients to never bank with the goblins. Jean-Paul put a hand on Harry's arm. It is over and done with. If you wish to make your flight, you have only 2 hours or so left. Harry took in a sharp breath and let it out. Merlin, if father knew this, Daphne muttered. Meadowcroft sat there silently. Harry let out a long breath. We need to set up accounts. We need to be able to access both wizarding and muggle money, but I have no idea where we plan to end up except we are heading to Morocco after this. I also have a few properties around Europe that will need to be managed. That is no issue. I can contract out the services you need for property management, but that is not something we typically handle. We have a non-magical business side, unlike the goblins, and offer special bags that will give you the currency you need with the conversion rates that this bank offers. We also offer draft and checks. We are working on being able to link what the non-magicals call credit cards, the gnome said, as though it was something foreign to him, but have not been able to at this time since that would require us being able to use computers, and as you know, electronics and magic do not mix well. Is that like the money pouches that Gringotts offers? Daphne questioned. My father has one but uses it sparingly. Meadowcroft snorted in a dark mirth. Yes, I am not surprised. The goblins usually charge a 3% fee for every time it is used. We here at the Second Gnomish Bank have a much better offering. Here is a pamphlet, but I would recommend the international package, which would allow you to request any currency you need for only 0.25% of the transaction, but it will cost you about 80 galleons a year. It may be a little steep for some customers, but I ensure it is one of our most asked for services for those looking to travel. Our most cost-efficient ones are only about 2 galleons a year, but do not work outside of Europe and would be a 0.75% fee to exchange currency. Brilliant, Harry said, a smile coming over his face. If they could get one of these bags, then it would be easy for them to go wherever they wanted. Will we use them enough to justify 80 galleons a year? Daphne asked. That will allow for up to 3 bags on the same account, Meadowcroft said. Do it. I want a bag for Daphne and myself linked to my account, Harry said. Harry, I have my own funds, Daphne told him. Daph, we both know that I can do this and won't even notice it. You can pay me back later if you want. Besides, in less than a month we can be married, then it wouldn't matter anyways, he said, his cheeks brightening a little thinking of how Fleur had teased them about their wedding night last night. She looked into his eyes before giving him a small smile. That can be done. Will you want checks and drafts as well? Meadowcroft asked. We should, Daphne agreed. And how much are you looking to deposit today? Harry took his rucksack out of a pocket, then went to pull his wand before pausing. Can I use my wand? He asked, used to how goblins reacted to magic. There is no ban on that in this bank as long as you do nothing to steal or harm another, Meadowcroft said. Harry grinned, liking the gnome so much better. He took his wand, tapped the bag, and it grew. He then moved behind the chair and took out the 8 trunks that had been in it. I don't know the exact count. I didn't want to pay the goblins for the statements, but I'm fairly sure it's more than 2 million galleons, sickles and nuts. Not to mention jewelry, jewels, heirlooms, some armor, weapons, books. I honestly don't know everything. Daphne and I were in a rush to close our vaults, Harry said a little sheepishly. Meadowcroft looked amused. Yes. I have heard others say the same when they are trying to leave Gringotts or one of the other clan banks. I can extend an account worth 100,000 galleons until we can count and catalog everything. I will assume you want a vault as well. Please, he said. For 150 galleons we will count and appraise everything. It will be a 50 galleon charge to open the vault, and I will prepare a statement if anything needs restoration or special storage. Once the manifest is done, we also offer auction or sale services, Meadowcroft said. Is that a good deal? Harry questioned, feeling weary now at what Meadowcroft had told them about the goblins. It's a little steep, but given the number of items you look to have, I think it's reasonable, Jean-Paul told him. Fine, Harry agreed. Oh, and make sure there is room for more. Once I notify Gringotts, they are going to need to transfer over any valuables they find in the properties I am closing down. Very well, Herr Potter. And you, Frau Greengrass, how much do you have to deposit, and would you like a vault? Wouldn't I need a vault? Where would my gold go? She asked, confused. The gnomes keep excellent records of accounts. We use the gold you have to invest and make loans. We have been averaging about a 5% return for our standard account holders the last few years, and nearly 9% for preferred clients, Meadowcroft informed her. Daphne looked a little shocked. Will my money be invested? Harry asked. I thought that to be understood, the gnome said. The goblins of Gringotts don't return any investment profits unless contracted, and they prefer to let the gold sit in vaults, Jean-Paul said. Meadowcroft snarled. And they wonder why gnomes do so much better. Herr Potter, I would recommend to opening your funds to investments, and you, Frau Greengrass. How much would you be depositing? Daphne took out her trunk and a booklet that had been in her trust vault. 76,623 galleons, 4,704 sickles, and just over 8,000 nuts. I do have a few pieces of jewelry from my grandmother I would like protected. You can keep them in my vault, Harry offered her. I can have them appraised with Herr Potter's items, Meadowcroft offered. Yes, please, Daphne answered. As they started to fill out the paperwork, Harry was looking at one of the sections. Excuse me, Meadowcroft. Yes, Herr Potter. I see a section here for the account manager and commissions, Harry said. That is filled out by the bank. Once your account is established and we know the number of resources you have, an account manager that is skilled in the amounts you have will be assigned. The standard commission is usually 10% of any profits, Meadowcroft informed him. Can I choose my manager? Harry inquired. You can if they are certified, Meadowcroft said, sitting a little taller as though he expected Harry to name him. He cast a sidelong glance to Jean-Paul. Would Fleur de Lacquer be certified? Meadowcroft blinked at him. I'm sorry, I don't know any account manager by that name. She just started today. She is Jean-Paul's daughter. I'm willing to offer up to 20% of the profits if she can, Harry told them. Harry, that is too much, Jean-Paul protested. Jean-Paul, you and your family are about the only people that have ever helped me and never asked anything from me. I would trust Fleur with our money. I don't mean any offense, account manager Meadowcroft, but even the goblins used me, Harry stated. Meadowcroft leaned back. If Frau de Lacquer is qualified, I will ask. Just so you know, a quarter of the commission goes to the bank if you are trying to offer her a better deal. That's fine, Harry said. I want Fleur de Lacquer. I would like her as well, Daphne said. Meadowcroft nodded after a moment. I will talk with the bank manager. Thank you. When they were ready to leave, they were both given a money pouch. Harry got a thick booklet of vouchers to use in the wizarding world and checks to use in the muggle world. Once they were bonded, he was told Daphne would be able to use them as well. May I ask where you are going so I can forward any missives I need to? Meadowcroft asked. Harry looked at Jean-Paul. Jean-Paul said, Account Manager Meadowcroft, I know my family has been a customer of the bank for a long time. I was hoping to get a mailbox for these two. Meadowcroft nodded. Are you looking for a standard mailbox or one that can handle packages? What are you talking about? Daphne queried. The gnomes use the old vanishing cabinet enchantments to make small satchels or boxes that can transmit letters or small packages. We have one that Gabrielle will bring to Beauxbatons. I think it would be prudent for you and Daphne to have one, at least to be able to communicate with the bank, Jean-Paul told her. How much? Harry asked. A simple satchel only able to handle a few letters is 15 galleons, 8 sickles, and will cost 8 galleons a year to maintain. A satchel or box able to vanish packages up to a half meter in length and width by a quarter meter high will cost 217 galleon, 20 sickles, and cost 28 galleons a year to maintain, Meadowcroft told them. Harry shared a look with Daphne. We will take one of the package ones. Can it be a satchel? She replied. Would you like the bank or someone else to hold the other one? Meadowcroft asked as he opened a drawer and pulled out a form. Harry looked to Jean-Paul. Would you mind receiving our mail and handling anything that needs it if we can't be reached? Jean-Paul nodded. It is the least my family can do for you. I will note it, Meadowcroft said. If you give me about 10 minutes, I will be right back. When they received the satchel, Jean-Paul looked at his watch. We should be off if we are to make it to the aerodrome on time. Are you going to Eratia Fields? Meadowcroft inquired. We are, Harry said. Meadowcroft grinned. My brother is an airship captain. If you want, we offer port keys to the airfield for only a sickle. Harry looked to Daphne. They were trying to avoid this type of travel, but had already taken one to get to Geneva. After a quiet conversation, Daphne nodded. As dogs, they followed Jean-Paul to a room next to the tellers. He held out the rope, and they grabbed it with their mouths. They were dropped out onto the lawn of a hill on the outskirts of Geneva. A large iron work tower stood there with 2 large zeppelins attached high over their heads. Harry stared at the open ramps at the nose of the blimps and the steam-powered robots moving things into one and out of another. Daphne was equally surprised, which earned a chuckle from Jean-Paul. The gnomes are probably well known for their banking, but they are true masters of technomancy. You will have to turn back to pass through the boarding agents. I will say my goodbyes from here. Harry turned back. Daphne moved to his side and he wrapped an arm around her waist. Jean-Paul, thank you, Harry said, holding out his hand. The man took it and clasped it in both of his. I should be thanking you. I still have 2 daughters because of what you did. You can use our house in Morocco for as long as you need. If you ever need to come back, you and Daphne will always have a room, and do not be afraid to call for me or my family for help. Daphne moved forward and kissed the man on either cheek. Thank you, Jean-Paul. We will keep in touch and let you know if we need anything. If you need us, we will make sure you know where we are, Daphne promised. If you need witnesses for your bonding, you know who to contact. Jean-Paul told them with a grin before he stepped back and then disappeared. Harry took Daphne's hand and looked towards the giant airships. Think it will be like a broom? He asked. Daphne giggled. Do you have to compare everything to Quidditch? I doubt it, though. Harry grinned at her before they moved off towards the ticket counter. August 13, 1996, Melbourne, Australia. Hermione sat on the love seat that looked out the window onto the small lawn and the road outside the house. It had become her spot in the few weeks they had been here. At first, she had been livid at her parents. Now she was feeling depressed. Deep down, she understood why her parents had done it, but they didn't understand what her friends meant to her, and that she was willing to fight to keep them safe. Her parents running from the war that was starting was something she fully agreed with. Her running was something that she felt deeply bothered by. She had never run from adversity before, and she didn't want to now. As she looked out the window and the darkening sky, her thoughts felt just as stormy as the real one about to bear down on them. She hadn't been able to say goodbye. Harry hadn't responded to any of the letters she had sent him before her parents got her on the plane to Australia. She had abandoned Harry once last summer when Albus Dumbledore had told her to, and she wouldn't do it again. It had destroyed everything for her. She had thought Harry had finally started to develop feelings for her before the fiasco of the 3rd task. She had even kissed his cheek, and he had flushed when she left him on the platform at the end of the year. A few days later, the headmaster had visited and told her it would be best if she didn't send him any more letters, a safety precaution. She hadn't wanted to, but it was the headmaster. By the time they had gotten back to school, Harry was ignoring them. It took until almost Christmas to bring their relationship back to the close friends they once were, but she could tell any romantic feelings Harry might have had for her were gone. They also weren't as close as they used to be. He had grown quieter than before, more withdrawn and defiant towards Umbridge. She didn't like the toad, but Harry had a hatred in his eyes towards Umbridge that Hermione had no reference for. He had spent many detentions with the woman early in the year, but not even Snape got the same look of hatred that Harry gave the toad. Then there were all the times he was just gone. He made excuses that he was training with Snape and Dumbledore. He told them he was getting special lessons, but he wouldn't say what they were. Then Harry had run off to the Ministry of Magic at the end of year. A big adventure like that wasn't unusual at the end of the year for them. What was unusual was that Harry went on his own. Umbridge also disappeared that night and never came back. The next day, Harry was in the hospital wing. The Daily Prophet was falling over itself about you-know-who being in the ministry and the deaths of Sirius, Daedalus Diggle, and 2 others thought to be Death Eaters, but without masks and unknown to the DMLE. She was thinking of how Harry had withdrawn from them more before school let out when someone cleared their throat. Hermione didn't look towards the door of the sitting room, instead putting her cheek on her hand and watching the edge of the storm blow rain onto houses a few streets over. Soon it would be on them. The person cleared their throat again. After a moment, a woman said, "Are you going to give us the silent treatment all summer? We need to decide which school you are going to and get the letters out today." Hermione didn't say a word. Unlike her normal self, she hadn't looked at anything her parents had given her. She had a choice between 2 schools, one on the outskirts of Melbourne, where they now lived, or a boarding school up the coast by Brisbane. She didn't want to go to either one if it wasn't Hogwarts and where her friends were. "Hermione, you have to talk with us. If you don't decide, your father and I will," her mother said, sounding exasperated. "You already make all the decisions for my life, so have at it," she said rather bitterly, sounding like a petulant child. Hermione wasn't sure she had ever been like this. Her mother sighed. "You know we had to leave. Your professor told us what was happening, and we couldn't risk you getting hurt or caught up with those terrorists." Hermione made a disgusted face. She was not pleased with Dumbledore. He had informed her parents about the dangers, and then it had come out about how many times she had been hurt and some of the adventures that Harry, Ron, and her had gotten up to. 2 weeks later, they had been on a plane to Australia. Apparently, her parents had been thinking about it and were just waiting for her to be done with school. This gave them the excuse. Hermione didn't say anything. "Please stop sulking and come and look at the brochures," her mum requested. "If you had done this when I told you, we could have visited both schools." Hermione just put her chin on her now folded arms to watch the rain splatter on the window. She didn't want to talk about it. For once, she didn't care about her education. "All right, that is enough, young lady. Get off that couch and look through this information. I must make a few calls and then we are sitting down to talk about this," her mother demanded. "I'm not going," she said quietly. She wanted to run, but didn't know where to go or who to go to. She didn't trust Dumbledore anymore. She couldn't get to Harry. She couldn't get to any wizarding pub or anything. She had no clue where the Australian ministry or any magical community was. She had checked. The school letters said she would be shown around once accepted, and none of her books had anything on Australia. She had only been told they were leaving England forever once she was on the plane. As she watched the storm, there was a crack from outside. She started, looking around wildly. A muggle probably would have thought it a clap of thunder. Hermione knew differently. She spotted 2 figures walking down the street. One was in a battered leather travel coat. He was hobbling as he walked, a walking stick in one hand, a wand in the other. Even from here, she could recognize his scared and grizzled face. Next to him was a younger woman with blonde hair and a fit build. The way she walked had Hermione thinking she might be an Auror as well. She swallowed. "Mum, I need my wand," Hermione yelled. She knew Moody but had been sure no one knew where they were. "Hermione, I'm on the phone," her mother said back. "I'm sorry about that. I would like an appointment before the end of the month." Hermione ran into the kitchen to look for her mum's pocketbook. It was on the table next to her. When they had taken her wand, her mother had put it there. Rushing to the table, she grabbed the bag and appended it. "Hermione, what are you doing? No, let me call you back," her mother said, flustered. She pressed the button on the cordless phone. "What are you doing?" "There are wizards outside coming to the house," Hermione told her. "Where is my wand?" Her mother's eyes widened. "You mean them?" "I don't know, my wand, Mum." "It's in the safe," her mother said. Hermione gave out an aggravated scream before a knock came at the door. Hermione stopped, looking towards the front door. "Hermione, who did you see?" "Professor Moody and someone else I saw at that place last summer, but I don't know their name," Hermione said. Her mother frowned. "We told you not to tell anyone." "I didn't, well, only in 2 letters to Harry," she said defiantly. "When did you send off letters to that boy?" The knock came again. "We will talk about this later." "Mum, you can't answer the door. I don't know if it's really them," Hermione said. Her mother handed her the phone. "The number for the police is here. If anything happens, call them. Otherwise, I am going to talk with them." "Mum, you have to trust me on this." We did trust you, Hermione, and you didn't tell us anything that was really going on at that school and back in England, her mother said, giving her a parent look saying she was still in trouble. Hermione grasped the phone and stood just inside the doorway to the kitchen. Her mother greeted them, and a moment later Moody was stomping down the hallway to the kitchen. She had a knife in her hand now. The man gave her an unsettling smile. Nice instincts, girl, but you should have your wand. My mum took it because of what you all told her, Hermione said venomously. How do I know you are Aleister Moody? The man chuckled. Constant vigilance. If you need, I taught you how to teach a wizard to respect you last year at headquarters. Hermione blushed a little. He had taught her a charm that would shrink someone's willy so they couldn't get it up. Mrs. Weasley had been livid with him. Her mother gave her a look. Something else I need to know about? No, she quickly said. Moody laughed. Now, lass, we have a few questions and then we'll get out of your hair. Are you taking me with you? I want to go back to Hogwarts, she stated. That is up to your parents. We want to know what you know about Harry, Moody said. What about Harry? I haven't heard anything from him since we left him at the platform while he was waiting for his relatives, Hermione said. The man focused both eyes on her. She glared back at him. After a moment, the man made a face. Merlin Sack, you're telling the truth. What do you want to know about Harry? What's happened to him? Is he all right? She rapidly demanded. He's done a runner. We were hoping you knew where he was, the other one said. He's what? Hermione, are you hiding your friend somewhere? Her mother asked, already assuming the worst. Hermione snarled at her mother. No, Mum, I'm not hiding my friend. Where is Harry? You haven't seen any of the papers, Moody asked. I have no clue where any of the magical stores or anything are around here, Hermione snapped at him. I have to go back. I have to find Harry. Moody took out some papers from his pocket. You may want to look at these first and tell me what you know. She grabbed the papers and started to frantically go through the headlines and photos. Her mouth dropped open. After a moment, she looked up. Harry was kidnapped by Daphne Greengrass, Moody grinned. That is what the ministry is saying. What do you know about them dating or getting betrothed? She blinked stupidly for a moment. Harry isn't dating Daphne Greengrass. He hates all snakes. And why would he be betrothed? Oh, bloody hell. The way Harry had been acting all last year suddenly made so much more sense. She leaned against the counter. What is it, lass? Moody pressed. She just shook her head. Harry had been distancing himself because he didn't need them anymore. All those times he had avoided them, gone to those lessons. Did Dumbledore train Harry last year? Moody's good eye narrowed. Albus said he was too afraid to get close to Potter with how the ministry was treating them. Hermione closed her eyes. Harry may have been falling for her 4th year, but last year he had been falling for someone else. She was sure of it as she went through everything in her memories. He didn't want them to know to probably protect her. It all made sense. Hermione put a hand to her forehead. A tear dripped down her cheeks. Lass, what do you know? Nothing. She gave a disbelieving laugh that sounded more like a sob. She had been so upset at Dumbledore, thinking he was trying to keep her away from Harry. The old man had gotten the wrong girl to chase away. It doesn't sound like nothing, Moody said. For once, her mother stuck up for her. If my daughter said it was nothing, then that is what it is. Moody didn't look too believing. You knew nothing about Greengrass or Harry wanting to run. I'm not surprised he wanted to run, Hermione said. What do you mean by that? The woman asked. Hermione just shook her head. After a moment, she said, I just want you gone. Moody regarded her for a few. When he was convinced she didn't know anything about this, he reached into a pocket. We found that Fudge put a mail redirect on everything from and to Potter. These are all the letters. She looked up, her eyes narrowing. Why are they all open? The ministry was reading them, and we need to find Potter, Moody told her. Hermione snorted. If Harry's decided to run, I doubt you will find him. What do you mean? Moody asked. She didn't say anything else. Moody looked to be getting annoyed before huffing. If you think of anything, send a letter to this address. I'll respond within 48 hours. When they left, Hermione fell onto the floor of the kitchen. The newspapers fell into an unorganized heap. She looked at the 6 letters from Harry, just tossing the few she had sent him across the room in an angry way. Her mother came back in to see her utterly defeated daughter reading a letter. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. Her mother was frowning at her. Are you all right? Hermione shook her head. He thinks we abandoned him for good this time. All the anger her mother had at the wizards and her seemed to fade to see her daughter so distraught. After a moment, she said, Maybe it's time that you tell me what really happened and what is going on. Hermione snorted through her tears. Why now? You and Dad haven't listened or believed me before. Why don't you go ask the headmaster? He already told you, she replied bitterly. Her mother frowned. I think that we didn't get the right story, her mother said after a moment. Hermione gave a dark chuckle before she ducked her head to put it between her legs. It doesn't matter anymore. Her mother put a reassuring hand on her arm. Hermione, I promise I will listen. Whatever that was not right. When she looked up, her eyes were red and tears were freely flowing down her cheeks. He's left Mum. He loves someone else. Oh, Hermione, her mother said, taking her in for a hug. The same day, Rome, Italy. Daphne was leaning against Harry as they stood by a window watching the world below them grow as the airship approached a tower on a hill a few miles from Rome. The old city spread out before them. Harry's arms were around her waist. Are you sure we have time? Daphne asked. We are here for the next 8 hours. You said you wanted to see a few things. The gnomes have some taxis that can get around the city quickly, he said, going over what they had been told this morning. It was still early in the day and the airship would be leaving for Palermo, Sicily around nightfall. As they approached the tower, Harry looked up to hear the clang of metal on metal. The gnomish automatons, robots moved by steam and driven by the gnomes, must be moving around and getting ready for them to dock. Harry thought what the gnomes did with technomancy to be wicked and found himself wishing he had taken runes and arithmancy instead of divination. He didn't regret taking care of magical creatures since he found he liked them overall, and it had given him an advantage when they had started their animagus training. Others were starting to line up along the passage that led to the gangway door. Some would be getting off, others were looking to explore like Daphne and him. They both thought it safe since they had been on the run for nearly 2 weeks now, and no one had found them. The close run-in with the Aurors was just a fun story now. The Zeppelin shook some as it attached to the tower. They saw ropes shoot down to the large deck below them, and automatons moved to moor the ship. In less than 10 minutes, a gangway was being attached to the ship where the passengers were. They were one of the first ones off. Daphne had to drag him along as Harry turned to see the prow of the Zeppelin open. The cargo hold was immense, with large balloons taking up the upper half of the Zeppelin. He thought they should be bigger, but magic could do a lot. A dozen automatons had begun a carefully choreographed dance of unloading and loading cargo. Daphne laughed at him. Come on, I want to see the Colosseum and the Parthenon, she told him. In both the Muggle and magical worlds, those old structures held some significance. Just a moment longer. Harry asked, enthralled with the marriage of magic and technology, even if the technology was 100 years or more out of date. She moved in and kissed him on the cheek. You can watch at our next stop. Harry grinned at her. Wicked, he said. Outside the terminal, a line of taxis driven by witches or wizards was waiting to take people around. For 20 galleons, they were able to rent a taxi for the entire day. Like the night bus, the cars popped around, zipped through traffic, and miraculously found themselves at the front of a queue for any light or traffic circle. Daphne held onto his arm tightly while Harry teased her about it. He may not care for this form of travel, but to have her so close was well worth it. In a mere 5 minutes, they were being let out before the Colosseum. The driver, obviously Italian but able to speak English, leaned over the seat before they got out. I am driver for the day. Just hold out wand and I will come. Thank you, Jimmo, Harry said, looking at the taxi license hanging from the mirror. Go to line that says Mago. Enjoy, be careful of the ghosts, the man warned with a grin as they got out. Daphne shuddered. As long as they are better than the Bloody Baron, he always gave me the creeps, Daphne said in barely a whisper. There was a line of people waiting by a ticket booth. Harry noticed 2 lines. The one to the right was far shorter, and a sign in blue paint above the booth said Mago/Ameliatress. Daphne held his hand as she looked up at the old stone building. Can you believe that Muggles built this? She asked. Harry pulled on her hand. Not so loud until we get inside. Didn't wizards help too? He asked. Only afterwards, if the old histories are right, she said. She was as enamored with the old structure as Harry had been with the airship. Once inside, the tour guide was mostly speaking Italian, so they just wandered through, reading the plaques, which translated to English when they tapped it with their wands. It wasn't until they entered the old arena area where they saw the ghosts. The Muggles hadn't rebuilt the old arena floor, so the old cells and rooms that were underneath could be seen. All the Magicals saw a dirt-covered floor that shone an eerie blue. Dozens of old gladiators and even a ghost of a tiger were fighting around the ring. Silvery blood, a sword through the chest of another, and one with an arm just barely attached had most of the wizards and witches around them gasping or looking a little sick. Dear Merlin, that is worse than the Bloody Baron and nearly headless Nick, Daphne commented. Harry was watching it intently. Really? Look at the way they fight. Maybe I should get a sword, Harry said. Daphne hit his arm. Don't you dare, you would never be able to go anywhere and look at all that blood. Harry shrugged, then put an arm around her shoulder and pulled her close. I still want a sword, he said after a few minutes. Daphne shook her head. An hour later, they were standing under the dome of the Parthenon. What is so special about this place? Harry asked, feeling the old magic still radiating around them. Daphne was pulling him towards an alcove. This was originally a druid circle, then a temple to the old Roman gods. Mars was the prime. I can still feel the magic. It's like a blessing to those that intend to go off to war, she said in a hushed tone. Harry could tell how sacred she considered the place. He figured it was part of the old ways she talked about and was teaching him. He had a feeling if he had grown up with his parents, he would have been taught a lot of this. The Potters were far older than the Greengrasses, and she said even families like the Bones and Longbottoms still practiced many of the old ways, just not at Hogwarts where Dumbledore didn't encourage it. She stopped before a statue of a woman. Harry looked up to the beautiful woman. Daphne knelt before the statue. He couldn't hear what she was muttering, but after a few minutes she took a small wreath of flowers out of her pocket. He wanted to know where she got it from but didn't say anything, feeling as though he would be disturbing something very private. After a few more minutes, she put the small wreath at the feet of the statue. When she stood, she was crying. Harry moved to wipe the tears away. She took his hand and held it to her damp cheek. Are you all right? He asked, concerned. Thank you for coming with me. Nina D is the goddess of funerals. She is often around Mars. Aunt Amelia was a warrior, she said, sounding choked up. Oh, Daph, I'm so sorry, Harry said, pulling her into a hug. She had cried a few times, but this was the first time he had seen her really mourning. Daphne cried into his shoulder for a bit, not caring about people around them. A few others left gifts at the statue. The looks they gave them showed an understanding. Before they left, Harry said a private prayer for Sirius and Amelia Bones, then kissed his fingers before touching them to the statue's feet. Daphne understood what he was doing and hugged his waist as tight as she could. By the time they left, it was time for a late lunch before they explored a little more before having to head back to the airship. August 14, 1996, Geneva, Switzerland. The kids had been far more careful since leaving Valence. He thought they would have found them yesterday, but it had taken them almost 2 days to track them to Marseille and then Geneva. The only reason they had been able to was the portkey they had used to get here. Bergen was looking around, his divining rod moving. After a moment, it picked up a weak magical signature. Malfoy being able to get them a hair his son had stolen from school was a godsend. The fact the man's son had it was a little disturbing, though. How much longer is it going to take? We need to find them soon, Nathan complained. Sanguini sniffed. His face and all his flesh were hidden in the long cloak. Sun might not kill vampires, but it certainly burned them. I will need to hunt soon, he informed them. Bergen knew that Sanguini didn't need to hunt, but it was probably his way to ensure he didn't kill their targets. Let's find them, and then you can go feed, Bergen said in his high, squeaky voice. There were times he hated his mother for liking house elves so much, but other times, like now, it gave him an edge that he was able to use both magics, even if not at full strength for either of his birth races. He led them towards the bank in the center of the wizard's quarter. About halfway there, the divining rod wavered. It wanted to go in 2 separate directions. It took him a moment to figure out one way was still pointing towards the bank. What is the hold up? The werewolf asked annoyingly. They went in 2 directions from here, Bergen said. Where? Sanguini asked. The bank in that way, Bergen said, pointing towards the north. What does that mean? They just went to eat at that cafe? Nathan inquired, looking towards a busy cafe. Bergen frowned. By the strength of the pull, he didn't think it was anything that close. I doubt it, he said. He wished there were cameras or something to tap into, but it seemed they had stayed in the wizard's quarters this time. There is an airship depot a few miles that way. Where is the nearest train station? Sanguini inquired. Bergen let the stick pull. The pull was a ways off. The train station is that way, he said, pointing to the right and thinking of the map of the city he had seen. If they took an airship, they could be miles away by now. Can you tell how long ago they came through? Sanguini asked. This method doesn't work if the trail is more than a few days old, Bergen stated. We know they were in Valence on Friday. If they had to go to the bank, then yesterday would have been the first chance they could have been, Sanguini stated, knowing the gnomes only ran the bank on the weekend for those looking to withdraw or deposit funds through the tellers. They had gotten confirmation that Potter had closed all his accounts with Gringotts. "Nathan, there is a ticket booth over there. Find out which airships were leaving yesterday and where they were going," Bergen ordered. "And what are you going to do?" Nathan asked. "We need to send off a progress report to our employer, and then I am going to get lunch before we head to the depot," Bergen told them. "Sanguini, if you need to hunt, now might be the only time in the next few days." The vampire gave them a curt nod before disappearing. He would go hunt away from the wizards and be back in an hour or two. Bergen went towards an owl post office while Nathan grumbled and headed towards the ticket booth. August 15, 1996, Casablanca, Morocco. The Zeppelin flew over the fertile plains that surrounded a large Muggle city. From the observatory in the dining room at the front of the airship, they could see settlements, farms, and the city outskirts as the ship approached their last destination. The last few days had been relatively lazy. They had been poring over the books they had picked up in Rome about the wizarding world outside of Europe. Daphne had also picked up 2 books on runes. Harry wished he had taken the class before but had learned the basics from the beautiful blonde last year. She was now trying to catch him up to the OWLS. She received her results shortly before his birthday, but like everything else this summer, no mail made it to him. He would have to find a way to get his owl results. Maybe the gnomes or Jean Paul could help, but if he was a wanted man by the Ministry, that might cause other issues. Harry was feeling bitter towards the Ministry, Voldemort, the Death Eaters, his old friends, and the Order for taking away almost everything he loved and treasured. He would not let them take Daphne away. She was the only reason he still had to keep going. Harry gave a small sigh of relief as the city grew on the horizon, though he couldn't see the tower the airship would dock at yet. Just looking at their destination had him smiling. He was starting to believe they had escaped his minders and Daphne's father. Daphne moved in next to him, then wheedled her way into his arms. Harry moved to wrap his arms around her waist as she pressed her back into his chest. "What has you thinking so hard?" she asked. He kissed her neck and she shivered in his arms. He enjoyed that she did that. "I was just thinking about getting no mail and I'm glad the goblins were able to get my owls." Daphne's arms wrapped around his. Her fingers made circles on his arms. She didn't sound pleased. "I still think they abandoned you like they did before. If Hermione really wanted to talk to you, you gave her the telephone number to your relatives and she knows the address." Most wouldn't think about Muggle mail. The Arse, as she often called Dumbledore, probably had a mail redirect ward on you again. "Probably," Harry said. He hadn't gotten any of the mail he had expected for months now. The only reason he had been able to communicate with Gringotts was because of the books that Sirius had gotten him. After the way his friends had abandoned him last summer, the way Hermione had tried to strong-arm him into leading an illicit dueling club, and the way Ron had been jealous of him at times, he wasn't sure if he wasn't better off only having Daphne to rely on. As much as the Delacours had been nice to them and owed him, he was still a little unsure of them. If Fleur did well by them as his account manager, then he would trust them more as time went on. As this was going to be the last leg on this trip, all the passengers were ready to get off. Not really having anywhere pressing to go besides the Delacours' house on the outskirts of the city, they watched as the airship approached the busy hub of the aerodrome. Like Geneva, this hub was much larger than the others. 2 airships were already moored, and he could see a third in the distance. For much of their Africa and transatlantic flights, Casablanca was a major hub for the gnomes. They stayed away from the other side of the continent. Harry wasn't sure why, but figured he would have to find out. If they were to stay in the magical world, at least partially, the areas that gnomes thought safe might be the best areas to stay in. As they finally approached the transportation hub, Harry enjoyed the activity around the aerodrome. It was the only thing in the magical world that felt more like home to him. Harry hated the Dursleys, but he was a Muggle at heart and sympathized with Muggleborns. Having to give up their entire lives for a society so backwards at times was hard. Seeing the hundreds of witches and wizards, the dozens of gnomes or other races, and dozens of automatons moving luggage and cargo around the busy tower and aerodrome grounds had him feeling more at ease. Giant elevators were moving the cargo up and down between the large cargo platform and the ground, with smaller ones taking the passengers. For all the vaunted praise to goblins about making money and being expert bankers, gnomes were the true movers of the magical world outside those places controlled by the goblins. Harry wished that gnomes were in Britain. It would probably be much more cosmopolitan and closer to Muggle society like this. "It's so busy. Not even Diagon Alley looks like this during the holidays, Daphne said. Harry grinned as he put a kiss to her neck. He liked the way she shivered in his arms. It's brilliant. They didn't move towards the gangway passage until the airship docked, and the massive ramp on the front opened to the platform before them. Taking his hand, Daphne led them this time. As they approached the door, mild heat of the midday spread into the corridor as they came to the back of the line. He would be comfortable in the light-colored trousers and polo he had on today. Daphne had liked when he dressed a little nicer, so he didn't mind. She was in a long dress that was supposed to be of the right weight and cut not to offend the locals. It still held enough of the hint of her form to catch his eye. As they walked towards the lifts, Harry looked up in the cavernous interior of the Zeppelin. Gas bags could be seen a good 30 feet or so off the main floor of the cargo hold. He figured tons of cargo were being offloaded. I really didn't think there would be that much cargo in the wizarding world, he commented. Daphne looked. I think the warehouse on my family's estate holds about that much. Most wizards would prefer to buy produce, meat, and grains grown by wizards. It makes up a large part of what we export every year. Those smaller crates with the vines and crown, she pointed out as she spoke more in a whisper. That's my family's seal for our business. That's most likely potion supplies or potions. Harry squeezed her hand. He wasn't sure if she was second-guessing herself or not, but he knew she had been trained for the last few years to understand economics and her family's business. Her father had wanted Daphne to take over or be able to guide her husband in the business. He didn't bring that up right now, though. She squeezed his hand back. When they got to the base of the tower, they were pointed towards a few lines. Unlike in Europe, where they could just walk in and out without any passports or anything, here they were faced with workers and oarers keeping an eye on who entered and left. Daphne didn't let his hand go as she pulled out her passport, a copy of their betrothal, her owl results to prove who she was, and that she had the right to travel without restrictions. He pulled out his documents as well. They had both felt relieved when her father's signature had shown up on the copies a few days back. He also took out his emancipation papers. Last, Harry put the declaration forms on the top of the pile that the gnomes had given them. They had to wait in line as families and individuals went through the 4 booths set up. It flowed pretty easily, and they were soon stepping up to the customs agent. He was dressed in the local robes and greeted them in what Harry thought was Arabic. Ah, hello. We speak English, tu parles francais. English is fine, the man said. Passports and papers. They put their stuff on the counter. He looked at them for a moment before quickly looking at the papers and then opening their passports. The man looked up to him after seeing his passport but didn't comment on it. You are a little young to be traveling on your own. We are both 16. I have my emancipation and Daphne is my betrothed, he told the man. The man took out his wand and tapped the papers. One by one, the ink on them glowed a light green or blue. As though satisfied, he took out a ledger to write something in it. What is your business in Morocco? We are on vacation, Harry told him. It wasn't exactly true, nor was it exactly a lie. How long do you plan to stay? We don't know yet. We were going to look at other schools and stuff around the region, he replied. The man looked up at them. After studying them for a moment, he turned back to the ledger. If you stay more than 6 weeks, you need to go to your embassy to apply for working or education papers and a long-term visa, or you can go to the customs office in the ministry. If you do not have extension papers after 8 weeks, you may be arrested. Jail time or deportation may occur, the man said in a bored tone, as though he said this multiple times a day. Yes, sir, Harry said. Do you have any foreign plants, foods, animals, enchanted objects, or spirits? Just potions, supplies, and what we listed on the form, Daphne said. The man looked at the declaration form. He studied it for a moment before taking out a different stamp. When he crushed it to the paper, the ink glowed yellow. You will need to have an orer just run a dark scanner over you to ensure you aren't hiding anything. Anything else to declare? The man looked straight at Harry, his eyes going to where his scar was covered. No, sir, Harry told him. After a moment, the man stamped their passports and handed the papers back to them. Have a good time and pay attention to local laws. It took them another 10 minutes to get out of there as they had to take their shrunken bags out of their pockets, and Harry was asked to open his. Once the oarers were satisfied, they were allowed to leave. Daphne had a tight hold on his hand. I've never been out of Europe before. Is everywhere like that? I understand it is if you travel around the Muggle world, but you've been more places than I have, Princess, he pointed out. She pulled his hand to her mouth and kissed the back of it. "It's not like anywhere I've been before. I'm hungry." Harry grinned. "I'm sure we can find something. Hold up," he said as they passed a stall before they got to the gates at the edge of the aerodrome. "What is it?" she asked. Harry was reading a sign with a French translation on it. A smile grew on his face. "I think I just found something good." She looked at him questioningly. Harry pulled her towards the stall. "What is it? It just looks like jewelry." "The sign says translation medallions," Harry told her. "Oh, that would be brilliant," she said with a smile. Harry heard the teasing tone as she copied one of his favorite Muggle sayings. He stuck his tongue out at her and she playfully stuck her chin up in a condescending way. After Harry had haggled with the stall owner, Daphne was putting on a pair of earrings while he was clamping a silver chain around his neck. If they worked as advertised, they would now be able to hear and talk more than a dozen languages. Holding hands, they stepped out into the wizarding section of Morocco. It was busier than Geneva had been. Seeing a nice restaurant, Harry led them through the crowd. When they were shown in, Harry held a chair out for her. Daphne gave him a brilliant smile before sitting. While looking over the menu, Harry realized the translation medallion also translated the written dialect. He saw the funny letters, but as he read it, his mind formed it into English. It was a little disorientating. Daphne closed her eyes for a moment. "The translation charms. It's giving you a headache too?" she asked. "It's disorientating, but I think I'll get used to it." "It's better than not knowing what is being said," she replied. "What do you want to do after we leave?" Harry asked her. "We should find the villa. I want to sleep in a normal bed tonight," she told him. Harry grinned. He liked seeing her in her night clothes, which was most often his Quidditch jersey from fourth year, and the fact she wasn't as shy about only being in her knickers now. It was getting harder to wait for when they could be married. September 11th would be the earliest date to satisfy the betrothal. Daphne winked at him, as though knowing what was on his mind. Looking out the window, Harry commented, "This place is busy." Daphne was looking out the window too. "I knew Casablanca was a large trading port, but I didn't understand what my father was talking about until now." It was the second time she had brought up her family today. Harry took her hand. "Daph, do you want to go back?" She turned to look at him, her gaze intense and her blue eyes boring into him. "Harry James Potter, you know why I wanted to leave." "I love my family, but I was not going to be some stupid girl to be sold off to the highest bidder or who my father thinks is right. I am not canceling our betrothal. I am not going to become a servant of you-know-who. I am not going to see you continue to be ridiculed and denigrated by those that should be crawling on their feet for all you have done for them. I am not leaving you," she said rather fiercely. Harry took her hand. "I never said I'm leaving you. You have just pointed out a few things about your family and mentioned them a lot in the last few days." Daphne sniffed but kept a stiff upper lip. After a moment, her shoulders relaxed. "I just never thought my father would sign the betrothal. You know my family is neutral, and me being with you has declared a side. Until this year, I never would have thought about going against my family. So, I'm a bad influence," he said, half serious, half joking. Daphne shook her head and gave him an exasperated look. "The worst," Harry laughed at her. Daphne smiled. "You opened my eyes to how most of the world lives. I like the option you offered more than the narrow one I was trapped into. If that is a bad influence, I'll take it." They shared a kiss before the waitress brought them an exotic-smelling meal full of spices he wasn't used to. Daphne looked at it rather apprehensively before her eyes grew wide as she took the first bite. Harry looked at her curiously. "It's really good," she told him before offering him a bite. The older couple at the table next to them gave them indulgent smiles. Same day, Ottery sent. Catchpole, England. After being caught the last time on the stairs, Fred and George had come through for Ron and Ginny. They had not been invited to another order meeting after refusing to look for Harry, but were as desperate as their younger siblings to know what was going on. Ginny put a finger to her mouth and opened her door. She looked out, then closed it. "Mum has gone," she whispered. Ron nodded and handed her one of the extendable ears. Last summer, the adults had learned to ward the door, so this time they opened her window and lowered them towards the window of the kitchen. It was open in the warm evening. "I trust you found Miss Granger." The voice of Dumbledore came to them up the ears. It sounded slightly like he was talking through a long corridor. The gruff voice of Moody replied, "Aye, we found the lass. Right upset she was. Her house was warded by the Australian Ministry, so I was unable to determine if she's received any letters or where hers may be going. Given her reaction, I don't think she knew." "You mean about Harry running?" their mum asked, concerned. "I mean about any of it." I think Potter did an excellent job of hiding everything that he was doing and what was happening to him last year, Moody said. Professor McGonagall, who hadn't come to a meeting before, spoke up next. I had no idea. He came to me to complain about dolars, but I never suspected. Ginny and Ron shared a concerned look. He had suspected something was going on after thinking of how last year went. I had no idea that was happening either. Her questioning this week revealed that she did that to more than 20 students. The ministry is launching an investigation into us about how we allowed it to happen, Albus said. McGonagall was livid. I did what you told me too. You told me it was more important for me to be at the school than go against the ministry. How could you expect Potter to keep his cool? You know his parents and his grandparents. No Potter ever kept their mouths quiet if there was an injustice, and I told him to just keep his head down because you told us it would be all right if we did that. Minerva, now is not the time. We are here to find Harry, Alistair. Do you have anything else? Dumbledore asked in a calm voice. Ron could imagine McGonagall sitting there fuming at the way she had just been talking. Ron wished he understood what was going on, but if Harry had come to her and just told him to keep his head down, there was no way he would have. Merlin, we really made a mistake last year, he muttered. Ginny gave him a nasty look. I wasn't able to put any monitoring or mail redirection wards up. We couldn't alert the Australian ministry we were there. I found out before we left that her parents had asked for asylum from the Muggle government, and they contacted the magical one. She's under the protection of the ministry there, Moody replied. And she really doesn't know where Harry is, Dumbledore pressed. The only thing she said was that we would never find him and that everything made sense now. I couldn't press her on it, but she suspects something, but didn't until we told her about Harry running, Moody answered. Albus, we can't believe that Granger really didn't know anything. I told you all last year something was different with the boy, the oily voice of Snape spoke up. I know, Severus, but I couldn't get close. You didn't want to get close. You didn't want to be associated with him once the ministry decided to step into Hogwarts, McGonagall venomously stated. It was dangerous for me to do so. You know that I was being targeted more than him and needed to stay at the school to protect the students. Ye didn't protect anyone, McGonagall said hotly. This is not the time or place to discuss this. We have more pressing matters. Severus, do you have any word? Dumbledore questioned. Only that the Dark Lord has people looking for Potter and Malfoy has people looking for Greengrass. Since Scrimgeour has gone public with Potter's disappearance, the Dark Lord has sent out 4 teams to look for him. They are trying all the obvious places first, but I must agree with Granger on this one, Snape said. Ron's brow rose. It almost sounded like Snape was impressed with Harry. Ginny looked surprised as well. What do you mean? Their mum asked. I mean that Potter fooled us all last year. As much as he acts like his father, he hid his relations with Miss Greengrass. He must have been in contact with Black or the goblins if what Bill says is true. He snuck out while we were guarding him. You don't just shut down your accounts with Gringotts without some planning. And you don't just do that 5 days before disappearing without planning. If I had to say, I would think much of this was Greengrass. She is a cunning and bright girl, but Potter had to have had a hand in it. This is too daring and brash, even with planning for Greengrass, Snape said. If Potter has any of his mother in him, he is probably off to see the world. Lily had plans when we were children. She talked about them incessantly and had a journal, Snape added. What was in the journal? Dumbledore questioned, sounding concerned. Snape had an amused quality to his voice. She wanted to see everything. The gnomes. The ancient pyramids of Egypt and the Yucatan. The water dragons of China. The giant storm petrels in Japan. And in every country she wanted to learn all she could. It would have been a lifetime of adventure. She also researched many of the magical countries, trying to figure out which ones you could do underage magic in. She had wanted to leave as soon as she got her OWLS. Ron frowned at the way Snape sounded reticent, as though he wanted to go with her. And why didn't she go? Their father asked. I don't know. By then we weren't friends, Snape told them. Ron and Ginny looked rocked to their core. Bloody hell, Snape and Lily Potter had been friends. No, the combination of Greengrass and Potter will be a hard team to catch. As much as I hate saying it, Hogwarts was the brainchild of Gryffindor and Slytherin. It took courage and brashness with planning and guile to form such a place, Snape said almost reverently this time. Those 2 could be the founders' heirs. The kitchen was silent for a few. When Dumbledore spoke, he sounded tired. How many teams has he sent out and to where? 4 I know of. The Dark Lord has also threatened Lucius if he doesn't secure the Greengrass wealth. He has sent his own team and they have found some hint of the teens in France and Switzerland, Severus told them. That is disturbing if they find them. Alastair and Hestia, I need you to find this group. If they know where Harry is, you must get to him first, Dumbledore told them. Arthur, can you contact Charlie? I need him to get hold of Remus to have him looking as well. I'll get a message to him in the morning. I can't until I can get to an international flu, their dad agreed. Ginny was clenching her duvet. You don't think Malfoy will get Harry? Ron shook his head. Harry always escapes everything. He'll be fine, he told her, trying to be encouraging but feeling a little fear. He should have written to Harry this summer, but if he had, it wouldn't have gotten there anyways. The meeting broke up soon after, and they hurried to roll up the extendable ears. He had to get to the mirrors the twins had nicked from Sirius to let them know what was going on. August 17, 1996, Rotherham, England. Susan was picking at the porridge they had for breakfast. Astoria didn't know everything she had gone through the night the Death Eaters had killed their aunt, but it had her quiet and withdrawn. It was very unlike her much more outgoing and bubblier cousin. Susan was a Hufflepuff through and through, but Astoria wasn't seeing that right now. The issue was she didn't know how to get through to her. Astoria was mourning their aunt. She was missing her sister. She was getting upset with the boy that took her away. Her father and mother were talking, but their marriage seemed strained. Astoria had never seen that before. Her father had signed the betrothal, but her parents still seemed to be arguing. Her two best friends were also not talking to her. She knew that their families supported the Dark Lord, but with Daphne's declaration for the light, and her father still refusing to talk with Lord Malfoy, they had been told they couldn't talk with her. The fact the Dark Lord was even back was due to her sister's new betrothed. Her life was falling apart, and everything went back to Harry Potter. She was working herself into a right state when an owl flew into the open window. It was a nice summer morning. The sun was out, unlike the last few days. When it landed before her, Susan looked up. They both looked slightly apprehensive. Her mother had warned them both to not take any missives without it being checked. We should get Auntie Tabitha, Susan said. Astoria rolled her head to the side to look at the letter. She recognized the script. She scowled at the seal on the letter. It's from Daffy with the Potter crest on the seal. Susan's eyes widened. You don't think? It hasn't been the minimum 45 days yet. It must be Potter controlling her, Astoria stated. Susan bit her lip. Potter doesn't come off as someone like that. Astoria snorted. She knew that Daffy wouldn't do anything she didn't want to. She had been able to fight off the Imperius when Moody had tried it all on them. She reached out and took the letter. Astoria, please, Daffy would never do anything to hurt me, and Father could break the contract if Potter hurt me, she said. Opening the letter, she frowned. Story, I know you will read this first. First, I want to say I'm sorry. I'm sure you are terribly upset with me, but I'm hoping now that Father has signed my betrothal that you will not have to worry about Malfoy. As part of the betrothal, our family can't align ourselves with anyone that follows or supports Tom Marvolo Riddle. You're probably wondering why that particular name. There is no Riddle family among the ancient or lower houses. There's no known person by that name that anyone remembers. What Harry has told me, he is a half-blood of a Muggle father and a witch. As best we can find, Harry and I know this. The Riddle family was a Muggle family that used to be landed gentry. They were killed off in the 1940s. Thomas Riddle was the heir to the family. He had one child with a woman, Merope Gaunt. As you know, the Gaunts were descendants of Slytherin. Tom Marvolo Riddle, if you rearrange the letters, tells you the true identity of the Dark Lord. Tom Marvolo Riddle is I am Lord Voldemort, Astoria gasped, dropping the letter as though burned. She stared at it for a moment, unsure what to say. The Dark Lord is a half-blood. It doesn't matter if he is a founder's heir. A half-blood leading the purest of families, especially with a Muggle father, would be explosive. Astoria, what is it? Susan asked, some of her natural curiosity poking through the girl's melancholy. Astoria picked up the parchments delicately. Harry and I included a letter to let Mother and Father know per the contract requirements. I'm sorry to say, but we are not returning. There are people that want to kill Harry, the least of all the Dark Lord. There is a reason the Dark Lord wants my love, and I will not let you know who have him. I won't let the headmaster have him either. If you ever need me, you can contact the gnomes in Switzerland. They will be able to find us, but will not allow anyone to know where we are. Please be safe. I hope this has helped to keep you safe. Let Mother and Father know I love them, even if I didn't want the life they wanted for me. I love you, Torre, and if Susan is there, I love her and Miss Auntie Amelia as well. Your sister, Daphne P.S., I hope you are still my sister. Astoria closed her eyes and put the letter on the table. At 14, this was more than she was supposed to deal with. Susan, curious, reached for the letter after a moment. Astoria was still trying to go through what Daphne just wrote. There were other sheets, probably other letters below it, but this one had been a doozy. "Dear Merlin, is this true?" Susan said after a moment. Astoria opened her eyes to look into the huge eyes of her cousin. Susan's shock quickly turned into anger. "Auntie was killed by a pureblood bigot, and he isn't even a pureblood." Astoria looked at her cousin curiously. She had never seen Susan so upset. "Those bloody two-timing wankers, I will kill them," Susan declared. She shot out of her seat. "I need Uncle Grover and Auntie Tabitha. Everyone needs to know this. I need to get to the goblins. There are a few houses that owe mine favors that Auntie had been talking about calling in." Perhaps the fabled badger fierceness wasn't just a legend. Astoria got up to follow her, wanting to know what Susan was going to do. She liked seeing this Susan, compared to the one that cried half the days now. August 17, 1996, Casablanca, Morocco. Daphne enjoyed seeing how flustered she could make Harry, though he didn't often get that way. The boy was dripping wet after being taken down by a wave. The sand and water were cool enough to be cold in the warm weather. Having to go up onto her toes just a little, she put a kiss to his lips. "You're cute when you get all red." He glared at her, which made her giggle. "You did that on purpose." She grinned with her mouth close to his. "You would let your betrothed be knocked down by a wave?" The fact she might have pushed him didn't matter. She hadn't wanted to get that wet. The waves lapped on the beach under the cliffs that the Delacquers' villa sat on. Every few minutes a larger one would come further up the shore to where they were. She had hoped to go swimming in the ocean, but the waters were cool. One of the locals had said it was due to the currents that came out of the north. "I don't know about letting it knock you down, but I would throw you in," Harry said, suddenly grabbing her waist. "Harry!" she screamed, squirming and pulling back too late as he wrapped his arms around her and lifted her up. She hit his hardened shoulders and chest. In the last year or two he had gone from the skinny boy she remembered seeing across the great hall to a boy that was going to be handsome and was growing muscular. He would never be tall, but he was tall enough. Harry laughed as he stumbled into the small waves and she fought to be free, though she wasn't trying that hard. When they came back up spluttering, the tangy salt water in her mouth and matting her blonde hair to her face, she kicked the water. Harry laughed as he tried to shield himself. "I like this dress," she scolded him. When she flopped her hair back, Harry was grinning at her. "I like it too." Following his eyes down, she blushed a little. The dress was clinging to her, outlining her knickers and bra and showing her nipples from the chilly water. She playfully hit his arm before moving closer. "You are such a boy at times," she teased. "Am I supposed to be offended at that?" he asked, a silly grin on his face that she had only seen since they had left England. She moved in to kiss him again. After a moment, she opened her mouth to let his tongue in and her arms snaked up around his neck. She was letting herself fall into their love to shield herself. She was still mourning her aunt and feeling a little guilty about running from her family. Harry was more important, though. The beach was relatively private, and what they had been doing in their bed lately had her not caring as much if people saw her snogging her betrothed. She was really starting to anticipate their wedding night. Daphne screamed as Harry suddenly broke off the kiss and spun them around. She was sent under the water. A wave grabbed her as she went under, losing her grasp on Harry as he let her go. A moment later, she came up spluttering and coughing, having swallowed half the ocean. Among the sounds of the waves, she became aware of spell fire. Still coughing, she threw her hair over her head. Harry was a short distance away. Like in the practices they had done most of the year, he was moving in a strange dance. His wand was a blur as he pulled it up. Water from the ocean shot out at a huge man. It turned into a giant spear of ice. The man jumped back with a speed she couldn't believe. As Harry's wand came around, a shield appeared on his side. A half-dozen small darts bounced off it. They had been thrown by a small man with long, house elf-like ears. Harry's wand continued to move as he launched more ice spears at the large, growling man trying to get closer to Harry. She reached for the wand on her forearm in the holster they had gotten in France. She wasn't as skilled as Harry, but anything would help him at the moment. Her wand came up and she slashed it before jabbing it. They had been concentrating on nonverbal casting the last few months. Knowing they couldn't be captured, a green flame shot out of her wand towards the short man. He threw something at the gout of fire. When it hit, there was an explosion. She was thrown back into the water, grasping her wand as tightly as she could. As she came back up, she was suddenly lifted. An icy cold hand was around her throat. She grabbed at it, trying to breathe as she was lifted clear out of the water. "Surrender or she dies," the figure demanded in a voice as cold as his hand. She felt the hand squeeze. She gasped for air. Her eyes managed to see who was holding her. A slight smoke was coming off the exposed skin around her neck. His face under the cowl was bone white and he had red eyes. She knew right away what he was. Knowing she didn't have long before she started to black out, she slashed her wand and jabbed it into the vampire's face. The green fire came out as a conflagration in her desperation. He screamed. His hand squeezed her neck hard before she was thrown. She landed in shallow water and hit the sandy bottom hard. Her wand slipped out of her hand and she rolled over, taking in a lung full of water as she tried to breathe. She just managed to push herself up and cough out the water that was trying to drown her when a hand grabbed her shoulder. She wanted to scream, but it hurt too much. In her panic, she flopped over and kicked. Someone splashed into the shallows next to her. "Bloody fecking hell, Daph!" Harry exclaimed. She rolled over to her love. He had a hand to his head and was struggling to get up. "I thought," she managed to get out. There was a roar of rage from behind Harry. He rushed to his feet to grab her. "Wand," she managed to get out. "Akio wand," Harry cried out. Her wand sailed into his hand while his other was reaching out to her. The second she grabbed his hand, Harry twisted. The pull through the nether between one place to another was uncomfortable at the best of times. It became all too apparent that she was hurt by the way it constricted her body. She felt the way her neck hurt. There was a pain in her left shoulder and leg. When they came out of the apparition, Harry collapsed next to her. "Oh God, Merlin, Daph, how hurt are you?" she coughed, a hand going to her throat. It felt hard to breathe. "Throat," she managed to get out. Harry picked her up bridal style and carried her to a couch in the villa's sitting room. "I need you to drink these and then we need to go," Harry told her. He had his bag out and pulled out 3 bottles. She recognized the pain reliever and pepper-up by their color. She didn't recognize the last one, but she felt she should. She was good at potions but was starting to feel dizzy. He put the pain reliever and pepper-up to her lips. She had a demanding time swallowing them. A few seconds later, her body hurt a lot less. His wand was going over her body, probably doing the simple diagnostic spell she had taught him. A moment later, he summoned a spoon and poured some of the last vial into it. "It's a tissue mending potion. It should work to help with your throat and the tear and the muscle in your shoulder." She nodded and took the dose without complaint. It tasted like roasted, sweaty socks, and she made a face and gagging noise. Once she took it, she sagged into the couch. Her eyes closed as she felt the soothing relief of the potions taking effect. Everything was quiet for a moment. She started when a soft hand touched her cheek. She leaned into his touch, opening her blue eyes. Concerned green eyes were staring back at her. He was still dripping water. A thin line of blood was trailing down the right side of his face and his shirt was cut open on that shoulder. She could see scratches that had bled some into his shirt. She shifted. "You're bleeding," she said in a whisper. He shrugged. "I'll be fine," he told her. She hated when he did that. Reaching up, she pushed his hair back. There was a cut by his scar that was slowly seeping blood. "You are not fine," she told him. Harry gave her a tremulous smile. "We can't stay. Can you get up or turn into your animagus?" He helped her sit up. She felt a little woozy and her neck hurt like hell when she moved it. Knowing that they had been found, she knew they had to move. Harry had apparated, meaning they could be tracked. "Help me up," she told him, her voice still soft. He helped her to her feet. He put her wand into her hand. "Can you use your animagus form?" She took in a deep breath. "I think so." With a nod, he twisted. She knew that they had planned to apparate near the train station if they needed and run from there. It would be a risk, but if they kept moving and didn't use more magic, they should be untraceable for a bit. That evening, Casablanca, Morocco things at the ministry were not going the way Lucius wanted. He had to wait 4 hours to get an international port key. There was a time his name and gold would have got him one in minutes, but apparently in his zeal to see Muggle-borns out of the ministry, he had forced out 3 of 5 people in the international travel department that made the blasted things. His scowl was as much for not having more purebloods in the office as it was the weight. By the time the port key dropped him off in Casablanca at the aerodrome, it was already late evening, with only a slim sliver of light still on the horizon. His temper didn't improve any as he was forced to go through customs. It was close to 9 when he finally apparated to the hotel address he had been given and stood at the door. His cane rapped on the door, leaving deep indentations. He was about to do it again when he heard a dead bolt and the door opened. His brow rose to see a disheveled werewolf with a bandage on his head and an arm in a sling. "What happened to you?" Lucius demanded. It wasn't out of any caring for the bounty hunters, but needing to know if they had been found out. The werewolf snarled at him. "You never told us they knew how to fight." Lucius's face turned angry. "What are you talking about? My son says Potter is below average in his skills and Greengrass was failing her defense course." The werewolf growled. "Your son is an idiot." Lucius' face turned livid. "Don't you dare insult my son, you low-life ingrate." "Nathan, we can't afford this now." A squeaky voice interrupted whatever the werewolf was going to say. "Mr. Malfoy, what my companion is trying to say is that you were given false intelligence, and we need to increase our price." "I am not going to pay you more. What in Morgana's tit happened?" he demanded. "The brats knew how to fight and weren't using stunners and bindings like you said," the squeaky man said, trying to push the snarling werewolf back. "Impossible. Anyone trained by Dumbledore only uses non-lethal spells," Malfoy scoffed at the. "Did you engage them when I told you to wait for me?" "Mr. Malfoy, we are now one member down. We decided to capture them. It was the first time in the last day they were outside whatever wards they are hiding behind. If we didn't move, you may have lost them," the little man said. He was convinced the man was a half-elf. "I ordered you to wait. And where is the vampire?" "He is unavailable," the small man said. "You mean Sanguini is a pile of ashes in the ocean," the werewolf snarled. "I'm going to kill them." Lucius's wand came out of his cane and he pointed it at the werewolf's chest. "You will not harm them. What happened?" After a few minutes, he had the details of a kidnapping that went horribly wrong. He was reeling inside. Potter had used lethal silver projectiles on the werewolf. He had cast some semi-dark cutting hexes at the bounty hunters. Greengrass had set the vampire on fire before Potter finished him off. This was not the same boy and girl that Draco complained about all the time. After a few minutes of silence, Malfoy looked to them. "Can you still track them?" The small man made a face. "I don't know. The apparition went behind wards I can't get through. There was too much ambient magic at the aerodrome if they got onto another airship, and there is something about them that messes with my divination rods. If they are outside the city, I might be able to determine which direction they are going." "Then let's go. We need to find them. If you get me them in the next 24 hours, I'll double your fee. Otherwise, you'll explain to the Dark Lord how you messed up," Lucius threatened, though he knew that he would be paying the price for this debacle if he was to let the Dark Lord know he almost had Potter and Greengrass and they escaped. That night, Rotherham, England Tabitha was sitting on a couch in her husband's study. The girls were finally in bed after an explosive day. She had never seen Susan so worked up. The inflammatory letter that Daphne had sent her sister had them all upset and angered. Now, her worry for her Daphne had grown exponentially. Grover was standing before the unlit fireplace. He had a small tumbler of amber scotch in his hand as he had a hand on the mantel and heavily leaned into it. He had been standing like that for a while. She hadn't interrupted him as he was deep in thought, and she had her own going through her head. When he finally spoke, it startled her. She started and put a hand to her chest. "I want you and the girls to go to the continent," he told her. She frowned. "What about you? What about our estates and the business and getting Daphne back? Tabitha, I love you more than anything my family has built here. You, Daphne, Astoria, and Susan, you are my family." "Nothing is more important than family," he told her. He turned his head to look at her. "You know my family left our homelands to protect family. I will not allow you to be hurt." She frowned. She didn't disagree with him, but she wasn't sure if this was the best decision or not. "So, you believe Daphne and Harry?" He let out a heavy sigh. "There have been rumors." Dangerous rumors. Rumors whispered at in private meetings and back rooms. I never wanted to believe them. I couldn't believe that a half-blood with a muggle father could rule over so many old families like he did. He turned them into ravenous wolves. The last war killed as many old bloods as new bloods. I'm going to find out the truth of these rumors. What I need you to do is keep Susan from broadcasting this. She felt a little anger come up. Amelia was my sister. You can't think I would keep this from people. Imagine what the purebloods and everyone else would do if they found out he is a half-blood. Worse, he's the son of a muggle. Exactly, Grover said. Listen, Tabitha, I don't think you understand what this will do. I understand it will cost him support and probably cause some of his supporters to turn on him, she hotly replied. No, you don't understand, he said a little more forcibly. You want to protect our girls. This will do just the opposite. You don't know the target this will paint on us. You remember how the Death Eaters hunted families. It's starting to happen again. I can't lose you. I'm not saying we don't get this information out there," he said when it looked like she was going to argue again. "Tabitha, please. I promise you that I will do everything I can to see you know who be outed and to destroy his support, but we can't be brash about this. I need you to explain this to Susan. I need you to trust me in this. I know I have made mistakes lately," he said to cut off her angry tirade that was building. "I need to validate this. I need proof. I need a reliable source to disseminate this. Without that, I think it will be buried and us along with this information." She glared at him for a long few minutes. She wanted to go to Diagon Alley and start to shout this out. She wanted revenge for her sister. He wanted revenge for her niece. Susan had been hurting so much. She didn't know what to do to help her. Her best friend had fled. Daphne wasn't here. Astoria wasn't as close as Daphne was to Susan, but she was helping. After a few, she stood up. "I will write to Beauxbatons that we are accepting enrollment. We will leave as soon as possible." "We should ensure you have a safe place to go before you leave," Grover told her. "We will let the girls know in a few days. It might be best if you leave just before the start of their school year to reduce suspicions." "They can't tell anyone." She looked at him. Was she underestimating the situation? She had never seen him quite like this before. "Grover," he sighed. "Malfoy and others have leveled threats against us now that Daphne is betrothed to Potter. He is still pushing for Astoria. Others have approached me about Susan. I will not sign them over to anyone," he told her with great conviction. "I have seen the error of my ways. I don't want you or the girls leaving the grounds. I will start talking with my contacts in France and Germany." She moved over to him. "Grover, this is starting to sound like you are not coming." He gave her a small smile. "Not right away. I can't leave all those that work for us or have supported us for all these years. I will get us established on the continent and take everyone I can, but I can't just pick up and leave tomorrow. I have already had some plans in place, but I thought it's still a few years off." She nodded after a moment. "What can I do?" He gave her a far more genuine smile and stood tall. His hand searched hers out. "Continue to tell me when I am being stupid. Trust me. If you are not opposed, I could also use your help when you go to the continent." She wrapped her fingers between his. "If it keeps you and our girls safe, anything." He pulled her in to give her a soft kiss. "Thank you. We have much to do. I will need you by my side and to run errands that would be suspicious if I did it." She nodded. "And Susan, you know she will be on a tear about this." He sighed. "I know, it's a trait of the Bones women," he said with a bit of a wry grin. "It's some of what I love about you." "Only some?" she asked, a brow raising. "Well, it can be rather daunting at times as well." She huffed, though wasn't really offended. "I was taught to protect family and to not bow to tyrants." He chuckled. "And you have taught our daughters well. Amelia has made a strong young woman in Susan." She moved in to peck his cheek. "I will try to keep Susan from contacting everyone she knows. She has an outlet for her anger and grief and won't let it go. Ami was much the same way. Stress, we will not keep this a secret. It just can't be yelled out. Not yet. Not until we are ready," he told her. She nodded. "I will try. Hufflepuffs are nothing but doggedly determined to see their goals." "They are," he said, giving her a soft kiss. "If you don't mind, I will come to bed later. I have some letters to draft and numbers to crunch." "Don't stay up too late." He gave a heavy sigh. "I will try." She kissed him before leaving him to do what he must. Later that night, Marrakesh, Morocco Harry's shoulder was hurting too much now to stay in his dog form, so they were on Muggle transportation. They had been able to find a bus to Marrakesh, and while waiting for it to leave, Daphne had dragged him into a bathroom to use some dittany and a potion on him, but he was fairly certain the man he had been fighting was a werewolf. The man wasn't changed, but his hands had claws. He knew only something like silver iodide would be able to get the wounds to close fully, but they didn't have any right now. At least the cut on his head was healed. After taking a train to Marrakesh, they were at a bus station trying to decide where to go. He wished trains went further south, but they didn't, so a bus was their best option. He was leaning against the wall for support as Daphne leaned into him. "We need to find you a healer," she told him. She sounded better than before, but a few hours had allowed bruises to form on her neck. He wouldn't be surprised if she had bruises elsewhere. "I'll be fine, Daph," he told her. "Will you stop that?" "I know you aren't fine, Harry. You were limping when we were changed," she told him. Harry sighed and ran a hand through his matted hair. He could still feel the sand and salt from the ocean. He wanted a shower but knew they had to get further away. "We'll find a healer when we get further away." She pursed her lips. "How did they find us? I thought the potions the goblins gave us should stop any tracking charms or scrying," she told him. "I don't know." "There is a bus heading south," he said, looking at the board of buses and a map that was next to them. Agadir is on the sea. Maybe we can find a boat or something to keep going south. There is a sizable British colony that doesn't recognize the ICW or the ministry in South Africa, or we could maybe head towards the Congo and Uagadu. She wrapped her arms around him. I think there is a small magical community in Agadir. I read about it in the guidebook at the villa, she told him. Harry kissed her forehead. Merlin, I love you. Daphne gave a small smile. It was all she could muster given the current situation. Looking at the board, they would have to be here for the night. There wasn't a bus south until the morning. Harry took them to a corner and took out his cloak. She knew he had been avoiding it because some people could still find him under it, like Dumbledore or Alastor Moody, but it still made her feel better as they sat in the chairs, and she curled up into his side. Harry wrapped an arm around her shoulders. I'm going to risk using the invisibility cloak, he told her. She nodded. She knew they had avoided it because of the charms they had found Dumbledore had put on it, but she thought it worth the risk at the moment. Most tracking charms didn't work more than a few 100 miles at most. They became active when Harry used the cloak. She wanted to get rid of the charms, but needed to learn more about runes before she did, not wanting to damage the cloak that Harry prized so much. Harry looked around, checking to see if anyone was looking before pulling his invisibility cloak over them. August 18, 1996, Agadir, Morocco. It was early afternoon when the golden retriever nudged him. She was steering him to their left. Harry's mouth was open, and he was panting. His shoulder was killing him. He whined when she nudged his shoulder again. Daphne licked his snout. He could feel the magic of powerful wards nearby, but wasn't feeling well enough to track it down like he normally would. After wandering another street or two, they came out by the ocean and found the small, wizarding section of the seaside town. It was relatively easy to spot as the only place that had a harbor with wooden ships. Most had 2 masts. It took them a few to find the portal. Turning back into their normal selves, Daphne moved to support him as he staggered. Harry, Daphne exclaimed. All right, Daph. He said, a slight slur to his voice. No, you aren't. We are finding a healer, she told him. Supporting him as they entered the dockside community, she had to ask a few people before being pointed in the proper direction. It turned out to be a small clinic. A few people were sitting in chairs. Harry was sweating as they walked up to the man at the desk. The translation medallions were proving their worth as the man spoke Arabic. Can I help you? My betrothed got into a fight. He needs to see a healer. Finn, Harry told her. I swear, Harry, you say that again and I'll scream bloody murder, she replied in a fierce tone. He chuckled at her. After filling out a form, they were told to sit. Daphne put a hand to his head. You're burning up, she said worriedly. It's nothing. We need to find a boat, he told her. They couldn't get caught, and he wasn't sure that werewolf wouldn't try to kill them if they were found again. Harry, if you die, it won't matter, she shot back. When they were seen into a room, he collapsed on the table before the healer could look at him. The man was running a wand over Harry. What happened to you? We were attacked. I think it was a werewolf, Daphne told the man. He just tusked. They have been an issue at times. You did get into a fight. There is an infection, which is why he is running a fever, and the wounds will need to be treated with silver. I'm afraid there will be scarring. Harry took her hand. A few more scars won't hurt me. Be quiet, Harry, she scolded him. He gave her a half-hearted grin as she helped Harry out of his shirt so the healer could look at the wounds. Harry was concerned by how concerned she was. He reached up with his other hand and traced her neck. You should be checked over too. I will look your betrothed over in a moment. This will sting, the healer warned. Harry took in a deep breath and closed his eyes as the healer dabbed silver iodine over the 3 long scratches that went up and over his left shoulder. Daphne squeezed his hand. After a few minutes, the healer stopped, then handed him 3 vials. This potion is for the infection. It should clear in a day or 2. I'll give you 2 more doses. One for before you go to bed tonight and the other for breakfast tomorrow. This one is for the fever. Again, I'll give you 2 doses. The last is a pain relief. Don't do anything strenuous with that arm for a few days. Werewolf wounds can take a bit to heal. The good news is that you won't be infected by lycanthropy, but I can't guarantee you won't show some signs. Yes, sir, Harry replied. I'll make sure he takes them, Daphne told the healer. The man nodded. I would like to see him again tomorrow to see how the wounds are doing. It may take another treatment or 2. Now let me look at you, miss. Your neck is all bruised. They shared a look. Daphne didn't look to like it, but Harry knew she was agreeing to find an apothecary to find some silver iodine. She had a tear in her shoulder and a bruise on her leg as well, Harry said, more concerned for Daphne than he was for himself. She gave him an unimpressed look. After a moment, the healer commented, "Whoever did first aid on you did a decent job. I think a dose of muscle mending potion, some bruise salve and rest, and you should be good in a day or two as well." Daphne nodded. Harry paid from their pouch before they left the clinic. He was already feeling much better. Daphne was eyeing him as he looked around. "Harry, should we find a place to stay the night? You look better, but you still look awful." "Daph, I don't want to stay. If they find us, I don't want you getting hurt." She frowned but didn't protest. There was an herbalist a few stalls down where they found everything they needed and were pointed towards a two-masted schooner at the end of the dock. Approaching the ship, a dark-skinned man in a yellow robe in the cut of the locals was at the bottom of the gangplank arguing with a man. "I already paid the taxes." "You can't leave without paying the taxes on the cargo you took on," a rotund man was saying. The man in yellow made a very unflattering comment. "Accumed, you are fleecing me. I only need to pay on the cargo I unload here." The corpulent man smiled. "If you don't pay now, I can't guarantee you will have a berth the next time you make port." "By the gods," the man in the yellow robes cursed before taking out his coin pouch. Then the corpulent man gave the man a grin with nasty-looking teeth. Daphne moved in closer to him. There were some choice words said as 4 other men were loading the ship using wands to levitate the cargo. After the other man left, they approached the ship. The man in yellow robes looked to them, eyeing them up and down before they could say anything. "I don't take passengers," he told them. "Please, are you Captain Bakir?" "We need passage south of here," Harry told him. The man's eyebrow rose. "Just south, not to Dakar or somewhere else more specific." Daphne held out a handful of golden doubloons. "We can pay," she said. Harry knew that was more than it should cost, but they needed to go. The man looked at them, then looked around. His eyes fell onto the coins. "A doubloon for each day each and 3 marks for meals each day." Daphne didn't look impressed. 5 doubloons now and 10 when we get to our destination," Daphne countered. "And where is your destination?" "As far south as you're going," Harry answered. The man regarded them for a moment. 8 doubloons right now. 12 when we reach Port Gentil in Gabon, plus the 3 marks per day. If you decide to get off before then, 5 doubloons no matter what." 12 doubloons only if it's 2 marks per day," Daphne countered. The man snorted. "I'm not the one running." "Fine, when do you leave?" Harry said he had the funds and they needed to go. "The tide goes out in an hour or so. We'll leave then. Cadham, get these 2 a berth in the forward hold. We don't have any state rooms," the man told them with a grin. Daphne leaned over towards him as they were led onto the small schooner and below deck. "I could have talked him down. My father said to always haggle." "Daph, I don't care about the money. I just want to take a nap and be off," Harry whispered back. The forward hold had 8 hammocks hanging from the ceiling. The man that showed them below deck indicated 2 for them and then left. Harry wasn't thrilled with the accommodations, but it was better than the bus station or the cupboard he had grown up in. Daphne managed to crawl in with him. Harry cast a few warning charms and other stuff before wrapping his arms around her and falling asleep to the rocking boat. Daphne watched over him, unable to rest with the noises of the ship being made ready to leave. Later that day, Hogwarts, Scotland Albus was poring over maps on his desk. He knew he was supposed to be worried about hearing a new potion master, but was too worried about Harry and what Tom could be doing to focus on that. He had told Minerva to get it done, and she rarely failed at anything he set her to. Reports had come in from a few of his contacts on the continent. Death Eaters had been seen in a dozen cities over the last few days, mostly in France, Belgium, and Germany, the most likely places they would easily get to by Muggle means. It was obvious they had escaped by not using magic. This was probably a blessing, as Tom's people had truly little experience in the Muggle world. As he looked at where they had been seen, Severus's assertion that they were checking every magical settlement was accurate. The children had to be avoiding these places, otherwise his contacts would have seen them. As his finger moved further afield, his eyes and mind kept going to a few places. Harry had closed his accounts. There was not an insignificant amount of coin, treasure, and heirlooms that had been in the vaults. He doubted that Harry would haul that around with him, which meant he had only 3 real options where to put his wealth. One of the other goblin clans in Germany, France, or Spain, the gnomes of Austria, or the vampires of Italy. Albus unfortunately thought all 3 to be viable options. He knew that Harry didn't have any grudges against magical creatures, meaning that all 3 banking options were open to him. He doubted that Harry could have made it to Italy by now if he wasn't using magical transport. Muggles were good at moving around, but he knew Harry was underage in their world and would have a challenging time getting an automobile. Severus and Remus had assured him that Harry would not be able to fly in an Erioplane. They wouldn't sell him the tickets at his age, and he wouldn't be able to get onto the Erioplane without Muggle identification. He could use a train. It never occurred to him that Harry might try to convert everything over to Muggle currency, or that he knew how to get Muggle identification, until Severus pointed out that could be a possibility. It was such a devastating possibility that Albus didn't even consider it. Harry would never give up magic. Albus sighed. Harry had the knowledge of the Muggle world that very few of his contacts or people in the Order did. Those that did, Remus, Severus, and Tonks, were very apprehensive they could find him if he went Muggle. Looking to the shelf of destroyed instruments next to the few that were still working, he knew there was going to be no way of tracking him unless the blood trackers were within 200 miles or so of the boy. Unfortunately, Europe was a large place. Their best hope was that Harry or Daphne was forced to use magic, and they could find them when the ICW or another member nation found them. Looking at the destroyed instruments again, he wished he knew a place Harry had been. If they did, then certain magics would become available to track Harry. Perhaps not telling Harry about things had not been a bright plan. Harry blamed him for Sirius's death. If truth be told, the boy wasn't wrong. Knowing the boy's fate, he had hoped he would have a good life, but the more he found out this summer, the more he understood why Harry would run. He was pondering this when the small gargoyle above his door announced, "Severus Snape." Albus leaned back into his chair. Hopefully the man had good news. A moment later, the door to his office banged open. Albus looked at the man with an annoyed expression. He hated when the door was slammed open like that. "You have news." Severus took a few strides over to his desk and placed a sheaf of parchment on it. "I was at the Malfoys. Lucius was summoned to Morocco. I think this has to do with the team hunting for Potter and Greengrass." Albus's brows climbed up his forehead. Reaching for the letter that Severus must have taken, he read it. "Morocco? How could the boy have gotten to Morocco?" Severus snorted. "I always told you he was more like Lily, but you always wanted me to treat him like his arrogant arse of a father." Albus pinched the bridge of his nose. "I am not in the mood for this argument again. You already made waves at the last meeting, and I need you to keep your cover." Severus glared at the man. "Albus, your chosen one has flown the coop. I am dedicated to destroying my master, but if Potter is too smart to be involved, I will find another way." "Severus, now is not the time. I will notify Alistair about this. If you find anything else, let me know right away," Albus told him in a dismissive tone. Severus glared at him for a moment more before stalking out of the room. Albus picked up the letter. It said Potter and Greengrass were in Casablanca. Getting up, he went to the instruments on the shelf. Many were still destroyed from Harry's fit the night Sirius had died. Only one blood tracker was still operational. Drafting a note, he wrapped the tracker inside of it. "Fox, my friend, I need you to find Alistair Moody and deliver this to him," he said, holding out the small package. The bird had refused to take him to or to retrieve Harry or Greengrass. He hoped his Phoenix friend would do this for him this time. After a long moment of the black eyes of Fox staring at him, the Phoenix squawked, took the package in his beak, and then disappeared in a ball of fire. Albus sat back in his chair. "This is all a disaster," he muttered to himself. August 19, 1996, Casablanca, Morocco. Moody was glowering at the customs agent that was looking at his passport. He always liked a good chase when he had to find a criminal, but he hated having to pay attention to local laws. Luckily, he maintained his ICW credentials, and they would allow him to act as a hit wizard here, even if Morocco didn't follow the ICW accords. The man looked up to him. "Are you here chasing a contract?" Moody snorted. "I would have given you that when I stomped over here," Moody gruffly replied to the man with the thick accent. "What is your business?" "You have presented a law enforcement waiver. Unless you are under contract, I will have to deny your entry," the man said. He nodded, and 3 Aurors moved towards them. Hestia was already waiting for him. He gave a small shake to her head to keep her from drawing her wand. She was a hit wizard of some skill, but the last thing they needed was to draw attention that Harry Potter could be in the country. He leaned over the counter and lowered his voice, hopping the privacy wards around the stand were as good as his eyes said. Only him, the customs agent, and the Aurors should hear him. "Listen, laddie, I'm here under official business from the British Ministry of Magic under a request to the ICW. Let me through. I promise I won't cause any trouble." The man eyed him dubiously. The aurors came closer, and Moody's hand was itching for his wand to come to it. One of the aurors came within a few feet. After a moment, the man said, "Does this have to do with a certain alert we were sent?" Moody turned to face the man as his eyes scanned everywhere. "Aye, laddie." After a moment of tense silence, the man waved for the agent to let him through. The man walked with Moody as he joined Hestia. "You need to stop at your embassy or the auror office to register. If you violate any laws before doing so, you will be held criminally responsible. We are not an ICW-controlled country." Moody nodded. When he thought they were out of earshot and into the main wizarding district of the country, he whispered to Hestia, "Over my dead body am I registering. We need to find Potter soon." "I was able to get a local paper as you were looking around the aerodrome," she said, handing him the paper. Moody looked at it with his fake eye, the translation spells on it changing the Arabic to English. She had left it open on an inside page to a disturbance at a local beach that had required an obliviator and aura response. "It's as good a spot as any to start. Let's find out where this is," Moody told her. Less than an hour later, he was at the edge of the ocean. There were traces of magic all around. The area along the beach didn't see much magical use, so most of the traces were relatively fresh and pure. Looking around, he caught the signs of powerful wards on the cliffs above them. Hestia was surreptitiously casting about and doing her best to avoid the few muggles around. When she stepped up to him, she asked, "What do you think?" "There was a fight. I can detect 6 signatures. The tracker is reacting to Potter's magic, but it's weak. He's not in the area anymore," Moody told her. "There's also something up there." Hestia followed his gaze to where he nodded. "It's too far away for me to detect with the spells I can use at the moment. What is it?" Moody shrugged. "Something big. Probably a home. You think that is where Potter and Greengrass were staying?" Moody's eyes looked towards the water. "Whatever happened down here happened along the water's edge. Did you get any trace on that apparition?" She pointed in the direction of the wards. "That way. Can't tell you how far, though." Moody grunted. He knew you could usually pick up apparition trails for 24 to 48 hours, but to know the distance, you usually had to be there within 3 or 4 hours. Looking at the beach and the cliffs, Moody had a good feeling that was where Potter had been. Grabbing Hestia's arm, he twisted and they appeared on the top of the bluffs. She was used to his eccentricities and was moving to make sure they were safe instead of yelling at him for his rudeness. They were outside the safe distance of the wards. Hestia started to cast spells. Moody took out the small glass vial on a string. It spun for a moment before aligning itself. It was pointing at the wards, then the small tip moved to the south by southeast. By the way it wobbled, it was obvious it was only following a weak link. The boy was either out of range of the tracker, and it was just picking up the weakening trail, or he was on the very edge of the detection range. Either way, that meant he was a ways ahead of them already. Taking out a map, he started to look for obvious places the teens could go. Hestia came to him a few minutes later. "There are traces of their magic, but I can't get any reads. It's like something is actively blocking me." "I would say goblin anti-tracking potions and charms," Moody told her. Her brow rose. "Those are pricey." "From what Albus says, the kid had the resources, though he shouldn't have been able to get at them until he was 17, Moody answered her. "They are traveling muggle. The blood tracker has only a weak link. I don't like this." "Marrakesh is the likely place along this path, unless they are going into the desert." Hestia looked at the map, then pointed to a line with hash marks. "If they are going muggle, then they could take a train or bus. From here they could go north or south," she told him. The lass had spent some time learning about muggles. She was one of the best hit wizard trackers he knew. "Aye, but which way? They want to avoid Europe, otherwise they wouldn't be here," Moody said. They were both looking at the map when there was a soft crack not too far away. Moody's wand was out, and he tapped his head, disillusioning himself before the map fell to the ground. Hestia was doing the same. The next swipe of his wand vanished the map. He would have to get another one now. They slunk off towards a shaded area under a tree. A moment later, his magical eye fell on someone he wanted to put a piercing hex through. The blonde Ponce Malfoy was following a short man with another big man behind him. "You told me you could find them," Malfoy was sneering. "I was using a divining rod attuned to the girl. That was broken," the small man retorted. "Your gold better be worth all this," the big man said. Looking at them, Moody recognized the big guy as a werewolf, and the small man had either house elf or goblin ancestry. Malfoy snarled at the werewolf. "I am paying you, that should be enough. Now where are they? You've already wasted a day trying to find them." I told you the traces are going in a dozen different directions. They weren't just staying here, the small man said. I am telling you they are animagus, the big man said. Malfoy scoffed. They are too young. Moody thought about that for a minute. It was possible. The boy's father and godfather did it at the same age. Was that how he had escaped and they didn't know? He would be on the lookout for it now. I agree with Nathan. It makes it harder for a diviner to follow if they are in an animagus form, the little man said. Hestia tapped his shoulder, then tapped out a message. It was loud and clear. If they could get a read on Potter, they could follow them. The small man took another 10 minutes before looking in the same direction the blood tracker had pointed. Nathan, when we were at the train station, how long ago do you think they were there? The werewolf sniffed. Yesterday. What are you saying? We missed them. If there were cameras or other stuff, I could have found them. I think they headed further south. All this time we have been following them south, the little man said. Moody's wand was weaving an intricate pattern. Lucius looked in the same direction. After a moment he said, Where south? We have to find them. We have to find them today. I say we head to Marrakesh, see if there are any way to track them by bus or train. I don't think they will use the gnomes' airships anymore, the little man replied. Lucius snarled. Get us there. Nathan, the werewolf, snarled at the man's back as they walked away. They waited a few minutes after the cracks of apparition sounded before they disillusioned themselves. Did you get trackers on them? 2 each, Hestia said. Moody nodded. Unless they got a better lead, they were now chasing the bounty hunters as they chased the kids. Casting the charms to see where their quarry went, they apparated near the train terminal to see what would happen next. August 20, 1996, Rotherham, England. Susan was seething. It had been 3 days since they had found out about Tom Riddle's secret. The fear of the name had turned into a cold fury now that she knew. Even more infuriating was the fact Aunt Tabitha and Uncle Grover wanted her to keep it a secret for now. Didn't they understand what this meant? What could this do for the Wankers' support? When she had sat under the sorting hat, it had waffled for just a moment between Hufflepuff and Gryffindor. She didn't think she was brave enough and really just wanted to make more friends. She had lived a relatively sheltered life, only knowing Daphne, Astoria, Neville, and a few others. When Hannah and her had met, it was an instant friendship that she was missing dearly right now, especially since she was in hiding. But the hat had seen the spark in her to be a Gryffindor. It was that spark that had her disobeying her aunt and uncle. For once, she didn't care to be the dutiful heiress, the loyal friend, or to think things through. A burning sense of revenge and need for justice had taken hold. With a huff, she sat at the dining room table for dinner. Astoria gave her a sympathetic look as Aunt Tabitha eyed her. Uncle Grover was poring over some parchments. Grover, it's dinner time. Yes, dear, he said, and put the papers on a side table behind him. Susan sat tall, ready for one of the house elves to serve them. It was one of the few things that her aunt and uncle used the little people for. When none came out of the kitchen, she looked up to her aunt. Why aren't we eating? Astoria questioned. Your father and I have something to tell you, but first, I would like to know why one of you went to the edge of the wards with one of our owls. Didn't I strictly instruct you to not leave the house grounds or to contact anyone? Aunt Tabitha said, her eyes narrowing in on Susan. She returned her aunt's stare. I told you I would not let this go, she said rather defiantly. Very few had seen this side to her. Her aunt closed her eyes. Uncle Grover stiffened. What did you do, Susan? He demanded. I am not going to just sit here and not tell people about Tom Riddle, she told him. He scrunched his face. Aunt Tabitha opened her blue eyes. Susan, what did you do? I sent an owl to Neville and his gran, she replied. His uncle let out a long breath. Well, that is not as bad as I feared. No, it is worse, her aunt stated. We were going to tell them anyways, Uncle Grover said. Astoria gave her an appreciative look. Do you like Neville? She mouthed. Susan felt a slight fluttering in her gut, but she didn't know if it was the grief, her bubbling anger, or the attraction she had started to feel towards the Gryffindor boy over the last year. He had started to lose his baby fat and had grown rather tall. I don't think you understand, Grover. Augusta Longbottom is a Gryffindor through and through. Her family, the Crokers, are deep into the unspeakable ranks, and her cousin, Alistair Moody, has as big of a grudge against the Dark Lord and his followers as the Longbottoms and Crokers. If you wanted this secret to break out in as public a way as possible, you can be assured that Augusta will, while her family and Moody start to take matters into their own hands, Aunt Tabitha said. Susan let a small smile come to her face. Astoria regarded her for a moment as her parents started to argue the point. She was a Slytherin. She was cunning and sly when needed. She had ambitions, though she hadn't known what it really was until lately as she thought increasingly about Daphne and everything she had taught Astoria over the last year. Astoria hadn't been the heiress, but now that would be. She found she wanted it and wanted to change things. She was also realizing that there were gaps in her education. She had been taught about all the great houses in their society, but she had never cared much for politics. Astoria had talked to Susan about all this in the last few weeks, so Susan just returned a small smile. Like Daphne, Susan had grown up knowing she was the heiress of her house. Business, politics, family connections, and all the trappings of that title had been drilled into her since she was young. Aunt Ami had not been negligent in her responsibilities, not to mention she had learned much just by watching her auntie. Susan would use all those lessons to honor and get revenge for her auntie. "You knew this, didn't you?" Astoria asked in a whisper. Susan smirked. "I am hoping that is the reaction." "I know you are," Aunt Tabitha interrupted them. "What is done is done. I only hope this does not come back to harm us." Susan stuck her chin up. "I won't let them get away with killing Aunt Ami or almost rapping me." Astoria sucked in a sharp breath. She hadn't told her cousin everything that had happened that night. It was only her elf that had saved her. Her uncle looked upset while her aunt just sighed. "Of course not. You are a Bones. We don't cow to anyone, but there are ways to do things that could have caused far more damage than this overall. Grover, you will have to call the Alliance together tomorrow." "I don't know how fast Augusta will move on this. Should we not talk to her tonight?" her uncle asked. Her aunt slightly shook her head. "It will do no good. The last time I talked to her, she was still incensed at the ministry for trying to hide the breakout at Azkaban, not to mention that Bellatrix and the other Lestranges are still alive. No, when she gets this information, she will be on the warpath." Her uncle sighed. "Then I don't think we can hold off on you and the girls." "I agree," her aunt said. "Hold off on what?" Astoria questioned. "Tomorrow morning, you, Susan, and your mother will be going to France. You will be enrolled in Beauxbatons," her uncle informed them. Susan shot up. "You can't do that. I need to stay and fight. I must go to Hogwarts. What about my friends? What about everyone here?" she demanded. "Susan, can you honestly tell me that you can stand up to a fully trained wizard? You do remember what happened that night?" her aunt questioned. Susan felt the face drain of color. She may have brought it up herself in her anger, but she hadn't really thought of everything. "I was attacked by 3 wizards," she said in a cold rage. She had fended off 2 singly, but had fallen swiftly when it had been 3. "And that is why you need more training. I know Ami took down 6 before she was killed. She held off several others to let you get away until you know who showed, Susan. You are good for your age, but you are not yet formidable. In a few years you will be. I will not hold you back if this is the path you want, but I will not send you off like a lamb to slaughter," her aunt said with some steel to her voice. Susan defiantly looked at her aunt. She ruthlessly pushed the tears down that threatened to come out. After a moment, she gave a stiff nod. Astoria looked to relax some. "I will do what I must, though. Let your uncle and I help. There are things you do not yet understand. I understand why you did what you did." "I probably would have done the same at your age," Aunt Tabitha confessed before them all. Susan's brow rose. "You forget that your father was my brother. He and Ami made sure I could defend myself. Times were very dangerous, and our family was squarely in the targets of the Death Eaters and you know who." "I am only going to call in Riddle from now on," Susan told her aunt. Aunt Tabitha inclined her head. "Very well. Riddle targeted our family. Before I was betrothed to Grover, I was attacked. It was 3. I was able to escape, but only with the help of others. A few years later, just after Daphne was born, I was caught in a fight in Diagon Alley. By then, I was able to fight off 5 to save your cousin and a few others. When you can prove to me you can do that, then I will have no qualms about you joining this fight." Susan looked into her aunt's ice-blue eyes. There was a fierceness there that she had never seen in her aunt before. It had always been there with Aunt Ami, but never Aunt Tabitha. "Will you train me to do the same?" Astoria requested. "Yes," Aunt Tabitha said as Uncle Grover said. "Absolutely not." Aunt Tabitha turned to glare at her husband. He held his head up, being the lord of the manor. Aunt Tabitha cold said, "Astoria will learn to defend herself. Do you honestly think this will only be contained to Britain? When we leave, you know that we will be safer, but not immune to the danger or others. I have allowed you to dictate this aspect of my heritage because I didn't want my daughters to know the realities we did growing up. I was lax in believing the tough times were over. Not anymore." She had a newfound respect for her aunt as Uncle Grover let out a long sigh. "You are still leaving with the girls tomorrow to go to one of the places we discussed." "Agreed," Aunt Tabitha said. her icy demeanor falling. She looked back to Susan. "Susan, I must stress this must remain a secret. There are forces out there that want you and our family." She indicated everyone in the room. "You cannot tell anyone we are leaving or where we are going. If you wish to tell Cyan Longbottom or anyone else," she said, giving Susan a look that had her flush some, "then you may do so after school starts, but you must not tell him where you are. Do you understand?" After a moment, she nodded. "Yes, Aunt Tabitha." Her aunt turned to look at Astoria. "Astoria, this is the same restrictions for you. Do you understand?" "Yes, Mother," Astoria said with more reticence. "After dinner, make sure the trunks I had you pack are ready. We will be making our way to Falmouth and take a boat over so the ministry cannot track us," her aunt told them. "I will make sure that Eric gets you an escort. His family will be going too. I need him and you to complete the registration in France and him to see the goblins," her father said. With that, they started to discuss the move and food came out of the kitchen. She looked to smile at Dobbin, the last elf of her house and the one that had saved her. "Thank you, Dobbin," she said gratefully. The younger elf looked up to her with a smile and nod of his head. August 24, 1996, Wiltshire, England. Unlike most of his followers assumed, Voldemort was not a stupid man when it came to managing his organization. He found it a little more difficult to hold his temper since coming back, and had found things in a much worse state than he had anticipated. But a few incompetences, like Lucius, had left things primed for an easy takeover without much blood shed to the base he needed. That didn't mean that he was ready to act, as much as he wanted to. He figured perhaps only 10% of the ministry was firmly in his pocket, with many more sympathetic to him. He had been overjoyed at the initial news that Potter had scampered, especially after Amelia Bones' death at his own hand, but that had emboldened some. Most notably, those families that had claimed neutrality in the last war. Though certain members of his faithful, like Lucius and Robert Parkinson, had worked hard to better themselves and advance his plans, even if unknowingly, a much larger portion of his true believers had either gone to jail, gone to ground, or let their families stagnate, or even revert. This left him in a quandary. With Lucius and Robert being his deepest pockets, he barely had the funds to grow his base the way he needed. He could easily call up enough mercenaries to take over the ministry, but he knew he would not be able to control or maintain it without enough bloodshed that would hobble the government he needed to eventually take over the entire wizarding world. In short, he needed more funds and more families on his side. Losing the Bones girl, the Greengrasses, the Browns, and now the Changs were putting large holes into his plans. The Carrows had suffered for letting Bones escape. How Potter had outplayed him on the Greengrasses was a mystery. Potter, he thought bitterly. He thought when Bellatrix told him she had killed Black that Lucius would gain that fortune. That was a bitter blow to understand that Potter now possessed it, and if the goblins were right, had scampered with it. Finding Potter was now becoming even more imperative than before. As far as he knew, Lucius was the closest to capturing the boy and the chit, but he didn't know where the man was, and he hadn't answered the last 2 summons, meaning he was either being ignored or was beyond the range of the mark, which should be able to reach several hundred miles. As he thought about it, he turned his attention back to the finances he had, and whether now was the opportune time to strike or not. As much as he didn't fear anything, there was a gnawing doubt that if he moved before he was truly ready, then his opposition would be able to put a far worse resistance than he was anticipating. It was important for the coup to be swift and complete. Then he had to purge the unworthy before turning his attention to the continent. If Potter had just died like he was supposed to the night of his resurrection, things would be much better. Scrimgeour had mobilized the houses of the light and neutrals, and he had lost a few key members in the ministry because of it. Now the man was talking about the prophecy being false. He didn't think it was, otherwise, Dumbledore wouldn't have put such stock in it. But if the prophecy wasn't important, what would that mean? Would that mean he was unbeatable, or was Potter not the chosen one? Or perhaps Halloween on 1981 had not been the boy at all. Lily Potter had been reputed as a genius, and Severus had said she was as good at runes as she was potions. Was it possible she had found a way to protect the boy and Potter wasn't special at all? His red eyes burned as he thought of the possibilities. If Potter wasn't the key to his defeat, then moving on the ministry early wouldn't matter. This indecision was something that had not plagued him since his first years at Hogwarts, when he was first figuring out what magic was and how to use it to reach his goals. He really needed to know what the prophecy said. The only two ways he knew how to do that was to get Potter or Dumbledore. He knew that Dumbledore would be an impossible task unless he did it himself. Potter was the easier option, but the boy was nowhere to be found. Pondering this, his thoughts turned once more to Lucius. The man needed to pay for his failures. An evil grin came over his face as he thought of this. Nagini slithered over to him from the fireplace. She hissed, "What vexes you so, my human?" He gave a dark chuckle. He hissed and spat back, "I plan on how to get the answers I need while deciding when the time is right to strike." "You always strike when not expected, unless you are cornered," she replied. Voldemort remembered when he had first met Nagini. At the time, she was still a stunning woman, but the malediction was almost at the point of subsuming her, and she was only a woman a day or two each month before becoming a snake again. She had become the only thing in the world he came to care for other than himself. He chuckled at her simple take on life now. "I will, dear one. The time is near, but not yet. I can track the one you want," she offered. He petted her head when it raised up. "You are better here. I do not know where the boy is." "If he is that far afield, we would lose our connection." Nagini hissed in annoyance. He knew she needed the connection. If she only knew why she might not like it so much. "If he is missing for another month or so, we may need to go searching ourselves. It is of importance to know what the boy knows," he said. He knew Potter knew the full prophecy from his spy. He just wished his spy knew it. Perhaps he could find it out still. He knew of another person that knew of the prophecy besides Potter. Everard. He snapped out. The doors to his throne room opened a moment later. A young man came in and dropped to the floor. "My lord," he smiled at the young man. It was a smile that would make anyone shiver. "Please tell the lady of the house that I require her and her son's presence. You have 5 minutes to retrieve them." "Yes, my lord," Everard said. He got up and hurried out of the room. "We will give Draco an impossible task while his mother and father get one of their own. If they succeed, they may yet survive to see the new world," he said to Nagini and the room at large. Translated in the following publications: Der National Deutsche Ausrufer, the National German Crier Germany, L'Actualité du Monde, the News of the World France, I Periodici des Magi, the Wizards Periodicals, Italy, Dagens Nyheter, the News of the Day, Norway, Witch Weekly, Continental Issue, August 25, 1996. Who is Tom Riddle? As was recently reported in many papers that the murderer of the Triwizard champion Cedric Diggory, 17, was recently revealed to be one Peter Pettigrew, 37. The man is accused of belonging to a British terrorist group known as the Death Eaters, to have killed several Muggles, Cedric Diggory, led to the death of several others, and to have framed the recently deceased Sirius Black. Many may be wondering why this is significant to the question, who is Tom Marvolo Riddle? Well, the links will astound all our readers as we explain that Peter Pettigrew, a man thought to be dead, would be key in the new rise of a Dark Lord thought to be destroyed almost 14 years before. Evidence suggests that Pettigrew has recently joined the ranks of those known as necromancers, and is rumored to have resurrected a man that is as feared as Grindelwald. Who is this man? The same man that Harry Potter appears to be running from. We all know the story of Harry Potter, especially the recent search for him and his betrothed. But most would be surprised that the man he is running from, often known as He Who Must Not Be Named, you know who, or if you are brave enough, Lord Voldemort, is not who most think him to be. For those that might be more astute, you may have already pondered the anagram. For those that have not, then ponder this. Can you rearrange the letters of Tom Marvolo Riddle into another saying? Yes, no. If not, then I will make it easy. Tom Marvolo Riddle is I am Lord Voldemort. As explosive this is, even more explosive is the origin of the Riddle family and the man's middle name, Marvolo. For those that might follow the old pureblood lines of Europe, you are probably scratching your head, as there has never been a pureblood family with the last name Riddle. A curious fact, as it is known, the man and his followers have been some of the leading people in the resurgence in the beliefs of blood in the last few decades. A fact we will get back to in a moment. The name Marvolo has a far more significant meaning. It is the first name of Voldemort's grandfather, one Marvolo Gaunt. Gaunt is a well-known name among the old pureblood families, especially as it links back to one of the strongest wizards remembered across the continent, Salazar Slytherin, one of the famed founders of Hogwarts' School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This reporter can confirm that these statements are true. A Muggle birth certificate listing a Merope Gaunt and Thomas Riddle III has been located in London. Merope Gaunt is the daughter of Marvolo Gaunt. August 25, 1996, off the coast of Africa. They had been at sea the better part of 5 days now. The captain had stopped in Senegal, but only long enough to unload and load some cargo. Daphne and Harry had stayed below deck in the musty-smelling head. It wasn't the best, but they hadn't been found. Today they were on the deck. The way the schooner was moving made being below decks extremely uncomfortable. Unlike the ferry they had taken, the smaller wooden schooner bucked and dipped in ways that Harry didn't know a boat could. Captain Bachir had told them to stay out of the way of the crew, so they were leaning against the railing on the windward side, which the crew had told them was the side the wind was coming from, as the schooner heeled over and rolled up and down the large waves of the ocean. The 8 men that were on the boat were busy either holding onto the windward railing like them or seeing to what needed to be done on the ship. The captain and a woman with a scarred neck were at the wheel. The woman was chanting as she held a rod that was about 2.5 feet long. It was made of a dark wood. Along its length it was adorned with runes. A half-dozen of them were glowing blue as the woman chanted. Daphne was holding on to him. They had found she didn't handle the heaving ship well. When Harry had mentioned that the captain had told them they were on a fast schedule as they had some cargo that was time-sensitive to deliver, she held his hand tighter as a groan passed through the ship. The woman stopped her chanting, and the schooner heeled over a little more as the wind picked up. The woman grabbed a rope to steady herself. "Have you ever seen anything like that?" Harry said loudly to Daphne to be heard over the wind and sounds of the schooner. She shook her head. "I've heard that old mages could control the elements, but nothing like this," she said back just as loudly. One of the other crewmen came over and helped the woman below deck to one of the 2 cabins on the schooner. One was for the captain, the other for the woman. Harry wanted to talk with her, but so far, she had avoided them. "Do you think she learned that at Uagadu?" Harry asked her. Daphne looked to swallow hard as the ship did a sudden plunge down a large wave. Harry held her tight so she wouldn't slip down the deck. After a few, she responded. "Probably. I think I need to get off this ship," she told him. Harry knew she needed to, but the captain said they wouldn't make port again for a few days. As concerned he was for Daphne, he wanted to find out how the woman controlled the wind and possible other weather or elements. August 26, 1996, forests of Nigeria. The little half-elf thing had been able to pick up a whiff of the teen's magic, and they were moving further and further away from Europe. Lucius had never been this far from Britain and didn't like the area. The few cities were odd. The magic of the area made his skin crawl every time they came close to a settlement. The desert had given way to plains of grass dotted with trees, and now this dense forest with buckets of rain at times. He also hated to be on a broom for this long. His bottom was developing sores, even with the cushioning charms. "Where are we going?" Lucius asked as the rain splashed off the rain shield he had cast over his head. "Looks like towards the coast. I originally thought they were flying, but they are moving too slow for that. They must be on the ocean," the little man said. Lucius snarled. "Are you telling me we could have avoided this trek across the wilderness?" Divining rods are not always that accurate, and the signal is very weak. They are still some distance off, and if we had taken a ship, we would have been behind them. Given another day or two, we should finally be able to get a stronger read on them and then get ahead of them, the little man told him. "Then let's apparate and get there quicker," Lucius ordered. "Have you been to any of the towns or settlements this way?" the man asked. Lucius's lip curled up. He knew it was impossible to apparate without being able to see where he was going or having already been there. The dense trees would only allow them to apparate a few 100 yards each time. Doing the number of apparitions they would need to do would tire them quickly. He would prefer a portkey, which you could use a map to set its destination, but none of them knew how to make one. The rain was starting to let up. The werewolf was sniffing the air. "Bergen, I smell it again. Someone is following us." Lucius rolled his eyes. The werewolf had been saying that for 2 days now, but every time they tried to find someone, no one was there. The half-elf looked back to the other bounty hunter. A frown was marring his face. He took out a short wand. Lucius's nose was twitching. "No one is there," Lucius told them. He had used detection spells the last few times and didn't see the need this time. Besides, who would follow them like this? The little man frowned. "There is something." "Up there," he said, pointing upwards. He looked up into the gray sky and didn't see anything. Just to get moving again, he took his wand out of his cane and pointed towards the sky. Hominem Revelio. He had done this more than a dozen times in the last few days. There hadn't been any sign of anything. This time, his eyes widened when his spell pinged something. He jabbed his wand a few times, sending a barrage of piercing hexes before he called out, Avada Kedavra. An invisible figure shifted, then the charm faded, as a man with a weathered leather cloak suddenly came into view. The grizzled man rained down a cascade of blasting hexes into the branches of the canopy around them. They had been forced to fly close to the ground for the divining rod to work. Lucius put up a shield. The little man next to him cast a few nasty-looking hexes before everything stopped. He caught sight of the hated Exorer as the man flew away. There was another disturbance in the air not far behind him. Lucius snarled. If Moody was chasing Potter, then they needed to find the boy. He also knew he had to get back. Trying to beat Moody was going to be hard. Trying to consider what to do, the werewolf said, "Was that Moody?" "What would he be doing down here?" the half-elf inquired. "He's Dumbledore's man. I need to get back to Britain. Keep tracking those kids and bring them to me." "I still need them alive and in good condition," he told them. The werewolf growled. "If that is Moody, there is no way I will be able to take him outside of a full moon." "Good thing there's one in 2 days, you mangy mutt," Lucius snapped. "Just take care of this and find Potter and Greengrass." "We need more funds," the half-elf said. If Lucius didn't need them, he would kill them now. Instead, he took out a coin pouch. 500 galleons, no more until you catch them." He slammed his wand back into the cane, then twisted a silver band below the wolf head of his wand. The pull of a hook just behind his navel had him speeding back towards England. As he traveled, he was trying to figure out a unique way to get Greengrass's wealth. Perhaps a raid was called for. If he could get the man's younger daughter or wife, he could force him to sign a betrothal and their entire estate away to his son, and intern him. August 28, 1996, off the coast of Africa, the seas were rougher today. A gray sky dominated the world and the ocean looked as stormy. Bands of rain surrounded the schooner. Instead of calling more wind, the weathermancer, as one of the crew had called the woman by the name Mirandy, was chanting to keep the storms calm around the ship. Harry could feel the magic she was exuding and was amazed at the prolonged use of her skills, though she was looking tired. Not far away, the coast of Africa could be seen. One of the crewmen came up next to Harry. Daphne was below him in the hammock, feeling extremely sick to her stomach today. Harry motioned to the land. "Are we heading in?" "Accra, Ghana," the man said, the translation medallion still working perfectly. "We will make port in a few hours. Have something to pick up." Harry nodded. As he looked out over the stormy ocean, something caught his eye. If he had been a seeker, he might not have noticed, but there was an odd distortion that looked to be avoiding a rain burst and having issues holding steady in a breeze. As Harry focused on the spot, he noticed 2 such distortions. A sinking feeling ripped through Harry as he looked at the distortions. "Oh, shite," he muttered, knowing they had been found and knowing only crazy people would dare to follow them out here. Turning to the man next to him, he asked, "How far away is the shore?" The man looked at him oddly, then back out. "Maybe 20 kilometers. And where are we putting in?" The man held his hand up to his eyes to shield them from the water droplets falling. "About 15 kilometers or so up the coast there," he said, pointing towards a patch of heavy rain. Harry took it in. He could make out the coastline, but no real details on it yet. They were just about on the edge of apparition range to do this over water. Once they were on land, they could easily cover 150 miles or so on each jump. His mind made up, he worked his way towards the closed hatch to get below deck. The boat rolled and Harry slammed hard into the mast. Luckily his shoulder was healed now, even if he did still have angry-looking pink and purple scars. Hissing at the jolt of pain, he managed to stumble to the hatch as the boat rolled on another wave, and then get below deck just as a wave broke over the prow. Water chased him in. Harry brushed it off as he made it over to the hammock that a rather green-looking Daphne was in. He figured they maybe had 5 or 10 minutes before the bounty hunters were onto them again. He stumbled into the hammock. "Come on, love, we have to get up," he told her. Harry needed to see the shoreline for them to apparate. He would have to guide her. She was in no state to apparate on her own. "What are you doing? Where are we going?" she asked him. The ship gave a sudden shiver and jarred hard into a wave. Harry grabbed the hammock and managed to keep them up. "We have company. It's time to go," he told her. She looked about ready to be sick. "Just get me off this thing," she said weakly. Harry managed to make it back onto the deck. The captain was talking with one of his crew. Not wanting to cheat the man, Harry stuck a small pouch to the mast with a sticking charm. It was about 3 times what they had agreed to, but if those bounty hunters reached here, the man might need it. One of the crewmen yelled to Harry and Daphne as he was looking towards the land. It was closer, but not much. The ship was running parallel to the coast of Africa now. Finding what looked like a small hill overlooking the ocean, he twisted. The ship gave a lurch as he twisted. It felt like the ground had dropped out from under them just as they were squeezed through the nothing between spaces, and then came out. Daphne gave out a little scream as they dropped. It was only a foot or two, but it was enough to knock them both to the ground into the wet grass with wind and heavy droplets whipping onto the shore. A clap of thunder sounded nearby. Harry looked up. They had made it, but they were perilously close to the edge of a cliff. Daphne rolled over and emptied what little she still had in her stomach. He moved to her, realizing the pain in his ankle was probably a sprain. He made sure she was all right before sitting down. She put her head in his lap. "Are we on solid land again?" "We are, Daph. We can't stay here for long," he told her, taking his rucksack out of his pocket. After enlarging it, he took out a pepper-up and stomach-settling potion. "Good, but it still feels like we are rocking about," she told him. "Here, take these. We need to keep moving for a little bit," he told her. It took a little coaxing, but within a few minutes she looked more alert, even though she was now very pale instead of sickly green. "Why did we leave the boat? Where are we?" she asked him. The storm up the coast was moving out. "I think we are in Ghana. Accra is in that direction. That's where the schooner was heading. We had to leave because I spotted 2 people under disillusionment charms." "If they are tracking us, we don't have long to get out of here," he told her. "Harry, how are they still finding us?" she asked, the worry coming through. "I don't know. Are you good enough to get up?" She looked at him from his lap. "We need to find out how they are finding us." Looking out to the ocean, the schooner could be seen by its gray triangular sails at the top of its masts over the waves. It was far enough out it was hard to see. "You aren't in any shape to fight," Harry told her. He was thinking of how close it had come to losing her last time. If she hadn't gotten that fire spell on that vampire, she would have died. "We can't keep running." Looking around, she said, "We can set up a trap. I know a few rune sequences that would incapacitate someone as long as we can get them onto the ground." Harry looked at her worriedly, then back out to the ocean. After a moment, he said, "We maybe have 10 minutes more if it's a slow way for them to track us." Daphne nodded. Even though she was still very pale, she took her own rucksack out and dug out her rune carving kit and a handful of sandstone blanks. Harry got up. He figured whoever was following them would detect the magic, so he was putting up the few wards they knew about, hoping it would mask what Daphne was doing. He walked out a good 10 yards. "Homnum revelio maxim, salvia hexa, animaga revelio maxim." They were 2 simple detection wards for any being or animagus. He would never let anyone like Peter sneak up on them again, and an anti-hex ward that should be powerful enough to stop any low or mid-power hex, including hexes like the stunning curse. They had avoided doing any magic like this since leaving Britain, fearing they would be tracked. Now it was a matter of survival and trying to break whatever was being used to track them. After his second circuit, he pointed his wand up and started to cast above them. The wards would only work a few meters above the ground, but by trying to anchor them up, he was hoping to extend that. By the time he did 3 more circuits, he was feeling the draw on his magic. He had poured as much as he dared into the wards, knowing he might soon need to be on the offensive. When he turned back to Daphne, she had her wand out and was chanting over the 6 rune lines in the ground. When she stopped, she swayed a little even though she was sitting. Harry moved to her side. "Are you all right?" "I don't like traveling by water anymore," she told him. Harry frowned, unsure where they would go from here. Having looked at the 2 guidebooks they had been able to find for this far south, he knew that flying and ocean travel were the only reliable Muggle means. They may have to chance a portkey, but that would be a last resort. Perhaps they needed to go somewhere else besides Africa. He didn't have long to think before he snapped his head up as his wards pulled on his magic. About 20 meters up, there was the outline of 2 people on brooms. Harry's wand snapped up and he shot out a few stunners. They splashed off a Pratigo's shield, but his spells were strong enough to shatter it on the 3rd hit, and the 2 people had to scatter. It did cause them to drop their disillusionment charms. "Bloody fuck," Harry muttered, recognizing the man with the peg leg right away. Daphne's wand was now up. Harry was tracking the Exorer as she tracked a woman with blonde hair. Harry knew he had seen her around headquarters last year, but her name was eluding him right now. A rumble of thunder was an ominous warning that a new storm was approaching them. The Exorer was smiling as he shouted down, "Potter, I haven't had this much fun in years. That's a merry chase you led us on." "We aren't going back, Moody. Tell Dumbledore to go shag a hippogriff or something," Harry yelled back. The man looked like he was laughing, but it was drowned out in another roll of thunder. Daphne turned as the woman drifted off to their side. "Those are some nifty wards." "Where did you find the minor hex-absorbing ward?" Moody asked. Harry didn't miss the man's wand was trained on Daphne. Harry wasn't going to let them get her, suspecting they were going to knock her out or grab her to make Harry go with them. "In a book," Harry called back. "Harry, they need to touch the ground within about 5 meters of us," Daphne whispered. "Working on it," he whispered back. Moody was grinning like mad. "It ain't safe to be out here, lad. You and your lass are all the talk of the town back home. I even hear there are others looking for you." "Yeah, we met some about a week back. If you want to talk, you should come down here," Harry called back. The man's electric blue eye stopped spinning and concentrated on them. Harry wasn't sure if they had been made out or not. Moody looked like he was sniffing. "I bet you would like me to, but I think I'll stay here. Hestia will throw down a portkey and then we will get you and your lass back to Hogwarts." He saw lightning streak across the sky. "We aren't going anywhere," Harry shouted back over a long roll of loud thunder. "Afraid you don't have a choice, lad. Either you come willingly or not. I would prefer the challenge," Moody said, his grin becoming more a determined set to his chin. Harry shot the man a 2-finger salute. He caught the edge of a red spell streaming towards Daphne. The stunner let him know they only wanted to capture them. Daphne moved just a foot over, her wand shooting out bludgeoning hexes instead of the more innocuous stunner that Hestia Jones came to him, had thrown at her. Harry had no issues using damaging or harmful spells to incapacitate someone. Daphne and him had agreed they would even kill someone, but that was only if they were trying to kill them. The stunning spell from Jones hit the wards and was channeled into the ground. It looked like red lightning as it danced over the wards. Daphne's spell went straight through the wards toward the woman. Harry moved to shield Daphne from Moody before twirling his wand and jabbing it towards Moody. The man's ropes shot through the ward to bounce off the half-solid Pratigo duo Harry had cast. In the meantime, huge clumps of grass and dirt shot out at Moody. The man went to dodge until Harry incanted, "Serpapafors." The man's eye widened as a dozen 3-foot-long serpents with wings suddenly materialized. As though realizing the kids wouldn't come easily, Moody growled. Daphne was not holding back as Hestia tried to get through the wards, but most of her spells were being redirected down into the ground. "Attack!" Harry ordered the flying snakes. The Amaru, a species of magical snakes from South America, took off in a swarm. They weren't the most deadly of snakes, but a few bites would take anyone down. Moody swore and started to cast fire and other spells at them. The rain was starting to come down, so the fire wasn't as effective. Harry turned quickly. His wand snapped like he was using a whip. A thick rope shot out of his wand. Instead of just letting it fly, he held the spell. Hestia was shielding and trying to get Daphne. She didn't realize Harry had turned to her until the rope wrapped around her leg. Harry pulled on it hard as she cast a cutting curse at it. He was able to get enough of a pull to unbalance her. The woman screamed, then disapparated as she started to fall. Harry turned back to Moody in time to see him transfiguring a golem out of the hillside. He was pointing his wand at Harry, then turned back to the flying snakes. 5 of them were still trying to catch Moody as he dodged and alternated casting spells at the wards and the snakes. The golem was a good 10 feet tall, made of stone, grass, and dirt, and had a mangled face, very reminiscent of its creator. "Oh, shite!" Harry muttered as it started to lumber towards them. Harry pulled up his wand. A large wall of dirt, a good 12 or so feet tall and feet thick, formed in a half circle around them. Pushing out his wand as it was flat against his other hand, he commanded, "Pillators!" 3-feet-long iron spears formed on the outside of the wall. Daphne let out a little scream. He turned to see Hestia inside the wards. She looked rather upset and was casting some bludgeoners and other more questionable hexes that would definitely hurt but wouldn't kill them. Daphne swiped her wand up. "Procaflexa!" she screamed. The woman dodged a reflected hex, then stepped in just a little close. Harry felt it when she hit the edge of the rune field. The power draw on them was noticeable. She must have had something that was blocking the stunning effect. It lasted a few seconds before the woman dropped. Daphne dropped to her knee, panting at the sudden draw on her magic. A section of the dirt wall formed a crack. Harry didn't have time to see if she was good. Scanning around, he caught Moody emulating the last of the Amaru transfigurations as the rain picked up. The man turned towards them. Harry leveled his wand at the spot where the golem was trying to break through. BOMBRDA Maxima! The wall exploded outwards. Dirt, spikes, rocks, and bits of the golem sped through the air. Moody cast a solid-looking shield that made a gonging sound when the golem's head struck it. Harry was already whipping his wand. Moody was far away, but if he could bind him with ropes, they might make it. The man was fast, though. He stopped the ropes before they hit him. A white spell leapt from the man's wand. Harry threw up a shield, unsure if his simple wards would stop this. A flash of lighting blinded the world, then the spell caused the wards to flare, making everything white for a moment. Harry blinked frantically as spots swum across his vision. Wingardium Leviosa! Daphne suddenly called out. Bloody girl! Moody suddenly cried out a lot closer than Harry expected him to be. His vision cleared enough to see a body falling a few feet before him. The draw on their magic to power the runes brought Harry to his knees. It took a moment for him to clear the spots enough to see through the pouring rain and flashes of lightning. Moody was in the mud just a few feet before him. His broom had come down and impaled in the wet ground only a foot from the man's head. The man's electric blue eye was still spinning madly, but it was obvious he was stunned. Daphne! He exclaimed, suddenly realizing what had happened. Turning, he found her passed out in the mud. Hestia was a few feet away. Enervate! He incanted. He was feeling a little too drained to focus on nonverbal casting. Daphne's eyes fluttered. It was obvious that they had rolled up into her head. It took a moment for her to wake. He was kneeling over her, keeping the rain from her face. There was the momentary panic of the adrenaline. He had to pin her wrist to the ground as she looked to be swinging her wand up to him. It's just me, Harry called out over the rain. Harry, she cried out. She struggled, and he let her go to find her arms wrapping around his neck. He pulled her to him, and they sat there, holding each other, until she jumped at a sharp crack that came almost as soon as the world flashed white. We need to get out of here, he told her. We need to find what they were using, Daphne reminded him. Harry nodded. He wanted to cast a weather-repelling charm but was feeling too tired after that battle. Daphne was just barely able to stand. It took them almost 15 minutes of searching both Hestia and Moody with spells and hands to find a small glass vial that was shaped in a small arrow. The dark red center had him thinking it was blood in the glass, and when Daphne held it by the silver chain attached to it, it pointed straight to Harry. Harry's face clouded. A blood tracker! That bloody fecking white-bearded arse! Daphne put her wand to it. Confringo! The device shattered into a fine dust. The blood in it made a fine mist that was quickly swallowed in the rain. He was still swearing at Dumbledore, who could have been the only one to make something like that, when she put a hand on his arm. We should go, she told him. Harry nodded. Standing, he helped her to her feet before looking around. The city was in that direction. We can't just leave them here. I know they were trying to take us back, but they weren't trying to kill us, she said. Harry felt a rage go through him for a second before he looked down at them. They both have portkeys. Any clue how to activate them? Daphne looked down. Where? I didn't detect them. I used parcel tongue. Moody has one on his eye, Hestia on her necklace, Harry said. Looking at them, she leaned down to Moody. As though considering it for a moment, she tapped her wand to the wildly spinning eye. Moody disappeared. Just channel a little magic into it, Daphne said. How did you figure that? She shrugged her shoulders. Thought I would be a little Gryffindor today, Harry grinned. She went over to Hestia and did the same. By the time they were done, the torrential rainfall had moved west, leaving them in only a light drizzle. Even in the warm tropical heat, Daphne was starting to shiver as they were both sodden to the bone. He pulled her in close. She hugged him tight. Harry had to ask the one provocative question he had before they started to move towards the city they could see in the distance. Wingardium Leviosa, Daphne grinned into his chest. I tried summoning his peg leg and then his jacket. He must have anti-summoning charms on them. I remembered the troll's story, so thought I could do it on his leg. Harry laughed, then kissed the top of her wet head. I love you, he said. I hope so. I don't do this just for anyone, you know, she said. Harry looked to a point a mile or so away, then twisted. Enough magic had been done already that if someone found it, they would be able to follow them for a bit anyways. Once they made the outskirts of the city, they would find what they could for Muggle transport. August 28, 1996 Hogwarts, Scotland. Merlin cursed that boy. Albus raged as he threw a stack of parchments onto his desk. In his single-minded attention to finding Harry, he had left Minerva to find a replacement professor for potions. The letters from the ministry had him raging at his deputy headmistress and Harry Potter. He had avoided ministry interference at his school for decades, until last year. After the debacle with Dolors, he would have figured the ministry knew not to mess in affairs they knew nothing about. The letters from Marchbanks, the head of department for the Department of Magical Education, said otherwise. He glared at the offending sentences. Due to falling standards, it is the decision of the DME to override the Hogwarts Board of Governors and the absent headmaster per Educational Decree 18 and Wisengamot Treaty with Hogwarts of 1634 when the Board of Governors was created. On August 28, 1996, a team will be at the school to determine the viability of further employment of the following staff and to instill 2 days. He had been in Antwerp to talk with an ICW hit wizard team he had dispatched to find Potter. He had been on the continent for 2 days to come back to Binns having been excised, Sybil and Charity fired, Severus and Hagrid under probation, and the addition of 2 classes he had managed to get rid of years ago. He was looking at 4 new professors, all posted by Marchbanks with Scrimgeour's approval and without a lick of advice from him. Albus didn't want rituals and didn't think the Muggle-born needed any introduction to the wizarding world. The packet with the first-year letters was more than enough and usually cost less than 50 galleons, compared to the almost 2,000 a full professor usually earned. Fuming that he would need a staff meeting to introduce and set his expectation for his new faculty tomorrow, he snapped, "Come in," when a knock came at his door. He had been so consumed with the letters that he hadn't heard the gargoyle announcing who it was. The door opened to let Severus into the office. The man gave him a slightly raised eyebrow. "Potter still have you in a right state?" The man questioned, looking amused. Albus just about growled. "Don't get me started. Has he been found by the Dark Lord? If he had been, I have no doubt the Dark Lord would have called me and everyone else to witness the boy die," Severus said. Albus pinched the bridge of his nose, pushing his glasses up. "Has there been any word?" "Lucius returned 2 days ago. He is planning something but is being unusually circumspect about it. I also have suspicions that Draco and Narcissa have been dragged into this, and he will use Draco to get at you," Severus informed him. Albus squeezed his eyes shut. Now of all times was not the time to deal with a child playing at adult games. It also meant he needed Harry and to push forward with his plans to hunt the Horcruxes like he had before Harry did a runner. "There is also this," Severus said. Albus opened his eyes to see a paper he was certain was from Germany. "What is this?" he asked. He was able to read some of it. In his youth, he had learned how to be fluent in speaking and somewhat in reading German. "It is one of the Dark Lord's deepest secrets. One of the teams from the continent brought this and other publications back last night. The man didn't make it," Severus replied. Grabbing the paper, Albus felt his rage boil. "How?" "I do not know. Most haven't seen it yet, but I thought you would know since you were in Copenhagen," Severus said. "Why would I know?" Albus demanded. "The paper is a few days old. It's becoming a firestorm on the continent. I do not know what will happen when the rest of his followers know." "Those that are marked are in too deep, but there are many that haven't committed or could back out," Severus told him. Albus had never hated Harry Potter before. "Potter," he said disdainfully. Severus had a small smile cross his face, but it was quickly gone before the old man could look up. "I agree that Potter and Greengrass make a formidable team, but I don't think this is them." "Why?" "It is too indirect. I have a feeling it is someone else," Severus said. Albus's rage settled a little. If they had been able to find out this secret, what others could they know? Albus would need to move on the Horcruxes. He had wanted to let the Boy of Prophecy eliminate them, but that wasn't an option now. Other plans would need to move forward as well, at least until Potter could be found. He needed more information, though. He needed Potter. "You are sure there is no word on Potter?" "None, Headmaster," Severus answered. "Do you know what the Dark Lord or Lucius intend Draco to do?" "I do not think Lucius knows about this. My godson has a plan but will not tell me what it is. I am concerned. I have never seen him this focused," Severus said, a genuine frown crossing his features. "Keep me appraised. Potter is the priority. If you have any information, you must inform me without delay." "Aleister Moody," the gargoyle above the door announced. His demeanor brightened. If Aleister was back, then he must have the boy. Severus looked disappointed for a brief moment. The man's thumping peg leg announced him before his arrival through the door. The man was grinning. This had Albus' spirits rise even higher. "Tell me you have good news, and that is why you are grinning." I have good news," Alistair stated. Albus waited impatiently, demanding after a few seconds, "Well, what news? Where is Harry?" The man's grin grew a little more. "The little bastard is most likely still in Africa, but I have no bloody clue where." Albus's good mood evaporated, and he snarled as he said, "Where is Harry?" "Jones and I found him just off the coast of Ghana. Did you know he can apparate? Or that one of them knows some basic warding and I would guess some advanced rune crafting. The boy can duel. He is still rough around the edges, but he has talent. Potter isn't some simpering ninny like you said, Albus. His lass is no pushover either," the man said with a chuckle on his voice. Severus snorted in mirth. Albus scowled at them both. "This is not what I need to hear. Why aren't you still in Ghana or wherever he is trying to catch him?" Alistair looked absolutely gleeful. "The lad and his lass are adamant they aren't coming back. I underestimated what they could do. After getting the drop on Jones and we woke up at the emergency portkey point in Safe House 6. We must have been out for hours. I'm telling you, Albus, the power Potter has was something. Blasted a 3-foot thick dirt wall and a golem clean apart. He shot a rope that was 40 feet long to get Jones. He goaded us right into a trap while his lass protected his back." Looking at his old friend, Albus failed to find the humor in all this. "You are saying that you and Hestia were ambushed by Harry and Miss Greengrass? Her influence on him is worse than I thought." Severus snorted in mirth again. Albus turned to the man with an angry expression. "How is this remotely amusing?" Severus shook his head. "I'm telling you, this is James and Lily all over, except it seems Potter is more like his mother. I'm sure there was a cunning plan from Greengrass mixed in, but his father would never have had the presence of mind to goad Moody." Albus growled at them both. "Albus, I think we would do better to hunt down the teams hunting Potter and eliminate them while they are scattered," Alistair put in. "Give the boy a chance to live, then find him." "Contact this man," Albus said, routing on his desk to hand him the card of the ICW Hit Wizard team lead. "Get back to Africa and bring Harry back. School starts in 3 days. I want him on the express, even if you have to stun him then tie him to a seat." Alistair chuckled. "I'll try, but I haven't been on a chase like this in a while. Get out, don't come back without Harry." He warned the old Exorer. With a cheeky grin that looked more terrifying than anything, the old man doffed an invisible hat and clumped out of the room. Severus gave him a questioning look. Albus pinched his nose again. "We need to find him. Harry is the key to everything. I need to know how everyone reacts to this other news as well. How many papers have this story?" 6 at least, Severus told him. Albus squeezed the bridge of his nose harder. "What about Alistair's suggestion to eliminate the teams looking for Harry?" Severus asked. "We do not kill people. They are brought before the Wisengamot or the ICW, he told his new Dada professor. Severus made a small motion with his head, letting Albus know he didn't agree. "Get out!" Severus nodded his head, then walked out of the room. Albus pinched his nose again. This release of Tom's origins would just muddy the waters, distracting everyone from what needed to be done. How had all his plans gone so tits up? August 29, 1996, Accra. Ghana. The last 24 hours had been rather rough. Neither of them had gotten enough sleep to replenish their magic. They were constantly looking over their shoulders or to the skis. Not having any information on Ghana, they hadn't been able to find any magical settlement and hadn't seen any of the gnomish zeppelins or the large towers it took to moor them. Feeling a little desperate, they had snuck into a cargo terminal in the airport. The local airport wasn't anything much, but it did have a large warehouse that had some cargo bins to go into the large passenger aircraft that were flying in and out. Daphne had refused to take another ship, and Harry didn't want to buy a ticket and have a chance of being tracked that way. So they found a crew loading a few small containers. They mentioned it was heading for Brazil, and South America seemed like a good random location. "It will be all right, Daph. Once we get away, we can sneak out," he told her. "I just don't want to be as sick as I was on that small boat," she replied. "I know," he said, kissing her forehead. "Time to go." They morphed into their animagus forms and made a mad dash for the far side of the hangar. He was able to get a look inside the container before it closed. He knew they were taking a risk, but they had to leave Africa. Behind a stack of crates, they turned back into themselves. Daphne took his hand. She was putting all her faith into him, and he wouldn't fail her. They waited for a few moments until he saw one of the men moving to the seat of the lorry used to move the crates. He waited. When the man reached down to turn the engine over, he twisted. They landed on a pile of luggage and fell over. "Oomph," he let out as he twisted to have Daphne fall on him. Someone yelled from outside the container. Daphne's blue eyes were wide in fear. He was getting ready to apparate back to where they had come from when the container started to move. He didn't really breath again until the container clicked into something. He was sure they were inside the plane now. "I think we're safe now," he said. Daphne moved off him so he could get up. After propping himself in as comfortable way as he could, she moved to crawl into his lap as another container was loaded behind them. He held her close to him, hoping that they wouldn't be tracked anymore, and they could finally find a place to stay for a while once they made it to South America. The same day, about 40 km west of Accra, Ghana, after the way the two teens had flattened him yesterday, Moody was taking his mantra much more seriously. He had allowed himself to be lulled into a false sense of superiority by reports of the two teens from Albus, Severus, and others. It was apparent that Potter had hidden a lot from everyone and suspected most of that happened last year. His two best friends had proven useless. Whatever they knew of Potter was not who the boy, young man, was now. He was obviously driven, had learned some useful skills, and could match even the best Auror recruits with his resourcefulness. The lass with him seemed to have the same drive and skill. Even if it was obvious she hadn't been blooded like Potter, she was still better than most of the recruits in the last decade or more. At first, he had been disgruntled to have to track down to wayward teens out on a lark. In the week since, it had become obvious the teens weren't doing this as some form of rebellion. They were honest scared of something, and Albus was one of those things. As he thought of this, his eyes scanned around the site where the two 16-year-olds had taken Hestia and him down. She was standing by his side, just as weary, as a team of 4 hit wizards from the ICW scanned the area. "They went east," Hestia said. It had taken him about 2 minutes to find the apparition traces with his eye, and another few to determine they had gone that way. Hestia had taken a little longer. They had now been here more than 20 minutes, and none of the ICW men seemed to have found it yet. He was itching to go, but Albus had told him to work with this rabble. I would say they headed towards Accra," he said. She nodded. "They are still trying to stay in Muggle areas. A bright thing to do. No magic, lots of people, no more blood tracker. It will be nigh impossible to locate them," Moody lectured. "Are you going to mention that to Captain America over there?" She asked, disdain dripping off her as she indicated the man. ICW hit wizard Stephen Rogers was already on Moody's nerves. The man was brash, didn't listen to a word that he or Hestia said, and thought he was Merlin's gift to wizard kind. Hestia had looked ready to punch him a few times at the condescending tone of his voice and the way he hit on her. The rest of his team wasn't much better. How a team of Americans had come to work for the ICW he wouldn't know, but found he didn't trust them. "He's a big lad, he can figure it out on his own," Moody replied. Hestia turned her head towards him but was looking east out of the corner of her eye. "I bet they made for that point and then hopped up the coast." "Aye, that would be the best way," Moody agreed. "Captain," an older witch called out. She was a decently attractive graying brunette with a scar over her left eye and down her cheek. "What is it, Baron?" "I found an apparition trace. We are tracking it now, but I think this one was incoming. The initial scans show it coming from the ocean," she said. Rogers looked to them. "You said they apparated from a ship." "Aye, it was a good 10 miles out or more," Moody told him. Hestia looked at her watch. They had been here for 22 minutes. If it had been just them, Moody and Hestia would have moved out a quarter hour ago. The man looked out to sea. "How can a 16-year-old apparate over so much water? Most adults would have an issue. Are you sure it was so far out?" "It was probably closer to 12 miles, Hestia said. Rogers looked a little skeptical. "I still find it hard to believe that 2 teens could do that and then take you out." Moody glared at the man. He may have underestimated the teens, which he was already chastising himself for, but he didn't need some brash yank pointing it out. "We found another trace." "This one goes east," Baron called out. "Get me a trace of where," Rogers ordered. "A shot that it's that point," Hestia said with her arms crossed across her chest. "That's a losing bet. A shot and a pint that it takes another 5 minutes to determine that," Moody replied as the 4 hit wizards kept at their investigation. Hestia snorted in mirth. "You throw in dinner too," Moody grinned. "I always like a good steak and kidney pie." "I want a real dinner," she told him. The 30-something woman was attractive, but Moody didn't think she was propositioning him. "A real dinner it is, lass," Moody told her. He was scowling when it took another 10 minutes while Hestia was grinning like a Cheshire cat. When they were getting ready to move out, Moody turned his head slightly towards the jungle about a quarter-mile away. Hestia caught his movement, and she was immediately on alert. She kept watching the 4 hit wizards as they decided how to do this hop. "What is it?" "Company," he replied. "People we know." "Aye, the ones that led us this way to start," he said. "They are going to follow us," she stated. Moody's false eye was looking at them as he turned back to Rogers when he called them. Moody made a few hand gestures that said they would leave the ICW team as soon as they could and to expect trouble. Hester acknowledged. "Okay, we have a vector on the apparition. Delaney and Malarkey, you will take point. Barron says it's about a click and a half that way." "Should be that point. Once you clear it, signal us and we will follow," Rogers told them. Moody rolled his eye. The man acted like this was some military maneuver at a training camp. "Moody and Jones, you follow after our signal." "Aye." "Aye, Captain," Moody snarked back. The man frowned at him, then went back to his team. Moody leaned over towards Hestia. "Once they apparate, we go after our visitors and then pretend we got separated. I want to find the trail before it gets too cold." She nodded and laughed as though he said something funny. The tall man on Roger's team that had been eyeing them turned away as though unimpressed. Moody may think the new recruits coming in were rubbish, but by the time he got done with them, any two could wipe up this hit wizard team, even if the other woman was a werewolf. "Go," Rogers ordered. The big man and the werewolf apparated. "We'll give you a signal a few minutes after we get there just in case we get ambushed and can keep this zone hot for us." "Aye, aye, Captain," Moody said again. The man looked irritated, and Moody smirked on the inside. A moment later, red sparks announced where the other team was for miles around. Moody let out a small growl. He would have cuffed any recruit for a trick like that. "Let's go, Barron. Wait for our signal." Moody gave him a salute with 2 fingers from his forehead. The man didn't get the slight before twisting and disappearing. Moody tapped the top of his staff. It was a countdown from 20. After tapping 20 times, he turned to Hestia so their friends wouldn't see him. His eye stopped spinning and looked at the red outlines through his skull. His wand slid into his hand. "About 150 yards back, maybe 10 yards into the trees. To point attack, come out about 5 meters in. They are together in that direction," he said, pointing with the tip of his wand. "Prisoners?" she questioned, moving in closer. "Mind as well. Maybe they know more than we do," Moody said. She nodded. He tapped the top of his staff 3 times and then they both disapparated. When he came out, his wand was moving within a second. It was a wide area barrage of stunners and low-power cutting hexes. The type good for clearing vegetation, but not enough to make more than annoying paper-cut-style cuts if it hit the skin. Hestia's spells did the same. It was a good 20 seconds of hell for anyone they were trying to target. Birds took off. The sound of falling leaves, bracken and spell fire faded quickly, leaving behind a general malaise of plant matter that was slowly settling. Hestia looked ready to cast more. "Did we get them?" Moody was watching the spot that the figure had been in. In the spell fire, there had been too much magic for him to see properly. As it cleared, he could see one form on the ground. "We got one of them. I can't see the other," he told her, his eyes spinning frantically to find the other man. His eye just spun up when he yelled out, "Above us!" His wand was up, but the big guy was jumping down from a branch. He roared in anger. The stunners hit and he acted as though nothing happened. He caught the yellow on the man's eyes. "Werewolf!" The man landed between them. He had a branch in his hand and threw it at Hestia like a spear. She knocked it out of the way just before the man launched himself at her. "DOWN!" Hestia dropped, not questioning him. Moody twisted his wrist. Silver chains shot out of his wand. It caught the werewolf's arm. It bellowed in rage and pain, yanking its arm as he tried to pull back. Moody was thrown forward. Hestia turned, her wand coming up. The werewolf reached for her ankle, grabbing it before a rather powerful bludgeoner launched the werewolf back. Moody heard a snapping of bone and Hestia stifled a scream of pain. It roared in rage before hitting a tree trunk about 5 feet up. Moody struggled to his feet. He started to swipe his wand. More chains and stunners came out. 2 wrapped around the man and he shrugged off a few stunners. He managed to rip off the chain, bloody streaks now showing through his ripped shirt. As he got up, he threw a rock at Moody's head. He shielded against it before Hestia hit the werewolf with another bludgeoner. The man was flung back into the tree. He heard the crack of the head as it hit the trunk. The werewolf's eyes rolled back into his head and came to a rest at the base of the tree. Moody bound it in ropes and silver chains before turning to Hestia. She was running her wand over her ankle. "Merlin be damned thing broke my ankle," she said through gritted teeth. "You can't heal it, lass," Moody questioned. "It's splintered. I'm going to need Skeelgrow if not to banish it first," she told him. Moody made a face before stomping through the undergrowth towards the other figure. He found the little half-elf man stunned. After binding him in ropes, Moody flicked his wand. A white enervate hit the man. He blinked, then looked up to Moody when he crouched to the man. "Afternoon, lad, I think you have something you want to tell me." The little man looked rather defiant. "British Aurors can't arrest me here," Moody chuckled. "Ex-Auror and Hit Witch, not really trying to arrest you either." The man looked a little hesitant now. "We did nothing wrong. We have a full license to be bounty hunters." "Not saying you don't, but you see, I think you are hunting the same thing we are." "Now I can make this easy. You tell us what you know, then you turn around and tell your employer you can't find the lad. Otherwise, I have some friends that would like to meet you," Moody told him. "What do you mean, friends?" Moody gave a rather disturbing grin. "They don't find much if you visit a dragon preserve uninvited." There must have been something in the mad gleam of Moody's eye that had the little man swallow hard. "This isn't worth it. You are after Greengrass, too." Moody cocked his head. "That be the last, but I be more interested in Potter." The man shook his head. "We were told the boy was pretty useless. Our employer is an idiot." Moody gave a chuckle. "I Malfoy is. Now what do you know about the whereabouts of Potter and Greengrass?" The little man made a sour expression. "Nothing. We had tracked them to this place, and you showed up about an hour after we did. My divining rod went haywire about the same time. It moved off west, northwest too fast to be anything but a muggle plane. If they are already out of range, it could take weeks to find them, and that is if I knew the general region they went off to." Moody glared at the man. "How did you get a divining rod to work?" "Malfoy had some hairs of the girl," the little man told him. Moody thought to himself that would do it. "Are you going to keep following them?" The little man scoffed. "We already lost one of us, and I didn't sign up to face down some crazed ex-Auror." Moody wasn't sure he trusted this man. There was something that was truthful and something that wasn't. He was quite sure the part of them losing the trace on Greengrass was correct. He didn't think they weren't going to give up on this mark. "How much is the bounty?" "Enough for us to originally take the job," the little half-elf man told him. There was a rustling behind him. His eyes spun to see Hestia using a crutch. "What are we doing with them?" Moody thought about it for a moment. If Potter had fled on a muggle thing west, there was no telling where he was now. "Bloody Merlin's balls," he cursed. "We need to go back. I think the lad has fled for the Congress of the Americas or the MACUSA, he said. Hestia had a pretty colorful vocabulary that made him chuckle. If they had gone to the COA or MACUSA, then there was a good chance they would have hard time finding them. Neither governments were that friendly towards European influence. Too much bad blood when they were still colonies. "So, what about them?" Hestia asked. "Let's truss them up in a tree. I think their employer will find them soon enough," Moody said. "You can't just leave us here," Moody laughed. "Oh, I saw you using something that sent off a message." "If I had time, I would say my hellos to Malfoy, but I have other business to attend to." "And Rogers?" Hestia asked, her disdain for the man evident. "They can keep going on their goose chase. Maybe they will get lucky, but I doubt it. I need to go see an old friend. If Potter makes it to the MACUSA, we aren't going to get him back anytime soon," Moody told her, hoping he could chase the kids down in South America before they could get into more trouble. August 30, 1996, Little Hangleton. England. It had taken him most of the last week to find this place. Looking down the hill into the copse of trees, he could feel the malevolence of the magic below him. There was generations of foul magic with a new sourness that was perhaps a few decades old. Glancing up and down the lane to make sure he wasn't being watched, the man in nondescript gray robes slipped between the hedge to an overgrown path. It had the feel that it once was a drive, but nature was slowly reclaiming what was once its domain. His wand made a few movements and flicks. The magic of the land came to life. He had always had a knack for magical senses. It was why he had been of such interest to the unspeakables all those years ago. For nearly 70 years, he had worked his way through the ranks, becoming the foremost expert on the type of magic he was searching for. The news that his nephew had given him and his sister just over a week ago had been troubling. He had just barely been able to keep Augusta from charging into the Wisengamot and killing all those that had taken her husband, Frank, and Alice from her. Instead, he had contacted Greengrass and liked the man's plan to rake Tom Riddle's name through the mud and weaken his support. There were already signs of it working, as the Unspeakable's spies had reported that recruitment by the Death Eaters was starting to lag. Today, though, he had to concentrate on his task. He had theorized on how Riddle had managed to survive and come back, and until yesterday, had not been able to confirm it. The graveyard was still full of the dark magic used to make a homunculus, and with the taint of a man touched by true evil. After that, it had taken him a little bit to confirm that the old Riddle Manor was being used as a gathering point for some of Tom's forces. More importantly, because he had continued to poke around, he had found the old Gaunt lands. As he walked the path, he was forced to stop a few times to find ways around sensing or trigger wards. He couldn't let the man know he was here. It was almost 2 hours for him to find his way to a ramshackled hut. After the number of traps and warning wards that he had encountered on the way to the hovel, it was rather disappointing to feel that there were very few here. There was also a difference in the magic. The others had been intricate, complex, and everything he had expected of the most feared Dark Lord on the British Isles in hundreds of years. The wards and traps on the house were clumsier. Their strength came more from the sheer power used to make them than any skill. It was obvious the other wards were added long after the house had been warded. Why Riddle hadn't come back to redo these wards as well was a mystery he wasn't sure he would unravel, but it made his job easier. Within 20 minutes he was standing before the gaping hole in the floor. He was not impressed. For all the vaunted skill that Dumbledore and others said Riddle possessed, he felt it rather anticlimactic and disappointing that in less than 3 hours he was looking at what had to be a Horcrux. There was no other thing it could be to feel the malevolence, the way it bashed at his occlumency shields, and the compulsion to put it on. The soul piece wanted to live again, and it felt the power that he possessed. Resisting the urge that was being forced on him, he took out a box made of black obsidian. Runes were etched all over its surface, and they were already glowing blue with the power he had infused into them over the last week. Opening the lid, the inside of the box was lined with a 1/4 inch of cold iron. The box should have been much heavier than it was. He was glad for magic, as it weighed only a few ounces, not the 15 pounds it should have. Levitating the ring, it resisted and seemed to squirm away. It was the only struggle he had all day. It took a few minutes, but when he dropped the ring into the box and slammed the lid onto it, the attack on his occlumency and the resistance to his magic ebbed. He was breathing slightly heavier than normal. Again, the defenses on the ring were more about power than subtlety. He wondered how old Riddle had been when this one was made. He suspected rather young by the clumsiness of the spells. With that done, he could go back and determine how many of these abominations there were. Most Dark Lords rarely made one, even if each one thought that they were the only ones to go further on the path of greatness than any other. Replacing the board that had hidden the ring and ensuring that any traces of his magic were gone, Algernon Croker began his trek back towards the country lane on the top of the hill. September 1, 1996, Hogwarts Express. Ron had never not wanted to go to Hogwarts before this year. He was entering his 6th year. He was an excellent keeper that had helped them win the cup last year. His prefect badge, and the way he wanted to take it more seriously this year, should have added up to the start of a momentous year. That was until you took into account the detractors. His best mate was missing after having done a runner with a Slytherin girl that he was supposedly betrothed to. His best friend, and the girl he had realized he really liked, were gone. Her parents had taken her away to Australia. To top it off, he who must not be named, Ron wasn't brave enough to say his name, not with the stories he grew up with, was back. The only positive was that it seemed the wanker's real name and family history was now out, and his parents had said it was causing a stir. That didn't change the fact that Harry was gone, though. As he had thought about it the last month, Ron was understanding that he had really done the wrong thing 4th year and the summer before. Why hadn't he even tried to write to Harry this year? Ron was coming to the conclusion he wasn't that good of a friend. Looking back, Ron had the thought that Harry had never really forgiven him, had he? Last year, Harry had been very secretive. He was in detentions a lot at the beginning of the year and never said much after he came back. On the nights he wasn't in detention, Harry wasn't anywhere to be found. Hermione and him had thought he was busy with Dumbledore, as he told them. They had been busy running their secret defense club without Harry. Somewhere in all that, they had missed Harry and Greengrass. It was obvious now that Harry had lied to them about where he was. Then came the night of the Department of Mysteries. Harry had run off without them. They only found out about it from the Daily Prophet. When they had finally seen him in the infirmary, he looked absolutely dejected to know Sirius had died. They had seen how bad Harry was, but he thought Harry just needed time. Like Dumbledore had said the summer before. They had done such an excellent job of giving him space that Harry had taken it. Harry had taken miles and miles of space and left them behind. Thinking of all that space and who had run with him, it was a gut-punch pain to understand that Harry didn't trust them anymore. To be down his two best friends, Ron was not looking forward to this year. Not in the least. Ginny was upset as well. She looked rather dejected as he followed her onto the train, only nodding over his shoulder as their mum said goodbye to them. "I'm going to find Dean," Ginny told him and took off towards the back of the train. Ron scowled, not liking the idea of Ginny dadding. Well, it was more the idea of what the boys would want of her that he didn't like. Being a boy, he knew how someone his age would look at a girl. He turned towards the front of the train. Halfway up the car, he found a compartment with Neville and Luna. Opening the door, he poked his head in. "Mind if I put my trunk here?" "Sure, need a hand?" Neville asked. Last year, with Harry distancing himself from them, Ron had struck up a tentative friendship with Neville, then Luna from their study group. "Sure," Ron told him. Once his trunk was up, Ron told them, "I have to head up to the prefect's carriage. I'll be back when I can." "Sure, are you all right? We've seen all the newspapers about Harry," Neville said. Ron made a face. "I don't know, Neville. How was your summer?" "It was enlightening. Have you seen Susan?" There was something different about Neville, but Ron couldn't place it. "Bones, not yet. I must head up to the prefect's meeting," Ron told him. "I'll let Bones know you are looking for her." Neville nodded. "Can you at least tell us if Harry is all right? And Greengrass, did you know?" Neville inquired. Ron frowned. "I don't know how Harry is." Neville frowned at Ron's forlorn face before he left Neville and made it to the prefect's carriage. Malfoy was sitting in the back with Parkinson. He gave Ron a glare but didn't say anything. Ron had a spike of anger flash through him, especially to think of how the pureblood was probably kneeling before a half-blood. He bet that burned the brat. Ron returned a scowl. "Ron, come join us," a buxom brunette said. He looked to see Lavender waving him over to the other sixth-year prefects. He didn't look happy to see her instead of Hermione, but not having anywhere else to really go, sat with the group. Hannah Abbott and Ernie Macmillan from Hufflepuff were jammed in with Padma Patil from Ravenclaw. Mitchell Corner was leaning over the seat to investigate the one Lavender was in. "Hey," Ron greeted everyone as he sat. "Is it true?" Hannah asked before he even got comfortable. "Is what true?" Ron shot back. The blonde girl rolled her eyes. "Potter and Greengrass, did they really run? Are they betrothed?" "My mum saw the announcement last week in the French papers," Lavender said. "Why would they run, though? Potter is supposed to fight you-know-who." "The minister said Potter is the chosen one," Corner said. "I think it's romantic. A Slytherin princess with a brash Gryffindor knight. Could you imagine anyone approving of that? I mean, look at the animosity between the houses. I wonder how long they were hiding it," Padma questioned. "It's rather romantic, isn't it?" Lavender agreed. "I wonder if someone would just throw everything away from me if I asked." "Why would you say that?" Ron questioned. "Isn't it obvious? Harry would never abandon anyone unless he had a good reason. Obviously Greengrass must have convinced him," Hannah told him. Corner snorted. "You mean she probably is leading him around by his dick? I heard she was cold, but she's a looker." "You are so crass," Padma said. Ernie shook his head. "I don't know. Potter never seemed that happy with any of us. Why wouldn't he run? I mean, you know who is after him." Ron scowled at them. They didn't know anything about Harry. Ron had the painful thought that he might not either. "I always knew he was a coward," Corner said. "He is not," Ron yelled at him. "You have no idea what Harry has done. He fought off you-know-who more times than you know and beat him every time. Can any of you say that? Can any of you say that your parents did the same and gave their lives for you? Can you say that you were even nice to him most of the time we've been at Hogwarts? No, you can't. Harry is no coward. If he ran, I can tell you it was because he was protecting someone that is more important than anyone else to him," Ron said as he trailed off. The others looked at him with large eyes. He hadn't realized that his magic had reacted with his temper. He groaned. "Oh, bloody hell, he loves her," he said as he came to the profound realization. "He loves her and probably doesn't think any of us are even worth it anymore. Bloody hell." He shot out of his seat. He couldn't stand to be here at the moment. "Weasley, get back here," someone called out. "The meeting starts right after we leave." He rushed towards the door. Malfoy sneered at him. Potter has it right. You are all worthless. Ron stopped. His body was shaking in rage, and he turned to look at Malfoy. Ron didn't even notice he had pulled his wand from his pocket. Malfoy saw it and moved to draw his own wand. Pansy screamed as she was pushed from the seat. As she did, she grabbed Draco's left arm. He hissed in pain and had to throw her off. As he did, his sleeve rode up his arm as he jerked it up. Half of the all-too-terrifying black snake and skull on his arm came into view. Death Eater, Ron bellowed. Draco looked terrified. His wand came up. Ron was already yelling, SDUPIFY. The other Slytherins around him had varying reactions. Both seventh-year prefects pulled their wands. The fifth years and Parkinsons scrambled out of the way. Draco was slammed hard into the wall when Ron's spell hit him. Ron dove out of the way when the boy next to him rose his wand to Ron's head. He felt the crackling energy as the spell just missed him. A second later, the door and part of the wall exploded. There was a cacophony of noise before it all went silent. Ron looked up, his eyes huge, his heart pounding and his wand whipping around as others pointed at him. Stop! The head boy, Eddie Carmichael from Hufflepuff, bellowed. Ron's hand was now shaking as he took in the scene. Lavender was holding her arm, blood dripping from her fingers. The two seventh-year Slytherin prefects and Parkinson were down. Get the Aurors from the platform. Now, Carmichael ordered. A fifth year in Hufflepuff colors rushed out the door at the front of the car. The train hadn't left yet, and he could hear the girls screaming for an Auror. Weasley, what the hell was that? Carmichael demanded as he edged towards them. Malfoy, he has the dark mark, Weasley said, pointing towards the blonde. Bloody fuck, Corner exclaimed. Oh, shite, a fifth-year Ravenclaw said. Carmichael inched down, his wand on all of them. He knelt and undid the buttons on the seventh-year prefects and pushed up their sleeves. Ron's stomach roiled to see more dark marks. Wands down. Aurors, a woman called out as three people in burgundy robes crashed through the door on the far side of the car. Aurors, these are Death Eaters, Carmichael exclaimed, not putting his wand down. Bloody hell, Stebbins, tell the conductor not to leave, then get Shacklebolt, the Auror in the front commanded. Same day, Beauxbatons, France Astoria was feeling a little overwhelmed. Beauxbatons was probably large, at least as large as Hogwarts. There were dorm wings, but they weren't secret. They didn't require a password or anything that only those that belonged there could use. There were numerous common room areas. She had been separated from Susan when they were both shuffled off to different dormitories in the giant 1700s-style castle. Even with these changes, one of the largest ones was the number of students. There must have been 600 or 700. She was positive Hogwarts maybe had 300. She was starting to understand why the Beauxbatons students didn't seem as impressed with Hogwarts. She had been emptying her trunk into her dresser and armoire when a girl floated into the room. She started to jabber away in French. Astoria looked at her. I'm sorry, I don't speak French yet, she told the girl. Oh, you speak English, the girl said a little haltingly. Astoria smiled at her. She had to admit the girl was very pretty. Her light blonde hair and sapphire blue eyes would win over many boys. The girl was also starting to show the signs of a shapely body. Astoria felt a little jealous she wasn't that developed yet, but she was only 13. The girl was within a year of Astoria. I would like to learn French, she said. Astoria Greengrass. Astoria stuck out her hand. Gabrielle Delacour. I met Greengrass over summer, the girl told her. Astoria's eyes widened. Greengrass, did you meet my sister, Daphne? About this tall, blonde, blue eyes, was she all right? Was she with Harry Potter, a boy just a little taller, messy black hair and green eyes, she said rapidly. The girl blushed a little. Harry Potter, Daphne Greengrass, I see. Gabrielle said before saying something in French before saying, are you sister? Oh, Merlin, you saw Daphne. Astoria grabbed her hand. We have to go find Susan and then the owlery. Mother needs to know. The girl looked confused as she was dragged out of the room. September 1, 1996, Salvador, Brazil tapping his wrist with his wand. It said it was close to 9 in the morning. They had left about noon yesterday. The first time they had landed, Harry knew it had been too short to be in South America. They had been jostled and moved about, moving between planes, and then had hunkered down in their animagus forms to wait out the second flight. They had landed again. Daphne was leaning against the wall next to him. Do you think we are there this time? She whispered to him. There were the sounds of clanking and banging around them. The plane was being unloaded and the passengers must be getting off. Harry concentrated. It's most likely. I don't know how long it really takes, but it's been almost a day since we snuck in here. His stomach growled. They had eaten some old Army MRE kits he had managed to get at a store in Surrey and now wanted a proper meal. Daphne had wanted to get some stasis bags, but they had decided against it when the clerk had told them the enchantments didn't go well with any type of shrinking or expansion charm. If things were safe enough now that they were thousands of miles away from their last location, they could find a magical quarter and get more supplies, both magical and muggle. Daphne took his hand and gave out a small squawk of surprise when the container moved. He braced them, an arm around her narrow waist. It took only a moment for the container to move out of the plane, then it settled. Harry figured they would be moved to a warehouse again and started when he heard the latches on the container unlocking. He gave a quick look to Daphne. "Change and follow," he told her, kissing her head before he changed. Her beautiful golden retriever form was quickly next to him. She nuzzled his nose, her nervousness coming through, then the door swung up. Hot, humid air flooded the container. Harry gave a deep bark, then charged out of the container. 3 workers gave out sounds of surprise. They ran past the workers. After quickly looking around, he took off towards a row of buildings and trees behind the plane. Daphne kept up with the fast pace he set. They had to dodge a truck, then a jet that was backing out from the terminal, not to mention more workers. The hot tarmac was already burning his paws, and it was a huge relief when they hit the damp grass and moist ground between the taxiway and the buildings. He wanted to make the trees they could see, then they could figure a way out. A few people called to them, but they were able to easily avoid them. Just past the buildings was a fence. Harry could feel that there was some type of magic around them. Fearing they would be caught, he ran along it until he found what he wanted. A section had been damaged by a post. He stopped before it, panting heavily and feeling the exertion in the heat. He nuzzled Daphne to squeeze through first. She whined at him through her own panting, but squeezed through. The magic he assumed were wards didn't flare or react. He followed through, though it was a far tighter fit with his stockier form to her more sleek form. Once clear, they took off through the heavy undergrowth of trees. He didn't want to find out if a local Auror would show up to find out who slipped through the fence. Up over a hill and to the edge of the city, they didn't stop until they were a few streets over. Panting heavily, Harry followed Daphne into an alley with an old car and some building materials. More importantly, it was shaded enough to cut out the growing sun. Daphne flopped down on a dry area. It must have rained earlier that day as most things were damp. Harry wanted to flop down next to her, but was too protective, so stood over her, watching around to make sure they hadn't been followed. After a good 10 minutes or so, which was enough time for them to catch their breath as best they could in the humid environment, he sniffed the air, looked around a few times and then stood up, morphing back into his green-eyed, messy black hair self. Daphne did the same. Her blue eyes looked worried. "Did we make it?" "Pretty sure. I would figure Aurors or police would be here by now," he told her. She moved and wrapped her arms around him. "If we fly again, please say it will be with the gnomes." He held her tight. "I'll do what I can, Princess." She put her head against his shoulder. Sometimes he wished he was a few inches taller so she could put her head on his chest when they stood like this, but this was still good. Her stomach growled and he liked the slight blush on her cheeks. "Don't you say a thing," she told him, lightly tapping his arm. Harry sniggered, feeling the relief of escaping Moody and the bounty hunters. "I would never," he cheekily replied. She glared at him. "Come on. Let's go find a restaurant and then a hotel. I really want a bed to sleep in." "That sounds divine," she told him, moving so that they had an arm wrapped around each other's waist. The same day, Wiltshire, England Lucius was packing with a noticeable limp around the small room of his study as he fumed over the last few weeks. He longed for the Lord's study of the manor, but his master had claimed that, so he was stuck in the much smaller heir's study now. It just fed into his ire about Potter and Greengrass avoiding him. The brats had escaped from his bounty hunters, killed a vampire, escaped from Aleister Moody, and were now far enough beyond the means of his bounty hunters to track the girl. The damned limp he had was from a failed raid to get through the Greengrass wards. He had paid good coin to have them taken down, and had conscripted a dozen wands for hire from the continent, since he couldn't call on any of his other fellow Death Eaters or his master's minions for this one. Of course, the nasty rumors about his master on the continent meant the hired muscles was of lesser quality than he desired. The wards had proven far more complex and stronger than expected, and several of Greengrass's workers had responded to the attack. Lucius had been hit by a nasty curse that had nearly cut his main artery in his left leg and was being resistant to magical healing. Thus, his limp and the need to rely on the thumping cane that he had always used for show, which was now something of usefulness. His anger, or more likely fear, had grown upon learning his heir had been sent off to Hogwarts, having been marked while he was away chasing the Greengrass chit, sent to do some task he knew nothing about. He knew this was the price of his failure, and wasn't sure if he would see his son or not again. Should Draco die, the Malfoy line would be ended. Then, to make it worse, were the allegations that were starting to filter in from the continent. There was no way that the Dark Lord wasn't a pureblood. No way. He would never debase himself before someone who was the son of a Muggle, though thinking back to the graveyard, he could remember Potter being trussed up on a gravestone marked Riddle. There couldn't be truth to it, could there? He snarled as he turned to limp back the other way. He had fervently believed in the just cause of the purebloods when the Dark Lord had approached his father all those years ago. He had happily done what was needed to earn the distinction of gaining his dark mark. He had been a faithful servant, even after his lord had disappeared, continuing their cause. If he had only known the price, he might have not gone through with selling himself to an insane wanker. He would not have agreed if he had suspected the Dark Lord to be anything but a pureblood. Then there was the dark mark. If he had known, he would not have wanted to be marked. None of them had known that the dark mark corrupted one's magic, and within a few years, it made anyone that took it infertile. He was supposed to have given his wife at least 2 children. Instead, they had Draco, and the young fool was all he had to see his name and family continue. Now that his heir had taken the mark, the clock was ticking for Draco to produce his own heir. Gaining the Greengrass fortune had been a way to satisfy the Dark Lord's need for funds, as well as to see the Malfoy line continue. If he couldn't do that soon, he would need to find another wife for his son and have them married by next summer. Draco only had 3 or 4 years before he became infertile himself. This inane task given to a 16-year-old was a way to punish him. With all this hanging over his head, today was the deadline that his lord had given him to resolve the issue. Lucius knew he would be called to the Dark Lord and didn't have a resolution besides handing over more of his dwindling funds. In the last year alone, he had given the Dark Lord almost 500,000 galleons, and his bank statements were showing that. If his lord's insatiable need for funds kept like this, he would need to sell off some of his more legitimate business by next summer, if not sooner. He just wished he knew where that much money had gone. He turned once more to limp across the small study. He took one limping step when the door was thrown open. "Lucius, Draco's been arrested," a frantic Narcissa said, barging into the room. He stopped. "What the bloody hell are you talking about? There was an incident on the train." "I don't know what happened, but the ministry just sent us an owl saying Draco has been arrested and we need to get to him," she told him, waving several parchments in his face. He grabbed them, and his face paled some as he read the summons. Scrimgeour was proving to be a rather painful thorn in his side, and not conducive to bribes. "Morgana's saggy tits," he swore. "I will take care of this." "That fool boy," he muttered as he left his wife behind as he limped towards the fire in the main entry hall. Oh, how he missed his real study. "Lucius, why would he be arrested? The staff of Hogwarts always takes care of any issues," she nagged at him. "I will take care of this," he reiterated. Lucius limped into the main hall to find 6 others and the Dark Lord standing there. "Ah, Lucius, so good of you to join us." "I have just gotten word that there was an issue on the Hogwarts Express," the Dark Lord said. The anger in his eyes and the way he was glaring at him, and his wife had Lucius come up short. "My lord, I don't know what has happened," he said, his brain trying to find a way out of the predicament he didn't understand but was clearly the center of. Parkinson, Everwand, Westcott, Pusey, and the Caro siblings were looking rather upset. The Dark Lord's nostrils flared. "It would seem, as Edward has found out, that your son is no Slytherin. He got himself and 8 others captured by the Aurors before the Hogwarts Express even had a chance to leave the station. They have seen my gift to them, and I am only lucky that Edward is more valuable to me unmarked than marked." Lucius had an icy chill go through him. "Draco did what, my lord?" the Dark Lord snarled. Lucius took a step back. "CRUCIO." Lucius flinched. He knew the pain of his lord's anger. There was a split second of confusion when nothing happened. Then he heard the screams as though someone was being flayed alive. It took him a second to realize it was his wife. He wanted to throw himself before her, but that might turn out the worse for both of them. All he could do was stand, clutching the top of his cane until his fingers turned white as she screamed and convulsed at his feet. It must have been more than a minute before the bone-white man flicked his wand up. The rage on his face didn't hold much hope for them. Narcissa was twitching and crying as she curled up from the pain. "Lucius, I once let you into my deepest trust. You were my most trusted lieutenant after your sister-in-law. You have since let me down again and again and again, CRUCIO," the man said with malevolence. Narcissa's back arched and she screamed out in agonizing pain. The screams cut through him. "My lord, if I can do anything to earn your trust again," he pleaded. When the wand lifted this time, Narcissa curled up on herself and then softly whimpered. The man chuckled darkly. The others around him glared at Lucius. "Trust! I will never trust your family again. It would appear your name holds more truth than I thought. No, you will hand over your vault key. Edward will manage your legitimate businesses. Amicus and Alecto will take over your more colorful businesses and expand them. Only because you need to be alive will I let you live." "My lord, I will need to go to Greengrass." The nose-less man's wand came up. "You will do it all from here. You will no longer leave this house. I also have a disturbing rumor that just recently came to me. Mycroft, bring in our guest." Mycroft Westcott left the room for a moment. Lucius felt real panic come to him as he dragged along the unconscious body of the half-elf thing. Narcissa was still whimpering at his feet. My lord, I was only doing as ordered." The Dark Lord flicked his wand and a searing pain hit the top of his ear. Hair fell down the side of his head. The pain on the top of his ear had him reaching up for it. "You will shut your mouth and listen, or I will continue to cut off bits of you. I am tempted to see how much I remove until you get close to death." Lucius swallowed, feeling his hot blood coating his hand. "I have learned that in your search for the Greengrass girl, you have also found Potter. I am disappointed you did not tell me." "I think I have made it truly clear that I expect to be the one to find and dispose of Potter," the Dark Lord said, his red eyes glowing with a power that scared Lucius. "I have now contracted your bounty hunter. I also expect you to turn over the contract of the remaining mercenaries you used in your failed attempt last night." Lucius swallowed and nodded. "Lucius, you have made an enemy of me. You live only at my convenience for now. Now, if you would, get your wife cleaned up and made presentable. We will have company tomorrow, and I expect her to be a most gracious hostess," the Dark Lord said. Lucius paled. Narcissa started to cry. They both knew what that meant. "Now, Edward, once you have the keys and the permission to the Malfoy vaults and businesses, I would like a concise record of what profits I am to expect and how much I have at my disposal by the end of the week. We will talk about what funds are available to secure the release of my faithful. I am also to understand you have an older son that would be ideal for the Greengrass girls or the Changs." Edward Parkinson didn't spare a glance at the now disgraced Lucius. "I do, my lord. I was in negotiations with Robert not about a great niece, but that can be suspended." "Excellent," the Dark Lord said. All could tell that there had been no question about that outcome. "Tiberius, when Bella and her team arrive from their current assignment, let them know I would like Lucius to know his place." "She is not to kill, though. Not yet." Tiberius Pusey nodded. "It will be done, my lord. Oh, and ensure that our hosts are kept in their rooms. There is no need for them to wander and perhaps steal anything that is mine," the Dark Lord said, his back already to them and walking back towards his throne room. Lucius felt faint. Narcissa still cried. September 2, 1996 Hogwarts, Scotland. The killer headache that had formed weeks ago just would not go away, and Potter be thy name. Thinking of his first problem, Alistair had abandoned Albus's hand-picked team from the ICW to search for Potter himself. The man had gone rogue. He knew that was a potential with his old colleague. Alistair was always a crafty and relentless man once he had a task, and he hadn't seen the man this excited about a chase in a long time. The last word he had was that Alistair was following a lead that Harry had gone to the Americas. How the boy would have gotten there this quickly without a portkey he had no idea. There had been something about a Muggle aerocraft that Albus didn't understand. Rubbing the bridge of his nose as he looked at the letter on his desk, he was less than pleased to deal with the ministry transplants. Again, something that came down to Potter. The letter from his deputy head had the report of the current enrollment and the results of yesterday. 27 students hadn't returned, mostly statting security fears or not even returning their yearly acceptance letters. That was a cost he could absorb. The 9 students that were arrested yesterday on the Hogwarts Express was a cost they might not be able to absorb. He had hoped that by getting these students here he could convince them to repent and reform. But again, that required Potter to keep everyone in line. Without him, the temper of that damned Weasley boy cost their World 9 members of Slytherin, most of them with parents that donated to Hogwarts every year. The boys were in ministry holding cells, and Scrimgeour was refusing to let them out. Unlike Fudge, who wanted to be seen doing something to appease people, Scrimgeour was doing something because it was the right thing. It had caused him to do the right thing, making all the students expose their arms or risk losing half the students when their parents threatened to withdraw them. That meant the 3 caught up in the fight in the prefect's carriage had become 9. 9 who were now facing charges that could see them either spend their lives in prison or thrown through the veil. How was the wizarding world to heal if they lost half of it? Minerva McGonagall, the small gargoyle over his door announced. He had expected her much sooner than now. Classes had been postponed until tomorrow as the professors ensured the safety measures and checked for contraband or dark objects. Something the ministry's staff members had pressed for. He had been stuck in his office responding to correspondence most of the morning. His deputy headmistress walked into the office with an angry expression. Albus pinched his nose, already expecting unwelcome news. "What is it now?" "This," she said rather testily as she dropped a stack of parchments on his desk. "And what are these?" "Withdrawal forms and request for records," she said. He shot his eyes up to her. "What do you mean withdrawals? Everyone was calm when they left yesterday." 23. "I don't know most of the reasons, but Lord Paddle said it was because children marked as Death Eaters were allowed onto the Hogwarts Express and then tried to kill another child," she said angrily. He blanched. That was another prominent name to pull out of his school. "No one tried to kill anyone," he said exasperatedly. How many times had he repeated that in the last 24 hours? So, an overpowered blasting hex, 2 organ-expelling curses, and a fire ribbon spell were just a game. She challenged, her brow raised, and ire peaked. "How could you know that much detail?" It was all over the Daily Prophet this morning. For the first time in a month, Potter wasn't on the front page. Instead, it was all about the 9 Death Eaters that almost entered this school, she stated, pulling a copy of the paper from her robes and plopping it down. "If we lose any more children, we will not have the funds to keep the school open without support from the ministry or a wealthy donor." He pinched the bridge of his nose again. This all came back to Potter. September 4, 1996, Marseille, France. The letter from Astoria had her doing all she could to find the parents of the girl she was now sharing a room with at Beauxbatons. The Delacours were a relatively affluent and influent family in France. It had taken her only a day to find René Louis, the brother to Jean Paul, and father to one Gabrielle Delacour. He was also father to the Triwizard champion Fleur Delacour, and most importantly, husband to Apolline Delacour. Though her visit hadn't been announced, she found that visiting this woman was more important than the business of moving their house. Finding her daughter was a top priority. She needed to know that Daphne was safe. Second, and only a little less important, she needed to meet the man that had caught her daughter's heart and understand why Daphne had run. It was only because of her stupid husband that Daphne hadn't come to her. Of course, how her daughter had found out about the potential contract before she had was still a mystery. Checking the parchment in her hand, she looked to the number on the wall. The local neighborhood was made of these compounds with apartment blocks surrounding a central courtyard. She felt the wards on this house and 2 others on the street. This was an area that magical, and muggles lived side by side. She stepped forward until she felt the edge of the wards, then stepped over the ward line. She didn't allow herself to let out a sigh, not having been sure if she would have been allowed in or not. Once inside the courtyard, she looked at the 4 townhouses. She looked at her paper again, unsure which one to go to. She had no hostile intent, but the magic of the wards thrummed around her. She looked around, then turned when one of the doors opened. Tabitha was an incredibly attractive woman that new men lusted after. She did her best to stay in decent shape for her own vanity and her husband, knowing that did nothing to lessen her slight bit of jealousy to see the woman that swept out of a door before her. She was a rather tall woman with curves that would catch any man's fancy. If Tabitha had not been warned that the Delacour women were Vila, or at least part Vila, she would have given into her more petty side. As it was, the magic coming off the woman took a bit to fight off as she felt a slight attraction through her jealousy. "May I help you?" the woman inquired. Tabitha was thankful to the translation medallion she had acquired. I would hope so. My name is Tabitha Greengrass. My younger daughter is roommates with yours at Beauxbatons this year, she said. The woman nodded. I was wondering if I would meet you soon. Gabrielle mentioned that she was rooming with an Astoria Greengrass. She thought the girl rather nice. Tabitha gave a small smile. I have tried my best to instill the proper ways in my daughters, she said. I figured it much. You look much like your daughter, Daphne. You are both incredibly attractive women, the woman commented. She felt her heart speed up. You saw Daphne. Was she well? Is she well? Do you know where she is? Tabitha asked, the desperation seeping into her normally cool tone. The woman regarded her for a few before saying, I am Apolline Delacour. I invite you into our home, Madame Greengrass. Would you like some tea or coffee? I just want word of my Daphne, she said, one mother reaching out to another. Apolline nodded towards the door. Come in. I can tell you what I know. Your daughter and her beau didn't seem to want to keep things from you. Tabitha nodded gratefully and followed the woman inside. The house was not what she expected. From what she could find, the Delacours were affluent, but the house was homier, with photos of the family, normal and wizarding paintings, and some pictures that were obviously made by children, in place of the normally stuffy paintings or ornaments in rich houses. The furniture was all very nicely maintained, but had an air of use she wasn't used to. Instead of leading her to a formal tea room, Apolline led her into a kitchen. Indicating a seat, she called over her shoulder, Esme, please get us refreshments. Oui, madam, a small house elf replied. Tabitha took a seat at the tidy table. The chair was far more comfortable than usual for a meeting like this. If she wasn't so worried about Daphne, she might like the more informal setting, but it set her on edge. So much of her world had been turned on its head in the last month or so that her usual implacable exterior had been cracking. It showed in her strained relation with her husband. She had asked her father to seek out the betrothal. She loved Grover, but as he had gotten older, she had seen more of the pureblood lord show through. The stress of the Dark Lord being back had brought the rules of the British purebloods to the fore. She understood he was trying to protect them, but had gone about it the wrong way. Daphne running away had made her aware of his backroom dealings, and only her foot, almost literally, being shoved up his posterior had made the man see reason. Now, she wanted her daughter back. Madame Delacour, do you know where my daughter is? She asked, unable to deal with the normal niceties of meeting someone for the first time. I am afraid I do not, the woman said. Please call me Apolline. She couldn't keep the frown off her face. But you have seen her. You have seen Daphne and Harry Potter. The woman gave her an understanding look. I met your daughter about a month ago. She was healthy and happy with her beau. Harry treats her well and is very protective of her. Daphne was in turn just as protective. You have raised a strong daughter, Tabitha. Thank you, Merlin. Where are they? She pressed again. A house elf in a nice dress came over and placed a tea set, a small steaming cup of coffee and a tray of biscuits and pastries on the table. Apolline reached for the coffee. I do not know where Daphne or Harry are. Apolline, I need to find them. My daughter is only 16. She only turned 16 in June. She isn't old enough to go running off. You must know something about where she is. Apolline gave her another understanding look. As a mother, I can understand your distress. If one of my little birds were to run, I would move heaven and magic to find them. She glared at the woman. Her temper broke after the month she had. You saw my daughter. You know she ran away. Did you know she only left a letter with my younger daughter to tell us? Why didn't you send her back? They did not want to go back, Apolline simply said. Tabitha opened her mouth a time or two, flummoxed at the statement. But they are still children. They don't get to decide like that. As a mother, it should have been your responsibility to send them back to their families. You said yourself you would do everything you could to find them. Where is my daughter? The woman leaned forward to take a pastry. Yes, I did, and I would do everything to find them. But if they felt the urge to run, then I would also strive to know why and hope they found what they were looking for and people to help them. Do you know why Daphne and Harry ran? She took in a sharp breath. I don't really care. All I know is that Daphne disappeared. She is known to be with Harry Potter. They made a betrothal contract that I forced my husband to sign, hoping that would bring her back. And have received a total of 3 letters that make no sense to me why she wanted to run except she found out about some of my husband's stupidity. If you don't know where they are, I must leave. Tabitha got up, the chair sliding away. She was about to turn towards the door out of the kitchen when Apolline said, Daphne loves you. She loves her family. It was obvious to see, but she loves Harry more. He is her world now, just like all young love, and she is his. They ran from a danger that is so great it threatens our entire world. The weight of saving us all was put onto the shoulders of a 16-year-old boy and has been on his shoulders since he was 15 months old. Your ministry, media, and society did everything they could to destroy him instead of building him up. Despite all of that, he has come out of this a strong man, Apolline said. Tabitha scoffed. He is a boy that has convinced my daughter to be a fool. You are wrong, Apolline stated serenely. It is your daughter that convinced him to be a fool, and they are the better off for it. There was so much conviction in the statement that Tabitha blinked at her. What do you mean? Daphne would never run like that. Apolline gave her a look that made Tabitha feel like she was a stupid schoolgirl again. It had her wondering how old this woman really was, even though she looked to be in her 40s. There was also a growing power radiating from the woman. Like I said, Daphne loves Harry. We talked the few days they were here. Your daughter saw the way Harry was breaking. She gave him the support he needed to become the man he is destined to be, which is not the beat-down savior of a country that does not deserve him, she said with some contempt. I saw the way it was when my eldest, Fleur, was in your country for the Triwizard tournament. I saw what was happening to her when she decided she wanted to chase after a man not worth her time. I was furious when my youngest was stolen to be put at the bottom of a lake without our permission. Beauxbaton still hears about my anger at that. I saw the manipulations of the great Albus Dumbledore. I saw the way everyone expected that poor boy to give everything, and no one was willing to give him anything back, except your daughter. My family owes a great debt to Harry Potter and anyone he considers family. Even if we did not, we would have still offered support. He has had so little in his life if what your daughter and mine have been able to find out about him. Daphne is offering everything she has, and it is the least of what he deserves. My husband and I offered them shelter and support. We offered them to go back. We offered them to stay. What they want is not to be found here or back in a country that would see him dead, and your daughter a mere slave to a boy and man she obviously loathed. Do not look so surprised. She knew of your husband's negotiations. Do you know the Malfoys fled France almost 200 years ago? They are blood traitors. They betrayed and destroyed a family they had been allies with for generations because of greed. They once had a proud name that is no longer spoken. Their betrayal led to a great war on our soil, and the cowards fled when it was apparent they would lose. It sounds like they are just the same as when my husband's family helped to chase them out. Tabitha, I do not know where your daughter is. I will not help you find her and her beau. I can contact her and send communications to her if you want. But if you try anything to endanger them, I do not care that you are her mother. She has attached herself to Harry, and this family will do what it must to protect one of our own, Apolline said with a steel to her voice that sent a chill up Tabitha's spine. She just stood there as the power of the Vila woman radiated in the room. It was choking with the force and magnitude of the magic. After a moment, she sat back in the chair. With a soft sob, she said, I just want to know my Daphne is safe and that she is going to come back. Apolline's power pulled back. I do not know if she will come back. I don't think either of them knew what exactly they were looking for, but it wasn't back in Britain, and it wasn't here in France. Then where? She asked, feeling desperate. Apolline took a bite from her pastry, the woman's ire dissipating as she started to look more inviting and comfortable again. I do not know. All I know is that they found each other, and in each other they have found their sanctuary. Tabitha felt lost for a moment. Grover was still back in England, soon to come over to France. Astoria and Susan were at Beauxbaton's. She didn't know where Daphne or the boy traveling with her was. She had always known family was first, but she didn't really understand what that meant until recently. It felt like her family was shattering. You can communicate with them. She needed to make sure. I have a method they left with us. When Fleur gets back this evening, you can leave a note or whatever you need with her. The letter will make it to them tomorrow, Apolline told her. How? She needed to know. I will not say until I am given permission. I know you want your daughter, but she is a young woman now capable of making her own decisions and under her betrothed's protection. I will not stop you from using other methods to find out, but my family will not betray their trust, Apolline said. Tabitha wasn't sure if she should be comforted or not. But you will take any missive I give you. Without question. I will always make sure they get any missive you send, even if they want it or not. I am a mother myself, and I do mean it. I would do everything I could to find my own children. I do understand your plight, the woman said with a great amount of sympathy. Tabitha sniffed, getting control of her emotions. She sat there, her mind furiously racing through everything that had been said in the last 15 minutes. May I have a parchment and quill? Of course. Would you like some tea or cappuccino while you write your letter? her host offered rather graciously. Tabitha looked at the water pot and the closed china cups on the table. What type of tea? Apolline gave her a small smile. This is a nice black tea. My husband, Jean-Paul, prefers a green tea. And this is a mild black tea with orange extract. Pulling her chair back to the table, she reached for the third one. When she opened the top of the container, the smell of freshly crushed leaves and oranges wafted out. Where do you get this? A local market. We can go there sometime soon if you wish. I think I would, Tabitha said. Esme, would you please get us a writing tablet and something to write with? Apolline said to the elf that came to the table as though she expected to be called. Yes, madam, the little elf said and scurried off. Tabitha tapped the spoon on the side of her cup to get the last of the tea into it. My younger daughter, Astoria, said your daughter was very nice to her, and my niece the day they got to school. Yes, Gabrielle sent me a letter about it. She seemed to like your daughter already, Apolline said. They fell into an easy conversation about their girls as she drank her tea, then wrote a letter to Daphne. September 5, 1996, Salvador, Brazil. The early morning sun had her curling up more into the warm body she was already half draped over. The thin sheet they had over them almost made it too hot to do this. Daphne wasn't going to give up her contact with Harry, though. She buried her face between the arm and chest she was using for a pillow. In the last month, she had become used to this and wasn't sure if she could ever go back to sleeping on her own. She sniffed and crinkled her nose. Harry always bathed every day they had the option, so he usually smelled good, and his natural musk was something her animagus and normal forms found irresistible, except the small hint of body odor in his armpit. Only the fact that burying her face like this to keep the light out was why she didn't move. When she woke again, the morning sun that hit the heavy curtains wasn't poking through as much as before. Her warm pillow also wasn't there. She huffed before rolling over. The shower in the bathroom was going. They had decided to still stay Muggle, so found a hotel in the old city, Salvador Bahia, not far from the Wizarding Quarter. They had intentionally stumbled onto that fine the day after they arrived and moved hotels. The good thing was that their escape wasn't really news on this side of the Atlantic, and they hadn't had any hint of anyone chasing them. She was starting to feel like they had finally escaped. Opening her eyes, she had to blink them a few times to get used to the low level of light that was coming from the loo and the curtains. The curtain was fluttering with the open window. She wished there were cooling wards or something on the room. But neither of them wanted to cast any magic, and they wouldn't risk staying in Casa del Bahia. There was a risk, if exceedingly small, of being recognized. Harry had wanted to use some Muggle means of disguise, particularly dyeing their hair, but it would not go well with their animagus forms. The notes that Harry had found from his father on all this had mentioned that Muggle dyes will discolor their furs and probably make them stick out more. A few minutes later, Harry came out of the loo. His hair was still damp, so not as wild as usual. He was only in a pair of shorts. Her eyes wandered over his body. He had a wiry muscle build to him that fit his frame well. He wasn't as small as he had been even the start of last year, but he still wasn't as big as most of the other boys in their year. She knew why, and promised she would make the Muggles suffer for it someday. He was smirking at her when she caught his eyes. See something you like. All the time, she replied, a grin on her face. And you? Any girl in a guy's Quidditch jersey is always a sight, he said back. And you just make it even better, princess. He came over to the side of the bed, crawled over it, and then gave her a sweet kiss. She tried to deepen it, and he pulled back, an annoying grin looking down at her. Her heart was fluttering like it usually did when Harry was that sweet. She pouted. Get back down here, she ordered. He shook his head. Letters came in. She was still pouting when she looked to the bedside table Harry indicated. There were 3 letters there. 2 of them were already open. The one laying on top was sealed with wax and a small Greengrass crest pressed into it. Her heart started to pound for a different reason. Harry got up to dig through his bag. He was putting a shirt on as she sat up. She was a little trepidatious as she picked up the letter. She recognized her mother's very neat writing. Did they find us? One of the other letters is from Apolline. Your mother found her yesterday. Apparently your sister is sharing a room with Gabrielle, and Gabrielle mentioned us. She thinks your mother just wants to find you and won't do anything to us, he said, sitting on the bed next to her. Daphne opened the envelope. After reading it, she leaned into Harry. What did your mum say? She's worried about me. She has a lot of questions about you. She wants us to come back to France, Daphne told him. Harry put an arm around her shoulders and she put her head on his chest. You smell good, she commented, liking the soap he used. Harry chuckled. I try, he said. She smiled into his chest. What do you want to do? Daphne looked down at the letter. After a moment, her resolution hadn't changed. I'm not going back. I'm not going to let them get you, and I will not be with Malfoy. Harry kissed the top of her head. All right, what do you want to do next? Are we staying here or moving on? She pulled back and shifted to be cross-legged while facing him. What do you want to do? She put back on him. I want to go back to the bookstore we found yesterday and find out what our options are. I have no idea what schools are available here, and we need to decide if we want to go to the Aurors or not. We may need to ask for asylum if we want to stay, Harry told her. She gave him a sultry smile. I really wish you had been a Slytherin. We could have ruled the school if you had been at my side. Harry laughed before leaning towards her. Slytherin House would never have survived my Gryffindor side. I don't see that as a bad thing, she told him. She closed the distance and pecked his lips. Harry grinned at her, which sent a flush through her. Of course, if you had been a Gryffindor, we could have done the same. She pecked him again. The tower would have burned in the first week. I would never have been able to put up with Fred and George. Harry chuckled before kissing her again. And I thought you got along with them so well last year. Daphne grinned. The twins had found out about them towards the end of the year. Without their help, they would not have been able to escape. She really did like the pranksters, even if she was annoyed at their pranks at times. As long as it's in small doses, I can handle it. Good thing you don't mind me in larger doses, Harry said, leaning in again. This kiss was longer and a little more passionate. She moaned when his hands wandered to places that excited her. She pulled back. They were both breathing a little heavy. She put her forehead against his. I don't know if I will ever have enough of you, she said in a soft voice. Harry's response had her fluttering again. She couldn't wait to fully give herself to him on their wedding night. Good, because I definitely can't get enough of you. It was well past midday before they wandered back into the magical district. Walking down the street from the hotel, Daphne held his hand. A warm breeze was coming off the Atlantic Ocean not far away. The buildings had a New World feel and were painted bright colors. Salvador Bahia was the old city, and it felt like it. They had done a tour yesterday to find out the city was almost 450 years old, with the district they were in mostly having been built in the 1700s. It was old, but nothing like the history from where they were from. Walking down a broad, cobbled street, they surreptitiously ducked into a wide arch between two buildings. The wards to prevent muggles from seeing were strong, so Harry had no qualms about taking his wand out and tapping the wrought iron gate like the inn owner had shown them. The gate opened, and they walked into the magical district of Casa del Bahia. It comprised 2 blocks of a broad public area with a few alleys. A few thousand wizards lived in the area, not to mention the city was the focal point of the local community, so it was a busy place. Looking at the buildings, he figured that 1,000 or more must live in the magical quarter alone. It was a place that brought a smile to their face. There weren't any robes, most dressed in colorful shirts and loose-fitting pants that wouldn't be that different than Muggle fashions. Harry knew Daphne wanted to explore Casa del Bahia more, but they both felt the urge to limit their exposure, especially when they could see 3 sets of Aurors around. They were visible by the older blue short-sleeved uniforms, batons and wands on their forearms. They walked in pairs or just stood and watched over to make sure everything was good. Because of this, they went straight for their destination. Daphne pulled him towards the bookstore first, as he had wanted to go the other way to the smaller Gnomish Bank branch and the attached transport office. One thing he loved about Daphne was that she didn't dally when they had a goal. It was only 15 minutes in the bookstore to find 3 books on magical school, another on law, a few on charms and runes, and a final one on the history of the area. Within a half hour, they were already leaving the district, having gotten the location of the local Gnomish aerodrome, a booklet of open tickets, and a time schedule. He thought the booklet was an interesting thing that they hadn't known about before. Depending on how far you were traveling, the agents would take so many tickets. It had cost 33 galleons, but they should have enough to reach the MAC-USA or even go back to Africa if they wanted. Harry didn't start to breathe easier until they were 2 blocks away from the magical quarter and sure no one was following them. Daphne wrapped her arms around his waist. I'm hungry, she told him. When aren't you? He teased. She hip-checked him. He grinned, liking she wasn't the more formal pureblood princess she had been when she had convinced him to help here with Dada last year. I am not like that. Well, no, she wasn't. She almost never complained about anything. Maybe not. We can eat at that restaurant we found yesterday or someplace new, he offered. New, she told him with a glint to her eye. Harry pulled her along, his wand tickling her side. She squirmed and laughed. Stop, she screamed. A few people looked at them. An older couple gave them a knowing smile while an older woman gave them a reproachful look. Daphne hit his arm. Look, you got us into trouble, he shrugged. So, she rolled her eyes. You are absolutely incorrigible. Yep, he agreed. She giggled before kissing his cheek. You're lucky you're cute. And if I wasn't? He asked as he pulled her off towards a sidewalk restaurant he saw further away from the magical district. Let's just say you're lucky you're cute, she told him with a cheeky grin of her own. He laughed at her before stopping at the hostess stand to wait for a table. I guess I am, he agreed, pecking her lips. That night, Hogwarts, Scotland, Minerva sat at her desk, pondering over the fiasco of the last week. On her desk was the Book of Magical Children. She was ruthlessly keeping the tears at bay as she crossed out another name. 3 of 4 students had withdrawn since Weasley had exposed the Death Eater spawn. The crossed-out name was the second Muggleborn who had decided it was safer give up their magic than stay in their world. She had decided to inform all parents. Because of that, 2 first years had been withdrawn and would soon be visited by the Obliviators and Healers from St. Mungo's to have their knowledge of their world erased and magic bound. Once that task was done, she reached for the scotch on her table. Drinking on a night when she had classes in the morning was not a usual occurrence for her. She had just allowed herself to relax and lean back in her chair when a knock came at the door. Come in, she called out. It wasn't 9 yet, so students sometimes bothered her before curfew. The door opened and Severus stepped in. He rose a brow at the tumbler of amber liquid next to the book. She stared back at him, challenging him to comment on it. He shut the door and took a seat before her. Are you going to offer me some? Her brow rose this time. I was not aware you drank. Not often. As you know, I must keep my wits about me at all times, Severus told her. She reached for a drawer, took out a glass and then the bottle of Macallan. She started to pour and only stopped when indicated. Seeing that he took almost 3 fingers' worth, she added more to her glass. This was far more than she would normally, but if Severus was drinking that much, then she supposed she should as well. Is the news that dire? She questioned. It is not good, he said, taking the scotch. After a larger-than-normal swig, he looked at her. She met his dark eyes. She felt he was looking for something but didn't know what. She didn't bother his investigation of her, though. It took a long few moments before he said, The Dark Lord is not pleased. He has tasked me to increase my recruiting in the school. Her brow rose, as did her temper. Are ye saying ye hae recruited Dade Eaters in this school from our charges? Severus shook his head. I have never and will never endanger our students that way. None of the marked students were from my influence. I am fairly certain there were so few because I was able to provide many with alternatives. She glared at him. Alternatives. Alternatives, he stated without expounding. After a moment, she put to him, Severus, what do you want? To be done with this business, but that is something I can never have. If I can't have that, then I want to protect those that I can, he told her. And what does that mean? She asked. Keeping this school open. Given the word of the Dark Lord's origins on the continent, recruitment is slowing. The Dark Lord needs more soldiers and will get them if we send the students home. I know we are teetering on the brink. Word has reached the Dark Lord that Muggleborn are leaving and choosing to lose their magic. He has ordered his followers to withdraw all support from Hogwarts. How many have left now? She pursed her lips. After a moment, she said, 33, plus the 9 that will be facing trials in a few weeks. Severus didn't move. That is almost 10% of the students. If we lose the support of many more old families or lose more than 45, I will have to start making cuts in our budget. I have requests for transcripts and transfer papers of another 52, and 3 other families considering binding their child. If they all leave, Albus and the Board of Governors will have to close Hogwarts unless the ministry steps in, she told him. He nodded. Albus is doing nothing to stop this. It was a statement. You know as well as I that he is obsessed with Potter and you-know-who. He has abandoned Hogwarts as he focuses on that. He has been out of the school for the last 3 days, she told him. He is looking for something, Severus said. Yes, Potter. No, something else, the greasy hair man told her. What? I do not know, but it has something to do with Potter and the Dark Lord. Her lips pursed more. I have a meeting with the Department of Education tomorrow evening. If Albus isn't there, I will have to inform them of what is going on and ask them about funding. I think the ministry taking control of Hogwarts will not be the best for now, Severus told her. There is a battle brewing. I fear the Dark Lord will move sooner than later. We must be ready to offer sanctuary to all we can. The school cannot close. Our older students cannot go home. Is there no other option than the ministry? She reached for her glass. If I had other options, I would use them. But Albus has run this school so close to the margin for years that there is no other option than keeping our enrollment up, a wealthy benefactor or the ministry. We have enough to keep the school open until the Christmas halls, but not long after that without receiving a large infusion of the spring term tuition and our normal endowments. Severus drained half his glass. I pray that will be enough. I fear the ministry will fall before then. She swallowed hard. I see. He took a letter out of his pocket. I have not given this to Albus yet. It came today and a house elf delivered it to me. Potter and Greengrass sent another letter. She took it, fearing this would further splinter the order and send Albus around the twist even more. Dear order, futter off. I sent back Moody and Jones this time. I am not a murderer, but if they come for us again, I can't guarantee anything. We are not coming back. I will not sacrifice myself or Daphne for the greater good, or whatever nonsense everyone wants me to. Perhaps the order should ask Dumbledore why he wants me so much. Just a suggestion. Of course, you could ask Professor Trelawney as well, as she is the one that made the blasted prophecy. Or better yet, let me tell you, the one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the 7th month dies. This is why Dumbledore and Riddle wants me. I am saying bully to prophecy. Bully to the ones that hate me. Bully to those that would use me. Leave me and mine alone, and I won't try to eliminate both Dark Lords in my life. Not yours, Harry Potter. She read the letter twice. Dear Merlin, is this wit we were protectin' last year? Is this wit cost that pure laddie his godfather and parents? Sybil is a fraud, and that auld bearded bastard thocht this wise real. She fumed, her roots coming out in her thick brogue. Severus saluted her with his cup. I once heard part of this. I am as much to blame for the fate of my best friend as Albus, he confessed. She glared at him. And yet ye have tormented that laddie since he started here. Albus wanted me to give the boy a tough time. It was a command I found all too easy to follow. He looks an awful lot like his father. I thought he acted like him. I was mistaken, Severus told her. She itched to take her wand out. Ye're the ane that sent the bastard after Lily and James. If I had known the Dark Lord was going to target them, I don't know what I would have done, he admitted. She knew the animosity between the old marauders and Severus was great, but Lily... There was a long, heavy silence before Severus downed the last of his scotch. I fear that I will be called to the Dark Lord's side soon and will no longer be available to teach. When that happens, you must lock down the school against all those that would do it harm or bear his mark. It will be the last bastion he conquers, so you will be safe to mount a resistance. When he left, she sat there, fuming at him and more scared than she had been in a long time. Her Gryffindor courage wouldn't let her linger on that, though. Getting up, she went to the door. She needed to find Phileas and Pomona. They needed to make changes if Albus wasn't going to. September 6, 1996, London, England. The gray-haired man walked past a few hags in a dark side alley. His enhanced hearing spell caught a hushed conversation about Riddle and a fight that broke out in a local bar that led to Death Eaters being beaten bloody and left in a gutter when they tried to toss their boss's name around. Algie internally smiled at the chaos that was slowly spreading. Greengrass had known what he was doing in this more surreptitious approach to informing everyone about Riddle. His goal was to destroy them all. He had convinced Gus to not tell Alastair yet. He was sure the man had heard things, but he hadn't been brought in the secret only because Algernon knew the old man would start to hunt the Death Eaters, not Potter. And having Riddle focused on Potter was helping them right now. He knew that half of Riddle's forces were still spread over Europe and Africa looking for the boy. As he approached the bar where he was meeting his contact, he saw 2 low lives stripping 2 men. When they spotted him, they took off into the night. By the way they moved, they were either squibs or those so down in their luck they didn't have wands anymore. One of them had snatched the wand off one of the men, so he suspected the later. Inside the seedy pub, there was still a general feel of something turned over that didn't like to be disturbed. He generally ignored it, looking for the haze of pipe weed that his informant usually had around him. He found the man in a booth in the back corner near the rear door. His wand came out, and he cleaned the seat before sitting. He put a small stone on the table that lit up like a Yule tree with all the different listening and tracking charms around the booth, and the man he came to meet. Each rune represented a charm that was now neutralized, not to mention his own privacy charms. "You wanted to meet?" Algie asked. The man put his pipe away and the smoke quickly dissipated. "Gov, it all hinges on whether you've got the brass." Algie took a small pouch out of his pocket. 10 as usual." The man shook his head. 1,000. Algie rose a brow. "You've never given me information worth that much." "I've never 'ad some at you obviously fancied," Mundungus replied. Algie cast a quick glance around. Mundungus quickly slid something out of his pocket, then back in. It was out long enough for him to see a heavy gold chain, a locket with a large green gem, and a feel of wrongness he recognized. 1,000 galleons suddenly seemed cheap, and it wasn't like it was his coin. The Unspeakables had a large discretionary budget. It had only been 2 days ago he had asked this man to keep his ears open for any news about stuff that was related to the founders of Hogwarts. His eyes narrowed. "Where? Does it matter? Do you have the coin or what? I'm sure I can find another geezer keen enough. It has a crest on it," Mundungus told him. Algie eyed the man. He didn't want to seem too eager but interested at the same time. 600, Mundungus snorted. "I know I can get 10 bags what I am asking of you, 12,000. 6, 15, Mundungus countered. "You can try to pawn that off, but if it is what I think it is, then you are in great danger, Mundungus. I am unsure who you stole it from, but I can assure you they will come looking for it," Algie told him. "Not Bleedin', a penning mate. The fellow went for a proper wander," Mundungus informed him. "And any descendants, if it is registered in a will, then the goblins will hunt it down as an heirloom item," Algie responded. Mundungus squirmed. 1,200. 500. "I need something for this. That'll barely get me bleedin' by." 500 is more than you make in a typical year," Algie replied. 800, Mundungus said. "Only if you tell me what Dumbledore is up to," Algie responded. Mundungus snorted. "Not much in it. Ease on the lookout for Potter, that's all." Algie thought there was a lot of truth in those words. "And what about the incident on the first day of school?" "No bleedin' idea. Ain't 'ad a meetin' since then," Mundungus replied. "How close is he to finding Potter?" Mundungus scratched his chin. "Not bleedin' sure I rightly know. 'Ard to remember everything at every bleedin' meetin'." Algie put a few golden galleons on the table. Mundungus's hand swiped across the table and they disappeared. "Well, I eared Moody almost got the bleedin' blighter. 'E's not the only one. Loads of people are lookin' for I am a team ired by Malfoy almost got the 2 brats a few weeks ago." Algie had heard about Potter and Greengrass getting away. He hadn't heard about Malfoy's bounty hunters. He usually knew details like that and wondered how the Unspeakables informant network had missed that. "Anything else?" The man across from him scratched his face. It was a typical reaction to those that smoked too much of the acrid weed. 800. 7 with a bonus if the information is good. "Well, I 'ear you know who is skint, and as to cough up more to get his blokes in all of a sudden." "Some proper nasty whispers driving up the price of ired, and's in putting those who are iring in a dodgy spot," Mundungus told him. That was the latest news, but it corroborated with what he had heard from the hags. He caught a few people entering the pub. Mundungus did too and shifted uncomfortably. Algie knew their time was up. He dropped a more sizable bag on the table this time. Mundungus' hand swiped the table again. He picked up the bag and dropped the locket. He was out the seat before Algie could grab the locket. Algie picked up the stone with his other hand and moved towards the door that was still closing as Mundungus had left. "Who is the one that stripped my husband bare?" an angry woman said in a deadly voice as the pub quieted. He caught sight of the crazed eyes of Bellatrix Lestrange before he too slipped out the door. He had a feeling the recruiting drive in this pub was over. The Aurors would be counting the failure in body bags in the morning. September 6, 1996, Wiltshire, England. Lucius stood at the tall windows of his bedroom. The sashes had been pulled back to let the day light in. In the light of day, things looked even bleaker. The once immaculate and pride-filled gardens and lawns that had been cultivated by generations of his ancestors after being forced to leave France now lay in ruins. In the last few days, dozens of wizarding tents had been pitched on the lawn. The forces that the Dark Lord had been courting and building over the last year were now being drawn together. The Potter boy's disappearance and his inability to obtain the funds needed had shifted the Dark Lord's plans. Though Lucius thought the force less than half the Dark Lord had talked about. Not that he had much cause to worry. But the last time he had been in the ministry before his son had been a complete moron, Lucius wasn't sure if the ministry was as weak as the Dark Lord thought it might be. Scrimgeour had been recruiting hard in the last months, while Bones had been quietly enhancing security, and had recruited 50 more Aurors than she should have had any right to recruit in the last year. How she had done that under Fudge's and his nose before her death was not known, but his last report from the ministry, before his last spy had been found, was that more than 300 fully trained Aurors and hit wizards were on call, and potentially as many more available from elsewhere. He didn't know where they would come from, or how she had managed it, especially since the Wisengamot only funded her for about 40 full-time Aurors and 8 hit wizards. Looking at the force outside his window, the two sides would be on equal footing. For the last year, his lord had said more than 2,000 wizards would flock to his call. Fewer than 400 were here. Taking the ministry was going to be costly and potentially fruitless. As he watched 2 men dueling and ripping up his lawn, he had to turn away. A part of him was hoping his master would be defeated and his brand erased from this world. Having nothing else to do, he was waiting for Narcissa to return. The last few days had not been easy on either of them. His constantly shaking hands was proof of that. The curses his sister-in-law knew to cause pain were very detrimental to one's health, whether they left a mark or not, and so far, only the Dark Lord had taken a piece of him. His hand wandered to his ear, which was now flat and badly scarred at the top, as all he could do was try to heal himself, and he was no healer. Running his hand along that scar and seeing the scars in his lawn had his resolve harden. When Narcissa returned, he would do what he could to secure her escape. He would have done it days ago, but their last elf had only been able to find what he needed today. It had taken him looking at his own mortality, the realization that the man he served wasn't a pureblood fighting for their blood rights, and the end of his line to realize that his blood didn't mean as much as he was always brought to believe. It was well past dark when the door to their room opened. 2 men marched in like they owned the place. In all essence they did, since the Dark Lord had forced him to turn over control of the wards when he had taken over his house last year. He had forced all his mark to do that with their homes. The Dark Lord would not be denied what was his. Lucius couldn't keep his soft sob in to see the state his wife was in. They dropped her nude form in the middle of the room, gave him a lurid grin, then walked out, slamming the doors behind them. He rushed over to her side as fast as he could, which was more of a wobbly gait than a walk. The state she was in left little to the imagination what she had been subjected to 3 times over the last few days. Only because the Dark Lord wanted her alive was she mostly bruise-free. She started to sob before he could drop to her side. "Sissa, listen to me," he told her. She curled up into herself, her arms wrapping around her legs and tears freely rolling down her cheeks. She was being used as a centerpiece in a revel. He had done this to muggle-born or traitorous women many times, but he never thought he would see a pureblood debased like this. She didn't reply. He put a small bag into her hand and a small tin can into her other. "This is a port key. It will take you someplace safe. I don't know where, I just know it will be safe. I have put a few days of clothes in the bag and all the coins I had hidden. You must get away." She started to cry more. He will kill me," she got out. "Not if he can't find you. I, Lucius Malfoy, hereby decree that Narcissa Malfoy knee black has broken our bond." He had to stifle a cry as she screamed in pain. "Has broken our bond by adultery. Per the ancient laws and our contract, I disown her." Narcissa screamed as the marriage bond was broken. It didn't matter if she hadn't been the one responsible for the indiscretion. The old laws only cared if it happened and if the Lord had been debased because of it. His shaky hands moved to comfort her, but he pulled them back as she started to go through body-racking sobs. Now that she had been disowned, he wasn't supposed to touch her. "Sanctuary," he whispered. His sobbing wife disappeared. The anti-portkey wards lit up like a Yule tree before they spluttered out. The portkey that he had managed to obtain was supposed to break any anti-portkey ward. He knew once the Dark Lord was made away, his life would get infinitely worse, but he couldn't bear to see her used and abused only to torture him. It was only a few minutes later when the doors were blasted off their hinges. He was still on the floor, his body shaking and tears seeping from his eyes when the Dark Lord stormed into his room. The man didn't even question him before Lucius was yanked up. An invisible force had pulled his body upright, and he was lifted a few feet off the ground, his arms out wide and his feet all but glued together. The man looked around the room for a second, its red eyes ablaze with fury. When he was sure that Narcissa was gone, his wand slashed a few times. Lucius screamed in pain as he was now sure his entire ear was gone. A finger fell to the floor and a piercing pain had gone through both ankles. He screamed for a moment before his head drooped. He could see a spike through his ankles. Hot blood was already streaming down his bare feet. "You anger me, Lucius. You will hang like this until I say otherwise. Wormtail, heal him up enough so he doesn't die and keep him alive. I will take my pleasure out on him each night. If he dies before I say, you will join him," the Dark Lord said with a loathing Lucius had only heard reserved for Potter before. He started to cry through the pain. At least he had saved Narcissa. He only wished he knew about Draco. September 7, 1996, Salvador, Brazil. "I think we need to get out of here as soon as possible," Harry told her. Daphne was looking through the books and the pamphlets they had found. The more he read, the more he wasn't sure about staying in Brazil. They were a founding member of the Congress of the Americas, which included most of the South American countries. They had thought about applying for asylum, but the Congress had very loose laws on extradition while having extremely strict laws on immigration. They were both nervous that if they showed up in an Auror office unexpectedly, that they might be arrested and sent to jail instead of helped. The fear that they were in the country illegally, and the Congress took a dim view on illegal immigrants, meant they couldn't go to the ministry to get a portkey or any other commercial site. They needed to move if they weren't staying here, though. "How do you want to leave?" she asked a little apprehensively. Harry sighed. "I doubt we could get through a Muggle airport and there aren't any trains." "I don't want to take a boat again," she told him. Harry took her hand. "There is a gnomish aerodrome not far to the north of us. I think that is the best. I want to head to the MACUSA. She nodded. "When do you want to leave?" Harry looked at the small booklet they had gotten from a local gnomish bank branch in Brazil. Harry had found it interesting that the Wizard Quarter was the largest he had ever seen, large enough to support 3 banks. The booklet was a timetable for the airships in South America. Running his finger down the column of one of the routes, he stopped at Salvador. "One leaves tomorrow at 8 in the morning heading towards Castelabruxo in Colombia, then north towards the MACUSA. She sidled over on the bed. "There isn't anything that goes further north?" she inquired, opening up a book of maps they had also gotten, neither of them knowing much of the geography or governments in the area. They flipped through the booklet a few times, looking at the map. After 20 minutes, they had worked out the next airship that would be going more directly to the MACUSA didn't leave until Wednesday. Leaving tomorrow, they would be in Texas about the same time they could be in Florida if they waited. If they decided to get off at any point, another airship would be traveling in the direction they wanted every 7 days. Harry wasn't sure they would want to stop anywhere until they made it to the MACUSA. Daphne seemed to be thinking the same thing. "I think we should leave sooner than later," he nodded. "The airship doesn't load until the morning," he said. She leaned her head on his shoulder. "I don't like not knowing if we are still being chased, and I want to go to school." "We never said we would keep running." He leaned his head against hers. Neither of them had said it, but even though they wanted away, missing the Hogwarts Express on September 1st just hadn't felt right. Harry didn't want to keep running either. "Let's get packed. We can have lunch at that little restaurant you like, then find a bus or taxi to take us out that way." Both of them knew they would be sleeping as dogs tonight, the same day. Rio de Janeiro. Brazil. Moody's leg made a distinctive clumping sound as he walked through the tiled floors of the colonial Portuguese-style building. White plaster walls were the norm, as were tapestries of the wizarding conquest of the New World. Moody gave a silent snort at the hubris. From what he understood, in this part of the world, wizards had only managed to really conquer the coasts. Most of the inland was still wild magic, tribes, and a few old wizarding empires. It was part of the reason why the Congress of the Americas was so stringent in its immigration policies. They didn't want the wilder elements to come into civilized society and risk the statute of secrecy. He was hoping that the way the Congress of the Americas viewed outsiders would mean they had found Potter and Greengrass. He only wished it hadn't taken him 8 days, with the help of his last protege, to determine that the aerocraft most likely came to Brazil. Tonks was just behind him, with Hestia on his right as they followed a low-level bureaucrat through the Brazilian ministry building. Unlike in Europe, where the ICW was just a general governing body that made sure all its members stayed inside the laws, which were more like guidelines, the Congress was the overarching government, where the individual countries were more like sub-governments. They were led to a small conference room and then offered some seats and refreshments. His eye had been spinning madly to see the enchantments and wards in the ministry. It was impressive. The wards, both passive and active, were close to the best he had seen by goblins. He also noticed there were far more monitoring and listening wards than he was used to seeing. Inside the room, he gently shook his head when Hestia looked ready to say something. Tonks didn't get the hint. "I thought we had clearance to enter the country." Moody tried to indicate to her again before answering. "We do, lass. We have all the proper forms." "Then why are we here? I feel like I've gotten caught with my hand in the cookie jar," she whinged. Hestia closed her eyes. "They probably want to know why a hit wizard team has come into their country. But we aren't hit wizards. This is an Auror action sanctioned by the ministry," Tonks said. Moody wanted to sting her something fierce but kept his wand away. He doubted they would make any friends doing so. "We have all our paperwork," he repeated, giving her a look to shut her gob. She seemed to get it this time and calmed. "Right, we have all our paperwork," she said. Before sitting down, she gave him a curious look and he just took out the paperwork. Hestia did the same and placed it on the table before her. Tonks was a little slower, but finally copied them. Moody knew he had trained her better than this, but apparently she had forgotten some of her training. They waited in silence for a short bit before a middle-aged woman of Portuguese descent came into the room. "Good morning," she said in fairly good English. "I am Aloysia Portentia, and I am an inspector with the Magical Law Enforcement Division." "Morning, lass, what's the hold-up?" Moody questioned. The woman sat across from them and put a folder on the table. "You will excuse me, retired Master Auror Alistair Moody, but I will be asking the questions." "Go ahead, Inspector," Moody said in a low growl. "What are you doing in Brazil?" "I think our paperwork says it rather plainly," he gruffed. She didn't betray any emotion as she opened the folder. "It says here that you are a team of hit wizards under contract to retrieve 2 runaway children. I find that odd since we have no report of runaway children from the British Ministry or the ICW believed to be in our country." "It is of a rather sensitive nature," Moody told her. "I can believe it is if this is about an underaged witch and wizard." "Can I ask why the British envoy didn't inform us or allow our government the opportunity to resolve this first?" she asked. Moody snorted. He should have known this was going to be a pissing on someone else's territory type of thing. "Listen, lass, the sensitivity of this mission would make it paramount that the missing people be kept rather secret. We have all the proper paperwork. Your government agreed to give us certain information. Once we get the information, we'll be on our way." The woman made a few notes on a notepad. "I'm afraid not. You see, we have received reports that a man matching your description is wanted in relation to a disturbance in Africa. Another ICW team reported 2 of their members going rogue a little over a week ago after they were arrested trying to kidnap a boy. Since then, they have given the information to most of the governments they are allied with. Do you know anything about that?" Moody was internally cursing. "I know nothing about a kidnapping," he said. "That Captain Rogers was all sorts of idiotic. It was obvious Potter and Greengrass had fled." "What about a spell fight about 30 kilometers outside of Ghana?" she asked. Moody scratched his chin. Hestia looked just as cool. Tonks looked a little confused. That was probably a good thing. "I don't know anything about a spell fight. Where exactly is Accra?" "It's where the ICW hit wizard team was arrested," she told him, obviously hopping for a reaction from them. "Nope, doesn't ring a bell," Moody told her. "I see," she said, taking a few notes, then closing the notebook. Her wand came out and she swished it around the room. He was rather impressed that her spell work masked almost all the wards and charms. She leaned forward. "This is off the record. In the last 2 weeks, we have had to arrest, imprison, or deport 15 bounty hunters looking for some high-profile children in your papers," she told them. Tonks stiffened, and Moody really wanted to hex her. She just gave away their mark, and he could see it by the way the inspector's eyes quickly moved to Tonks. "I am about to arrest you, and then talk with my superiors to get permission to dose you with Veritaserum about what you and hit wizard Hestia Jones did in Ghana. Now tell me why you are in Brazil," she ordered him. Moody scratched his chin again, shared a quick look with Hestia, then sighed. "Buggering hell, we were trying to keep this silent. We have reason to believe that Harry Potter and Daphne Greengrass have fled to Brazil. We are trying to take them back without spooking them again or getting anyone hurt. It is very important that Potter returns to Britain." She regarded him for a moment. "Why?" "Don't rightly know," he said. It was part of the truth. He didn't fully know why Albus wanted the boy, but suspected. Not good enough. Why? Dumbledore said he has to come back, Tonks said. Moody's hand twitched towards his wand. It was as though she was trying to sabotage them. Inspector Portentia turned to Tonks. She regarded Tonks for a moment. Is this anything to do with Albus Dumbledore's and the Ministry's claim that Voldemort has returned and that there is a prophecy between Voldemort and Harry Potter? Moody wanted to hit his head against the table. We were contracted to retrieve the two and bring them back, Hestia said before Tonks could open her mouth. Your contract is being denied. Now, I want more answers before I decide if you are spending your nights in a hotel before you go back in the morning, or if you are spending the next week or so in a prison cell until we can decide who wants you more, the inspector said. The Daily Prophet says it's a prophecy, and we spent last year guarding the Hall of Prophesy before the Dom battle, Tonks said. TONKS. He lost his temper this time. He went to pull his wand, and the wards instantly reacted. The next time he woke, it was inside a small prison cell, September 8, 1996 Hogwarts, Scotland. Albus sighed as he looked at the missive from Head Montague of the Department of International Cooperation. He had been requested to immediately report to Stockholm for an issue with some individuals that were working under an ICW HIT wizard license and under a warrant with his signature. If this had to do with Rogers and his team again, he was going to work with the International Law Department to revoke their license and send them back to the MACUSA. He knew they moved to the ICW for a reason. Perhaps their legend of tracking people down wasn't as legend as they made it out to be. He was about to toss in a pinch of flue powder into his fireplace when the gargoyle announced, Minerva McGonagall. He sighed, feeling it was important to deal with the notice quickly, but it was unusual for Minerva to arrive in his office on a Sunday morning like this. He moved to his window to act as though he wasn't about to run off without telling her again when the door opened. Good morning, Minerva. What can I do for you today? You can deal with this, she said angrily, throwing a letter onto her desk. He stifled a groan at whatever this new annoyance was. And what is it I need to deal with? The Longbottoms. Did you know that he and Luna Lovegood are now betrothed? She asked. He didn't see where the anger was coming from for this news. And this has made you upset. I thought you would be pleased. I had the impression you liked both of them, especially with how Neville has come out of his shell the last year. I am pleased, but you and your bleeding policy about bullying. The Longbottoms have placed charges against us and Hogwarts about allowing harm to Miss Lovegood and allowing family heirlooms to be stolen. The DMLE has been notified, and 2 Aurors have come into the school to look for 3 items, she told him angrily. He closed his eyes and took in a deep breath. Morgana and Merlin. He screamed inside his head. Could anything else go wrong this year? They are also going to look for evidence of where Potter is, she informed him. How did everything come back to Potter? He tried his best to stifle his annoyance at the nagging voice in his head, which sounded an awful lot like Severus's complaining about Potter. Minerva, I am sure you can handle this. I have more pressing matters, he told her, like finding Potter and dealing with the rumors that Voldemort was gathering his forces. Her pursed lips radiated her displeasure. Albus, you must deal with Longbottom and Lovegood before you go, especially if they are proven true, not to mention the Aurors in the school. He pinched his nose. I'm sure that it is nothing that serious. A few detentions should clear this all up. Please send the Aurors to my office and I will talk with them when I get back. I should be an hour at the most. For Merlin's sake, Albus, Aurors are already in Ravenclaw Tower. Or is this like it wasn't that serious to allow Death Eaters into this school? She pressed angrily. They are just children, he snapped back at her. And who let them into Ravenclaw Tower? He moved away from the fireplace. He didn't need this distraction right now. You know what Severus says you have to do to earn a mark. They are no longer children, she retorted. 2 more students were removed yesterday. 10 more and our finances will not hold for the year, he growled. I will take care of this. Get them out of Ravenclaw Tower and have them wait here. Once again, I'll do your job, Albus. If you excuse me, I have a school to run and will start doing as I need when you are not here. You have my orders, Minerva, he told her testily. And I have my mandates that I think I have been neglecting. Either stay and fix this or I will do as I need, she challenged, his face scrunched. I have duties with the ICW and the ministry that also need attending. Then you are doing too much if you can't investigate these allegations and deal with the Aurors, she shot back. They stood there, glaring at each other for a long moment. You have my orders, Minerva. I will be back when I can. She looked rather defiantly at him, gave him a single nod, then marched out of the office. He dismissively waved his hand over his shoulder as he threw the green powder into the fireplace. Finding Harry was far more important than a few parents who were scared of some misguided students. Once Harry returned and they confronted Voldemort again, all the students would flock back, and things could go back to normal. Speaking of which, he needed to know when Scrimgeour was releasing the students that had been arrested on the express so they could come back to school. Only later would he find out dismissing Minerva the way he did would have such far-reaching consequences. If he had known her next stop was to write a letter to the Board of Governors, he might have been worried and realized his next step should not have been towards Stockholm but the Great Hall. Same day, Salvador, Brazil. Daphne shook and water sprayed everywhere. Harry growled at her, and he swore her yip was laughter. After a huff, he shook off the rain, which earned a yip of surprise from her. When he morphed back, she glared at him, water dripping out of her hair. "You could be a gentleman, you know. You were the cheeky one first," he told her. They were close enough to the aerodrome that he took his wand out and dried off her clothes. He left her hair alone, having learned last year not to do that because it ruined what she did to her hair. She eyed him before giving him a little huff and a gentle kiss. "You could still be the gentleman," she said softly. "Next time I will shake off first, then let you shake," he told her. She glared at him again. "Or you can wait for me to change and cast a shield or water-repelling charm." "Or I could do that, Princess," he agreed with her. They had stopped under an awning in a yard of an empty house. Looking out from under it, he could see the tower of the aerodrome a short distance off. He tapped his wrist. The sun was just coming up and it was about 6:30. "The airship leaves at 8. We should get going." This was the part they had been nervous about. They had entered Brazil illegally, and now they would have to leave by going through the legal route. Much like it had been in Geneva, or when they had explored Rome, those going to the airships were funneled into a few lines. The lines ended at a half-dozen teller booths. There was only a dozen or so people waiting to get in this early in the morning, and only one booth was open. A tired-looking witch was behind a cast-iron grill, taking the stamps and passports or other ID offered. At the teller booth, Harry put the ticket booklets and their passports onto the shelf. She gave them a cursory look before taking their passports. "You are Harry James Potter." "Yes," he replied in Portuguese, thanks to the translation medallion. She did a quick once-over, looked at his passport again, and then handed his passport back to him. She did the same with Daphne. "Daphne Potter." "Yes, ma'am," she replied. The woman eyed them for a moment as though trying to decide if they were married or not. He was starting to think they needed to run when the woman handed Daphne her passport. "Where are you going?" "Austin, Texas in the MAC USA," he told her. She looked over to a chart on her wall, ran a finger down it, then opened the books. Each book had 100 stamps in it. She did a quick count to see if they were still full. "Do you want one room or two?" "One room," Harry answered. "Will you pay for your meals or do you want them on your ticket?" "On the ticket. Do you want an open ticket if you care to get off and catch a later flight?" Harry looked to Daphne. She shook her head. It was going to be important to get out of the COA and into the MAC USA. "We are going straight there. Do you have any luggage that will need to be put into the hold?" "No." She took one of the books, then 70 stamps out of the second book before pulling out 2 tickets, tapped them with her wand and gave them the tickets and what was left of the second book. "The Orchard Bloom is leaving at 8 from berth 3. Enjoy your adventure," she said with a smile. Daphne stuck close to his side. 2 teams of oarers were at the gates but didn't give them another look once Harry showed they had tickets. 3 airships were moored this morning and he looked up, still loving the sight of the huge cigar-shaped zeppelins. Lifts were carrying cargo with automatons moving about. "I would love to drive one of those," he told Daphne, eyeing the automatons. She shook her head. "Ask them once we get out of here," she told him. They joined a group going up in the passenger lift. Brightly polished brass grates closed and they started their way up. Harry's eyes didn't rest, looking for any sign they were being followed. He didn't see anything that jumped out at him. A young couple with a child that was maybe a year old went up the gangway before them. The gnomes at the door welcomed them in. When Harry and Daphne stepped up to the doorman, Harry handed the gnome their tickets. "You will be room 32. Just down this hall, take the second right and should be the 3rd door down," the gnome said with a smile. "I thought we were getting one with a window," Daphne said. "She didn't ask, and I didn't think about it." "Next time I'll remember," he told her as they made their way to their room. They did little more than touch their wands to it to activate the lock, look inside to see a bed a little wider than a twin. a bureau, and a nightstand with a wash basin. It was going to be a little tight, but in just over 8 days from now, they would be in the MACUSA and asking for asylum. Wanting to see them leaving, Harry dragged her to the observation windows near the gangway. They watched as the last of the automatons finished their work before some gnomish and wizard workers scurried around. Within 20 minutes, the gangway was being pulled to the platform, the large ramp and doors at the front of the ship closed, and the airship gave a jolt as it detached from the mooring hooks on the tower. Daphne stumbled into him. He wrapped his arms around her. Only after they had cleared the towers and turned towards the north did he start to relax. Technically, once they passed the Aurors, they were on gnomish territory, but it still didn't mean he wasn't nervous they might be caught. Daphne leaned her back into his chest. He felt her melt into him, her own tension lessening. "I want to come back someday to explore," she told him. Their wands looked very different. He smiled into her hair. "I think that would be wicked. We'll take a portkey, though." She leaned further against him. "I don't mind airships," she said. "Or if we fly Muggle planes the normal way, I would like to try that sometime." "We can do that," he said. She wrapped her arms around the ones he had around her midsection. "Do you think the MACUSA will give us asylum?" "I think so," he said, not wanting to tell her how nervous he was. From what they found, the MACUSA was rather good for asylum seekers. He just hoped his past didn't count against them. Harry kissed her neck. She scrunched it up. "Stop," she said half-heartedly. "But you're so cute when you do that," he told her, trying to kiss her neck again. She giggled. "Harry James," she scolded with no heat. He kept kissing her neck until she let out a soft moan. Her responding whimper when he stopped had him chuckle. He put his chin on her shoulder to watch Salvador disappear into farm country, smaller towns, and swathes of jungle. Daphne leaned her head against his shoulder. For a bit they just enjoyed each other's company. "Harry." "I don't want to wait to get married," she told him. "Then we won't," he said. She worried her lip for a moment. "We'll have to get off in Belem and find a bonder." Harry was quiet for a few. "Do we need a bonder?" "I don't know of any other way," she replied. "Could a ship's captain marry us? In the Muggle world they have that authority," he told her. She seemed to think for a moment. "I don't know." "We could ask," Harry pointed out. She leaned her head over so her cheek was against his. "I think we should. I have a bad feeling if we try to wait." His arms tightened around her. "I'm not letting you get away." She grabbed his arms tightly with her hands. "I'm not going anywhere without you." They fell back into an easy silence as they watched the world pass below them. If the ship made the schedule, their next stop would be tomorrow morning in Tocantins, Brazil. It would take more than 3 days before they left Brazil. The airship turned and started to head west to go over the heart of the Amazon, then stop at Castelabruxo before turning north. As long as everything went well, they should be in Texas around midday 8 days from now. September 10, 1996, Ottery St. Catchpole, England. The green flames of the flu were becoming all too familiar lately. Ever since the Board of Governors had forced him to clamp down on the wards after Ronald Weasley had caused the current debacle that was ravaging Hogwarts, he had not been able to apparate or use a portkey directly from Hogwarts. He had been allowed to keep the flu connections between the headmasters and the deputy headmasters' offices open with protections. Of course, those protections had become worse after the debacle with Longbottom and Lovegood this week. He really hadn't thought it as bad as it was, except that it led to 6 of the top Ravenclaws on probation for misplacing family heirlooms and assaulting the betrothed of a major heir of the Wisengamot and society. It all added to the major headache he had had for weeks now, all made worse by Potter. If he could just get the boy back, then everything else could be sorted. When the grate of the burrow came up, he unwrapped his arms, took a step, and was spat out into the already crowded kitchen of the Homie and Ragtag house. Today was a full-order meeting that left only standing room, and the house so full of noise that his headache pounded in his eyes. Not in the mood to waste any time, he let off a small firecracker of sound, and the crowd turned to him. The room quieted, and the people before him parted to allow him to move to the table. He stifled his frown to see that the head of the table was not made available. Arthur was sitting in the seat reserved for the leader of the Order of the Phoenix. Instead, a chair to the left of the man was open. In the last few weeks, Arthur had started to be a little more assertive, while Molly a little less reverent to him. It was a trend he was noticing in many others that was starting to annoy him. Of course, the defense of his son was something else that annoyed Albus. Looking around the room, He saw Bill, Fred, George, and Charlie. Percival was still not committing to the group. Bill was still looking rather dour and had become rather unreliable since Delacour had rejected his proposal and the offer to be a full member of the order. The twins were grinning at the chaos that was surrounding him. The large dragon handler, who had also refused to be involved until now, had his burly arms crossed and not looking impressed. As being the first all-order meeting in almost 2 months, Severus was sitting at the table with Minerva next to him. Severus was his usual emotionless self, while Minerva gave him the defiant look she had adopted in the last few weeks. He would have to deal with her soon, especially now that she was dealing with the governors and the education department directly with how much he had needed to be out of Hogwarts. He couldn't allow her to change anything else. Alastor and Hestia were giving Nymphadora dark looks as she leaned against the wall and touched shoulders with Remus. She had a similarly amused look as the twins, while Remus looked rather pensive. His anger at the young Auror for getting the group that went to Brazil kicked out was about as great as his anger with Minerva. Shacklebolt sat at the table next to Arthur. He was taking well to his new duties as head Auror. He was one of the few that still supported Albus without question. He was looking at Mundungus Fletcher a little oddly, though. Albus was hopping it wasn't because he had had to use his influence to get the sneak thief out of the holding cells this morning. Much like how he had for Alastor and Hestia when he had been called to the ICW 2 days ago. Other members that he usually kept hidden, like Rebecca Brown in the underage magical use office, William Orville, an obliviator, and Gregory Timmons in the Department of Records, were also here. He sat, trying not to be petty. He avoided casting a disappointed glance to Arthur. Instead, he showed his in-control and calm persona. "Thank you all for coming tonight. We have some significant news and business to attend to. First, Severus, you have news of Voldemort." Half the room cringed or flinched at the name. The man's serious expression didn't bode well. He had hoped to get a report before now, but Severus hadn't been able to leave his other master for days now. "The Ministry will soon be under attack. The Dark Lord has accelerated his plans far quicker than we guessed he would be able to. I was called to a meeting at Malfoy Manor. He has a force of several hundred wizards from around the continent and Africa that will be ready to mobilize within the next few weeks." This caused a general buzz around the room. Albus held up his hands to quiet everyone. This news was disturbing. "I do not have long to stay here. He is calling in all his faithful. I will be required to take an extended leave of absence to brew. When I leave here tonight, Albus, I don't know when I will be available again," Severus told him. He heard the finality in the man's words. "But why? I thought you know who wanted to wait until he could gather all his forces and bring more around to his side," the middle-aged brunette, Rebecca Brown, said, sounding scared. "Many reasons. With Potter run off, Bones dead, rumors that Bones and Scrimgeour may have a larger force than expected, and a few prominent families like the Greengrasses and Macmillans having fled before he could bring them into his fold. I get the sense he isn't sure his finances will last more than a year. Then, add in the rumors of his origins, and his anti-pure blood actions are spooking him, and many that would have followed him. If he can't secure the Ministry in the next few months, then his cause may be a loss in Britain. I'm not sure he would not try to destroy everything if he can't win," Severus told them. Albus closed his eyes for a moment as the room exploded in noise. He let it go for a few as he collected his thoughts. It quieted when he tapped his wand on the table. "Kingsley, do you know anything about these forces that the Ministry has?" The man looked at him with a straight face. "I can neither deny or affirm that there are other forces that the Ministry has amassed. I can also neither deny or affirm that authorization has been given for lethal force to be used against anyone trying to subvert the state," the man said in a rather monotone voice. Albus blinked. Since he had been ousted from head warlock last year, he had been blind to many things in the Ministry. This was a surprising revelation that he had thought only rumor. "Are you saying the Wisengamot has approved this?" Minerva asked, surprised herself. Kingsley looked at her, his mouth shut. Albus looked to Arthur. He had the same expression as Kingsley. His other Ministry workers all were tight-lipped as well. He came to the sudden realization that they had all been oath-sworn, an oath that superseded the oath they had taken to him, and he couldn't fathom that, as no new oath should be able to overcome an earlier oath without being released. "I see," he said knowingly. "I would like more detail on this, Arthur." "I cannot confirm or deny anything, Albus," the man said with an even face. Fred and George started to snicker, obviously coming to the same conclusion. Albus didn't like it because of the potential for loss of magical life. "What can you report on?" Albus gave an open-ended question, trying to keep his irritation down. "Draco Malfoy will be the first of the underage Death Eaters to go on trial next week. Due to his Veritaserum questioning, he will be recommended for a Dementor's kiss," Kingsley told him. Albus' eyes widened. "But he isn't even 17, is he?" Mundungus asked with pursed lips. Severus got up, looking a little pale. "I must go, I'm being summoned." "Report as soon as you can," Albus ordered. He needed more details on what was happening. Severus nodded and then moved towards the door and a long walk to the edge of the wards. "You must not let him be kissed." "He is still young," Albus ordered Kingsley. "Albus, he confessed to killing 3 muggles and 1 muggle-born witch after participating in a revel. He knows what he did, and by the way he talked about it, he enjoyed it," Kingsley replied. Albus paled. "Who?" "He was at the Perks massacre in August," Kingsley told him. The anger and murmuring in the room had him realize there was little sympathy. "You must stop this. He can be rehabilitated," Albus insisted. "Albus, he killed 4 people with the killing curse. That is a minimum lifetime in Azkaban for each offense. He and the others are not going to be let off. Anyone captured with the dark mark is now going to be questioned under Veritaserum and prosecuted." Kingsley replied in an even tone. Merlin's balls, everything was falling apart. "Albus, I think the best thing for us to do is to be prepared for when the attack happens. We can provide support, but I think we should stay out of the main fray," Alistair said. "Are you going to talk about Potter and all the kerfuffle about Tom Riddle?" Some frustration passed over his face. "I don't want this to become a blood war," Albus told him. "It is too late for that. Bones and Fudge are dead. We have already lost Diggle and Black. None of the ones you have approached for recruitment in the last few months have accepted. Your golden boy has run, and I frankly think he may have the right idea if we are only going to fire stunners when the Death Eaters are trying to kill us," Alistair stated. "It is a blood war. Now, is it true about Riddle?" Kingsley added. "I can verify that 5 of your missing students are dead, Albus, as are their families. We caught a spy trying to get Muggle-born addresses last month. I know you and the minister are obsessed with getting Potter back, but there are other more important things right now. Might I recommend that given the current state of affairs, it would be prudent for the Order to focus on support and protecting sites like St. Mungo's." Albus didn't like being told what to do. Before he could go on with his agenda, Hestia said, "I also think we should address the traitors in our midst." This brought the room to a dead silence. He looked at the clearly upset woman. "Traitors, all those that helped Potter," she stated. "If they can go against your orders now, what would happen if we get into a real fight?" "We are not traitors," George stated. "Co-conspirators," Fred said. "Oh, I like that," George agreed. "Conspirators of what?" Albus angrily demanded, his magic getting away from him and expanding in the room. Most backed away from him, but a few drew their wands and looked challengingly at him. "Oh, did we say conspirators?" George asked. "I believe we did," Fred answered. "You aren't the only ones," Remus added. "I rather feel like I did something good," Nymphadora said. "You were brilliant," Fred replied. "Absolutely stupendous, though our marauder mentor is our true genius," George said. Remus had a smug look on his face. Albus stood, his wand coming out. It pointed at one of the blasted twins. Wands all over the room followed. The Weasleys pointed theirs at him, while most the rest looked confused at what was going on. Albus caught a slight movement out the corner of his eyes. Remus and Nymphadora were pointing their wands towards him too. Alistair had his wand out, but it was pointing down, as was Kingsley's. The rest were pointing or moving between those pointing wands at Albus. "What did you do?" Albus asked in a deathly calm voice. Fred had the gall to smirk. "Nothing much. Except help our hero see his last wishes done," Geroge replied, though there wasn't much mirth in his voice. "Well, one of our heroes," Fred said. "Indubitably," George agreed. "Albus, I would ask you to lower your wand and not point it at any of my children in my own house," Arthur said, his wand tip pressing into Albus' neck. Molly was being uncharacteristically silent, looking torn at the scene. She was the only one without a wand drawn. Remus spoke up. "Albus, for your information, the will that was read in July wasn't Sirius's real will. He left the one he wanted with me and had a copy with Gringotts. He wanted to see Harry alive. Sirius had Harry emancipated. He knew that Harry was looking to leave, even if he didn't say it to anyone. He also knew that Harry had someone he was protecting, but Harry wouldn't say who." Albus looked at the man in fury, then the pieces started to fall together. He had pondered for a while how Harry could have hidden this from them. As he looked at the last of the marauders, he could see the gleam of a prank that had been pulled, as well as the look they all got when protecting one of their own. "You helped him," Albus accused. "A few of us did. I don't know if Harry knew he was being helped, but I made sure that no one noticed the few days he left his relatives," Remus said. "We helped make sure the Order didn't notice him while he was in Diagon Alley," Fred and George said together. "I've been generating false reports of where he has been seen, and I was not about to let you get him when we went to Brazil. He deserves his own happiness and life," Nymphadora stated. Albus took in a deep breath. "And the rest of you?" "They had no idea," Remus told him. "Then why?" he demanded, trying to understand the betrayal of a family that had been his staunchest supporters for years. "You wanted to expel Ron for doing what was right. You want to endanger our children by keeping Death Eaters in the school. You have gotten Bill fired because he was digging into the Potter and Black accounts at your order, and to have used him and us to steal from Harry," Arthur said. His eyes opened in surprise. "Fired? Today, I have lost my job, the woman I love, and our family is being barred from doing business with Gringotts again. Headmaster, the only reason I am not going to the mines is because I didn't know how you were using me," Bill stated. Alistair shook his head and pushed Hesja's wand down before clapping his hands once. The sound had many flinch. "Constant vigilance. You let yours down, Albus. Did Black really orchestrate this?" he asked to Remus. "It was his last wish for Harry to be happy. I didn't quite think Harry would run like this, but I will do everything I can to keep him safe," Remus said. "I've let him down too much in the past." Minerva, who had stayed seated, stood up. "Albus, I must agree with Arthur. You endanger too many with your games. If Potter wants to run, I say let him. I must get back to my charges at Hogwarts. If you know who is gathering his forces, then the students must be protected." "Minerva, please get Ginny and Ron to pack their belongings. I plan to be by in a little bit to withdraw them," Arthur said. Molly started to cry. "Arthur, you can't," Albus commanded. Minerva nodded her head. He watched her go with his eyes until she was out of sight. He didn't want to move his head with Arthur's wand still at his throat. A moment later, the fire flared and she was gone. "My family will be withdrawing from the Order, effective immediately, since you have no other plan than to save the Death Eaters and capture Harry," Arthur told him. "I would like my family, Remus and Tonks, to stay. Everyone that has not been invited to stay, please leave." Albus glared at the man for a moment. Arthur was usually a very mild-mannered person, but he knew he was very protective of his family. Albus was realizing that he finally pushed them too far, and the man was finally acting the head of family. Albus was realizing that he had pushed many too far, and in doing so had lost just about everything now. Albus lowered his wand. "I am rather disappointed in you and your family, Arthur. I had thought you would support us in our fight." "My support is with my family first, country second," the man replied. The others started to move towards the fireplace. Alistair put a hand on Arthur's shoulder before leaving. Albus was the last of the Order to still be in the kitchen after a few minutes. The Weasleys, Kingsley, Remus, and Nymphadora were the only ones left. "Molly," he asked, needing to know. She looked up to him, tears on her cheeks. "You told me the money came from a fund at the school. You said the extra galleons were to take care of Harry. You never told me that you paid for my children to go to Hogwarts from Harry's accounts, nor that there was an illegal betrothal between my daughter and Harry. I would have loved if Harry had married Ginny, but I would never force them." He adopted a completely emotionless mask. He had made it out to be a generational contract that would have looked like an old agreement when Harry discovered it after his 17th birthday. How had they found out? Remus growled. Lily and James would never have agreed to it. They would have refused even the contract that Harry and Daphne entered into. James argued for months with his parents about a contract before our 5th year when they wanted to push him into one. "Albus, leave," Arthur told him. "Perhaps that is best until tempers cool," he said. He left to still see everyone's wands on him. September 11, 1996, airship over Brazil. Daphne had butterflies in her stomach. Today was 45 days from when Harry and her had signed the betrothal. The official waiting period per the contract signed at Gringotts was over. A small part of her was wishing that her family was here, but she just wasn't sure she trusted her father not to stop this, even if he had signed the betrothal. The butterflies didn't lessen as she looked in the mirror. She was in her best dress, which was a pale blue, sleeveless chiffon dress that flared at her waist with a pleated bottom and a fancy lacy design that covered her chest and elegantly wrapped around her neck. It was something she had picked up when out on a trip with Tracy before leaving. She felt a little guilty as she thought of her best friend, but they hadn't been as close the last 2 years, and she had gone into hiding with her family at the start of the summer. She wished she knew where Tracy was. The best she could do for now was hope she was safe. She turned sideways to make sure she was presentable for Harry. She knew he didn't care, but she felt she needed to be for him. Looking in the mirror on the back of the door, she liked her curves and the way the dress clung to them. She wasn't the tallest girl, nor the largest in her bust, but she thought herself rather well-proportioned for her 5'5" frame. Harry didn't seem disappointed in her. She noted with a wry smirk as she thought of her soon-to-be husband. That thought sent another round of butterflies through her. What they were about to do, she found herself wishing that Tracy, her mother, Astoria, and Susan were here. Someday she would see them again, but it was just too dangerous for now. Dangerous for her and could be life-threatening for Harry. She loved him too much to risk him more than they already were. A knock came at the door. Moving to the door, her heart hammering in her chest at what she was about to do, she opened it to find Harry standing in the hallway. Neither of them had brought any truly formal wear, but he was still in a nice pair of khaki trousers, a short-sleeve burgundy muggle dress shirt with a tie that was so reminiscent of Gryffindor's, she had to smirk at him. "I thought you gave up being a Gryffindor." His eyes had been wandering up and down her body, a slight brightening of his cheeks when his eyes met hers. He failed to look nonchalant as he shrugged. "I like the colors, and it was you that helped me pick all this out in Salvador." She smirked. "You look nice, and you look beautiful," he said. She could see the adoration in his eyes. She gave him a radiant smile at the compliment. "Thank you," she said, pushing him back when he tried to kiss her. "You are not messing up my lipstick or makeup before we get married." That stupid grin had her legs feeling weak. "I think you're beautiful either way." She gave him a mock glare. "Flattery is not going to change my mind." "I had to try," he told her before moving to hold his arm out for her. "Shall we, princess?" "We shall, my prince," she said rather seriously before sliding her arm into his. There were a few dozen passengers on the airship, but like usual, they didn't really see any of them as they made their way towards the captain's quarters. They had been told to meet Captain Emeraldfield at 2. As they walked, her heels clicking on the wood flooring of the hallway, Harry asked, "Are you nervous? Would you be disappointed if I said yes?" She nervously asked back in a faint voice. "I'm nervous and afraid," he admitted to her. That had been one thing she had liked. After a rough patch after Christmas when she blew up at him for not telling her everything about his time at Hogwarts, they had both made a promise to be truthful with each other. She felt he was still not telling her everything, but she knew enough to know whatever he was holding back wasn't anything for her to worry about. Someday he would tell her. She let out a small sigh. "Thank Merlin, I am too." Put a hand over the one holding his bicep. "Then we'll do this together just like everything else." Daphne lightly hit his arm. "If you make me cry and mess up my makeup, I won't be happy," he chuckled. "As long as you don't make me sleep on the couch." "We don't have a couch," she told him. "That's what I'm afraid of," he cheekily replied. She giggled at him. "I swear, Harry," she warned him. He stopped before a door and she realized that all her nerves had disappeared for that brief moment. That was why she loved him so much. When she was with Harry, nothing seemed that dire and they could get through anything together. "Are you ready, princess?" he asked. "I'm not leaving your side," she affirmed. He knocked on the door. A slightly high-pitched "enter" came from inside the cabin. Harry opened it and led her in. The captain's office was a modest-sized room with 2 other doors off it. Through one she could see a chart room. The other was closed. A small gnome with blonde hair in thick plaits and in the formal white uniform of an airship captain was waiting next to her desk. Next to her was a wizard in the same type of white uniform. He had the appearance of many Brazilians of both Portuguese and native descent. "Good afternoon, Mr. Potter and Miss Greengrass," Captain Emeraldfield said with a smile. "Good afternoon, Captain," Harry said. "Thank you for making this appointment." The gnomish woman smiled. "It is my pleasure. I don't often get to oversee such occasions. I have asked my 3rd officer, Mr. Antunes, to witness the event. Did you bring the paperwork?" "I did. Here is the betrothal contract, the marriage license form you gave us, my emancipation papers, and our passports," Harry said, holding the paperwork out for her. He also handed over a small leather pouch. "I wasn't sure if you wanted galleons or doubloons, so there is 15 of each." "That is more than generous, Mr. Potter." She took everything, looked over the paperwork, then handed it to her 3rd officer. He did the same before nodding. Taking his wand out, the wizard tapped the parchments. They all glowed an eerie green before he handed everything back to Captain Emeraldfield. I can validate that all the paperwork is authentic and legal to wizarding law of their home country and the Gnomish nations, Officer Antunes said. Thank you. Are you both resolute in this commitment? I am, he said confidently. Far more confidently than he might have a year ago. Daphne liked this side of him. I am resolute, Daphne replied, the butterflies growing more. Seeing how Harry stood tall, she pushed them down and was determined to be as stoic and brave about this as him. The woman smiled at them. If you would, please kneel before me while facing each other. Mr. Potter, hold your right hand out and palm up. Miss Greengrass, place your left hand onto his, your palm touching his. They did this, then repeated with their other hands, but this time with Daphne's hand on the bottom. Officer Antunes placed a long white cloth over their hands. The cloth was covered in a series of rune sentences going down the length of the cloth. They were in a rune language she didn't recognize. Captain Emeraldfield stepped forward to put a hand over the cloth. Daphne now understood why they had to kneel given the woman's 2.5-foot stature. As recognized by international accord between the Gnomish nation of Zeldhedge, the International Confederation of Wizards, and the British Ministry of Magic, I call upon magic to witness this binding, Captain Emeraldfield said in her high-pitched, clear voice. The runes pulsed with power and Daphne could feel it collect around their hands. Harry took in a long breath, obviously feeling it as well. As master of the orchard bloom, and all the souls under my command and remission, I ask for magic to recognize the request for bond, marriage, fidelity, and fertility of the couple that stand before me. Harry James Potter of the Houses of Potter and Black wishes for this woman, Daphne Ophelia Greengrass, of the House of Greengrass, to become his wife and bond mate through this life and those beyond. The magic from the runes intensified. She could feel her magic, her soul, flowing out of her left hand, while Harry's flowed into her right. This was such an intimate thing, she wanted to snog him before it was done. Harry looked to have the same emotions as his emerald eyes were now molten with desire and love. Please, speak your request, Captain Emeraldfield said. I, Harry James Potter, wish to take this woman as my wife and bond mate. Never will I abandon her. Never will I ask her to be more than she is. I would ask magic to see my heart and my love and grant me this boon, Harry said. Her heart fluttered. That was not what they had practiced. As though guided by her own magic, she replied, I, Daphne Ophelia Greengrass, wish to take this man as my husband and bond mate. Forever will I stand at his side. Forever I will be all he needs and only ask he give me all he can. I would ask magic to see my heart and my love and grant me this boon. The runes started to glow silver around the edges of the silver thread. As witnesses to this request, I, Captain Emeraldfield Oakshield, confirm the sincerity of the request, she said. Officer Antunes stepped over them and touched his wand to the cloth. He spoke in Portuguese and their medallions translated. As witness to this request, I, Third Officer Joe Antunes, confirm the sincerity of the request. Once his wand touched the cloth, Daphne gasped, while Harry took in a sharp breath. The magic passing between them suddenly seemed to solidify. It was a hard bond, but flexible at the same time. She couldn't think how else to describe it but that she suddenly understood how much Harry cared for her, his protectiveness, his desire for family, his desire for her. She also felt the depths of his betrayal, the way his relatives treated him, the despair of losing those close to you, the betrayal of friends and loved ones against him, or those killed for just being a spare. Daphne poured out her love for him. Her fear and betrayal of being used by her father to save their family felt so insignificant compared to Harry's pain. If she only knew that Harry felt just the opposite, or that he could feel her feelings for him, she might not think that. After a moment, Captain Emeraldfield took her hand off the cloth and it stopped glowing. She had a broad smile on her face. Magic has granted the boon you asked for. Congratulations, Mr. and Mrs. Potter. You can kiss if you want. Harry met her lips as she laughed. The snog had the little gnome chuckling as her officer rolled his eyes. Might I recommend you going back to your stateroom? I can have dinner brought to you later if you like. Harry pulled back. She didn't like the separation. Yes, please. Thank you, Captain, Harry said. They stood, and before she could protest, he picked her up bridal style. If you just wait just a moment, Captain Emeraldfield said. She walked over to her desk, signed the marriage license, endorsed the betrothal to say the term of waiting was fulfilled, asked her third officer to certify Daphne's new name, and then nodded in satisfaction to see her passport had changed. She held out the paperwork and Daphne took it. "Is that all?" Harry asked a little gruffly. "It is." "Enjoy your honeymoon," Captain Emeraldfield told them. Daphne wrapped her arms around Harry's neck. "I plan too," she whispered into his ear, eliciting a growl that had her feeling more excited than she ever had. By the time Harry shut the door to their small stateroom, her mouth was all over his neck and trying to undo the buttons on his shirt. September 12, 1996 airship over the Amazon. Harry lay in bed, a stupid grin on his face. Daphne was spread out on his side, her very nude form warm against his skin. He was enjoying running his hand up and down her back as she slept. As he thought about yesterday afternoon and last night, his stupid grin just wouldn't go away. Daphne Potter was his wife. Had he ever imagined being married at 16? Of course not. Did he regret it? Of course not. Would he do anything for the young woman in his arms? That wasn't even a question. He was mostly running because of her. He wanted a life. He wanted to live. Daphne offered him a life he had desperately wanted. After Sirius died and his friends hadn't sent him any letters, he knew he didn't have anything back in England or Scotland that was worth fighting for, except Daphne. As long as she was with him, he didn't care where they ended up. It only mattered she was with him, and she was safe. His hand wandered a little lower and she mumbled in her dream, shifting to rub her body against his. Feeling her curlies on his leg had him getting excited. Not wanting to wake her since she seemed so contented, his hand wandered to safer areas on her back. After kissing her head, he stared up at the ceiling. A soft chime interrupted his thoughts about repeating their wedding night. Twisting his head, the chime came again. The small satchel that the gnomes had given them was letting them know they had received mail. How they got it to work over such a distance was something Harry wanted to understand, but was still having a challenging time to understand the gnomish runes that had been embossed into the leather, and then filled with an exceptionally fine silver metal that he couldn't identify. Daphne shifted again, mumbling something in her sleep. Harry grinned. He wondered if she knew she mumbled or talked in her sleep at times. He hadn't told her that yet, finding it cute and not wanting her to stop. Few minutes later, the chime went off again. It would keep doing that until they opened the satchel. Not wanting to lose the contact with his nude wife, he was forced to disentangle himself. Sitting up, he didn't mind the slightly cooler air on his skin as he moved out from under the sheet. Swinging his legs over the side of the bed, he picked up the satchel and opened it before it could chime again. He also took his wand from under the pillow and tapped his wrist. It was well past 9 in the morning. Much later than he would usually sleep or stay in bed. Opening the satchel, he was surprised to find 5 letters and a small package. Taking them out, 3 of the letters were addressed to him. The package was for both of them. He recognized the script of Apolline. Another looked like a letter from Fleur from the bank, and the last was in a strong, bold stroke that he hadn't seen yet. The ones for Daphne were obviously from her mother and Fleur. Opening Fleur's first, it was the official notice that Daphne had been added to his accounts, and a statement of how things had gone in the last month. The goblins had sent him more than 100,000 galleons for whatever business they had completed, and the gnomes were going to send him a portfolio they wanted him to invest in soon. By the looks of it, Fleur had been busy. The one from Apolline was just her sending them information and some newspaper clippings of what was going on in England, and that they had been relegated to inside news. It was the first time he saw what the European press was saying about Tom. He knew he hadn't let that information leak, except Daphne had said she had mentioned it to Astoria. His brow rose as he leafed through the dozens of articles and magazine clippings. There was even one from yesterday about the ICW opening an investigation into it. "Holy Merlin," he muttered. He wasn't sure what all this meant. His brow disappeared into his forehead when he finally made it to the Daily Prophet clippings and the news of the Death Eater arrests on the Hogwarts Express. The news Draco was going to be charged, and that the Ministry was now checking everyone for a dark mark. After the way everyone had talked about the fear, and the way the Ministry was falling apart last time, he thought this different. Even more surprising was that the last clipping about them was from August 26, and it had been on the 9th page of the main French paper. He felt a little better that they were not at the forefront, but was still overly cautious that they hadn't had a run-in with anyone in 2 weeks. At first it was a relief. Now he was starting to feel like he was looking over his shoulder again. Though given these headlines, a pair of runaway teens, even the boy who lived, paled in comparison to some of the other news. The last letter was the most intriguing. Flipping it over to see the flap on the envelope, the dollop of wax was larger than usual, and a larger Greengrass crest was pressed into it. He had no doubt that was the Lord's seal. The front was addressed to Cyan Potterblack. Opening the parchment, he was surprised to find almost a dozen sheets of parchments. Quickly leafing through them, his eyes widened to see that Daphne and him had been given a small estate in Wales, another in France, and partial ownership in the Greengrass businesses. Reading it through, he was now a 20% owner in his wife's name. There were 2 contracts that needed his signature, and the last was a bank transfer of 100,000 galleons to a bank of his choosing. By the time he was done leafing through, his mouth was slightly open in surprise. It took him a long moment to process what he saw before taking the top 2 sheets to read. Dear Cyan Potterblack, August 11, 1996, I would first like to introduce myself. I am Lord Grover Oliver Greengrass, father to Daphne Olivia Potterblack nee Greengrass, Lord of the Honorable House of Greengrass. The House of Greengrass is still a young house in the WolfgangNH peerage that has worked hard to obtain a status that is complementary to your own, and I do hope you take this letter and the gift I have bestowed upon you and my daughter for your wedding as a sign of friendship, kinship, and alliance. As I was informed today, congratulations are in order for you and my daughter. I wish you all the luck and happiness and welcome you to the family. I would have preferred to have told you this in person and hope to someday in the near future. Cyan Potter, when first I was informed of the betrothal you offered my family, I was not pleased. The Greengrasses have a long history of neutrality after the war that nearly destroyed my family 300 years ago and which forced us to flee to England. As my wife and advisors had me come to realize, the cost of our neutrality may have been too much in the current environment. In the end, I have come to accept your union with my daughter, even embrace it. Please let Daphne know that I am sorry for what I was going to do. My wish was never to hurt her, only protect her, my wife, and her sister. I was informed shortly after agreeing to the betrothal that you had offered support to my family, should we choose to stay in England, by bestowing on me the mantle of the WolfgangNH seats that once belonged to your family. And should we choose to move, you have offered 2 large estates that belong to the Blacks in France. I would like to inform you, if my wife's and daughter's correspondence have not already, that I have chosen to accept your aid and alliance in moving my family, our business, vassals and workers to the estate in the mountains outside of Cannes. If you would review and sign the contracts included, I would offer rent for the use of the lands in establishing greenhouses and the industry needed to maintain the Greengrass business on these lands. The second contract is to rent the second estate in the north of the country, not far from Lille. The lands there are conducive to large farms and livestock. I would like to rehabilitate the lands to replace and expand the farmlands that were maintained on the Greengrass estates in England and Wales. Along with the lands, I have been made aware that house elves still live in and maintain the manors. If you are willing, I would like to contract to continue their work and to support operations of our now joint venture. I do hope you will accept the contracts and the offer to meet in the near future. My family does not have the long history of the renowned House of Potter or the ancient House of Black, but we do have a proud history that I am eager to see grow and hope both our families prosper from this joining. My dearest wish, though, is that you love, cherish, and honor my daughter. Daphne and her sister, Astoria, are the most precious things that my wife and I have. I lost sight of that and only hope Daphne may forgive me one of these days. Your faithful father-in-law, Lord Grover Oliver Greengrass, the Honorable House of Greengrass. Harry read the letter. He was surprised by this. Daphne was sure her father would hate her, even though her mother's letters said otherwise. He felt the bed shift behind him. Daphne came up, putting her chest to his back, her arms over his shoulders and her cheek onto hers. You got up, she said, still sounding rather sleepy. He indicated the parchments in his hands. Your parents know we got married yesterday. She leaned into him, her bare breasts pressing into his back. The contract would have been bound and the gnomes would have notified them as soon as possible. What did my mother say? He held up the parchments. It's from your father, she stiffened. After a moment she inquired, what did father have to say? He gave us a hefty wedding present, offers to become a partner in your family business, and he wants to use the Black estates in France, Harry told her to see her reaction. She took the parchments and sat on the bed. He turned to see her. His body reacted to hers, even if he wasn't quite thinking of sleeping with his wife again. He also wants you to forgive him. Her head shot up. Her brow rose to see he was serious. After a moment, she looked back at the letter and the other parchments. She took the letter and read, then looked at the other parchments. Incredulously, she inquired, "We didn't stipulate a bride price, right?" He shook his head. "Merlin," she said, "this is the gift a lord would give to his son, his daughter, even if I still was the primary heir. Most of the family wealth and holdings would have been held for my first son. At best, I should have rated a 30,000 galleon dowry and maybe a small estate if you weren't already wealthy." Harry gave her a wry grin. "Most of it's in your name," Harry told her. She leafed through the papers again as though she hadn't seen it. "It's in both our names," she stated. Her eyes were watery when she looked up at him. Daphne had explained to him that most women in the wizarding world, once married, were at the mercies of their husbands' whim for money and even freedoms at times. Her father had essentially claimed she was just as important as Harry. A tear formed in her eyes. He held out his arms and she moved to hug him. For once, his 16-year-old hormones didn't react to the girl that was in her all. "I love you, Daph," he whispered in her ear. She kissed his neck, even though it was slightly damp from her tears. "I love you." September 13, 1996, Hogwarts, Scotland. Around the office, the soft cooing of a phoenix could be heard. It was the sound of a creature that was in mourning. If anyone had ever heard the mournful sounds of a phoenix, it was a moving, emotionally stirring sound that could tear at the heart of all but the most jaded or evil. Surveying the small kingdom he had lorded over for nearly 50 years, Albus was pondering deep thoughts as he saw the last ashes of his plans to save the world fall away. 4 more students were walking down the long drive to Hogsmeade with their parents. His desires had always been to save the wizarding world. It was a wondrous, marvelous world that deserved to be saved. It had to be safeguarded. That was a lesson he had learned over 100 years ago when he was young, reckless, and naive. At 18, he had thought himself invincible. The future and the world were just vagaries to the grand schemes he had made. Grand schemes that had included a man that was his best friend and so much more. Schemes that would save the wizarding world and keep the Muggles from doing what they had to Ariana. Looking back, he was coming to realize that the same hubris and naivety that had gotten his sister killed were the same character flaws that had him becoming not much better than the evil he was fighting, both magical and Muggle. He let out a long, suffering sigh. Now was not the time for the light to be so fractured. 5 days ago, he had seen the splintering of the Order of the Phoenix. Since then, it had only gone downhill. Arthur and many others were not talking to him. Of course, it had all started with Harry's walkabout. It was compounded by the surprise of him running with the Greengrass girl. The Greengrasses had always maintained their neutrality, but it had been rumored they had financially supported the Dark Lord in the last war. With Harry's flee from Britain, he could not have predicted the next moves. His use of the Potter proxy had been withdrawn. The House of Black was now vacated. Harry's run had also started an unprecedented exodus, starting with the Greengrasses. With then went the House of Bones. Since the first day of school, the Macmillans, Abbotts, and Paddles had followed. These were all houses that had been neutral or supported him on the WolfgangNH. The Weasleys hadn't said if they were leaving the country or not, but for the first time in 13 years, there were no Weasleys at Hogwarts. He didn't think it would mean so much to him, but to see such a strident supporter of his to reject him so soundly was shaking him. On the other side, all these moves had seriously eroded support of the Dark Houses. Most notably were the Malfoys and Selwyns, but since Rufus had instituted the check for the Darkmark, another 8 houses had not been to a WolfgangNH meet, while others had been arrested and were now in cells next to the Malfoy heir. They were all waiting for their trials, and he wasn't sure if they would be sentenced to death or given leniency. Rufus was not talking in a way that made Albus feel easy. Time in Azkaban was not part of Rufus's plans. Surely they could still be saved. He frowned. Saved? Was he truly saving anyone at the moment? The more he thought of it, the more he was concluding that he wasn't saving anyone. He had always thought everything was for the greater good if he could save any magical blood he could. But since the fallout at the last Order meeting, he was thinking he was focusing too much on saving those that can't be while condemning those that should be saved. "How could I have been so blind?" he asked Fawkes. The Phoenix song changed to be a little less mournful, and now only sad. Albus was seeing why Harry had run and left them. The boy had been stripped of anything he might fight for, except his new wife, and Albus had been responsible for it all. The notification from the ministry had come in yesterday. He was still officially listed as Harry's guardian, even though the boy had been emancipated before the goblins and magic. The hubris of wizards had decided not to recognize that fact, thus the ministry still recognized Albus as his guardian, which was a hollow title now. Severus Snape, Alastor Moody. Minerva McGonagall, Arthur Weasley. The gargoyle over his door fell silent. He was surprised the man had answered his call. Not wanting to play his usual games, he walked over to stand behind his chair. There would be no power games today. He had lain out 6 chairs, hoping that everyone he had invited would attend, but his hopes were dashed for now. They came in. Severus looked worn. He had been out of the school for the last 5 days. Albus had cancelled all potions classes for the last week. Without any greeting, he said, "I have at best an hour to get back." "Then we shall not waste time," Albus assured him. "Alastor, Minerva, and Arthur, thank you for coming." Minerva and Arthur just nodded. Neither of them looked pleased to be there. Albus had miscalculated and neglected far too much in the last few years in his obsession to see the prophecy fulfilled. Alastor gave a grunt of greeting. "What news do you have, Severus?" "The Dark Lord will most likely move within the next 2 weeks," he told them. "That is what I have surmised." "Can you share any details?" Severus's face was impassive. "I can only say that I overheard the giants will not be here in time, and the vampires are still refusing to take sides. We have all been sworn to secrecy on anything we are directly told or see." Albus nodded, understanding that whatever oath they were under did not stop eavesdropping. "Thank you. This is the situation we find ourselves in. Voldemort is planning a major offensive. Given the lack of attacks in the last few weeks, I can only assume he is keeping all his forces close to not let the secret out," Albus told them. "I have been in talks with Kingsley and believe that the ministry is in better hands than we could hope for. Part of why Voldemort is being so secretive is that more than 30 of his followers have been found and arrested at the ministry in the last month." This caused a little stir. "When the attack occurs, I do not want the order to respond," Dumbledore told them. "You can't just leave the ministry to the tosser," Alastor said angrily. There was more anger in the man than normal. Albus wasn't sure why. "I do not plan to. I would ask that you, and anyone else that is available, split between here and St. Mungo's. If the ministry falls, Hogwarts will be the best bastion to protect those that need it, and we cannot allow those already injured to suffer more." "I will go to the ministry to assist," Albus told them. This rose a few brows. Minerva was the one to ask. "Albus, you never look for direct confrontation. Why now?" He sighed. "Let us say I have been thinking after getting a very different perspective after our last order meeting. I have come to several conclusions that I have been too blind to see for a long time." They all looked at him a little oddly. "Arthur, I know I have done harm to your family, but would you ask William if he would talk with me? I have a task that I need his help in. It is a critical task that must be done quickly, and he is the only curse breaker I know that is not in the employ of Gringotts or the ministry," Albus told him. Arthur eyed him. "Haven't you done enough to my son?" "Arthur, I swear this is of critical importance," Albus pressed. "Then tell me what this is about," Arthur demanded. He closed his eyes. "Severus, you are too close to Voldemort right now. Do you have any more information you can give me?" The man's dark eyes regarded him for a long moment. Albus was sure he was trying to think of a way around his oath and pledges to Tom. "Only that should someone overlook the fields from the Bell Tower in Wiltshire, you may see something interesting." "Thank you. I must ask you to leave." Severus got up, gave him a curt nod, then walked out. Albus waited for the door to close before turning to Arthur. "Are you sure that William cannot join us?" Arthur looked at him for a long few minutes. "What is this about?" the man asked wearily. Albus had a rather long face. "The only way that we can defeat Voldemort." Alastor made a choking chuckle. "Are you trying to tell us that you will finally come clean about Potter and all this cloak and dagger we've been playing at?" He looked the man directly in his eyes. "I am saying exactly that." This seemed to catch them all by surprise. Minerva and Arthur shared a look before Minerva made a very subtle nod. Arthur stood up. "May I use your fireplace?" "You may. The password is Phoenix Tears if he wishes to come through," Albus offered. The room was quiet as Arthur placed his call. It only took a few minutes before William joined them. He had hoped that Lord Greengrass would have joined him as well, but one always did the best with what they had. William's face was impassive, but eyes burning at him. Albus could understand the young man's anger. To be fired by the goblins was a black stain on him that would not be easy to remove. "Thank you for coming," he told William, then cast some rather severe privacy spells that would surely injure someone should they try to break them. "Albus, what is this about?" Minerva asked. "This is about the most important things that any of us can do to defeat Voldemort and his minions," Albus said rather gravely. He finally took his seat and tapped the long, knotted elder wand on a draw. When it clicked, he opened it. It was time he be more honest than he had been in a long time. 2 items were placed onto the table. William stiffened, then took out his wand. "What the bloody hell are you doing with those things?" He held up his hands. The other 3 looked a little uneasy but didn't understand William's reaction. Albus softly said, "You know what these are." William was looking at them, his wand steady but his eyes full of rage and fear. "Of course I do, I can feel it from here. Tell me they are not yours." The man's dark wood wand came to point at him. Albus made no move to instigate any negative action. "I can swear on my magic that none of these are mine. They all belong to one man, and I do not believe that these are all of them." William took in a sharp breath. "You are not serious." "Gravely, I fear." "Bloody fuck." William shot out of his seat and walked towards the far side of the room. "Bill, what are they?" Arthur questioned. William looked very disturbed. "Foul magic that doesn't work as sold." Albus rose an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" "Tell us what they are first," Alistair pressed. His electric blue eye was regarding the items as his good eye was on Albus. William looked Albus directly in the face. "My oaths to Gringotts still prevent me from talking about this. This is dark, hidden magic that no one should know." Albus nodded. "I understand. Alistair, these are Horcruxes, soul jars that will keep one's soul anchored to this plane should the worst happen to their bodies. While they exist, the person that made them cannot pass to the other side. They can be used to resurrect someone," Albus said. Arthur paled. Minerva's lips disappeared as she pursed them as her hands grasped her robes until her knuckles were white. Alistair looked at the things with disgust. "They feel foul," Alistair said. "They are," William stated. "I can tell you that they don't work past a wizard's normal lifespan." "What do you mean?" Albus asked, curious as he had never found that detail. William snarled as though in pain. "I can't say anything else." "Do you know how to destroy them?" Albus inquired. William looked at him for a long moment before approaching the table again. He looked down at the objects. The ruined book was easy to tell that it was no longer a Horcrux, but the taste of the black magic still remained. The destroyed necklace had a large emerald in it. "Where did you get them?" William asked as he started to run his wand over them. "The where is not important. What I need to know is, can you destroy them and can you locate others?" Albus asked. "Are you asking my son to put his life on the line?" Arthur queried. "Not without cause. I fear we may all have to put out lives on the line should we wish to see the end of this nightmare," he told the man. "Albus, I can't do this. The children." "Who will protect them should you fall?" Minerva asked, the fear clear in her voice. He looked up to her. She had been through 2 major wars already and was looking just as aged as he was. "The Board of Governors have informed me that they will be taking a vote to expel me. I was rather hoping that you will take up the position if that occurs. I need you to know if the rest of us fall you will be here and can carry on my work. It is too important for just me to know this now. With Harry gone, this may be our only chance." "Are you saying that Harry is really destined to destroy you-know-who?" Arthur asked. "It's riddle," Alistair said. Albus was starting to pay more attention to William. The young man really was skilled. "I am afraid that is what the prophecy says." He sighed again. "But not all prophecy needs to be fulfilled. I never put much stock in prophecy when I was young. But there was so little hope when this one was made, I am afraid I fully believed it." "I always said divination is woolly," Minerva stated. "No, not all divination, but yes, much of it," Albus conceded. There was a moment of silence. William let out a long breath. "Unless you have something like basilisk venom or want to use Fiendfire, the protections on these will take me weeks to figure out and dismantle." Albus nodded. "I have a way to destroy them." "I am more concerned with finding the others." "How many?" Alistair asked, not being a man that would beat around the bush. "I admit I do not know. I had hoped to convince Horace Slughorn to return this year. I think he knows but has refused to tell me to this day," Albus admitted. "Given the difference in magical strength," William muttered. He took a blank parchment and a quill and started to write out arithmetic calculation and rune chains. "Bill, are you saying you can figure it out?" His father said. "Maybe," William commented. They all looked at him. Bill filled the first sheet, took a second, and then filled that as well. When he was done, the redhead had lost a considerable amount of color in his face. Now, I don't know what a full soul would be, but given the magic levels in these, I would estimate that we are looking at least a set of 5, most likely 6 if you count the primary soul shard. Albus closed his eyes for a moment. Merlin, Arthur mumbled. You know where they are? Moody questioned. I have my suspicions. When they all looked at him, he went on. I am fairly confident I have tracked down 5. Then you have the primary shard. This book, the necklace from Slytherin, he said, pointing to the 2 he had destroyed. I have tangible evidence that he also possesses the Gaunt family ring and a cup from Helga Hufflepuff. As for the last 3, I have strong evidence that his familiar, Nagini, and Harry Potter are ones, and he may have found Rowena's diadem. He looked to Alistair. This is why it is so important that you find Harry and bring him back. Morgana's Harry. Alistair was drowned out as Fawkes let out a pained squawk. They all looked to the phoenix before he burst into flames. Albus sighed again. He had been getting close to a burning day. Alistair frowned. What if Potter is one, what then? Albus closed his eyes. I know of no other way to purge the Horcrux besides destroying the vessel. Over my dead body, Arthur exclaimed, jumping out of his seat. Alistair gave Albus a shrewd look. Bill, he can't be serious. We can't kill Harry, Arthur pressed. William put both his hands on the table, his head bowed. Bill, Arthur questioned. That is the surest way, William said. No, Minerva joined Arthur. There is no other way, Alistair questioned. The only other way I know of is the prophecy. It says Harry has the power to defeat Voldemort, Albus answered. You cannot do this. Minerva cried out. Arthur was looking at his son. Bill, you can't be serious. William stood tall. His glare at Dumbledore was hard. If he is a true Horcrux, the vessel must be destroyed. If it is just a partial possession or leech, then there are options. Albus blinked in surprise. He had not thought such things possible. What do you mean a partial possession or leech? I was required to study certain soul magics because of what the Egyptians did to trap their tombs and try to reach immortality. A ghost is the soul of a wizard that has not passed on. This can happen if they refuse to go on and sacrifice their core to remain. It is possible that a spirit can latch onto a strong magical core should its own be destroyed. It leeches power from another to survive, William told them. What would the signs be? Albus asked. William looked to be thinking hard. One of my colleagues was attacked by a leech once. It made a link between them and the ghost of the witch that died. He said he could see glimpses of her life and what she was doing at times. Only an exorcism was able to break the link, but that takes a true believer in the old gods or the church. It is not easy to find such a person that also practices magic. Is it possible for magical talents to be transferred with a leech? Albus questioned. The magic of both is sort of shared, William replied. And if it was a possession or Horcrux? Then the soul of the person that the subject is cursed with would be in charge, William said. Albus felt a hope swell in his chest that he hadn't known before. He looked to Alistair. The man nodded. You'll want him alive. You better not harm a hair on him, Minerva threatened. Alistair grinned. Wouldn't dream of it. Do you have such a priest? Albus felt his spirit drop some. I do not. I do, William said. They all looked to him. Bill, who? There is a shaman in Arizona, but that would require us getting Harry to the MACUSA, William said. There is no one closer, Arthur asked. No one I trust, William replied. I worked with this man a few times. Can you give Alistair the contact information? Albus requested. William shook his head. I will have to contact him. How long do we have? Maybe 2 weeks, Albus said, echoing what Severus said earlier. And this will get rid of Riddle. My family owes him and his, Alistair said. If all his anchors are destroyed, he can be killed, Albus said. It is more than that. With his fractured soul and already being killed once, he will pass as soon as the last anchor is destroyed, William said. There was a silence for a long few minutes. Alistair finally nodded. I'll find the boy. Oh, and Albus, you better talk with my brother-in-law. I know he is looking for something that is related to Riddle. Alistair turned and stalked out of the office. Albus blinked a few times. Had someone besides Regulus figured out this secret? Headmaster, do you want me to contact the shaman or look for these abominations? William asked. I don't want you to endanger yourself, Bill, Arthur said. Albus looked at the 3 people left in his office. I need to talk with Croker. William, contact this shaman. Arthur, please tell the others to stay out of any conflict and help those at St. Mungo's should the ministry fall. Minerva, you will be needed here. When they left, he didn't waste any time in going to his fireplace. Long March, he called into the flames, needing to talk with Augusta. It would be the only way he could promptly contact Croker. Later that night, Wiltshire, England, he stepped into the steamy and vapor-filled potions room in the dungeon of Malfoy Manor. Benches full of cauldrons, boxes of potions and supplies crowded the room. Several of his most proficient followers were brewing, all overlooked by one of the most talented potion masters that he had known. Severus looked tired and haggard. For the last 5 days, he had been brewing around the clock and doing as he was supposed to. He was one of his few followers to not let him down, that is, until now. He watched the carefully choreographed dance of the 5 potioneers. It was several minutes before Severus looked up to acknowledge him. If he hadn't known the man was brewing something that could help his forces win, he would have demanded the man's attention right away. "My lord," Severus said, "is there something else you need?" He walked down the tables, satisfied at the vials of filled potions. "You have been a most loyal servant, Severus. I see that your loyalty shows in the quality of your brew." "Thank you, my lord," the man said. He was particularly good at hiding his emotions, but in the man's current state of fatigue, there was a small amount of apprehension leaking through his occlumency shields. "It is high praise I bestow on you, something I don't give out lightly." "No, my lord," Severus replied. There was a small twinge of fear that didn't show on his passive expression. Voldemort could feel it, though. It was just a shadow, something that might have been mistaken as nothing, but he knew. He walked over to the cauldron the man was working over. He admitted to not recognizing the potion. "What is this?" "It's a special wolfsbane. It will allow the werewolf to maintain his mind but still have the bloodlust of the beast," Severus told him. He rose an eyebrow. "When did you create this?" "A few moons back. I would figure you would want this for the night you attack," Severus replied. Voldemort looked up, feeling a little amused. "That will be useful, but I think you are mistaken on when we shall move. How long before there is enough of the berserker potion?" Severus felt a little surprised. "My lord, I am not a patient person. When?" he demanded in a soft voice. The command was unmistakable, though. Severus looked up. "In 2 days you will have the 300 doses you want." "What time?" "By dinner time," Severus replied. "That is too late. What if you brew through the next 2 nights?" "My lord, we are running on pepperups now." "I would be afraid of not getting the potion correct," Severus told him. There was a hint of terror now. "How long if you work through the night?" he commanded to know. Severus' facade never broke. "Early morning of the 15th. Voldemort looked at the potion the man was working on. "Make it happen." Severus met his eye for just a moment. He knew where the man had gone earlier, and it hadn't been for a run of potion ingredients. After a brief pause, Severus nodded. "As you wish, my lord." Voldemort gave a mirthless grin. "You will start to distribute the potions as soon as you are done," he ordered. "The other potions only last for up to 48 hours, Severus reminded him. "I am aware. That is why you will have the berserker potions ready when you will. We move on the 15th. If you warn anyone, then I swear you will suffer greater than Lucius," he said. There was a shiver of fear from everyone in the room. He found his punishment of Lucius inspired. The man was still hanging in his own atrium, alive, constantly bleeding, and trussed up like the traitor he was. "Yes, my lord, we will get it done," Severus told him. Voldemort nodded. The ministry needed to fall, and then those in Nocturne Alley would pay for what they had done to Rodolphus and Rabastan. Bella was still on the warpath about that, but he needed her here to ensure the recruits were ready. We would just have to keep her from killing too many. He needed the wizards if the ministry forces were as large as he thought. September 14, 1996, Marseille. France. Apolline sat down with a woman that she was becoming to enjoy spending a lazy afternoon with. Tabitha was stirring milk into the tea over the espresso Apolline preferred. Unlike most other witches, the Greengrass matron treated her and Fleur as normal people. She could see the jealousy that her kind induced in most witches from time to time, but the woman was good at fighting off the effects of the allure. When the woman was settled, Apolline slid a small pile of letters over to her. "Fleur came home for lunch to deliver these," she told the other woman. Tabitha did an excellent job of not immediately jumping onto the letters. Apolline gave her a little smirk. "Thank you. Has Fleur said if it's possible for me to have a direct line with my daughter and her husband?" Apolline indicated the pile. "There is a note from the bank." Tabitha went through the pile of 6 letters, her eyebrows rising to see 2 letters addressed to her husband, 1 to Astoria and 2 to her. Apolline sipped her café as she watched Tabitha as the letter from the gnomes was opened first. 2 parchments came out. Tabitha looked at them, and after a moment a small smile came over her face. "I see that Scion Potterblack has been taught the proper traditions. I had heard the boy was rather uncouth. Apolline snorted. The British are too uptight about traditions. I found Harry to be very respectful, if rather upset about how he's been treated in life. As I told you before, he adores your Daphne, and this will not be just a fling that burns out. I do hope you are correct. They are so young, but I can't fault my daughter her path to avoid the stupidity that was my husband, she said. You indicate he is on the right path now, Apolline commented. He is. He will never look at our daughters as bargaining chips to protect our family again. Can I get into Geneva easily this afternoon? Tabitha inquired. International port keys are easy to obtain at the travel terminal. Movement on the continent is not as restricted as back in your home country, she replied. As long as you remain within an ICW signatory, you can move without any documentation. Switzerland is a neutral country that adheres to the general conventions and has been granted special status. All you need is a passport to enter. Tabitha nodded. Thank you. Perhaps we should look at moving our accounts to the gnomes. The last was said more to herself than Apolline. Apolline nodded. Fleur has been given a large opportunity to manage Harry's and Daphne's estate. I've never seen her so busy or happy. It has given her a status that is beyond her beauty, age, and heritage. Her manager also seems pleased with her. I find that my family owes Harry another debt that we will never be able to repay. Tabitha reached for the second letter addressed to her. Apolline took 2 of the small cannoli that Esme had put out. She enjoyed their rich flavor and the chocolate on them. Tabitha had a wistful smile on her face as she put the letter down. How do you let them leave and grow up? Apolline gave a tinkling laugh. You don't. They just leave the nest on their own. Like all small birds, when they know they are ready, they up and leave. All we can do is support them and encourage them to come back. I will admit that it is not always comfortable living with Fleur now she is a grown woman in her own right, but I will treasure every moment she remains until she decides to go out on her own again. I think it will be soon, and I think she will stay close to Geneva. If I'm not mistaken, I think she might have a new beau. Tabitha still had the wistful smile on her face. I had hoped to have a few more years, but Daphne always had ambitions far above the station she was being forced into. Cyan Potter has given her the ability to use her wings, and she has taken it. They still won't say where they are going, but they say they are safe and should be able to let me know if they find a safe spot in a few weeks. That is good, Apolline said, not having much else to say. Tabitha looked over Apolline's shoulder and out the windows. Being at ground level, all one could see was the houses on the other side of the street. The woman looked to be far away for a moment before saying, I would have liked to see Daphne being married in a formal ceremony. Was it not to their liking? Apolline inquired. That wistful smile turned a little sad. I think I know my daughter well enough to see she is happy, but I think she would have preferred something more. Then offer it when you can meet again. The passions of youth often makes the best of the situation they think they are in, Apolline offered her wisdom. Tabitha snorted. The passions of youth. Apolline could see the woman was thinking of something and debating if she should say more. While she waited, she had the second cannoli. After a few minutes, Tabitha said, I almost ran away at her age. I was 16. The Christmas of my 6th year, my father told me he had entered into negotiations with the Greengrasses. The only one I knew at the time was Tiberius, who was a snotty-nosed 3rd year in Slytherin. He's the cousin of my Grover. I fought with my father. My mother would have done the same, but she had died when I was 13. We didn't know it at the time, but it was the first move of you-know-who against my family. Over the next 10 years, the man and his followers would kill all but 3 of my family in the last war. Tabitha sighed. When my brother came home and found out what father wanted to do, he threatened to leave the family. Edgar would have been a strong Lord Bones. He saved me the ignominy of being sold off to satisfy an alliance deal that my father wanted. We came to an accord. The Greengrasses had 2 sons and the nephew that needed a spouse. I agreed to get to know them and enter into a betrothal if one of them was right for me. I was courted by Grover and his older brother. By the end of my 6th year, I was smitten enough to want to marry Grover. My father was savvy enough to work with Lord Greengrass to allow the first of his 2 children to have an heir to be the next Lord Greengrass. Daphne was first, but she was a girl. Grover's brother had a boy and was going to be the next lord. Then his whole family died of dragon pox. That was in 1983, 2 years before they found the inoculation. Grover changed after that. He wanted our family to continue. He still does. With Daphne rejecting her heiress rights for a line continuation, it now falls to Astoria, and I know she isn't that interested in a contract like that," Tabitha finished. They both sat in silence for a moment as the woman finally picked up her tea. Apolline leaned across the table and put a hand over hers. "My husband is in the same way, but he has accepted that the Delacour name will die out. He is happy to have his little birds and only wants them to have a happy life. This is all we should really want for our families. It is unimportant what a family name is. Over time, everything changes, but the magic, the heart of what makes us, that never goes away. You are the culmination of all your ancestors. Your husband is as well. I doubt they all had the same family names." Tabitha gave her a watery smile. "It is easy for you to say. You don't know the pressure that it is to maintain your family name. Name and blood are everything to the British. It has been tied to the magic of the WolfgangNH, Hogwarts, and every other major location or institution. To lose all that blood and magic would bring the entire nation down. France and much of Europe was like that before the Great War. Now look at what we are. Since then, our populations have increased. Our economy is larger. We have more people of greater magical power than in the last 3 centuries. Breaking with tradition is not always bad. It can hurt. It is usually bloody. But what comes after can be better," Apolline told her. "From what I know of your family, the Greengrasses, is this not true? And what of your maiden name? Do you not have faith that your niece will grow and make her family strong again, whether her last name is Bones or not?" Tabitha sat in deep thought. After a bit, a more genuine smile came over her face. The Greengrasses were peasant farmers before coming to England. They rose to be one of the most respected and profitable families. The Bones grew from the ashes of a great war during the time of Arthur Pendragon. We are now in France, allied with the Potter Blacks. Susan is a strong witch. Amelia made sure of that. I have no doubt she will thrive, and I will do everything in my power to ensure she does. If Astoria wishes to carry on our name, then she can. If not, I will be proud to see it pass to my son-in-law, or die if it must. All I care for is that our magic and our family keeps on." Apolline gave her a larger smile. "I do not think you will need to be concerned with passing on your husband's name." Tabitha looked at her with a fierce determination. "That will be Astoria's decision, and I will fight my husband on this." Apolline gave a tinkling laugh. "I think you should see a healer before you go to war." Tabitha blinked in confusion. "I'm sorry, what are you saying?" "If my senses are correct, you are about 4 weeks along," Apolline told her. At the woman's dawning comprehension, and her whispered, "What?" Apolline went on. "Few know this, but Vila live very long lives until they find their true mate. I was once a healer, I can tell. At 3 or 4 weeks, the first signs of the disturbance in one's magic can be felt." Tabitha's hand went to her stomach. "You are certain?" "We. And it will be a boy?" she asked. "I do not know, but I think with your new beginnings here that magic has heard and granted your wishes," Apolline told her. Tears came to her eyes. "I was told I couldn't get pregnant again. I am fairly certain if you want me to check," Apolline offered, pulling her wand and placing it on the table. "Please." It wasn't long after that the diagnostics confirmed her feeling. Tabitha looked pleased. "I need to tell Grover. Don't forget your other male, and I would not recommend any portkey use after about 12 weeks, she told her. "Oh, Merlin, I have to see the gnomes as well," Tabitha said. She looked torn as to which way to go first. "Unless your husband is home, you have time for both. I'm sure you would like a more direct route of communication with Daphne, Astoria, and Susan," Apolline said. Tabitha looked confused for a moment before saying, "I can do the same with Astoria and Susan." Apolline smiled. "I know they are not inexpensive, but I do have one that is with Gabrielle. Why didn't you tell me? It is not something that is widely known or available. Harry and Daphne are important clients. With you being related, you are now as well. The Delacours have been for many years. We tried to get Fleur to go to the gnomes when she graduated, but she had met William Weasley and thought him her mate. I knew he wasn't, but she needed to learn that herself," Apolline told her. Tabitha nodded. "Thank you, Apolline." "You are welcome, Machir." Tabitha moved to leave, still looking distracted before stopping and turning back. "Next week at the same time. I look forward to it." Both women ended the meeting with smiles. That night, France Grover Greengrass sat at his desk in his favorite chair. Things still needed to be organized to his liking in the new study, but when Tabitha had come to the house a few weeks ago, the manor was empty of all furniture, paintings, artifacts, and anything that would have been expected of a large manor house that once belonged to the Blacks. The house elves had emptied it under orders from the young Fleur de Lacre, who was managing all of Harry Potter's holdings. Most of the items they had from Greengrass Manor in England were now here. He felt a bit of a squatter in someone else's house, but his son-in-law had made it clear in the letter that came with the betrothal that he expected them to use this property as their own if they decided to leave England. Trying to feel comfortable in a home that was not his and a lord's study that he should not be in, he was looking at the last few days of daily profits as he enjoyed a fine whiskey that had been in the wine cellars of the manor. Looking at the latest paper, Grover had a sick feeling in his stomach. The Daily Prophet had the picture of the dark mark over the house of one of his business partners. The Rutherfords were a relatively new pureblood family. They had been under the serfdom, contracts his family favored for more than 100 years. His father had offered them a deal to become a distributor. With the Greengrass backing, Unicorn's Hair Apothecary in Carlisle had been founded and became one of the 8 distributors in Britain for the Greengrass wares. His father had stayed vast friends with the elder Rutherford, and Grover had continued the friendship with the family. If he had not been pressured by the Malfoys, Grover would have introduced and subtly pushed their younger son as one of his preferred suitors for Daphne. The young man was only 19, and by the time Daphne graduated, he would have been of an age to take over a lower management role in their business with him and Daphne guiding him to one day take over. What made the prospect so appealing was that the boy would most likely have no qualms of taking the Greengrass name. With a shaky hand, he took up the tumbler of whiskey he poured for himself. He had heard about this attack this morning. The papers from back home were a day late now, but even so, seeing the smoking ruins of the house and knowing that most of the family, including the youngest son, were now gone, had shaken him. He had thought this might be a revenge killing for him, refusing Malfoy and then fleeing, but his sources said that Franklin had been denying a Death Eater protection money. When he put his glass back down, his eyes caught the unopened envelope that his new son-in-law had sent him. Tabitha had pressed it into his hands the second he had entered the large manor the boy was letting them use just after supper. Moving a business and setting up a new one was not an easy or relaxing task. Looking at the dark mark over the smoldering house just served to strengthen his resolve he had done the right thing and would be talking to his foreman in the morning to abandon all their operations in Britain until this all passed. He didn't want to see any more of his people, friends or families suffer. If the letter in his hands gave him what he hoped, then expanding his current employee base from 103 to over 200 shouldn't be an issue. Turning the envelope over, he noticed it felt heavier than it should for its size. There was no wax seal like he expected. Either the boy hadn't been trained in the proper etiquette of his station, or he was sending a message. Knowing his daughter well, he thought he had known his daughter this was a message. Opening the envelope, he found only 2 sheets of parchment, but a ring and 2 silver medallions came out onto his hand. He looked at the ring first. It took him a moment to realize it had the raven of House Black on it. The medallions were the size of a galleon with runes in concentric circle and the raven of House Black in the center. He frowned to look at the ring. It was an heir's ring, one the boy should have and should never so brazenly just send in a letter like this. His opinion of the boy waned some. "Dear Lord Greengrass, thank you for your wishes, your inclusion of me into your family, and the gift you have given Daphne and me. As I write this, she has pointed out that it is not proper for me to put her first in an official correspondence, but as I have pointed out to her, she is more important to me than anything else and always comes first. I never understood that, or the sacrifice my mother and father made for me, until now. Daphne is the reason for that. It has also let me know how hard it must have been for you to be presented a betrothal for her hand without meeting me, knowing my intentions, seeing what the papers have said about me all year, and the fact that I am reported to be a person of prophecy. From your letter, I can tell you love your daughter and your family. I am sorry to take her from you like this, but I can assure you that she still loves you and wants very much to see you all again, even if she won't admit it. It is a wish of hers I will make happen, but for now it is safer for both of us to remain hidden, and with regret, I will have to push off your wish to meet in person. I do hope, Lord Greengrass, that you will forgive me. As for your other requests, I have left instructions with my account manager to negotiate fairly and to seek the best profits for both my family and yours. The full list of the 7 properties shared between the Potters and Blacks will be available to you. You already have access to the properties in France. Unfortunately, of the remaining, 2 are still in Britain, and I would not suggest you use them. The other 3 are in countries that are part of the ICW, and most likely not safe for us right now. As you know, as part of the betrothal, I have transferred all WolfgangNH and other titles to your family. If the transfer was true, you will now have the heir ring of the Blacks and the family medallions that give you full control of the wards for all Black properties. This will include any that may be inherited from the Malfoys, Lestranges, Carrows, and Mulcibers should they die with no heirs. The First Gnomish Bank will have all the documentation, marriage contracts, and other paperwork that would allow you to claim any inheritances. As my former account manager at Greengrass said, the Blacks were rather devious in their dealings and always came out on top. I am retaining my family's rings of the Potters, but they will no longer have the power or protections they once did. I am the last of the Potters in Britain and will remain so. Being one of the last that still have the blood of the Blacks and Potters, I have kept my family's magic, but when I die, the family of Potter and Black will be forever gone in Britain as Daphne, and I have renounced our citizenship. I am sorry if this causes you any distress, as I know this means that we, nor our children, cannot take up any titles of my family or yours. This was not a decision that was made lightly, as I am sure you are thinking as I am only 16, but if you want to know my reasons, I have left a lifetime of memories with my account manager at the First Gnomish Bank detailing the loving care of my relatives, the welcoming of my peers at Hogwarts, and the adulation of the larger wizarding world of Britain. Daphne has seen, agrees with my reasons, and is still terribly upset at how you were going to sell her off. We thought this the best way to protect us both. Until we can find a place to claim asylum, I know we are in danger if caught. We just couldn't stay any longer. Daphne hopes you understand and is willing to forgive you since you granted her wish to marry me. That is something I can never thank you for. She is my everything. Yours truly, Daphne Potter Harry Potter. Grover's eyes rested on the 2 signatures. He had seen Daphne's name on 100 letters over the last 5 years and knew her neat, distinctive writing. He looked at the name and had the sudden pang to not have walked her down an aisle or given his blessing before magic for the union. Leaning back in his chair, he let go of the letter to let it fall to his desk. His hands started to rub his face. He wasn't sure if he was trying to comfort himself or scrub off the feeling of unease and inadequacy. A moment later, the door to the study opened. He was still rubbing his face as the distinctive soft clack of his wife's boots echoed on the still bare floor. He would have to get the carpets laid out tomorrow. "Grover, are you all right?" she asked, the concern clear on her voice. "Morgana, what have I done?" She walked around the desk and put a hand on his shoulder. "Many things in our years of marriage. What particular idiotic thing are you talking about this time?" she asked. He let out a mirthless chuckle as he stopped rubbing his face and looked up to hers. They had mended their relationship since she had threatened him over the betrothal, and he was incredibly pleased to have her at his side again. "How could I have driven Daphne away?" She regarded him for a moment. "I know you meant well, my love, but you must have known how she would react. Daphne has always been headstrong, and her relationship with the Davises had a large impact on her." He let out a long breath. "I know. I wish they had not left last summer, but I understand now. Losing Tracy was harder on her than I had thought, wasn't it? I don't even know if Daphne understood the impact herself, but found someone to fill the void of losing her best friend," Tabitha told him. "Now, is this only about Daphne?" He waved towards the note on the desk. "This is largely about Daphne. I have been blind. I was so intent on saving our family and keeping our profits up, I forgot what was truly important, and my 16-year-old son-in-law has reminded me of a lesson that my father drilled into me." She rose an eyebrow at him before picking up the letter. After a few minutes, she smiled. "I think Daphne found a very strong young man that is much wiser than anyone should be at his age. Merlin, I don't think I saw things like that at twice his age," he said. "I don't think you see it at almost 3 times his age," she said with a slight smirk. He gave a little more of a genuine laugh this time at her teasing. "You were always good at pointing out when I was making a fool of myself." "I think that is the role of a good wife," she replied smugly. He reached over and took her hand. "I think I much prefer what we were when younger. I don't want a good wife. I want a lover, a best friend, and someone that is more important to me than anything else. The only ones I would hold over you are our children." She gave him a gentle smile and leaned over to kiss him. It had been a while since she had done something like that. "Do you really mean that?" Moving to pull her down into his lap, he put his hands on her hips as she wrapped her arms around his neck. "I have been a fool, Tabby." She gave him a broad smile. It's been a long time since you used that nickname. It's been a long time since I remembered what is important, he said back. Merlin, I forgot how sappy you could be. He grinned at her. I can try to compose poetry again. Don't you dare, those things were horrid, she said, gently tapping the back of his head. He chuckled. Then how about a dance? I remember you enjoyed that. In a moment, she said, her mirth becoming serious. He sobered. Grover, do you mean it that me and our children are more important than anything else? He sighed. The only other ones that I would count close are those that we employ and consider friends. Nothing else is more important than my family. If I don't have you, Daphne, Susan, and Astoria, I don't have anything. She looked deeply into his eyes. He had forgotten how much he loved her deep blue eyes and slightly reddish golden hair. And one more. He didn't get it at first. Well, of course I mean Susan too. I consider her my niece and another daughter. She gave him a coy smile. Susan is one of my daughters, and she will be treated as such when it comes time for you to present her to her husband, but I mean there will be one more. He stared into her eyes, slowly coming to the realization. You don't mean the healers? A radiant smile came over her face. Apolline is a healer. She verified I am about 5 weeks along. It is too soon to tell what sex it will be, but I am hoping I will finally give you the heir you have always wanted. A broad smile came over his face. This is marvelous news. He pulled her closer to give her a deep, lingering kiss. When they separated, she put her forehead on his. Tabby, I don't care if you give me another daughter or a son. As long as they and you are healthy, I will be happy. Good, but I have a feeling I love you, she said, pecking his lips. I love you too, he said. They shared soft kisses for a few moments before she pulled back. Will you use the legacy that Harry has left you if we ever return to Britain? He sighed. I do not know. I do not know if we will return. My family is too important to risk. We have invested too much in this move to not see it through. If anything, I will take us further away if that is what it takes to keep you safe. She pecked his nose. I will support you in any way I can. Tomorrow I will oversee the cleaning of the old greenhouse and the layout of the new ones. You should take it easy, he said. I am with child, not in convalescence. I will be fine. He chuckled at her. He knew when he married a daughter of the Bones that she would have a strong backbone and be opinionated. I have learned my lesson to not tell you and my daughters what to do. She gave him that coy smile he enjoyed. It's only taken me 20 years to teach you that. I am a fast learner, he said. No. You aren't, but you have a good heart, she retorted. I won't argue with you tonight, he told her. Good, now take me to our bed. I want to be your lover tonight, she told him in a sultry tone that stirred him. September 15, 1996, Mexico City, Mexico. Daphne was leaning against the window frame next to Harry. The airship had docked early this morning, waking them both up as the ship shuddered when it had been moored to the tower. They had quickly gotten up. Something felt different about the day, and Harry was restless. It was clear when he made sure everything was packed. They usually kept most things packed, but had spread out some over the cabin in the last few days. Today he was adamant they had to have their bags on them. She didn't know why, but didn't really question him. When they were done, she pulled him to go look at the city. If they weren't going to go to explore, at least they could see what Mexico City looked like. Her husband. Merlin, she loved saying that. Her husband had his shoulder leaning against the side of the large observation windows. They were on the top of a steep hill looking down onto the city in the distance. A sizable wizarding village, maybe double the size of Hogsmeade, lay below them. Harry's leg was bouncing rapidly. They had been trapped on this ship for 7 days, and he was getting anxious to be doing something. He sighed again. We could go out. The ship doesn't leave for another 6 hours or so, she offered. She could see the need he had to move and explore. One thing she had learned over the last year was that Harry didn't like to sit still for long. Normally, she could be patient, but now that they were getting close to their destination, she just wanted this to be over. I don't want to take a chance, he told her. She wished they could take a portkey, even if they were scheduled to finally make it to San Antonio tomorrow afternoon. Mexico may not belong to the MACUSA or the COA, but they couldn't risk Aurors seeing them since they would have to go through customs. Luckily, the gnomes were a neutral party, and she really didn't want to ride in the cargo hold of an aircraft again. Maybe if they could sit in the normal cabin, she might think of it. Nor did she want to sail again. She didn't care that the captain had said it was rougher than normal. It had been awful. Maybe a larger ship. The ferry hadn't been bad. She let out her own soft sigh. To escape and get somewhere they would be safe, she would do it all again. She longingly looked out onto the city, admitting to herself that muggles weren't bad, and she had liked many things about hiding in their world. She also liked exploring. Originally, that was a large part of what they wanted to do. Harry shifted in a way that caught her attention. She turned back to look at him. His green eyes were intently staring towards the gangway. They narrowed just a little. Harry. Oars or something else? He asked. She turned to look. She had thought Harry barmy when she had first met him because he thought everyone was out to get him. As she found out his story and lived some of it, she was now of the belief that fate just didn't like him. There was an older woman with a head of graying brown hair. The cut of her robes and the way she carried herself just screamed horror. The larger man behind her looked dangerous. Harry grabbed her hand. I think we need to go. Where? She replied. He looked around the hallway before reaching into his pocket. So far, they had avoided using his father's invisibility cloak. They knew it wasn't impervious to everything, like Dumbledore and Moody's eyes, but given how dangerous the two looked, she felt it necessary. Any advantage could be worth it. He pulled her in close and then covered them. Whispering into her ear, he said, "Cast silencing and sent masking charms on us. We are going to go up to the cargo deck and try to leave out the main hangar doors." She nodded, taking her wand out and tapping both their legs as they started towards a stairwell. It was slow going, but having Harry with his wand out had her feeling safer. They managed to make it onto the cargo deck and towards the large open doors. As they got closer, she caught sight of two gnomes and automatons talking with another man and a woman. The man was tall, broad of shoulder, in a long leather trench coat and had an air of trouble to him. The woman next to him was rather short with sandy-colored hair that was in a long braid. She was looking around the cargo deck as three other automatons moved crates, trunks, and pallets around. Harry guided her towards one of the side bays that held an inactive automaton to crouch down behind it. I don't care what your captain says. I have an order from the ICW and Mexican Council to search this airship, the tall man was saying. This is Gnomish property and a Switzerland-flagged ship. This is neutral ground and all passengers are protected. You will need to go down and talk to the captain and the manager of this facility. One of the small gnomes and the towering automaton said back. This paper says I can search the ship no matter what, the man retorted. Harry, what if we change? Daphne asked. Looked back and then towards the doors. His frown worried her. I think there is a ward or something. It feels different. She swallowed. As far as she knew, only the Delackers knew their secret. They hadn't changed before anyone that had been chasing them, not that she knew about anyways. She was looking around, trying to figure out what to do. Harry unwrapped his arm from around her waist. What are you doing? She asked, an uneasy apprehension passing through her. He looked around again. If I distract them. She glared at him. She started with a whisper yell. Don't you even think about it, Harry Potter. We said we would never leave each other, and I will never willingly leave you. He sighed. I love you too, Daph, SHHH. The smaller woman had started to edge around the gnomes that were arguing with the man, and the few others around were too busy transferring cargo to pay much attention. The woman sniffed the air. Daphne's eyes narrowed on the woman. Harry saw her too. His wand came up, lifting the cloak just a little. Daphne sniffed. There was something feral and dangerous about the woman. Some of the advantages of being an animagus was that certain senses would grow stronger with time and with how strong of a relation you had with your other self. Harry sniffed too. He stiffened. Werewolf, he hissed. She remembered smelling something similar when they had been attacked in Morocco. The woman edged a little closer. Harry got a hard glint to his eyes. I won't let them get you, he whispered. On the count of 3, he said. She clenched her wand and took a fistful of the cloak. They had talked about something like this. They both knew Harry was the stronger fighter, so she was to get the cloak to let him move and then join in. She wasn't sure what he was going to do yet. 1, he whispered. The woman's wand came to her hand. She was looking around. 2. The man at the entrance noticed, and his wand came to his hand. The gnomes started to yell at the man about international conventions. 3. Harry jammed his wand at the automaton they were behind. The flash of blue light had the woman spinning on them, her wand coming up and a stunner racing towards them. The heavy automaton had been banished at her with such force and speed that, when she tried to jump out of the way, the wildly spinning machine arm clipped her shoulder, sending her sprawling across the hangar floor a few feet from where she started. The man in the blue leather robes spun his wand, and the thing changed direction to crash into the gnomes. Harry was already moving. Thick black robes with a silver thread shot out of his wand. The woman rolled, a cutting hex just barely intercepting the robes before they wrapped around her. The man stepped forward, red and blue spells flying out of his wand. Daphne dropped the cloak. Protgoreddo. It was one of the spells they had gotten from the book they had picked up in Salvador. Even though they hadn't been able to really use any of the spells, Harry had made sure they learned the proper movements and intentions of the incantations. She was a little surprised that the spell worked. Even more so was the drain on her magic as she suddenly staggered back. The man dove out of the way, into a roll to come back up with his wand ready to fire as his own spells just missed him. Harry was dueling the werewolf, who let out a scream when part of the floor was blasted up when Harry had sent a bombardo at her. Daphne was just barely able to get up another shield as the guy tried to take out Harry. She saw red when her shield just managed to deflect something that sizzled along the deck. She started to jam and slash her wand. The man was caught off guard as her piercing and cutting hexes sailed towards him. Harry turned just enough to send the black ropes at the man before turning back to the woman that was getting up. Blood was dripping from her limply hanging right hand. Daphne was only able to catch this out of the corner of her eye as the man started to send spells alternating between her and Harry. Most were relatively harmless. Stunners, body binds, disarming, but a few she felt would definitely hurt, but probably wouldn't kill them, like simple cutting hexes, and a few she thought were some type of tar or slime. Something about them just said they weren't that benign, though. She was forced to shield, dodge, and get a few spells off. Harry's fight was getting more frantic as she heard something blow up behind her. She thought she was going to be disarmed when she stumbled over some rubble, only to have Harry shield her. She rolled over and stumbled to her feet, ready to fight. She wasn't expecting one of the automatons to have gotten up and grabbed the man around his torso. He was a few feet in the air. His wand hit the ground while he struggled to get out with his arms pinned to his side. She let out a long breath, thinking they were going to be all right when Harry suddenly screamed. She turned to see him grab his left arm before throwing up a shield to his left. She turned to see the two they had run from on the walkway. The werewolf was stumbling to her feet. She had a crazed look to her. Daphne instinctually knew she had to protect Harry. Protgoreddo, she screamed, forcing her magic to respond faster than she could ever remember it doing. The yellow, purple, and blue spells hit the shield as Harry started to duel the two newcomers. The gnomes had started to respond, and more were coming to subdue them. That didn't matter as Daphne focused all her power into the shield. The spells bounced back. The werewolf woman, hurt and not moving as fast, put up her own shield, but it wasn't enough. The yellow spell splashed against her shield. Yellow acid exploded everywhere. The purple spell shattered the shield and the blue cutting hex hit her across the chest. Daphne saw the blood but stuffed down her gag response to turn to Harry. He was just barely holding his own as he shielded and tried to return fire, but he was slowly losing to the two. Still feeling a little disconcerted to see the woman fall, she shot out a series of disarming and stunning hexes. The two attacking them worked like a well-oiled machine. When one would shield, the other would attack. Harry and her soon found themselves mostly on the defensive, even with the big man diverting some of his attention to keep the gnomes and the automatons at bay by banishing them or blasting off parts of their machines. A few more automatons joined. Harry took the advantage and cast a few transfigurations at the debris around them. 3 golden retrievers were suddenly rushing the attackers. He was about to follow up when Daphne saw the red spell out of the corner of her eye. It came from behind them. She spun the tip of her wand, trying to get a shield up, but was too late. It hit Harry and he crumpled to the floor. Daphne spun around, her wand slashing wildly. The cutting hexes were overpowered and one managed to get through the man's shield. The distraction was all the other two needed to disarm her. The spell was so powerful that as her wand was ripped out of her hand, she was sent flying. It felt like she was airborne for a long time. "Oomph," escaped her lips as she landed in a heap on the floor. "Stand back! This is an ICW-sanctioned arrest," someone yelled. She got up on her hands, shook her head, and looked around. The 3 people were moving in. The woman had her wand on her and Harry as the men were pointing theirs at the gnomes. A half-dozen automatons were in ruins around the hangar. 7 more, all showing some damage, were edging them in as a dozen other gnomes were approaching with shields as tall as them and anything they could get, most with heavy spanners or hammers. A few were helping some out of the mangled automatons or checking on the injured. "This is neutral grounds. You will submit for gnomish justice," one of the gnomes yelled. "Back!" The man she had fought held up a crumpled sheaf. She could see his leather armor was cut and he was bleeding. I am Captain Stephen Rogers, head of this ICW-sanctioned hit wizard team. We have full authority to arrest these two and extradite them back to their home country. She was watching the woman with graying hair as she moved to turn Harry over with her boot. Daphne scrambled to get at the spare wand on her leg. Harry had insisted they always have 2 wands after being caught without his a few times. The woman saw her motion and cast ropes at her. Daphne tried to avoid it but was caught before she could get her wand. Daphne let out a cry of pain as they constricted around her chest. A stabbing pain rippled in her chest. She hadn't realized she had hurt ribs. The gnomes and the man were arguing when someone started to clap. It was accompanied by a strange clumping sound that had her heart sink more. She was just able to twist her head. She was panicking. Harry and her couldn't go back to England. They couldn't go back. Moody and the woman that had attacked them in Africa stepped around an automaton. The captain and several other wizards on the crew were with them. Very nice job, Rogers. I'll have to tell Dumbledore how you managed to capture these two, Moody said as his wooden leg clumped across the floor. Captain Rogers eyed the man. Moody, what are you doing here? The man angrily questioned. Moody gave a smile that sent a shiver down her spine. The other 2 hit wizards had turned to cover Moody. They apparently thought him the larger threat. Moody looked them up and down. Having a little issue trying to subdue these 2. Stay out of this, Moody. You lost the contract when you abandoned us in Africa, Rogers told him. Moody reached up to scratch his chin with his left. She didn't miss that his wand had slipped into his right hand. Aye, that may be, but I would never have risked angering the gnomes. If you let me take these 2, I'm sure the gnomes will let you go without sanctions. He nodded towards the still crumpled form of the werewolf. Besides, I think your lass over there needs some help. Rogers looked to the down woman. She saw some concern come over his face. Baron, check on Jade. But Captain, the graying woman protested. Daphne wasn't going to be taken back. Harry and her were too close to being safe. They just had to get to the MACUSA. She started to struggle against the bindings, even if it hurt her chest to do so. Now, Baron, the man commanded. Moody, this is our catch. The gnomes have no recourse for us bringing in these criminals. Moody started to laugh. Criminals? If you think these 2 are criminals, then you are barking, Rogers. They are runaways that are now married, if I'm not much mistaken. I think that makes them both emancipated now and normal citizens. Rogers shifted uncomfortably. The warrant says they are criminals wanted for questioning after killing a man in Africa. Moody scratched his chin again. Daphne was struggling more. They may have killed that vampire, but that was nothing they could get in trouble for. It was attacking them. You mean that werewolf back where we first got a whiff of them? Moody questioned. The man looked a little apprehensive. How did you know? Moody gave a gruff laugh. Daphne could feel the ropes start to loosen. Well, that would been Hestia and I. They attacked us after you ran off to follow the kids. I gave my report on the incident, Moody told him. Rogers stood stiffly. Now you go back and lick your wounds. I'll take care of these 2, Moody told him. The ropes worked just loose enough that she was able to snake her arm down while lifting her leg. Captain, Jade needs attention now, the woman named Baron said. Rogers stiffened more. I'm sorry, but to harm an ICW hit wizard while executing a contract is a criminal offense. I will be taking them back to Copenhagen. I had hoped to avoid this unpleasantness, Moody said. She heard something yelled out in the flowery gnomish, then spell fire erupted around them. Daphne got her hand around her wand. Defindo, she whispered. The ropes cut around her legs, then they loosened, and she was free. She just barely registered that her own spell cut her leg as well. Daphne rolled over to see Moody and Hestia fighting the 3 hit wizards. Harry was still passed out in the middle of it. She scrambled over to him, putting up a shield when a few stray spells threatened to hit him. He looked a little worse for wear. There was a cut over his right eye and the start of a bruise on his cheek. His clothes had a few tears while blood had soaked his left sleeve and was dripping onto the deck. She didn't really have time to take in more as the fight picked up in intensity around them. She flicked her wand. Harry's eyes shot open. She could see slight confusion before he whipped his head around. Faster than she could, he seemed to take in the situation. He reached for his holly wand that was only a few feet away. Just cover me, he told her as he got to his feet. Moody and Hestia were holding their own against the 3 hit wizard team, but not gaining any ground. This fight was far dirtier and destructive. The gnomes were holding back. Harry didn't hesitate to flick his wand. 2 golden retrievers sprang from the rubble. A few more flicks and 5 more started to bark and race towards the big man. The big hit wizard turned in time to blast two of them into rubble again. The others dragged the man down. He cried out as the dogs viciously attacked him. A spell from Moody and Hestia managed to get through and send the man flying through the air. Rogers cast a few spells towards them, which Daphne easily shielded as Harry stepped determinedly forward. He was moving faster than she had ever seen him. She had never seen him mix transfiguration and hexes like he was at the moment. More dogs joined the fray. Vines shot up to grab Rogers' legs and pull him down. A bone breaker shattered the hand of the graying woman. A piercing hex penetrated Rogers' leather armor and he grabbed at his leg. She was moving to block all incoming spells. In less than 60 seconds, a dozen growling golden retrievers stood between them and Moody and Hestia Jones. The hit wizards were all down, severely hurt and unable to carry on. Moody was looking at them apprehensively, his wand up. He had a hand up to keep Hestia from attacking them. "You are not taking us back," Daphne defiantly told them. She found herself panting at the exertion from the fight. Her magic was straining from all the shielding. Moody wearily eyed her. "I told you if you ever come after us again, I will make sure you don't," Harry said in a scary voice. Moody grinned at them as the gnomes looked on. "Aye, you did, lad. I think Captain America and his crew have gotten that message." Moody turned his wand away from him. "You can call off your mutts." Harry's eyes narrowed. "I don't think so. We have all violated the neutrality of the gnomes. Daphne and I are going to walk out of here after I leave enough gold to repair all this." Moody laughed. "You think we will just let you go?" "If you don't want to find out what I can really do, yes," Harry told him. Daphne moved in a little closer, her wand up and holding steady, even if she felt jittery inside. She felt more afraid to face off against these two again than the hit wizards they had just taken out. "Mr. and Mrs. Potter," Captain Emeraldfield said, "as a representative of our nation, I do not hold you responsible for this mess. ICW was overstepping their mandate. I will send the bill to the council. I am afraid, though, with the damage to my ship, that you will not be able to continue your journey with us." Harry nodded his head. "Captain, I'm sorry," Harry said. Moody looked at them. "Lad, Hestia and I had permission from the gnomes to protect the ship. Where will you go if you leave here?" "Somewhere," Harry said. She moved in a little closer and put her hand into Harry's. "I am not leaving, Harry, and we are not going back." Moody chuckled and dropped his wand to his side. Hestia did the same. I can see that. "Mr. Potter, I think you misunderstood me. You cannot continue with us at this time because of the damage to this ship. I am willing to book you passage with another that will be here in 3 days or get you a portkey to your destination," Captain Emeraldfield offered. We can't let the Aurors know we are here," Harry told the captain. "You can claim diplomatic immunity." "You can take a portkey from our consulate," she said. She squeezed his hand. Harry squeezed back, saying he was thinking of it. "What about them?" she asked. Moody's wand disappeared up his sleeve. He took a few clunking steps forward. The dogs all growled and bared their teeth. Some of them had bloody muzzles. Moody held out his hands in a form of supplication. "I know what Albus wants, but I can see you are determined to be free." Harry squeezed her hand this time. He frowned. She didn't say anything as Harry seemed to be working through something. "The old wanker told you, didn't he?" Moody regarded Harry for a moment and took a few more clumping steps towards them. The dogs didn't attack. "Aye, more than you know, Potter." Moody looked to Harry's scar. "Has your scar been bothering you?" Harry let go of her hand to rub the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. "Not that much since we left." Moody nodded. "Albus thinks it important. Me, I think destiny is all hogwash." "What would you do if you didn't have to go back?" Moody took a few more clumping steps past the dogs. Her wand was trained on him, the tip glowing an ominous yellow as she concentrated on a particularly nasty spell. Moody's normally spinning eye was trained on her as his other looked to Harry. They watched as the man stepped up to Harry, then held out a hand. Harry looked skeptically at Moody. "What's the trick?" Moody let out a rough laugh. "Constant vigilance. I'll think you'll do fine. No trick, Potter." "Only a congratulations to a worthy opponent." Harry looked at the man like he was completely barmy. "What?" Harry asked, not letting his guard down. Moody turned to Hestia. "We could have used more like him in the Aurors." Hestia shook her head. "I don't know what you are talking about. Let's get these miscreants out of here before the gnomes change their minds." "I only saw 2 civilians that helped to save 2 passengers that had the protection of gnomish neutrality," Captain Emeraldfield said. Moody grinned like a loon. "Just shake it, Potter. There's a group of us that think Albus is a bit off his rocker and we'll do what we should have all those years ago." Harry shared a quick look of confusion with her. After a moment, he lowered his wand and stepped forward. "If this is a trick, I'll beat you bloody," Moody grinned. "I look forward to the challenge." They shook hands. Hestia rolled her eyes and Daphne felt confused. You aren't taking us back. Taking who, lass? I never found a Greengrass and this one doesn't look like the posters, Moody said. He gave Potter a serious look. If you make it further north, there is a reservation in Arizona, a shaman of the Kodahata Wadham. They might like to look at your scar. Tell them Bill sent you. Captain, do you mind if I use a portkey? By all means, Captain Emeraldfield said. Get these criminals off my ship. Moody doffed an invisible hat before turning his back on them, but Daphne was certain he wasn't letting his guard down. Harry's wand came up slowly as Moody moved to the werewolf, as Jones gathered the others and bound them in ropes. Moody made a few mumbled remarks and did some spell work. After a moment, he shook his head. Jones, you better send me with this one to the hospital. You take the others to the Aurors. The others will need medical attention as well, Jones responded before giving a nod towards them. The woman obviously approved of their handling of the hit wizards. I hear Potter men like to get into trouble. Daphne took his hand again, afraid to let him go. I hear that too, the reality is worse. Oi, I'm not that bad, Harry exclaimed. Jones gave them a smirk before taking out a long necklace. She wrapped it over the shoulders of the captives. Moody grabbed a length of the chain. Moody, Harry called to him. The man looked to him. Tell Ron and the others I wish things worked out differently. The man nodded. They didn't abandon you just to let you know. Harry made a face. No, they just followed Dumbledore blindly, her husband replied bitterly. Moody shook his head. We found the ministry was intercepting your mail. Your friends wrote you. Granger is in Australia. I don't know where your family is, lass, but I can only assume they are safe. He looked to her. She shook her head. Thanks, Mr. Moody, but I'm sure they are. The man scoffed. Mr. Moody, that was my I prefer Auror or Mad-Eye, the man said with a grin before he moved his chin to let Hestia know he was ready. Harry's arm dropped to his side after they disappeared. She at once wrapped her arms around him. Harry's arm wrapped around her. It's all right, love, he whispered comfortingly in her ear. Tears sprang to her eyes. It's all right, love, Harry soothed, holding her tight as the gnomes and the other workers moved to check on them and begin the cleanup and repair of the ship. September 15, 1996, Hogwarts, Scotland. He rubbed his temples. This headache with Rogers was the last thing he needed. In the last few days, he had been able to move further along the path of destroying Voldemort than he had in the last 20 years. Bill was proving to be one of the most skilled curse breakers he had worked with, which was a credit to his age. He had been able to find a cursed necklace that Mundungus had filched from Sirius's house. He recognized it as an heirloom of Salazar Slytherin. Having to destroy the priceless heirloom had been painful, but a needed evil to fight evil. What worried him was that they had found evidence that something had been at the old Gaunt hovel, but had been moved. It made him uncomfortable to know that either Voldemort was moving his Horcruxes or someone else was hunting them. The confusing thing was that all the wards were still up. Either way, the need to move fast was now a paramount concern, and was why William Weasley was in his office. You are sure? He questioned. There is something dangerous there. I would like us to go in a 3-person team, William replied. He steepled his hands as he pondered the situation. I do not think we have any time to spare. I fear that Voldemort is going to move sooner than expected. We need to find and destroy all the Horcruxes. Are you ready to leave now? William looked alarmed for a second. Headmaster, I understand we need to move, but teams of more experienced curse breakers than me have died by rushing into unknown situations. I understand, but we really don't have any time, he pressed the young man. William pursed his lips. I would like a few more days. The wards and magic are far more complex than the old Gaunt place. For once in his life, he felt time was not on their side. I feel we must move tonight. Will you come with me? William shut his eyes for a few before shaking his head. This is mental. Can you give me 10 minutes to collect a few things? I will meet you at the cave, Albus told him. William left the office in a flash of green flames. Looking towards the still fledgling phoenix, he gave his familiar a sad smile. He would not be able to rely on his old friend should something go wrong. Be safe, my friend, he told the phoenix before stepping to the fireplace. Merlin, he wished he controlled all the wards still and he could apparate out of his office, though he wasn't sure how much longer it would be his office. The way Minerva and the governors were grumbling about him, he was starting to understand that he may have mismanaged many things about the school over the last few years. He flew to the leaky cauldron before apparating. When he reappeared, It was a relatively dark night. A stiff breeze was blowing inland, carrying the smell of the ocean over the scrub grass-covered field on the edge of the cliffs. Below him, he could hear the waves beating against the rocks. He only had to wait a few minutes before another soft pop was heard over the waves and wind. Turning, he saw William in a long dragon hide coat, dragon hide boots, and carrying a rod in one hand and his wand in the other. The young man's wand came up to point at him before being satisfied that Albus was who he was. "Are we ready?" he asked the younger man as though they were out on a leisurely stroll. "Give me a few," William instructed him. He took the rod and jammed its metal tip into the soil. Albus' brow rose as the young man started to chant something in a language he didn't recognize. The feel of the magic soon surrounded them. He was impressed at the professionalism and skill William portrayed in disabling or redirecting several detection and proximity alert spells that he had noticed his first time here. Albus let a small frown come to his face. It was a great tragedy that he was now without a job. Perhaps he still had some influence to find employment. Perhaps he could recommend him for a second runes professor and to take on ancient magics and maybe a warding class. When done, Bill left the rod in the soil. "This needs to stay until we are done. It will make sure we are not noticed." Albus nodded. It didn't take them long before they found the door. He shook his head at the crudeness of his old student's wards. He went to cut his hand to pay the toll when William took his wrist. "What are you doing?" the young man hissed. "Paying the toll. Surely you can tell that a payment of blood is needed." "Of course I can tell. I can also tell there is a second layer of passive wards below the first," he yelled. Albus looked back at the rock wall, then took out his wand. He cast it a few times, and only on the fourth detection spell did he find what William was talking about. He didn't recognize the wards. "What do they do?" "They are designed to slowly sap the core of the one the blood belongs to. I don't know how long, but I would say within a week or so, you would be so weak your magic would fail," William told him. He was starting to wonder if he was getting too old. How could he have missed that? A rustling noise from behind them had both turning, wands up, and spells ready to fly. He stopped to see a gray-cloaked figure. The man was carrying a bronze orb that was glowing many assorted colors as different runes were lit like a Christmas tree, and a wand in the other hand. "I see I'm not the only one that came for a party tonight," the figure quipped. "What is an unspeakable doing here?" William asked. "I could ask the same, but I have a feeling we already know why we are all here. I must say impressive work, Master Cursebreaker. I have not had to do any work to get here so far," the figure stated. Albus pursed his lips. "Who are you? No one should know about this." "I would say the same, Albus. You will excuse me if I don't lower my hood right now, as these cloaks do provide a rather superior protection, but you know who I am," the figure said. "Algernon, what are you doing here?" "I would say hunting down parts of a certain dark lord. If you don't mind, I would like to get on with this. I have other things to do and more of these abominations to hunt," Algernon replied. William blinked. "How many?" The young man was quick on the uptake. Algernon answered, "This is my second. They are not easy to hunt down, and I am years behind in a hunt that could have been done already." He had the distinct feeling that Algernon was glaring at him. "I was going to pay a visit to Hogwarts soon. I think there is one there." "Tell me, Mr. Weasley, do you still work for Gringotts?" William scowled. "I was let go." "Pity. I will talk with them anyways." "Now, if you would, I would enjoy to see a master in his element," Algernon said. William huffed, then turned. It took the man 10 minutes to take down the inner layer of wards. "Now pay the price." "You will not disable the blood ward?" he asked in curiosity. "It will take another 10 to 20 minutes. By your friend's insistence, I think we should get this over with as soon as possible," William replied. "I would not like to tarry," Algernon replied. "Very well," Albus said. He paid the toll, and they soon were in the crystal cave. The malevolence of the place was great. William looked in the water and cursed. "In fairy, bloody hell, there must be close to 1,000, the young man said. Algernon ignored them and started to move along the edge of the lake. Albus followed, and soon they had found the boat. "Master Cursebreaker, is it safe for us to travel one at a time?" Algernon asked. Albus could tell that he was testing William. Perhaps he wouldn't need to worry about finding the young man a job. William had already been casting. "I assume you want to know because you can tell we can't pass over any other way without defeating the Inferi." "I have assumed as such. I have faith we can do it, but the numbers are a little daunting," Algernon replied. William snorted. "Daunting? Foolish old men that just want to use their blood, I swear. If I get out of this, I'm finding a real team," he muttered under his breath. Albus gave a slight smile. It took them a little bit to determine how to get them across on the boat and recall it so they all could pass. While on the island waiting for Algernon and William to join him, he walked up to the crystal basin that was the centerpiece of the island. He used the Elder Wand to determine how to access the contents within. By the time he was joined by his two companions, he was convinced the only way to get the contents of the basin was to drink the pearly potion. Otherwise, the destructive wards of the cave and the inferi would attack them. Given the power he could feel from the wards, he doubted even the Elder Wand would get them out in one piece if they got out at all, and the time it would take to disable the wards would mean they might be here for days. Both were options they didn't have. Algernon walked up to him. "What are your thoughts?" "Given the time we have, one of us will have to drink the potion," Albus replied. William gave him a look like he had a hole in his head. "You can't be serious." "I have already analyzed the wards and find them much more potent than the door or the boat. Given the time restraint we all fear, that is the easiest way," Albus answered. "Bloody fecking mental old codgers," William muttered. Albus had the distinct feeling that he was amused by William's muttering as he performed his own analysis on the basin and the wards around them. It took the young man almost 15 minutes to follow a strange blue mist that he had cast. "What is he doing?" he asked Algernon. Albus thought he was versed in magic, but William had shown him a few things tonight that he had never seen before. "His job," Algernon simply said. It was another 5 minutes before William stopped by a large crystal at the water's edge. Careful not to touch the water, he prodded a few spots until one of the faces opened. Albus hadn't expected that. William reached his hand in after using a few more detection spells. When the basin started to drain, he felt surprised. William got up and walked over. It seemed idiotic that the wanker wouldn't have a way to access the Horcrux. "Indeed," he said, not wanting William to know he had never thought of that probability. Algernon let a small laugh escape his darkened cowl. When the potion finally drained, Albus looked down at a remarkably familiar necklace. William reached in. "Oh, bloody hell, this is a replica of that one we destroyed the other night." "How many?" Algernon asked. "2," William answered before Albus could stop him. "So that makes 3. I calculate there are 4 more pieces. If you would, Mr. Weasley, please call into the Department of Mysteries tomorrow morning. I could use you to complete this job. I will call of you in Hogwarts soon to find the one I suspect is in the school," Algernon told them before turning towards the boat. "How many know of this secret?" Albus asked, concerned that Voldemort would find out. "Do not worry, Albus. The secret is known by those that need to. Please bring the other pieces with you in the morning," Algernon told William. They were silent as they watched the gray-cloaked man ride the boat across the inky black surface. "Was I just recruited?" William asked. "Perhaps," was all Albus would say. September 16, 1996, Austin, Texas, USA. Harry hated portkeys. No matter how many times he used them, he always stumbled and fell when he came out. Looking up at a slightly amused Daphne, he glared at her. "That was the most ungraceful exit I've ever seen," a man said from behind them. Captain Emeraldfield had kept her word and gotten them to the Gnomish embassy in Mexico City. They had spent the night in a rather lavish stateroom as guests of the ambassador. This morning, they had been presented with a portkey and told they would meet with the Gnomish and MACUSA ambassador in Texas. They had thanked the gnomes and offered to reimburse them, but had been told they should never have been attacked like they had, and it being good customers of their bank. This was being handled as a diplomatic issue, and they wouldn't be asked for any compensation. Hearing the voice, he twirled, stepping before Daphne and flicking his wrist. His wand came to his hand. 3 Aurors, a slightly short man with dark hair and 2 gnomes were arrayed around a table that held snacks and cups of coffee. The Aurors all pulled their wands and moved to protect the man. "Stand down," the man ordered. "Mr. and Mrs. Potter, please, we don't mean you any harm. These fine Aurors are just my security detail. The State Department requires me to take them. Please, our fine hosts assure me that you are in no danger, and I would like to talk with you on behalf of my government." Daphne slipped a hand into his. "You will excuse me, Ambassador, but I will not risk my wife." "We are not going back to Britain. It's Ambassador Williams. This is Ambassador Rosecliffe and her Undersecretary Emerald Lily," the man congenially said. "Welcome, Mr. and Mrs. Potter. I assure you that you are still under the neutrality of the gnomes and will remain so until you decide to leave," a slightly taller than normal gnomish woman said. Her hair was a light brown with streaks of white. The squeeze of Daphne's hand had him put his hand back into his holster. He moved them towards the waiting ambassadors. "Thank you, Ambassador Rosecliffe. Ambassador Williams, thank you for meeting with us." The man got up and extended his hand to greet them. "It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter. Even on this side of the Atlantic, we have heard about you and been dismayed at the media coverage about you. I hope that you have made it here in good health." "It has been a journey," he replied. Daphne snorted next to him. Williams cast a curious glance to Daphne. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Potter. I have heard about your ordeal in Mexico City. I take it that is not your only interesting event since the manhunt was issued for you." "Interesting is a word for it," Daphne said back rather interestingly. Ambassador Rosecliffe motioned for them to sit. "Please have a seat. We have refreshments for our conversation. I would like to know what you have been doing." "I am rather interested myself. What other interesting things have you been up to?" Williams pressed. He shared a look with Daphne. Ambassador Oakhold in Mexico City said they should be honest if they wanted the MACUSA to take them in under a political asylum deal. Daphne spoke first. "Please, I hope you understand, but my husband is very prone to interesting events. I don't know how much you have heard, but there are reasons why we decided to leave Britain and will ask the MACUSA for asylum." The man looked extremely interested now. "Asylum, you say?" "That sounds like you are running from something that is very dangerous." Harry frowned. "Daphne and I fear if we had stayed, then I would be dead and she would be the plaything of a man 4 times her age." Williams turned more serious. "This does sound serious. Would you tell me the basics of what is going on?" Daphne shared one more look at him. "You do believe that Voldemort is back?" The oars shifted. Williams frowned. "Given the outrageousness of your media, we were unsure, but the recent articles in Europe have convinced us. What do you know of the terrorist?" Harry reached up to pull his hair back. "The wanker gave me this scar, has tried to kill me 4 times and used my blood to resurrect himself. I know probably more than most, Ambassador. We would like to know any information you have, but this might be better if you talk with the Aurors and our defense forces," Williams said, any joviality gone. "I will schedule that as soon as I can. If I was to offer you asylum, what are you looking for and are you looking to stay?" Daphne squeezed his hand. "We are not going back to Britain. We want to finish school. I don't want my Harry to have to fight for his life anymore." "I just want Daphne to be safe. Anything else will be nice," he said. "That is something we can do. Or Devon, can you please send a message to the MLE that we will need an investigator too, if you don't mind, Rosecliffe." "That is fine. I can give you some rooms until it is agreed upon our guests will leave," the gnomish woman said. "Excellent. Now would you mind telling me what has driven you to leave and come to the MACUSA while we wait?" Williams asked. Harry let out a long breath, hoping they would finally be safe. "I don't know where to start. How about with your relatives?" Daphne said a little hotly. "Or how Dumbledore left you on their step in the middle of the night in only a blanket. I still can't believe he was named your magical guardian and they gave him regency over your house." He reached up and ran a hand through his hair. "Yeah, we could start there. Don't forget to mention the scholarship fund he established in your name, or the whole thing with Quirrell." Daphne venomously spat. She was obviously upset still about what happened the day before and finding her first real way to vent it. It would be a long day. A long few days as they talked with the ambassadors, investigators, healers, and more to tell the MACUSA everything they knew about the issues in Britain, their lives, and what they wanted. That afternoon, London, England, the silvery patroness had found him while he was meeting with his sister. The last month of chasing Potter around had kept him from talking with Augusta. It had probably been a good thing, because if he had known everything Potter had told the Bones girl and that algae and what his sister and brother-in-law had then found out, he would have been on the warpath to eliminate all the Death Eaters he could find. As he sat, drinking tea with one of the only people he would ever trust to not poison him, the silvery wolf barged through the ceiling. "Moody, Death Eaters in the Ministry. 5 minutes at Safe House 2, the voice of his last apprentice said. The girl was shaping up to be an excellent Auror. Shooting out of his chair, he drew his wand. "I'm sorry, Gus." Augusta gave him a fierce look. "Don't leave a single one alive," she told him. He gave her a grin. The Moodys had a reputation for fighting to keep someone down, and the Longbottoms weren't any different. "I'll bring back her head if I can." The portkey dropped him off into a scene of chaos. There were injured people in the hall. Poppy and another healer were trying to see to the most egregiously wounded. Albus was standing in the center. He was surprised to see a dozen Aurors in the room. His clumping step had them turn to him. "What's going on?" he demanded. There is a pitched battle going on in the ministry. I offered Scrimgeour to use this house as a staging area and infirmary. We are just about to apparate to the Muggle entrance, Albus told him. Alistair didn't miss that the man looked tired. Right. If we are doing this, I am giving no quarter. Where is the order? He questioned. Hestia is already there with Nymphadora and Remus. I don't know about anyone else, Albus confessed. Headmaster, we need to go, one of the Aurors said while looking at a coin. They are almost to the minister's office. Alistair, please go with them. This is Captain Eric's, Albus introduced. Alistair knew that Amelia and Scrimgeour had been silently building up the department again, but he didn't recognize any of them. The man looked to be in his mid-30s, had large sideburns and a muscular build. Captain, Mad-Eye Moody, you are a bit of a legend, sir, the man replied in a light Australian accent. He snorted. None of the sir shite. When we go into kill. Understand, lads? Yes, sir, the five replied. Before we go, you should take this, Senior Auror, the man said, holding out a green armband. What's this? He asked, noticing the others wore black. It's for the hit wizards. It will allow you to command any Aurors nearby and give you the legal protections of a soldier, Eric's told him. Moody gruffed and took it. When they apparated to the standard point outside the ministry, he had to duck a nasty-looking blue spell with black streaks in it. It was like a war zone. Around the apparition point, there had been a 6-foot wall of rubble and stone erected. A dozen burgundy-robed Aurors were holding the apparition point as a group shot spells at them from a mound of transfigured stone about 24 paces away. Sirens could be heard in the distance, and others were trying to get the Muggle police already on the scene to back away. He noticed the yellow armbands of Obliviators and the blue of magical reversal mixed in with the black, gray, or green of the Aurors and hit wizards. No one seemed to be in charge. Stop holding back, Moody barked, stepping up to the Aurors hidden behind piles of rubble. You 5, maximum blasting hexes on 3. You 4, blast this rubble at them. 3, Bombarda Maxima, he jabbed his wand. A large ball of red light raced towards the Death Eaters, trying to keep them from the entrance. The other 5 were a second behind his. When it impacted the transfigured concrete, it blew a large chunk out of the rubble mound. The defenders in masks and black cloaks shielded the assault, but the 5 other blasting hexes broke most of them. Rubble and people, or parts of them, went flying. The banished rubble around them took down any that survived. Bloody hell! Someone yelled from his side. As paranoid he had to trust the men in Auror robes. It was the only way to survive a battle like this. He casually clumped towards the gaping hole that had been punched through the street, the basement of the Muggle building, and into the atrium a good 100 feet below street level. The sounds of a battle below them drifted up. Unlike the enjoyable lark he had been on the last month and a half to capture Potter, this was serious business, and Amelia had told him not to hold back should the worst happen. This was one time he would listen to his old friend and partner over Albus, who thought everyone needed 10-second chances. Plus, he was just starting to understand how upset he should be at the bastards that had tortured his nephew and his wife in an attempt to destroy the last of his line and the Longbottoms. Moody looked around. You 8 are Group 1, and you 10 are Group 2. Go down in a delta pattern. Clear a spot for us to land in. Captain, get a few to help the Obliviators. We need to play this down, otherwise the ICW will be coming to fix the issue, Moody ordered. No one questioned him. The 2 groups apparated away. If the ICW got involved, his home country would be nothing more than a police state for the next decade. It took only a few minutes for the team below to signal that there was a clear spot to apparate into when Albus stepped up next to him with 12 Aurors that looked to have been quickly healed and brought back. Has Voldemort been seen yet? Albus asked. A man next to them said he was part of the original assault. Albus nodded his head. Is it safe to go down? I've been told that there is a clear spot. Was just about to go down, Moody told him. Albus nodded before disapparating. Moody looked at the injured men. Half of you stay and help in this cleanup. The last thing we need is a major breach. Yes, sir, 2 of them replied. The rest with me, Moody ordered. He twisted and felt the familiar constriction of passing between 2 points without actually moving. He had been told the feeling was from reality bending to move them. He didn't care what it was. Either way, it could be distracting for a few fractions of a second, and in a battle that could be the difference between life and death without training to overcome it. When he landed at the apparition point in the ministry's atrium, he quickly looked around. Albus was already striding through the melee, ignoring most or quickly subduing any opposition by non-lethal means. Moody growled. A half-blood bastard had started this, and anyone that was involved didn't deserve mercy. The 6 that had followed him continued to do so as he clumped down the row of black-tiled fireplaces. They were all out and half of them destroyed beyond use. The aurors had made a rough ring of detritus and transfigured barriers. He hadn't seen action like this since the days of the Great War. He had been a young, snot-nosed man in the last 2 years of the war, but had learned his lessons well about large fights between wizards. Seeing a man in red robes and a gold star on his badge, he barked out, "Senior Auror, what is the situation?" Albus had walked past them, striding through the melee and cacophony of battle. There was a visible aura of magic around the wizard. He was a man on a mission. As much as he had come to doubt Albus because of his infatuation with Potter, the man had changed for some reason. Though some things never changed, as anyone that got in his way was stunned, bound, or petrified. Anything harmful was either transfigured into something harmless or blocked. The fool was going to get many good men and women killed, he bitterly thought as he saw 2 of the stunned Death Eaters get up as though the spell meant nothing to them. The Senior Auror was watching Dumbledore. "Senior Auror." Moody barked. He didn't like that he didn't recognize many of the aurors around him. There were far more here than he had seen since the peak of the Blood Wars in the 70s. "Sir, we have reports of heavy fighting on level 2, 6, and 9. We are fairly sure that any resistance there was on 8, 7, and 4 is gone. No one has made it to level 1 yet. We were just told a little bit ago that the Unspeakables had put some serious war wards up on level 9 and 1, so the minister is still safe as far as we know," the man said. "Excuse me." The man turned his wrist over. A coin was embedded in his robes. It was just like the one the man on the surface had. "What is that?" The man looked up. "Communication coin. The Unspeakables gave them to us a few months ago. You know who is on level 2. He is leading a group trying to break through the Auror office." Moody growled. "How many are here?" "I don't know, but I would say hundreds. They just keep fighting. Unless you hit them with 3 or 4 stunners at once, they don't go down," the man told him. "Then make sure they don't get up," Moody growled at the man. "But we can't use Unforgivables," the man said in horror. "Bloody fool. Cutting, piercing, blasting, and a dozen other spells will take them down without using dark means. Useless. I am claiming these 6, and I need 5 others. You will send 10 men to our right." He suddenly jerked his head to the side to avoid a killing curse. "Send those men and start blasting those bleeding defenses. That should give you a way in." The Senior Auror looked a little dubious. "Now, Senior Auror," he barked. He may not be an Auror anymore. But everyone recognized and respected him. "Right, Gerber, Enfield, Westcott, and Beaufort with Master Auror Moody. Quill, dig up 9 others and move to the right. Blast me a hole in those walls," the Senior Auror commanded. Moody nodded and clumped off to the left, not paying attention if the others followed or not. He had a grim visage. Dozens were fighting on both sides. He passed a half-dozen lifeless bodies and more that were hurt or dying. It was a grim fight. He made it to the lifts, which they still somehow controlled. "We are going up to the 2nd floor. We are to support and keep them from breaking through the Auror offices. If they do that, then it's a straight shot to the minister." The ministry had been changed to allow that extra security. Scrimgeour was no fool. The man shouldn't be. He had learned from Moody himself. "But won't they blast us if we come on the lifts?" Moody grinned. "We ain't using the lifts, lad." He tapped a few of the tiles near the lift. An archway like the one in Diagon Alley formed. The 10 with him looked surprised. He gave a grin that made a few shiver. "There are secrets that only a few know. Now up we get." He led the way into the darkened passage. There were these service passages throughout the ministry. Mostly just the maintenance workers and house elves knew of them, but so did the top brass, and he had been at the top once. When they made it up the stairs, he didn't use the doorway next to the lifts. If Riddle was as bright as everyone said, he would have people watching the lifts. Instead, they went a few 100 feet down to another doorway. His eyes swiveled around, but the enchantments of the passageway wouldn't allow him to see through the walls. "This will open up in the law offices. They should be far enough from the Aurors to allow us a back way in. When we go in, work in teams of 2s. One focuses on shield, the other attack with the most destructive spells you know. We need to clear them out as fast as possible. If they reach the minister and level 1, the ministry is as good as fallen." "Yes, sir," they echoed. He tapped the inside of the doorway. It rattled and ground as the tiles made an archway. He was concerned that it would alert the attackers, but the noise that assaulted them drowned out any sound of the archway forming. The offices were a wreck. There must have been a pitched battle here. His eyes swiveled everywhere. There were 8 dead Aurors, a few civilians, and a dozen or more down Death Eaters. He clumped through the carnage into the hallway that led to the lifts and the main bullpen area of the floor. The flash of spells, screaming of injured people, and the general din and feel of monumental magic filled the area. "By twos," he reminded them, then clumped down the hall. His eye could finally see. There were a dozen men watching the lifts as dozens of others were trying to break through a heavy defensive position by the stairs to level 1. In the middle of the large area, 2 titans of magic were having their own duel, ignoring everything else around them. "A dozen guarding the lifts. You 4 into that office. Give us 30 seconds, then blast the walls apart. The rest of us will go in from the front. No prisoners," he told them. He could tell a few of the lads were uncomfortable with this, but most were fine with the order. He counted to 29 before the wall blew apart. None of the defenders were expecting an attack from the side. 3 went down, and 2 others started to scream with the debris now embedded into them. "Go! Go!" he ordered. He stepped around the corner as the other 6 spread out. The 4 from the office started to cast cutting and piercing hexes. Moody didn't hold back, sending a barrage of bone-breaking, blasting and piercing hexes. It was a rather short fight that cost him 2 Aurors, 1 wounded, a cut to his arm, and the 12 Death Eaters down. In the center of the bullpen, Riddle and Dumbledore were having a duel the likes Moody had only ever seen once or twice in the Great War. The 2 were trading transfigurations, hexes, charms, and curses in the way only mage-level wizards could. 2 of his men looked at it with gaping jaws. "We still need to get to the others," he barked at them. The defenders to the stairs were losing. He counted only 5 left standing, and they were facing almost 30 that were obviously under the control of some type of berserker potion. "Stay in your 2s. Bombard a Maxima and then whatever you can do. I expect a few of them to turn and face us," he ordered. "What about Ricardo?" One of the men questioned, indicating the Spanish man that was leaning against the wall and bleeding from a head wound, even through the bandage. "When we are done, or none of us will survive," he said rather heartlessly. He wanted the man to live, but if they didn't do this, then none of them would. The 7 still standing looked a little worse for wear, but all nodded grimly. "Right, lads," he said, then stomped off to battle. The first barrage caught the attackers by surprise. 6 of their number went down. 8 turned to face them. Even caught between the 2 sides, the 24 men still standing put up one hell of a fight. He watched helplessly as 2 of his men fell to death curses before there was a blinding light. The subsequent shockwave threw him into a wall, then through it. All the fighting stopped. With his ears ringing, he slowly got up, rubble falling off his enchanted leather cloak. The enchantments were starting to fail, and it and he were cut in many places. He was quite sure his left arm was broken, and a few of his ribs were too painful to only be bruised. He took his spare wand out, never wanting to be unarmed in a fight. A heavy cloud of dust obscured everything and made it hard to breathe. Other men and women around him coughed or started to scream in pain. "Enough, Tom," a strong voice cut through the obscuring cloud. He felt a wave of energy rush through the area before all the dust suddenly settled to the floor. Through the hole in the wall he had made, he could see a few had gotten to their feet, staggering and looking hurt. He only saw 2 of his and 3 of the defenders still moving. In the center of the flattened and mangled area that one held dozens of office cubicles, meeting areas and other spaces for the Aurors, were the 2 men that had been central to all this for decades. Albus was covered in soot and dust, his flamboyant robes dull and hanging onto his tall frame. There was a cut on his cheek that was bleeding and mixing with the dust on his face. His wand arm hung limply at his side, while his left arm gripped his wand that was pointing at Riddle. Riddle looked just as beat. His black robes were in tatters. His already pale skin was starting to look translucent. His face was gaunt, and his red eyes a little duller than Moody remembered from the ministry in June. He had multiple cuts and scrapes that were oozing a dark, almost black, blood. Riddle scowled at Albus. "You will not win, Dumbledore." Moody, not wanting to let this situation go, made his way out of the hole as the 2 men talked. There were 10 of the attackers moving and starting to cast spells again. He dropped one with a piercing hex through the middle of the forehead of the white mask before starting his assault again. By the time they had defeated the last of the Death Eaters, another 2 Aurors had fallen. Dumbledore and Riddle were still fighting, but it wasn't as vigorous as it had been. Needing to end this, he grabbed the woman next to him. "Attack Riddle," he ordered, moving in to transfigure some of the rubble into metal spears, then banishing them at the Dark Lord. The man was surprised to be attacked by someone so inconsequential that it allowed Albus to get in a blue spell that Moody didn't recognize. Riddle's eyes grew wide and fell to a knee. "What did you do?" Albus held up a hand to have them stop. Moody growled and cast a few piercing hexes at Riddle. The old fool put up a shield while giving Moody a reproachful look. "I have bound part of your magic. It is now tied to my own, Tom." Riddle roared in rage. He swiped his wand, sending out a wave of magic that bowled them all over, regardless of shields or cover. When he managed to roll over, his ribs and arms sending sharp stabs of pain through his body, he found that Riddle was gone. Albus spun around, looking tired. It was only after a moment that he let his shoulders sag and his good arm sag to his side. "What did you do, Albus?" Moody questioned, forcing himself to his feet. He was the only one standing. The lass that had helped was on the ground, clutching her chest and looking to have a challenging time breathing. "It is inconsequential. We have wounded and others to help," Albus reminded him, taking a limping step over to the lass. Moody growled. He would press the man for answers later, but for now, the man was right. They could probably still save some of the ones that had fought here, and then find out how the rest of the ministry was doing. He feared the butcher's bill on this. He did let a grim smile cross his face, though, as he moved to a groaning man. Riddle had thought he would take the ministry and had been forced to flee. If things were the way he thought, Riddle would be hard-pressed to raise any significant force again. September 18, 1996 Beauxbatons, France Astoria sat at the small round table that dotted the café on the edge of the courtyard. Beauxbatons Castle was much like a 1700 Baroque castle than the more traditional 1200-style defensive castle Hogwarts was. Other major differences was the way the French and some of the continental wizarding societies were more modern in their ways. One of them was the café they sat at. There was a large banquet hall where most ate, but for those that wanted something different and had the pocket money, the café was a more popular spot. She had a strong tea and pastry in her hands that she set next to her doormates. "Have you seen Susan yet?" she asked the stunning Vila girl. Gabrielle shook her head. "Doesn't she run and meet with your mother Wednesday mornings?" Astoria shook her head. "Mother sent us a message last night that she wouldn't be able to make it today." "I thought that meant we had the morning off. They may not have lessons on Wednesday morning, but her mother was keeping her promise to Susie about training her to fight. The determination in Susan was very much her hard-working personality that was attributed to most Hufflepuffs. It was that determination that probably still had Susan running and doing the workout her mother had given them." Gabrielle shrugged. "Susan strikes me as someone that wouldn't just give up like that." "No, she wouldn't." "I'll get her a pastry when we leave," Astoria told her. A few owls fluttered into the café. Astoria looked up to see if one was delivering the Daily Prophet. Susan had insisted they keep up with what was going on in Britain, so Astoria and her split a subscription. Though it was usually a day behind as the Prophet's owls didn't have international licenses. When the owl landed on the table, she looked at it surprised. 2 papers were on its leg. She took them off and put the 4 sickles into the pouch it required. The owl didn't wait and took off. Gabrielle sipped at her café. "Anything interesting today?" "Don't know." She spat out the tea she had started to drink as she unfurled the papers. "Merde, what was that, Astoria?" Gabrielle complained loudly. She stood up quickly, toppling her chair over. Astoria ignored her new friend, her gut clenching and her mouth gaping open. There were a few others that had fled Britain or those that kept up with the international news around them having similar reaction. "Bloody fuck," Astoria muttered, looking at the special late edition from 2 days ago. Gabrielle's indignant expression grew concerned. "What is it?" she asked in a heavy French accent. Astoria lay the paper on the table. The picture on the cover showed the atrium. The statue of Brethren was a molten slag. Piles of rubble, bodies, injured people, and deep scars in the stone floor and walls were visible everywhere. "Merde," Gabrielle said in a more subdued way. "That's my mum," someone cried out. Astoria looked up to see a very pale girl that was a few years younger than her. She quickly ran out as everyone in the café rushed to see what the fuss was about. Astoria swallowed. Jumping up, she grabbed the papers. Gabrielle hurried after her. "We have to go find Susan and get hold of my parents." Astoria hadn't really read any of the headlines on the two papers. You know, who defeated? Dumbledore admitted to St. Mungo's. More than 300 dead. St. Mungo's over capacity with wounded. Minister Scrimgeour vows to hunt the rest of you-know-who's forces. Ministry reveals Auror buildup and leasing program. More than 700 Aurors from around the world save Ministry. Muggles on alert after terrorist attack in the center of London. Ministry on notice. September 20, 1996, Hogwarts. Scotland. Croker watched the young red-headed man as he erected an intricate pattern of fiery runes in the air, and spells to break through a rather nasty compulsion charm that should have seen anyone touching the tiara putting it on, letting the Horcrux within possess anyone that did so. It was a bit more complicated than he would have done himself, but Bill had been classically trained by the goblins and part of a team, so he built in extra precautions to protect those around him. Perhaps the unspeakables should adopt the same precautions. He could think of few that had died in the decades he had been in the department because of carelessness or not paying attention to danger signs. Bill did, and Croker suspected it was from years of experience in the field. It took the young redhead 15 minutes before the tension in his shoulders relaxed. "It's safe to touch now," Bill told him. "Impressive," Croker said as he cast detection spells on the diadem. There were no deadly curses or compulsions left, only the original enchantments that Rowena Ravenclaw had cast almost 1,000 years ago, and the vile taint of a soul so corrupted that there was no way to save the artifact to be rid of it. Bill looked at the diadem. "I can't believe he defiled such an artifact. We will have to destroy it." "As much as I regret it, yes. Your American contact confirmed that the exorcism would only work on a living being," he said, feeling just as sad. He would like time to study what one of the greatest magical minds in history had done, but there was no time. After the failed coup at the Ministry, putting an end to this madman was paramount. "Yes, Walking Feather confirmed that their methods do not work on the non-living," Bill replied. Croker nodded, then moved into to take the diadem with dragon hide gloves on his hand. Why take any chances? He stepped back from the pile of junk the diadem was on. Looking around the room, he wasn't sure that this room wasn't the real treasure of Ravenclaw's legacy. He had never seen anything its like and wanted to study it. Once Riddle was gone, he would have a team of unspeakables here to study and work on recreating the room in the dome. On the floor nearby was a 7-pointed star with a runic array around it that would contain almost any magic. Bill stepped back, ready to act if needed. Croker placed the diadem into the center of the heptagram at the center of the star. Stepping back, he pulled on the hatred he had for the man that had almost destroyed his family and his world. "Fiendfire," he spat out. A fire of blue, white, red, and yellow leapt from his wand into the center of the star. Bill incanted something he now knew to be ancient Greek, and the runic array glowed a bright purple as it fought to contain the hellish fire. A snake head emerged from the flames before plunging down onto the diadem. The screams of the hellfire and the black smoke that rose from the inferno mingled. It took less than 2 minutes before the fire snake started to flicker out. Its purpose to consume the diadem done and access to anything else to feed it cut off by the wards. Within 3 minutes, all that was left of the diadem and the fiery snake was ash and red glowing, melted flagstones. "I felt that was a little anticlimactic. The locket gave a stronger fight than that," Bill said. "I think this was meant to be more subtle and control someone like the diary. Would you let it slowly dominate you if it was cruel and mean?" Croker asked the young man. Bill scratched his chin. "Probably not," he conceded. "So you think there is only 3 more? The calculations show it. I know you had the same answer," Croker replied. "Arithmancy wasn't my strongest subject, but I'm not bad either," Bill said a little modestly. Honestly, the man was better than good. The exceeds expectation he got on the exam didn't accurately portray the man's instinct on arithmancy and its relationship with the runes and deeper mysteries of magic. He had gotten points off on the prediction calculations, which, to be frank, were not that important as prophecy and predictions could often be wrong. What conditions existed at the time they were made can change, sometimes rather significantly, like having Potter run. "I think you are more than sufficient. Now, we have an appointment with your former employers at 2. I would like a meal before then." Croker waved his wand to clean the floor of the 7-pointed star. The scorch marks and melted flagstones would only go away if they were replaced. Bill sighed. "Yeah, not looking forward to that. They were rather put out with me when they fired me." "Have you found other employment yet?" Croker inquired. Bill did one more look over the place to make sure it was as clean as possible before turning towards the door of the huge room of lost things. "No one will even let me in their doors. The goblins have black-marked me. I'll probably have to go somewhere the goblins don't have any influence." Croker lowered his hood to look at the man. He carried himself with confidence, but there was that dejection he had seen since meeting him at the cave. What if the unspeakables have a position available? Bill looked up to him. "Are you sure? I doubt the ministry will want me." Croker gave a small smile. "The Department of Mysteries may be funded by the WolfgangNH, but we report only to the minister, and only when it involves national security or the statute of secrecy. I have leeway in who I hire. The department and the ministry need to have a complete ward review after the assault on Monday. If you are unsure, you can start under a short-term contract." Bill seemed to think of it for a brief moment. He knew this would be the best deal the young man was likely to get until the stigma of being fired by the goblins wore off, which could be decades from now. "When do you want me to start?" Bill asked. "You already have if you want the position. We just need to take care of the paperwork, oaths, getting you your call sign and robes. Everything else can be worked out," Croker told him as they made it to the doors. "What's the pay?" 2,000 base with bonuses available. This job alone would be worth an extra 1,000, he replied. That was a good salary, and most earned a few thousand extra a year for doing odd jobs like this or for research. It was the best paid positions in the ministry. "You also get full compensation for St. Mungo's, and we offer scholarships for your kids to Hogwarts or a few international schools. I would recommend the Pacific Academy in the MACUSA or Bongadura in Australia. Lastly, I can smooth things over with the goblins and reinstate your family's access." Bill quirked an eyebrow. "That would be nice. Why not Hogwarts? It is a fine school, but far from the best. As you probably found, you had much to catch up when you were hired by the goblins," Croker answered. They were going down the stairs of the main stairwell now. The halls were empty as the students were in class. Bill snorted. "I was so proud to get an outstanding in my advanced runes and ancient magics classes for my NEWTS. In the first week at Greengrass, I realized that I was years behind the other 4 that I started with. They all came from the MACUSA. I've had to work hard to catch up and pass them." 7 years, Croker commented. 7 years, Bill agreed. They walked out the main entryway doors. He let the young man think over what he had said. "You support my master's license in ward weaving. All expenses paid. Would you like to study under the unspeakables or sent to a proper school? What school would you suggest?" Bill asked. Croker grinned. "A year at Castelabruxo, then 2 at the Pacific School. They will have things you've never seen. I know a few people and can get you a friend to support that mastery. Do you want more on ancient magics as well?" Bill looked curiously at him. "That's already 3 years you're going to send me away." "Once an unspeakable, always an unspeakable. I figure you have a good 60 to 80 years before you might like to retire. Some of us never do. What is 5 or 10 years of schooling to get capabilities we don't currently have?" Croker put to him. "Let's get this done and then I'll give you my answer," Bill told him. Croker knew he already had the man. He would be the best recruit since he had lost Lily Potter. September 22, 1996, Austin, Texas. MACUSA. The last 6 days had been stressful. Harry had been questioned a dozen separate times about all the shite he had gone through, given memories of everything, and then asked to go under Veritaserum. Daphne had fumed at that. She confirmed as much as she could, while going through her own questioning on her family, last year, what she knew about the ministry and the purebloods that she had grown up with. It had been made worse that they had confiscated all their stuff in the first meeting with the investigators. By Friday, the 2 of them were very irritable. They had come here to find sanctuary, not to be treated like, well, not criminals, but not totally nice either. Thus, when they had been called to Ambassador William's office, Harry felt belligerent. He was ready to run again, and Daphne was just as irate. The 3 Aurors that had been escorting them for most of the time led them down a long corridor in a rather nondescript office building. It was the southern headquarters of the MACUSA, and they had been trapped in here since leaving the gnomes. If they could get their wands back, they were going to run for the gnomish embassy, which they knew wasn't far from here. They had offered to support them to go to another country if needed, and had been the only ones to really help them, besides the Delackers, since leaving Britain. When the door opened, Harry looked around the room. Ambassador Williams was sitting in a high-backed comfortable chair next to a woman in an impeccable light blue lady's suit. Her blue eyes regarded them with curiosity, and her blonde, shoulder-length hair was styled without a strand out of place. 4 men in black suits stood around the room. Harry's sense of danger ratcheted up. He stepped to stand before Daphne when they were just inside the door. "Mr. and Mrs. Potter, thank you for joining us today. I want to start by apologizing for what you have been subjected to over the last few days," Ambassador Williams said, sounding genuine. Harry huffed. "We came to you seeking asylum, and instead we have been treated like prisoners," he said hotly. "Again, not what I meant for you. I did mean it that the MACUSA wants to offer you asylum, but there are things that have occurred that made it necessary we get all the information we could," Williams told him. "What could have happened to submit us to such treatment? The only thing you didn't do was use legilimency on us," Daphne spat from behind him. "You even stole our wands and all our possessions. I'm surprised you gave us our clothes back," Harry added bitterly. "I apologize again on behalf of our government. All your belongings are on the table behind you. You are free to take them back," Williams offered. Harry turned to see his wands, bag, cloak, and all the items taken by both of them. He was so upset that he raised his hand. "Akio wands!" His and Daphne's 2 wands in the holsters flew to his hands. The aurors behind him didn't react, but the other 4 in black suits shifted and wands came to their hands. Harry grabbed the 4 wands, then looked to Williams. "Are your words as hollow as your promises?" "Stand down," the woman commanded. The 2 men and 2 women slid their wands back up their sleeves. Harry still looked challengingly at them. "I mean it that you are free to take back all your possessions. The aurors in black are the bodyguards of our president." At their surprised looks, Williams went on. "Mr. and Mrs. Potter, may I introduce you to President Carno? Madam President, this is Mr. and Mrs. Potter." The woman got up and walked over to them with her hand extended. She had a slight Canadian accent. "It is good to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Potter. We've heard much about you and followed what the papers since you ran in August." Harry was slightly surprised to be meeting the president of the MACUSA. Daphne recovered first. "Madam President, it is a pleasure," she said, her years of lessons taking over, even if she was upset. She curtsied before taking the woman's hand. When the woman extended it to Harry, he cautiously took it. "Madam President," he said wearily, "it is a pleasure, but why would you be here to greet us?" "First, I wanted to apologize for the treatment you have been subjected to, but as Ambassador Williams has indicated, there have been events that required us to get information in as timely a manner as we could," she said, indicating for them to sit in the other 2 chairs facing the ambassador and the chair she had been in. Harry shared a dubious look with Daphne, then handed her wands to her. Rolling up her sleeve on her right arm, she strapped her primary wand there as he did the same. Only then did they join the president and ambassador. "Madam President," Daphne started. "If you would, I prefer to drop the titles. You can call me Francis or Frankie if you want," the president said. Daphne stumbled for a second. "Ah, Francis, why have you submitted my husband and I to such obtrusive questioning?" "We were led to believe that the MACUSA was good to asylum seekers." "Generally, that is a true statement. I know that you have been kept from any news in the last few days. Eric, would you show them the papers?" The president questioned. Williams took a stack of papers from the table next to him. Harry looked at them as he handed them to Daphne. She let out a gasp. His eyes bulged to see a picture of the destroyed main atrium of the Ministry of Magic. "Dear Merlin," she muttered. "When did this happen?" Harry asked, taking one of the other papers in the stack. This one had a picture of Dumbledore fighting Voldemort. "The day you arrived." Since that time, the British Isles have been in a state of war, but the assault and attempted coup on the government has been the largest battle, President Carno told them. "The battle had the largest number of combatants since the Great War in Europe in the 40s. It is a great concern, great enough that others have called up their Auror forces to full alert. The MACUSA is on our highest alert to prevent any spillover." "Bloody hell," Harry muttered, reading the headline. Echoes of the Grindelwald Wars heard in the Wiesengamot. 347 dead, 423 injured. Bloodiest day in Europe since the Battle of Geneva in 1944. He looked up. "Voldemort lost? He has been pushed back for now. From what we can gather, his forces are severely depleted, but they did great damage to the ministry, killed many and nearly succeeded if Headmaster Dumbledore hadn't confronted him." Daphne reached across and took his hand. She held it tight enough that he felt his bones shift. Dumbledore would have had you there in that, she said. He had a hard rock form in his stomach, not doubting her suspicion. He had thrown Harry at the man every chance he could, never coming to aid Harry until it was too late. Why do you say that? Williams questioned. Harry snorted. I guess you haven't listened to anything we told you over the last few days, did you? I'm prophesied to defeat Voldemort or die trying. Dumbledore has thrown me before the Dark Wanker every time he could. It is why we ran. I don't want Daphne to die. Too many have died for me. I don't want to die, he said in a softer voice. Daphne's hold became painful. We understand more than you think, Harry, President Carno answered. The information that you have given us has filled in some large gaps in our knowledge of the United Kingdoms and Voldemort. Our Aurors and Unspeakables have reached out to their British counterparts to offer aid in ridding the world of this threat. I know that you want to leave this all behind, but I fear there is one thing you must do, and I think it related to the prophecy you have told us about. Harry tensed. The tip of his wand slid into his hand. We are not going back, he told her fiercely. President Carno held up her hands. I would never do that. The situation you ran from has only gotten worse, and we would never send children to fight a war, even if you are emancipated. What I am talking about is related to the medical exams. Harry didn't think Daphne's grip could get tighter. What is wrong with Harry? It has to do with his scar, Daphne. Our Unspeakables believe that the prophecy refers to a little bit of the man called Tom Riddle that is inhabiting Harry's scar. It has cursed him a way that makes it impossible for him to truly live while they both survive in the same body, the president said. Daphne paled, and Harry felt ready to toss up. His free hand went to his scar. What do you mean a piece of Tom Riddle is in me? I don't know all the details, but I would like you to join our Unspeakables when we are done here. They have contacted the First Nation people you told us about, and they are waiting to help you. After that, I want to extend our thanks to you. The MACUSA is offering you sanctuary and asylum. Ambassador Williams has some options for you to consider. Daphne, I know you expressed the desire to complete your schooling. We have reached out on your behalf and can say that the top 3 schools in the MACUSA have extended both of you invitations to join as soon as you wish. I know you have missed most of the first month, but that shouldn't be an unsurmountable obstacle to overcome. How do we know you won't offer this and then take us again for questioning or worse? Daphne said. How do we know you won't send us back if the prophecy requires it? I mean what I said, Daphne. I will not send children to fight a war. Even if the prophecy does apply to Harry, that would be his decision to do something about it. Just because one is prophesied to do something doesn't mean they have to. Events will play themselves out and many prophecies go unfulfilled, President Carno replied. Or so I am told. Harry tried to gulp down the large lump in his throat. When do I get this thing out of me? I am told the ritual is being prepared. It will happen on the night of the full moon in 4 days from now, she told him. Daphne looked to him. He could see the concern in her features. He didn't want to wait that long. If he had something from Voldemort in his head, he wanted it out. After swallowing a few more times, he turned back to the president and the ambassador. What about Britain? Like I said, we have reached out to offer them aid. You will not go back unless you want, she affirmed. We can stay and you won't bother us again, Daphne questioned. Once you are done with our Unspeakables, you will be handed over to the Department of Immigration to help you integrate. Williams will give you your options, including the ability to obtain full citizenship in a few years, she told them. Why not now? Harry asked. The woman gave him a smile. As much celebrity you are, Harry, we do have laws and ways of doing things. You will be given a special temporary citizenship that will allow you to freely move around, work, and go to school in the meantime. Harry made a face, adding the use of the word celebrity. Fine. Daphne's hold loosened slightly. He was fairly sure his hand would be bruised later. We have to wait 4 days to get this thing out of Harry. Yes. Once you are done talking with Eric, he will introduce you to the Unspeakables. From here on, you are to be treated as members of state until you are transferred to the immigration offices, she assured them. Harry let out a long breath. What was 4 more days? It wasn't like his forehead had hurt since leaving Europe. Was it because of the distance? He didn't know. He absently rubbed his scar. Thank you, Daphne eventually said. President Carno smiled, then got up. They got up with her. Again, I would like to apologize for your treatment and hope should we meet again it will be under better circumstances. Thank you, Madam President Francis, Harry said when she gave him a look. It was a pleasure, Harry. Daphne, you have an incredibly special man, the woman said. Daphne gave a broad grin. In more ways than you know, Francis. The knowing smile the president gave back had Daphne blushing a little and him feeling flustered. When she left, Williams indicated for them to take their seats again. Would you like some refreshments? I have a few residential packets available and would like to go over the schools that have accepted you, or others that you could apply to if you like. Harry blinked at the man, feeling like he was being turned around every few minutes. Ah, sure. I take it that you were able to get our OWL results, she asked. I have, Daphne, though I will have to tell you, you will both need to repeat your 5th year. The British OWLs do not meet our standards, but you both did well enough to be in the advanced courses, Williams told her with a smile. Can I see mine? Harry asked. Williams looked at him confused. You didn't get them? Harry made a face. Pretty sure Dumbledore had a mail ward on me. I didn't get any mail this summer before we left. I remember seeing that in one of the reports, but didn't realize, he said, opening a folder and shuffled some papers around until he found what he was looking for. When he handed the sheet to Harry, Daphne leaned into him. Looking down the sheet, he felt a bit of pride. She had pushed him last year to do better, and it showed in that he didn't get less than an exceeds expectations in anything, with all their core classes and care of magical creatures being outstandings. I told you that you would do well, she said in a small voice before kissing his cheek. Only because of you, he replied back in a whisper. Williams gave the young couple a small smile. If you would, with your grades, I can say you have been accepted to Ilvermorny in Massachusetts, Arnelding in Quebec, and Sagamore in California. All of them are top schools, and as our thanks for your cooperation, there are options for places for you to live at the government's expense until you graduate and get jobs, Williams told them. Harry gave the man a hard glare. That was our cooperation. Williams looked a little grave. I am afraid that was. If you hadn't so freely shared your information, then the unspeakables would have been involved. They are not required to follow our laws. A shiver went through Harry, and Daphne shifted even closer, so she was only on the edge of her seat. And you want to give us to them now? I promise you that they will only help you. Everyone is confident you gave us the information you could, and the president has ordered us to make amends. I can tell you she was rather upset when she found out what you went through, he said. Harry had the feeling the man had been given an arse reaming. I can also affirm that the Aurors will give you a guard to ensure that nothing else happens to you until you both turn 18 or the danger has passed, even if that is years from now. We are not pleased either, Daphne coldly replied. I understand. If you would, I would like to go over these options, and others if you want, Williams pressed, obviously wanting to get over this. Harry focused when Daphne indicated they would talk later. They could always find a way to escape again, but he didn't feel like running anymore. Not if they were going to be hunted like they had been, but to have an Auror guard would make him feel safer for Daphne. They would need to talk about this later. That night, London, England, Moody hadn't felt this tired in years. Even chasing after Potter, he hadn't felt this stretched. The last 6 days had seen the ministry in an absolute tizzy, not to mention the panic around the country. The Aurors had responded to dozens of sightings of Death Eaters and their forces each day. Scrimgeour had asked him to reactivate and lead a squad to hunt down who he could after spending 2 days in the hospital to recover. So, for the last 4 days, he had hunted down the forces that had escaped from the ministry. As close they could figure, more than 350 had assaulted the ministry. 138 were dead. 97 were in custody. They had been able to capture or kill a further 49. Their best estimates put the remaining forces of Riddle at less than 80, including a few of the worst of his inner circle. He hoped that he would meet Bellatrix or Lucius. He would like to see them turned inside out and left to suffer. His annoyance at the moment was that he had to leave his team of 20 scoping out a place in Wiltshire that was suspected to be Malfoy Manor. If there was action, he wanted to be there. Instead, he had been summoned by Albus. His eyes spun around rapidly, trying to assess any possible threat, ward or other magic that could harm him or others. His paranoia had made him incredibly angry in the last few days. There were as many Aurors in the hospital as healers. Scrimgeour was taking security of the most vulnerable places far more seriously than any minister he had seen. As he approached the room on the 4th floor, 3 Aurors stepped away from the wall. Please identify yourself, a rather short woman ordered, her wand in her hand and half raised. He pulled at the badge on his worn leather cloak. Master Auror Alistair Moody, here to see Dumbledore. She cast a spell to confirm the magical signature of the badge matched his. After a moment, she nodded, and they let him through. Moody knocked on the door, then opened it. The room was a little dark. Albus was sitting up on the bed but looking far worse for wear. What the man had done was both stupidly heroic and idiotically stupid. As much as he may have some issues with his old friend, the fact was he was the only one able to stand toe-to-toe with Riddle. The man in the bed didn't look capable of doing much. He was pale, looking older than Alastair could ever remember him looking, and his magic didn't fill the room like it normally would. "Hello, my old friend. Thank you for coming," he said. "Albus, you look like shite," he said in his usual bedside manner. The old man on the bed gave a small smile, though no mirth met his eyes. "You always did tell me what I needed to hear, even if I didn't want to hear it." Alastair shrugged. "Life is too short to bandy words. What do you want? We are getting ready for a major operation in the next few days." Albus sighed. "I have heard of the teams hunting those that fled the ministry. So many lives lost. If we had done our job after the last war instead of letting people off and actually questioning or giving them trials, we might not have been here," he told Albus. Now that he understood what being lenient on the bastard had cost his family and others, he was not going to let them rise again. Albus gave him a hurt look. "I truly thought they could be reformed and had been." He scoffed. "Hardly. What do you want, Albus? I don't have the time." "Time is all we have, old friend, and mine is running short. I must know, have you found Harry?" Albus asked, a certain desperation in his voice. Alastair scratched his chin. "And if I have, he must either face Voldemort or be killed. I fear that the cleansing William is suggesting will not work," Albus told him. Alastair gave the man a hard glare. "And you want me to kill the lad?" Albus had a grave look. "I would not ask this of you, but it is imperative if Voldemort is to finally be defeated." "You know this?" I do. I also know Croaker and Weasley are working on it. You let them worry about that. I will worry about the insurrectionists," he told Albus. "Alastair, please, I need your promise. If it can't be done, you must get the boy before Voldemort or kill him yourself," Albus pleaded. He shook his head. "No, Albus. I've done some despicable things in my life, but I won't kill an innocent like that. Either do it yourself or leave the lad and lass alone." Some of the remaining life left Albus's face. "Alas, I am afraid I will not leave this room." Alastair glared at the man. "What did you do?" Albus closed his eyes. "It is a rather dark curse. One that my family developed many generations ago and one that I wish to have died with Aberforth and me." "What is it, Albus?" He pushed. "It binds two cores together. Voldemort and I are now inextricably linked. As one of our magics fails or grows, so does the other. I am allowing a curse that is slowly consuming me take me. When it does, it will take most of his power and his body. The Horcruxes and Harry must be handled by then, otherwise he can gain a body again. Especially if Harry lives, as the Horcrux in him can pull on the boy's magic," Albus told him. Alastair looked at the man like he had never known him. This was not the same man that always preached no dark arts, used others to meet his needs, and never made sacrifices like this. When he didn't say anything for a long moment, Albus said, "You must give me your oath and go find Harry. This must end. I can't see any more blood spill for this. The prophecy needs to be fulfilled." Alastair's gnarled face twisted in a look of rage. "You completely daft old fool," he said angrily. "If you can't win your way, you make a martyr of yourself and the boy. No, I won't do that, Albus. Croaker and Weasley are getting close to the last Horcrux. They were able to get one from Gringotts the other day. Only the snake is left, and the mission I am on should give them that. Potter is going to the shaman Weasley talked about. He will be cleaned of that taint on the full moon. I'll hold off the assault until then, but I won't kill the lad or let anyone else to satisfy this prophecy you say has to be completed." "Alastair, you must," the old man said with more strength and emotion than he had since entering the room. "No, Albus. You had years to resolve this. I won't take the freedom the lad earned. I know what he has lived and gone through now. If I had known before, you can be assured I would have gone against you in how you handled Potter. If you excuse me, I need to get back to my team," Alastair coldly said. Alastair, I need your oath. ALASDO." The yell was cut off as the door shut. The three Aurors and a healer looked at him. He nodded over his shoulder. "I think he's lost the plot. I think some strong, calming drafts and a sleeping potion will help." The healer pursed his lips. "I'll have a look." Alastair nodded and got salutes from the Aurors before he clumped off towards the apparition point. He was determined to end this more than he had been a few days ago. September 23, 1996 Cannes, France. A worried Pitt had her feeling unsettled for days now. Things at home were a mess. Even at the height of the last war, things had never turned to open warfare. 4 of their friends had been in the ministry the day that Riddle had attacked and died. Not going to their funerals was eating at her, but they couldn't risk it, not with things still in such a chaotic state in Britain. What hurt her more was that she hadn't heard from Daphne in 8 days, when they had been sharing letters almost every day for the 2 weeks before then. Fear that her daughter and her son-in-law had been hurt or captured was eating at her. Standing at the large windows overlooking the grounds of the Blacks' manor they were in, she had her hands on her stomach. She couldn't let this concern hurt the baby she had in her, but she couldn't stop worrying about her first baby. The approaching black clouds and storm were apt for her mood. A noise behind her had her turn suddenly. Grover had scuffed against the carpet. "Tabitha, are you all right?" he asked in a concerned voice. "Have you received any word about Daphne or Harry?" She asked, hoping he had, but knowing that the only way they had been getting letters was through the gnomish satchels or Apolline. He looked as worn as she was. "I'm sorry, Tabby, but I haven't. Any word from Apolline?" He came over and she walked into his arms. "Nothing." He held her close. "I'm sure they're fine. They can't be anywhere near the troubles back home." She sniffed, trying to suppress her tears. "Merlin, I hope so." A chiming interrupted her thought. "Is that?" Grover questioned. She pushed off him, running to the side of their bed. The chiming of the satchel signaling a letter. It was most likely Susan or Astoria again, but it was Daphne. She let out a small cry of relief to see the flowing script of her eldest daughter. There were a few other envelopes as well. "It's from Daphne," she called out to her husband. Not waiting for him to sit on the bed, she ripped the envelope open. "Dear Mother, I have received your last few letters. I apologize that I couldn't respond sooner, but Harry and I have been indisposed. I want to assure you that we are well, healthy, and I think somewhere we will be safe. We've been reading the news from Britain. Harry would like you to get the 2 letters to his friends. As far as we know, Ronald Weasley is at Hogwarts, but if not, he lives in Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon. Hermione Granger is supposed to be in Australia, but we don't know where. We have not been able to find if anyone we know has been hurt or killed and would like any information you can give us. I am hopping to tell you where we are soon. I need to see you, Tori, Susan, and Father to know you are well. I also want you to meet Harry. I'm sorry for running and worrying you so much the last weeks. Please let me know you are all right as soon as possible. Love, Daphne." She let out a small sob and put a hand to her mouth. All the fear that Daphne had been found and pulled into the catastrophic events back in Britain had been such a concern. Grover wrapped an arm around her. "I want to see my daughter and tell her I don't hold any anger. I want to know she is safe," he said. She broke down in his arms. Grover kissed her head. "When we know where they are, we will take the whole family there to see them," he whispered. "I want to see my daughter," she got out eventually. "We will," he promised. He may not show it, but she knew he was as worried about Daphne as she was. The same day, London, England. We wasn't sure how long he had been in this cell, but it had been long enough for his expensive trousers to take on a certain funk, his white shirt too of a distinctive off-color, and his usually short-cropped, perfectly styled hair to grow long enough to be unruly and snarled. He had thought he would have been saved when there was a large disturbance days ago, but that had turned out to be nothing but noise. What he didn't understand was why he was still in this cell in the bowels of the ministry. Why hadn't his mother gotten him out? Why hadn't the Dark Lord or his father come to rescue them? He had said that Draco was to be his best lieutenant when he completed his mission. It wasn't his fault that things went tits up. It was all that stupid weasel's fault. When he got out of here, he was going to make the redhead scream as he cut small pieces off him. It was only those pleasant thoughts that had him still in some spirits when his cell door opened. He looked up to see the solicitor that had been telling him about the upcoming trial. He hadn't seen the man for a little bit now. Not since they had heard all the commotion on the floors above them a few days ago. Draco snarled at the man. "Finally decide to get back to me? When do I get out of here?" The man stepped just inside the cell. "Mr. Malfoy, I wanted to apologize that we have not been able to get you a trial before now, but there have been issues that have delayed them. I will still represent you, if you want. Before you make your decision, I must tell you that the charges against you are going to be moved from the Wisengamot to a war tribunal. Everyone with the mark of Tom Riddle is considered an enemy combatant and will be tried as such." Draco blinked at the man, not understanding. "My mother will get me out of this," he said, for the first time starting to feel a little fear. He had heard about the war tribunals from his grandfather after the Great War before he died. The man frowned. "Has no one told you?" "Told me what?" he demanded. The man looked a little sad, but Draco didn't think he really was. "I'm sorry to be the one to tell you, but Miss Black was found dead in Spain 2 days ago." Draco blinked. "Who is Miss Black?" "There isn't anyone in my family with that title. According to the record book, your parents' marriage was dissolved on September 6th. We didn't know she was on the run until her death was reported to the ICW," the man told him. "Impossible," Draco spat. "My father would never, you lie." "I'm afraid not. If you can be trusted, there is a clean pair of clothes, a shower, and a warm meal ready for you. Your trial starts in about an hour and a half. If not, then the Aurors will be back to retrieve you when it is time," the man told him. Draco's face scrunched up in anger and grief. "You lie, I am Draco Malfoy. My mother and father will come to get me, you'll see. Then I'll take a long bath, I don't need any shower here." The man nodded. "Very well, do you still wish me to represent you? You are underaged." "I will have my normal solicitor," Draco told him in a haughty tone. "I'm afraid Mr. Parkinson is not available." "Is me or another public solicitor," the man told him. "Fine," he said like the spoiled brat he was. The man nodded and left him in the cell. It took him 10 minutes to realize the man had just left him there. "What about that shower and clothes?" No one answered his calls. He hadn't thought the man would be serious about accepting his refusal. When the door opened again, Draco stood defiantly until he saw that 2 large men with shackles were at the door. A woman was behind them with a wand. "Draco Malfoy, it is time to stand before the tribunal." "What are you doing with those shackles?" he asked. He could see the rune work on them. They would block his magic. "It is required you wear these. No prisoners can leave their cells without magic inhibitors." "No, I refuse. I am a pureblood. My rights, oomph," he let out as he doubled over. One of the big brutes had stepped forward and punched him in the gut. Before he could recover, he was roughly handled to a standing position. His wrists and ankles were bound with cold iron that chafed, and he was dragged out of the cell. He was so dazed at the treatment that he didn't fight it. As they pulled him down a long hallway, the air grew colder, and he felt a fear start to creep over him. There was no happiness. He started to hear screams. It was only after they had gone past the Dementors and into the courtroom did he realize it was his own screams as he started to experience the terror that some of his victims must have felt. He was roughly thrown into a black wood chair, chains wrapped around his legs and arms. The cold iron of them shook him out of his fit. He looked to see the thick chains around him, realizing in a few seconds where he was. Looking up, he saw that 5 people in red robes sat behind 2 patronesses. A few Dementors hovered nearby. A few people sat in the stands. A camera went off. He started. "What am I doing here?" he called out in fear. "Draco Malfoy, you're called before this war tribunal under the War Acts of 1996 to answer for your crimes in the insurrection led by Tom Marvolo Riddle and his followers. You are being charged with 4 counts of death by the death curse, 3 counts of torture by the Cruciatus, theft of family heirlooms at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and being part of the insurrectionist army. How do you plead?" Draco looked dumbly up at the woman that had just spoken. "What?" he asked. "You were presented with these charges in writing 3 days ago. How do you plead?" the woman demanded. He blinked at her. He had received the letter, but since it hadn't come from his parents or the Parkinsons, he had ignored it. "I didn't read anything." "That is not our issue. How do you plead?" "You are barmy. You must be a mudblood. I'm Draco Malfoy," he yelled. "Scribe, please record that the accused refused to enter a plea. Aurors." "Please give the accused 4 drops of Veritaserum," the woman ordered. He started to fight the chain. "You can't. I'm a pureblood. The laws, you can't do this." "The laws are different when in war, Aurors," she demanded. Draco screamed when his hair was grabbed and yanked hard. A dropper was put into his mouth and the contents squirted in. The liquid didn't even need to be swallowed as his tongue absorbed it. It immediately started to work. Within seconds, he had stopped fighting and sat slumped in the chair. He felt odd, like he was floating and not really part of himself. "What is your full name?" "Draco Orion Malfoy, heir to the Malfoys and Blacks," he replied. "Where do you live?" "Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire," he said. "What is the exact address?" "Malfoy Manor, Wiltshire," he replied. Were they some kind of stupid? His home was Malfoy Manor. "It's possible the location is unplottable, and Mr. Malfoy is not privy to the actual location," someone said. "Very well. Mr. Malfoy, describe in detail what you did on the night of August 8 of this year," the woman demanded. Even through the monotone of the truth serum, the judges could hear his joy at what had happened that night. He had gone with his aunt, her husband, and 3 other recruits to a Muggle-born's house. When they got there, Her mother, father, a brother, 2 sisters, and 4 other Muggle friends were there. They had fun with the girls for a while before the Dark Lord had shown. As part of taking the mark, you had to take a life. He had been so proud to end the life of that mudblood as she gave him her virginity. He missed the absolutely passive faces of those in the room. They were all absolutely disgusted, but had heard the same or worse in the last few days. When the truth serum started to wear off, he was starting to realize that he had ratted out all those he knew to be part of the revel, and the 2 others he had been privy to, not to mention most of the Dark Lord's inner circle. The bone-deep terror of what his master would do to him when he got him had him piss his trousers as he came to. The Auror next to him sniffed, then gave him a scowl. "Auror, is Mr. Malfoy free of the effects of the Veritaserum?" The Auror reached down and pulled his chin up. Draco didn't fight it, his eyes wide in terror. "He is," the Auror replied. "Very well. Due to your own admission, this board finds you guilty of all charges and several others that will be added to your record. Under the War Powers Act, you are to be given the harshest punishment available, even given your age. You are to be walked through the veil or given the Dementor's kiss within the hour. If you do not choose, the Dementor's kiss will be administered," the woman told him in a cold tone. He swallowed a lump in his throat. I was forced. The imperious," he said weakly. "It is known the mark can only be done willingly. You admitted to the death of Sally Ann Perks and 3 others. Do you choose the veil or the Dementor?" the woman questioned. He looked to the floating Dementor behind the patronesses. He feared them almost more than the Dark Lord. Knowing what he had just told them, he knew he was a dead man anyways. "Veil," he said in a whisper. "Very well. Aurors, take Mr. Malfoy to the Department of Mysteries with the order of execution. He's to be passed through no later than 11:15 this morning. May Merlin or Morgana have mercy on your soul, though I personally hope they don't," the woman told him. Draco was so shocked that his shaking body had to be pulled from the chair and dragged up a level to be given to the unspeakables. He had decided this was just some sick nightmare, and we would wake up on the hard bench in the cell in the morning. September 24, 1996, Cotahuata Wadham Nation, Arizona. MACUSA Daphne held Harry's hand as they were led towards a towering cliff. A woman of obvious native descent was leading the group. Ciala had the traditional bronzed skin and dark hair she had been led to expect of First Nation people. Her hair was tied back with a colorful beaded bangle holding it up, and was more of a traditional garb from what Daphne had seen in some of the books they had been given to look at the last few days. Behind them were the 2 unspeakables that they had been assigned. Much like their British counterparts, they wore gray robes, but in more modern cut to look like a trench coat. The hood was down, letting her see the blue-eyed, dark-hair woman with the codename Tinkerbell and the dark-eyed, sandy-haired man who called himself Mad Max. She didn't understand their names. Harry had said Tinkerbell was a fairy from a Muggle children's story, but she knew fairies were not nice, couldn't talk, and were only good for lights, keeping pests from gardens and fruit trees and potion ingredients. Unlike the Congress of the Americas, the MACUSA was more inclusive of the native tribes and nations. Apparently, a hard-learned lesson from their past when wars nearly decimated both the new Americans and the First Nations. "You will remain silent and let me talk with the elders," the woman before them said as they approached a ladder that went up the sheer face of the cliff. Daphne swallowed. She didn't mind heights, but the ladder didn't look that safe. Looking up, she could see it was a series of ladders to get them the 100 feet or more to the buildings built into the cliff. "I won't let you fall," Harry said, as though reading her thoughts. She nodded. "I trust you." He squeezed her hand before letting it go. He made sure his rucksack was secured to his back. She did the same. Since getting all their things back, neither of them had let their bags out of their sight or even further than they could grab. She was still weary of the MACUSA, but since their meeting with the president, things had gotten better. Harry rubbed his scar before following her up. The ladder was a single log, perhaps 20 feet long, with cross branches attached with a fibrous rope. She thought it be wobbly or insecure, but it didn't move or creak, even when there were 3 or 4 of them on it. Harry stayed just a rung behind her, looking ready to catch her. When they finally climbed up under the eave of the massive cliff cave, she looked around in amazement. Dozens of houses were built from floor to ceiling on 2 levels. Dozens of people were stopping what they were doing to look at them. They had been told this was a great honor to be able to visit a major holding of the Cotahuata Wadham. She wouldn't be surprised if more than 200 people lived here. A few pulled wands or rods, while a few others reached for spears or bows. She swallowed. "They knew we were coming," she whispered. The woman that had escorted them here gave them a look to remain quiet. Harry moved in close. She could tell he was ready to act but had kept his wand in his holster. Looking around, she saw that most of the men were in leather trousers, while the woman had a leather parka or shirt with the trousers. Two men looking older than even Dumbledore approached. She stepped back so that she was standing against Harry. She felt uncomfortable not because of the magic of the place, but the way the people here didn't seem to like strangers. Given the history she had read of the First Nations and their issues with both the MACUSA and the American governments, she probably shouldn't feel surprised. Ciala started to talk with the elders. The conversation seemed to get rather heated as the sun began to set at their backs. It was a little bit before everyone settled. Most dispersed, but a handful remained, looking like guards. Their guide turned to them, then looked at the unspeakables. "The elders are upset at the evil you have brought here. That was not what you promised. We made a deal that the Kodahata Wadham would perform a cleansing ritual, and we will get back more of your lands," the woman said behind them. Daphne wished she knew her name besides Tinkerbell. "That is the only reason the elders have agreed to go through with this. The moon rises soon." "The boy must be prepared," she told them. Ciala turned to her. "You will come with me." Daphne glared at the woman. "I am not leaving my husband." "This is not a ritual for women," the woman told her. Harry put a hand on her shoulder. "Daphne stays with me." Ciala frowned, then had another lengthy conversation with the elders. The sun light on the top of the cave disappeared when she turned back to them. "If anything happens, the elders are not responsible." Daphne stood tall, unafraid to face whatever was coming their way. If something were to happen to Harry, she wasn't sure she would want to go on without him. "Follow the elders. You will both need to remove any clothes, magical items, and metals before entering the chamber. Both of you," Ciala said as she stepped to the side. Daphne swallowed. No one had said that. "Daph, you don't need to," Harry said. She straightened her back. "We said we would do this together." He got her resolve and took her hand. They followed the elders with Ciala and the unspeakables staying behind. The same night, Wiltshire, England Moody was looking at the empty fields below. His team had been scouting this property for days, planting apparition points, anti-portkey and anti-apparitions runes, and mapping out where the wards of the large estate ended. His 20-man team had been surprised at how lax the security was around the estate, but he was hoping that was because they were working a half-mile or more out, except when they had to get close to place the new ward stones. Somehow, they had gotten lucky enough to not be caught. Looking at his watch, he was getting anxious for the time to come. Bill had gotten word that the shaman he knew would do the job, and it would be done tonight. Arizona was a long ways away, though, and if they were to start about 9 their time, it would be close to 3 in the morning here. It was 2:22. The portkeys should bring in the main host directly at 2:30. 400 aurors from around the continent should be more than enough to finally put an end to the dark wanker. "Sir," one of the young aurors assigned to him said. If the boy hadn't been such a good ward weaver, he would have already replaced him because the boy kept calling him that. "It's Moody, lad. What is it, Austin?" "There is a patrol nearing Point Omega-2. Do you want us to capture them?" the young man asked. Moody's eyes panned out to his right. The Omega landing zones were on the far side of the Malfoy estate. He had 6 of his over there. Moody scratched his chin. He didn't want anyone in the estate knowing what was going on until the last minute. Patrols were rather infrequent, so he thought it might be noticed if they didn't return. "Give them a few minutes. If they aren't clear by 2:28, take them down." "Yes, Sir Moody," the lad said when he gave him a hard look. When he didn't see anything on the far side of the valley, he figured that the patrol had passed his men. At 2:29, he said, "Austin, power up the wards." The young man nodded. The other 4 with him all tensed. The wards that would overlay the Malfoy wards were just building when a dozen men and women suddenly flashed into existence just down the hill. Within 30 seconds, 60 had portkeyed in. 2 other sites were receiving the rest, with the Omega sites getting the bulk of the force, along with the Cursebreakers and Ward Hammers. It took the team below him less than 3 minutes to organize. Longer than he liked, but better than he expected. An Italian by the name of Alvaro walked up the hill. "Beta team reporting in, Master Auror," the man said. "Good to see you, Alvaro. Your team ready?" The man nodded. "We owe the bastards that killed some of us at the ministry." Moody grinned. He liked this man. Right you are, lad, just be careful. We don't know what traps, tricks, or total forces they have. Yes, Master Auror. They all turned when the night lit up with a bright, angry red and electric blue. Domes of light were shining like the midday sun as the cursebreakers peddled their trade on the wards. Moody looked down at his watch. He was told that this was expected to take at least 10 minutes. In that time, they were to keep as many from escaping as they could. You know what to do, Captain. The Italian nodded and walked back down the hill, barking orders in English, Italian, and French. Teams of 5 or 10 broke off to cover the perimeter. Austin was standing next to him again, anxiously moving from foot to foot. Shouldn't we move in too? Moody put a hand on the lad's shoulder to calm him. We are the spear tip. As soon as the wards are down, we apparate to the front steps and barge in. He didn't remind the lad that once in they wouldn't be able to get back out until either their wards were taken down by their lot or broken by the enemy. This is what they should have done all those years ago when the wanker fell to Potter. About the same time, Cotahuata Wadham Nation, Arizona, MACUSA Daphne was feeling rather self-conscious as she sat on the floor in the rather hot and humid room. They had climbed down a ladder into a round room that was being used like a sauna. She had been instructed to sit with her legs up and crossed, her hand on her knees. This meant that she was exposed to the 7 men in the room. They ranged in age from their early 20s to older than Dumbledore. The 3 eldest were around Harry, who was laying on a stone table. The other 4 were sitting in what she deduced were the 4 cardinal coordinated: north, south, east, and west. She was by Harry's head with the youngest man behind her. If this wasn't for Harry, she would have run, never having exposed herself this way to anyone but Harry. When they started to chant, she forgot about her uncomfortable situation. She could feel a magic that she hadn't before start to build. The 3 elders painted pictograms over Harry. The fine hair on her arms rose up as something primal and powerful permeated the air. Harry started to move uncomfortably. She had been told she was to stay where she was, or it might kill them all. One of the elders leaned over Harry's forehead. He painted something there, and Harry let out a blood-curdling scream. 2 of the elders grabbed his arms and legs to hold him down as he arched up. She let out a whimper to hear the scream he was letting out. Harry never let anyone see he was in pain unless it really hurt. She couldn't keep still, but stopped when the man behind her put a hand on her shoulder. She turned to glare at him. She had to get to her husband. The man just shook his head. The scream that was suddenly rent from Harry had her turning. She was about to scramble to her feet until her eyes widened. A pitch-black cloud was pouring out of Harry's scar. It was screaming in an agony that she could never describe. The elders looked to be straining to keep Harry from thrashing about. The chanting had risen to fever pitch. The elder over his head was funneling the smoke up with his hands. After a few seconds, it stopped. Harry let out a whimper, then went limp. The shamans of the tribe all turned their attention to the smoky cloud that was screaming in agony. When the hand left her shoulder, she scrambled to her feet, moving to Harry's head. Tears were streaming down his face and his eyes were closed. I'm here, she told him, unsure what else to say. Tears were coming down her face. She moved to shield him from the battle going on over their head. Harry's eyes opened. They weren't the normal, vibrant green she loved. Instead, they were dull. Ow, he said. She started to really cry, fear overtaking her as she felt the primal magics fighting the malevolent spirit above them. As they did, the light in his eyes dimmed more. You can't leave me, she told him. I love you, he said in a weak voice. Her face scrunched. You can't leave me, she told him, leaning over to give his lips a light kiss. The second her lips met his, it was an electrifying feeling like she had never felt before. Her body suddenly felt like it was burning as the primal magic around them channeled into her. It had latched onto her for some reason. She screamed in pain until Harry's hand took hers. The magic was like being struck by lightning. It danced over her skin, then across him. Harry let out a primal roar of defiance. A white light shot out from his chest to pierce the black cloud. The cloud cried out in defiance before it started to turn white. Daphne channeled the magic as Harry shot it up to the ceiling. After what felt like an eternity, the magic suddenly retreated, leaving her spent, empty, and panting. Unable to stand, she flopped to the floor. Landing on her back, she watched as the light beam from Harry's chest sputtered out. The last of the black cloud was consumed by the light, and then dissipated. The men were staring at them with wide eyes. Harry went completely limp with darkness quickly overtaking her. About 3:30 am, Wiltshire, England. The assault had initially gone well. The wards had come down about 10 of 3. Moody and his 5 had apparated to the edge of the wards, got their bearings after the rest of the team had met, and then began their assault on the front doors. They had gotten within 100 yards before the defenders had come out. He had been surprised that 6 giants came roaring around the side of the house. They weren't as surprised by the werewolves, expecting that with the full moon. What he hadn't anticipated was that the werewolves were following orders of the Death Eaters. Jumping into a large gouge in the ground that was partially covered by the stinking corpse of a giant, he waited for the rest of his team to join him. 8 men and 2 women joined him. Looking at them, his eyes swiveled. He quickly found Austin trying to defend Chalmers, who was face down in the dirt. Merlin's balls. Dagworth and Benson, go get Austin. We need all we can get for this final push. A man with a dirty face and a slight woman with a cut across her cheek got up. Sure, Moody, Dagworth said. Cover them, Moody ordered. He flinched back as something hit the dirt nearby and exploded. Tilling, a rather burly woman with blonde hair, looked at a coin in her hand. A team from Omega has finally entered the house, she told him. Moody nodded. His wand came up and launched a large stone at a giant that was charging down Austin. The young man panicked, shooting a few cutting hexes at the behemoth, who didn't even notice them. It did notice the rock slab slamming into its head as it stumbled sideways before falling hard. Dagworth and Benson made it as the giant shook off the hit. It moved to get up as Benson checked Chalmers, shook her head, and then helped to drag Austin back. The others were keeping several werewolves and Death Eaters from killing them. When the 3 jumped into the gouge, he gruffed at the young man. You alive? He looked shaken. Yeah, he said. Good, Omega has broken in. We need to get around the north to join them, Moody told him. What about the main doors? Tilling asked. He shook his head. We've been trying to get to them for a half hour now, lass. Do you see a straightforward way? She frowned and looked over the edge. A few seconds later, she popped back down. I think most of their main force is here. I agree. So we either go in to keep them busy and probably die or get around them into the house and try to take out the head Death Eater, Moody told them. He could see their resolve build. I say we distract those we can out here to give Omega a chance, Tilling said. I agree, Austin remarked. He was still shaken, but there was a certain fatalistic light in his eyes. Moody growled, seeing his team would follow him, but knew they weren't about to leave the fight they were in. They already had 9 of their number fall. Fine, see if there are any reinforcements. Tilling tapped her coin. What's the plan, Moody? An older gentleman asked in a thick accent Moody couldn't place. He was trying to figure that out when a high-pitched scream echoed over the field. The din of the battle lessened. They all risked a look over the edge of the gully. He hadn't seen Riddle come out of the house, but he was in the center of 9 Death Eaters. He was giving a blood-curdling scream that was attracting everyone's attention. It was a sound that resonated to his bones. The huge snake they were to look for was writhing on the ground next to the bone-white man. Seeing that this could be an opportunity, he groused at his team. What are you waiting for? Hit anything you can. Bombarda Maxima, Bombarda Maxima, Bombarda Maxima. He got out in rapid succession, putting more power into the spells than usual. A group of turned werewolves were the unlucky recipients. A few other aurors around them started to cast their most destructive spells as well. The Death Eaters were a little slow to recover. Riddle fell to his knees, clutching at his chest as the aurors finally got a hands up over the Death Wankers. Blast those stones, Moody ordered as the last giant was moving into a group of aurors hitting it with everything short of the killing curse. They hit the wall that once made up the edge of the gardens. It shattered. Banishing them, they made mincemeat of one of the thing's legs. It fell heavily before the other team finally dispatched it. He moved in closer to Riddle. Others were moving to encircle the group. Riddle was now leaning over, his hands clutching his chest. He wasn't screaming anymore, but he wasn't moving either. Moody clumped towards the group. Keep fighting, the crazed woman he knew to be Lestrange yelled at the few that were still fighting around Riddle. She was casting deathly green spells with acid yellow and organ-expelling purple mixed in. Most stopped fighting, their wands raised. Fight, you cowards, the Dark Lord will punish you all. Give up or die, Moody yelled out. The woman whipped her head around to him. Mad eye, she spat. He grinned maniacally at her. Aye, lass, it's been a bit. Last time I remember seeing you, I was dropping you off in a rather nice cell. The woman screamed in fury. Her wand started a deadly dance of spells that he parried, sidestepped, and shielded. After a particularly bad-looking black spell just missed him, he slashed his wand, before giving it a little twist when he brought it back up. A twirling blue stream left his wand before he snapped off a piercing hex, then pulled up a slab of earth to stop a yellow acid spell. He hadn't noticed that most of the fighting had stopped to watch this one last battle. Most of the remaining Death Eaters or their fighters were surrendering. His magical eye was keeping track of those around him, but he needed to concentrate on this battle. The acid splashed off the dirt mound. He jabbed his wand. The mound exploded out. He caught her flying through the air from his twister spell. Taking the advantage, he took a few steps forward. He wasn't going to hold back on this one, so instead of stunner and ropes like the Aurors would normally do, he slashed, jabbed, and twirled his wrist. Lestrange was just starting to get up as the cutting hex ripped down her back. She let out a scream, which was stifled as the piercing hex went through her back and out her breast before the bone breaker hit her skull. Her head crumbled in as she fell to the ground. Breathing hard, he looked at the woman that had caused his family and so much of the magical world, laying there, dead and broken. There were some moans and someone yelling for their mum around them. He turned to see about 20 Aurors slowly approaching the downed form of the Dark Lord. He looked to a captain nearby. "Is he down?" "Think so. A group took out his snake when it stopped writhing around and the bloody bellend just fell," the man told him. Moody rose his wand. A brave man had gotten close enough to use his boot to roll Riddle over. When he did, there was a stir in the crowd. Black ooze was coming from his eyes, nose, mouth, and a hole in just above his right eye. There was no sign of life. "Let me through," a man ordered from nearby. Moody looked to see two unspeakables moving through the crowd. They parted for the men as others disarmed and bound any that had given up. Moody moved in closer as most moved back to let the unspeakables at the body. One went to the decapitated snake while the other went to Riddle. He tapped a few before him on the shoulder and they moved out his way after seeing who he was. He and two other Master Aurors stepped inside the circle. "Is he dead?" an older woman asked. The unspeakables weren't saying anything. After a moment, one of them took a rope out of their robes, wrapped it around the head and body of the snake and tapped it. The dead snake disappeared. "Is Riddle gone?" Moody asked, having a clever idea of the unspeakables were. After a few minutes of some fancy wand waving, runes drawn on the body and some odd incantations, the one over the body stood up. "The Dark Lord, Tom Marvolo Riddle, is dead." There was a moment of shocked silence before a cheer rent the night. Moody gave a satisfied nod. After a moment to wipe his forehead, he turned his back on the celebrating crowd. They could have their few minutes before they turned to find out the butcher's bill. September 25, 1996, Cotahuata Wadham Nation, Arizona, MACUSA. He groaned as he shifted. A warm mass was laying on his side with a head on his chest and her blonde hair in his mouth. As nice as it was to have the warm body there, his body bloody hurt and his head felt like it was splitting open. Light was creeping in around a curtain. He shifted again. "Stop moving. I'm not ready to get up." A tired voice came from his chest. "Daph?" he asked. The arm over his stomach curled up so that her hand was up his side. She held herself tight to him as though afraid he was going to run or disappear. He doubted he could even sit up if he wanted to. "I'm not letting you go," she replied. With some effort, he managed to curl his arm to wrap around her back. She was as bare as him. She didn't lessen her hold on him. "I'm all right, princess," he said. Something wet hit his chest. "Will you stop with that? Harry, you were dying last night. I saw it. You were dying and you were going to leave me. You can't leave me. I don't know what I would do." A sob cut off whatever she was going to say. Stifling a groan, he pulled up his other arm to hold her tight as she cried. She had been so strong. He couldn't deny her accusation, though. He had wanted to give up all the pain that was his life. He felt himself going, almost giving into the pleasant feel of nothing until he felt her lips on his. How could he have wanted that? Daphne held him tighter. A groan of pain left his lips. She loosened her hold a little but kept crying. "I wouldn't leave you, I promised," he whispered. She let out a wet laugh. "Merlin, Harry, how can you be so stupid, serious, and such a blasted Gryffindor and then pull something like that out?" she said, hitting his side. He kissed the top of her head. "I'm just good that way, I guess." She gave a watery laugh again, sniffling and trying to get her tears under control. "I was warned about stupid men." He kissed the top of her head again. "I do my best." "Bloody hell," she exclaimed, hitting his side again. He let out a small chuckle. "I love you." After a moment, she kissed his chest. "I love you too." A knock came at the door. Daphne pulled the blanket over them and buried her face into his chest. He looked for his wand and saw it on a table next to them. He reached for it before calling out, "Come in." Tinkerbell opened the door. "Are you both up?" "No." Go away, Daphne said from under the blanket. The woman gave them a little smile. I wanted to check on you again. Last night was a little rough on the both of you. I feel fine, ouch, he started, flinching away from the nails that dug into his left side. Merlin, Daph, don't do that, she just about hissed at him. The woman gave him an amused look. How do you really feel, Mr. Potter? Glared at Daphne's blonde hair that was sticking out of the blanket before saying, I feel like a lorry ran me over. The woman rose an eyebrow. Lorry, just say a hippogriff. Daphne's voice drifted from under the blanket. There was a light of understanding in the woman's eyes. I'm not surprised. If you would keep your wand down, I wanted to do a few scans. Sure, Harry agreed. Her wand passed over both of them. After a few minutes, she nodded. He looked to her. Are we going to be all right? Tinkerbell smiled. I think you will be fine. Your cores are still recovering, and you should avoid any magical use for a few days. The aches are from the greater than normal magic you channeled and should be much better after another night of sleep. I can give you a pain relief potion once we leave here. The elders don't like outside medicines and magics, she said to his curious look. When do we leave? He asked. As soon as you want. The tribe is anxious for us to be out of here. The magic they cleansed from you was particularly vile to them, and they need to cleanse the whole village, she told them. Harry groaned as he shifted. Daphne squawked as the blanket moved and threatened to expose her. I need to get dressed, she yelled at him. The unspeakable chuckled. Your clothes are on the stool over here. I'll be just outside the door when you are ready. When the door closed, Daphne pushed up on her elbows. She winced as though she was in the same pain. His eyes grew worried to see the pain and concern in her blue eyes. Are you all right? She huffed. No, I'm bloody sore. She was swearing the more she spent time with him. I'll be all right in a bit. I love you, Harry, but if you ever try to leave me like that again, I'll follow you, pull you back, and then do it myself to show you how angry I am with you. Harry grinned stupidly at her. I love you too. She glared at him before her eyes grew softer. You're a Burke, but Merlin, I love you. Her hand came up and pushed his hair up. Her finger ran down his scar. He closed his eyes, enjoying the feel of her skin on his. It's only a thin white line now. Really? He asked, his hand moving to his head. The more he moved, the less it hurt. She took his fingers and ran it over where the scar should be. He didn't feel anything. It's gone. She gave him a smile that was beautiful, even with the tear streaks on her face. Only that thin line now. She moved to kiss him. It didn't last long, but long enough for them to show each other that they really needed the other. It took them a little bit to get dressed. When they walked out of the small room in the mud brick village, the sun was already low in the sky. He must have slept most of the day. They leaned heavily on each other as their muscles were sore and felt as though they had been stretched to their breaking point. Ciala was waiting for them with the two unspeakables and the two elders that had greeted them yesterday. The older men gave them a nod of acceptance. Qualitaka and Len acknowledge that the tribe's part of the deal is complete. They ask you if you wish to return that you do so without any dark magic. Harry bowed his head to them. I never meant to cause any issues. The elders do not blame you, Harry of the Potters. The evil that was in you needed to go. It is your strong wife that saved you and the village. For that, the elders are thankful and will always extend an invitation should she wish to be a shaman, Daphne of the Potters, Ciala offered. Daphne was a little shocked. I thank you, but don't know what I will do. Ciala translated and replied with what the elders told her. You are of the right age to begin the training if you wish. If you wish to return another time, the elders will wait. Daphne bowed her head. Thank you. I will think on it. Ciala smiled at her before turning to the unspeakables. The elders remind you of your promise. Within 3 moons, we expect to have the lands to the running waters returned to us. President Carno has promised. We will tell her things are done, Mad Max replied. Ciala nodded. It is time for you to leave so the village can be cleansed. Thank you, Harry said to her. The elders bowed their heads as they went to the ladders. Harry thought it would be interesting to study the magic of this place. It was so different from anything he had felt before. September 26, 1996, London, England. Moody's peg leg thumped through the still destroyed atrium of the ministry. The maintenance crews and others were working hard to repair the damage. Moody was impressed at the organization and the fact that so many of the workers survived the assault 10 days ago. Most of the deaths were Aurors and the Death Eaters. He clumped up to the first checkpoint by the lifts. 10 Aurors were checking everyone entering the ministry proper, and another 30 could be seen nearby. They were pretty sure that they had captured or eliminated most of Riddle's forces 2 nights ago, but now was not the time to let their guard down. Constant vigilance, he muttered as he showed his badge on his jacket. At least one of his students learned his lesson. One of the young Aurors approached him. He waited patiently as his badge was tapped and confirmed. "Thank you, Senior Auror Moody." "What is your business today?" "Called to see Scrimgeour," he told the lad. The young Auror checked a clipboard. "Very good, sir, you can go through." The lad was doing things the right way. He got into the lift with several others. His eye was checking them over for wrong magics or other signs. He didn't see anything, but it didn't mean that something mightn't happen like an imperious curse. He got out on level 2. The floor was still in a bad way, though the dog pen was already set up with dozens of temporary cubicles, and the walls had been patched up. He had to go through another security checkpoint before allowed to go up to the first floor. This change to the floor plan and lifts had probably been the largest reason the ministry hadn't fallen and Scrimgeour survived. Once up the stairs, he had to go through a third checkpoint before finally making it to the outer office. An attractive middle-aged woman with dark hair was at a desk just outside the minister's office. He looked curiously at Croker and Bill, then to Minerva and Phileas. "Alastair, it's good to see you," Minerva greeted him. "Minnie, hope things are well. Phileas, haven't seen you in a while," he replied. "Yes, leaving the school was thought to be dangerous for the children, but things have changed," the diminutive man told him. "Aye, it is, Croker Weasley." He nodded at them. "Alastair," Croker replied. "This is Osiris." Bill bowed his head a little. He had hoped the boy would land in a good spot. He grinned at the redhead. "Osiris." "Moody." The door opened. A few department heads walked out. Some of them still looked spooked about the events of the last 10 days, while others thanked them before they were led into the minister's office. Moody walked just inside the door before leaning on the wall next to the doors. Once the others had sat, the lion-maned man behind the desk leaned back. "I have recently been made aware of a group led by the late headmaster Dumbledore. Do any of you know about it?" Moody just rose a brow, knowing full well that Scrimgeour knew all about it. "I was not part of the Order of the Phoenix, but I know of them," Phileas said. "I think the others were part of it, though," the minister said, eyeing them all. Moody just grinned. "No Unspeakable was part of such a group, but we were aware of their activities," Croker said. Scrimgeour huffed when no one elaborated on anything. After a moment, the minister opened his drawer and pulled out a smoke-filled orb. The smoke was a misty gray. Bill shifted and Minerva said, "Is that the prophecy?" Scrimgeour looked to her. "You know about this?" "Albus mentioned it, but he never told anyone," she said. "I wouldn't say that, Minerva," he spoke up. Scrimgeour looked up to him. "I take it you knew." "Only towards the end," Moody told him, not seeing any need to keep this secret anymore. "I was told this was why we needed Potter. Are you telling me that the boy didn't mean anything in all this, and that we could have gone after the Dark Lord years ago?" Scrimgeour said angrily. 240 Aurors, 62 civilians, 308 Muggles, 318 Death Eaters all dead, not to mention more than 1,000 injured in the last year, and this could have all been avoided. Moody didn't have an answer but understood the man's anger. Minerva paled. "I don't understand," she said. "I'm told once a prophecy orb goes dark, it no longer applies or has been fulfilled. I don't know when this happened, but from what I can tell, we never needed Potter and I spent useful resources to find a brat that has avoided all the best people we have out there," Scrimgeour said angrily. "People died because I was told this kid was the only one that could beat Voldemort." "And he did," Croker said in a calm voice. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed. He suddenly shot forward, slamming his hands on his desk. "The bloody fuck he did. I have 23 reports that said some snot-nosed, just graduated recruit put a drilling hex through the forehead of Voldemort. That is true, but that only worked because of what Potter did," Croker responded. Scrimgeour glared at the man. "Explain." Croker's face didn't show any emotion. "Potter was able to make it to the MACUSA. They found a way to remove a piece of a soul that had latched onto him. That ritual is what incapacitated Riddle and his familiar, allowing the Aurors to make the kill. The prophecy fulfilled," the older man said, indicating the darkened prophecy ball. Moody smirked to see the dumbfounded look on Scrimgeour, Minerva, and Phileas. He noticed that Croker didn't mention the other efforts by the Unspeakables. It was probably better that way. No one needed to know how Riddle had survived Potter and was resurrected. Scrimgeour sat back. He didn't say anything for a long moment. "You are certain the Dark Lord is dead. The Unspeakables can confirm that all his soul has passed to the other side. No one can be resurrected without a soul," Croker told the minister. Scrimgeour gave the man a discerning look. Moody could tell he wanted to ask what that meant, but eventually decided not to. "Fine." and this prophecy is fulfilled. It would still be a glowing white if it wasn't, Croaker affirmed. And there are no others. The two others the unspeakables know about are also fulfilled, Croaker told him. Scrimgeour looked distinctly dissatisfied with that response. What do you mean the other two you know about? All prophecies made within our borders are recorded in the Hall of Prophecies. 3 were marked to involve Potter. All 3 are now fulfilled, Croaker told the man. Scrimgeour looked to decide he didn't want to know if there were more when he picked up the globe and threw it against the wall. As it was fulfilled, nothing came of it except the mist dissipating. I want them all destroyed. Potter abandoned us. I want to celebrate the true heroes. But Potter is the one who saved us. His parents sacrificed themselves for him, and he defeated the Dark Lord in 1981. Minerva protested. Potter isn't here, and I am not about to talk to the MACUSA or tell the public that the heroes we are already touting aren't as heroic as we are making this. From this point on, any prophecies involving Potter are state secrets. No more Boy Who Lived. He has withdrawn the Potter and Black seats. There are no more Potters in Britain, and it will stay that way. All ministry-backed missions to find him and his chit have been called back, Scrimgeour told them. Now, as you all know, Dumbledore died the same day as Voldemort. His part in this victory is going to be celebrated. He will be laid out in a state funeral starting this weekend. Each of you will be giving a speech to acknowledge his accomplishments. From what I understand, you need this to bring your enrollment back up, headmistress, Scrimgeour said with a finality that threatened dreadful things for anyone that went against him. Minerva pursed her lips. Phileas said it for them all. Minister, Albus Dumbledore did many great things in his life, but in the last few years, he was very neglectful of his charges at Hogwarts, and is probably the reason we have been losing students this year, and lost the ones we did over the summer. I don't care. I don't care that he is being accused by the goblins of stealing from people. The ministry is going to silently repay any misappropriated funds to hush the goblins. We need heroes to prop up this victory and to assure the public. I don't care if you need to get pissed to give a speech, but you will, Scrimgeour ordered. And if we don't, Croaker inquired. Then I will find a way to get you fired and make sure you are banished from the country. We are still in a state of war until we can prove that all the Death Eaters are caught and tried. If we fail at this, I think we will all pay the price when the public finally stops being sheep, Scrimgeour stated. Moody snorted. I'm already retired and will do so again. I'll say a few pretty words about Albus because he did do many great things, but I won't tout he was any martyr in eliminating Riddle. It is what he should have done years ago, he told the minister. Scrimgeour's eyes narrowed as he regarded him until he nodded. Acceptable, and the rest of you. After everyone agreed, they were dismissed. As he left, Minerva stopped him just outside the outer office. Alistair. Aye, lass. She gave a small smile. I've not been a lass for many decades, he chuckled. I still remember you when you were a looker. Her brow rose. And I'm not now, she questioned drolly. He gave her a gnarled grin. A mite sight better than I am. Not much of a compliment, but at my age I'll take it, she dryly retorted. I know you found Potter. Do you think he might come back now that you know who is gone? He shook his head. I don't think so, lass. His lass and him had that look to them. They fought like devils to stay free. In a few more years, they will even give me a true challenge when I don't hold back. No, they have run and want something we can't give them, Moody told her. She sighed. I was afraid of that. I failed him more than I like to admit. I think we all did, he agreed. After a moment of silence, he asked, Anything else, Minnie? Yes, the auror we had teaching defense against the dark arts died in the last battle. You wouldn't be interested in taking over the class or know of anyone that is? She questioned. He scratched his chin. He had wanted a quiet life when he retired a few years back. Since then, it had been anything but, and he found he hadn't cared much for the year he had been fully retired. I won't go easy on the snot-nosed brats. She gave a wry smile. I think we have coddled them enough in the last decade or more. My only rule is no transfiguration for punishment. He grinned. I heard about my imposter doing that. Don't worry, there are much more creative ways of bringing a troubled recruit into line. Her brows scrunched. Alistair, we do not use any martial punishments. He grinned, which was a horrible sight. I have ways without hurting any of them. I have a week or so to finish up here, then I'll report. Alistair, I mean it, she said as he walked away. Alistair, nothing that will cause parents to get angry. Alistair, Alastor. Merlin, he enjoyed riling her. Life's simple pleasures. December 23, 1996, San Diego, California, MACUSA. Daphne. Astoria excitedly exclaimed to see her sister just outside the transportation hub. She didn't care about propriety to see her sister after what had happened in the last 5 months. Tora, you don't have to her sister ended, taking a few stumbling steps back as she bowled into her sister. Astoria hugged her hard. You complete prat running like that, she scolded. Daphne laughed, hugging her back. I'm sorry, I had to. She felt tears biting at her eyes. Stepping back, she looked at her sister. She had cut her hair so that it was shoulder length now. It had lightened some to be more of a cornhusk blonde than a golden blonde. She was surprised to see that her normally pale sister was actually tanned. You look good, she told Daphne. Daphne grinned. Thanks. Harry likes to make sure we get out and the beaches are wonderful here. We don't even need to worry about snow. Beauxbatons isn't as bad as Scotland, but it's still in the mountains, she said. Hello, Mrs. Potter, Susan said from behind them. Susie, I'm so glad to see you, Daphne exclaimed, letting her hands go to rush off to their cousin. Next to her, the messy black hair of Potter was looking just as unruly as normal as he stood tall to shake their father's hand. Lord Greengrass, it's a pleasure to finally meet you, he said. Wanting to hear what Susan and Daphne were saying, as well as Potter with her parents, she was torn for a moment before drifting towards her father. It's not Lord Greengrass anymore, Mr. Potter. Please call me Grover or father, he said. The two of them were grasping each other's hands in death grips. Neither were giving an inch. Yes, sir, please call me Harry. I hope the old black properties in France are what you needed, Potter queried. They have been proving more than adequate. I expect we will turn a profit for the winter quarter. The gnomes gave you my last proposal, her father asked. Yes, Daphne and I looked it over and talked with our account manager. I'm sure we can provide the funding for the expansion, Potter replied. They didn't break the handshake until her mother cleared her throat. I'm sorry. We can talk business later. Let me introduce my wife. This is Tabitha Greengrass. Tabitha, Mr. Harry Potter, her father said rather formally. Her mother stepped up to Potter, eyeing him up and down. Harry stood tall, meeting her gaze. She had to hand it to him that he didn't balk under either of her parents. After a moment, she extended her hand. Potter took it, leaned over, and kissed the back of it. Her mother gave a small smile. I always knew that Potters were as cultured as they were brave. I see you do your family proud. Potter gave a sad smile. I can only assume I do by what others tell me. Personally, I know very little about my family. Yes, Daphne has mentioned that in her letters. I hope that we can find a way to remedy this. The Potters had a long, illustrious reputation, her mother said. I look forward to it. Astoria stepped forward, hopping to have her moment. Her father saw her motion. And this is my younger daughter, Astoria. Let me introduce you to your brother-in-law, her father said. Harry nodded to her. Daphne has said a lot about you. She rose an eyebrow. And what exactly has she said? She asked, extending her hand to him, still unsure if she wanted to punch him for stealing her sister or hug him for rescuing her. He took her hand and kissed the back of it. All good things, I assure you, he said with a silly little smirk. Her eyes narrowed. Like, she pressed, still on the fence. Harry cast a quick glance to her parents, who were looking at them curiously. Are you sure you would like me to repeat such things in public? Her face turned bright red, probably because Daphne had told him all about the young German man that had started to court her. There were things in those letters that only her and Susan were supposed to know. She balled her fist, ready to punch him when he laughed. She wished she was old enough to use magic without getting into trouble. Daphne has just told me about how annoying her little sister is and that she has missed you. Astoria was hip-bumped. She turned an accusatory eye to see Daphne grinning at her. What? Do you think I would tell him about Herr Gustav Bergenheim, though Susan says he is rather nice-looking? Astoria's eyes started to burn holes through her sister. Who is Herr Bergenheim? Not the heir to the Bergenheim of Stuttgart and the Aroff Library? Her father asked, sounding rather intrigued. Susan looked to be stifling a giggle as she swore eternal vengeance on her sister, who looked to be enjoying herself. Mother, I'm so happy to see you, Daphne said, gliding past her to hug their mother. You look wonderful. I can't wait to meet my next sibling. Susan stepped up next to her. I think this round goes to Daphne, she whispered. Potter looked ready to laugh. She glared at him too. I'll get her back, she swore. Well, you have the next week to do so, Harry said. She hated that glint in his eye already and the fact he had corrupted her sister. Though a small part of her noticed how happy and free Daphne was and knew this young man was responsible, she would kill yet. If you want, we have a taxi reserved for us for the day. We can take you to your hotel, then out for dinner or to our flat, Harry offered after Daphne hugged their father. Susan leaned in close to her. Merlin, Potter's gotten fit. How do I find one like that? Susan was right. He wasn't the tallest boy, but he had filled out and the tan he had looked nice on him. Not to mention the way his muscles moved under the Muggle-style shirt with a collar, and the way it stretched out the sleeves when he moved to put an arm around Daphne. Astoria huffed. Susan was just as fit-looking as Daphne and Harry, with a bigger bust than her sister. She hadn't given up on her training after the Dark Lord had fallen and was even more determined to be an Auror now than a few months ago. The workout and training were doing her well, and Astoria knew she was getting as many looks as Gabrielle, who was slightly taller than Susan with a slightly narrower waist and same bust size. She felt a little of the odd duckling in their friend group, not realizing she was just as stunning and more evenly proportioned than the other two girls. "You can have just about anyone you want. Just leave Gustave alone," she warned. Susan grinned. "I've looked at most of our classmates. None of them can keep up with me. If Daph didn't have Potter, I might see if he could." Astoria grinned. "Are you sure you want to go against Daph like that? I understand they had to get out of some interesting situations to get here, not to mention she's been trained by Potter." Susan eyed the couple as they led them to a yellow taxicab. "We are sure he doesn't have any cousins." "Not that I know of," she replied. "Pity," Susan disappointedly groused. "Are you two coming?" Daphne inquired as her father levitated their luggage into the boot. The taxi was like the old ministry cars that her father had told them about. The seats expanded to give them all enough room to sit comfortably. The driver went through the other autos with ease. She didn't fully understand Muggle ways or traffic, so didn't understand that getting across town to the beach in less than 5 minutes was a magical miracle. All the while Daphne and Potter talked with her parents and Susan. For once, she sat back, trying to figure out how to get back at her sister because she knew her parents would be hounding her about Gustave as soon as they could. At 15, she was perfectly allowed to consider young men for courtship, and her mother had unequivocally told her, and Susan they could choose who they wanted. And it wasn't like snogging was any declaration that she would get engaged or betrothed. Though, that session before they had left, she had let his hands wander more than she probably should have. She had to push that out of her mind, or she may start to feel the tingling again that would get her all excited. When the taxi stopped, she was surprised to be in front of a large building. The ocean was across the road while she looked up at a 10-story tall glass and stone building that was unlike anything she had seen before. "You will need to be careful. No magic around here, but once we get to the top floor, you are free to do what you want." A first-gen couple started this place, and it's where most wizards stay when they visit, Harry told them before they got out of the car. 10 minutes later, she was led into a large suite that was almost more elegant and posher than Beauxbaton's. Her father took one look at the room and said, "Harry, I think this is a little extravagant for you to pay for all this." Potter shrugged. "I have the money, and Daphne wanted to spend Christmas with her family. Our flat is too small, so we rented this place for the week. Daphne and I have taken one of the smaller rooms and left the master suite for you and Tabitha," he said. "Astoria, you and Susan will have to share a room. Hope you don't mind." Susan leaned over as her sister and her husband led her parents on a tour of the suite. "Merlin, I need a man like him." Astoria just nodded. She was sure this wasn't cheap. However Daphne had gotten this lucky, she hoped she had the same luck. After putting her stuff into the room she was sharing with Susan, Daphne came into the room. She hugged Susan again and then her. "I'm glad you could come. I have missed you," she told them, taking her and Susan's hands into one of her own. "We've missed you, but bloody hell, Daph, what did you sacrifice to Morgana to get Potter?" Susan asked. Daphne beamed at them. "I was his friend when he really needed one." Susan's brow rose. "It had to be more than that." Daphne grinned. "Well, I asked him to help me pass my owls and Dada, then we became friends." She eyed her. "And the fact Father was going to sell you had nothing to do with this." Daphne's expression darkened a little. "It had everything to do with why I left, but nothing to do with why I love Harry. And please call him Harry, he prefers that." "Sure, Daph," Susan said. "So, how dressed up do we need to get for dinner?" Daphne smiled broadly. "That's why I'm here, but you won't be wearing any witches' robes or dresses." "What do you mean?" Astoria asked a little dubiously. Daphne pulled them out of the room and towards the one she was sharing with Harry. "We are going to a very exclusive no-maj restaurant. You need proper dresses tonight, and I have ones you both should look wonderful in." "We can't go no-maj. What does that even mean?" she questioned. "The MACUSA doesn't use the term muggle. They say no-maj or normals." "You should do that too. Many get offended by that term if they know what it is. Now are you wearing bras or corsets?" Daphne questioned, Her eyes widened. "Daph, you can't just ask that," she said, her cheeks taking on a little color as she was dragged into the room. "Oh, stop being such a prude," Susan said with a giggle. "I hate corsets, but that is most of the fashion in France." "I thought so. I have a few strapless bras you will want to try for the night or go without." "The dresses I have won't work well otherwise," she told them. After the door closed, Daphne flicked her wand out of a holster on her arm that had been disillusioned. She flicked it again and 3 dresses floated up from the bed. Her mouth gaped open. "You can't do underage magic," she hissed. Daphne grinned. "Laws are different in the MACUSA, and I'm a married woman. I am emancipated by my husband. Now, which one do you like? Or I have a few others I haven't taken out of their bags yet." She shook her head before looking at the dresses. Susan had already stepped forward, her eyes wide to look at a marvelous dark blue dress that would go well with her hair. It would also highlight her waist and bust in a way that already had Astoria blushing again. Daphne smirked. "You can keep them too." "Merlin, Daph, this is gorgeous," Susan breathlessly stated. Her eyes had fallen on a light blue number that had her fantasizing about Gustave and the way he would look at her in it. Daphne gently nudged her. "I have a selection of underthings that will go much better than what you are probably wearing now, and I'll help you get into it." "This is what muggles wear?" she asked in a whisper, stepping up to the dress. "No, Madge Torrey, wait until you see the swimming costumes. I swear Harry's eyes were going to drop out of his head the first time I wore one," she said, a small amount of color coming to her sister's cheeks. Susan giggled. "I feel there is a rather lurid story behind that." Daphne playfully hit Susan's arm. "What Harry and I do behind closed doors is our business." "You can't just leave it like that," Susan whinged. Daphne flushed more. "We didn't even make it to the beach that first day, which was probably good because I was already bright red from embarrassment." Astoria turned to look at Daphne. "And why would you be so embarrassed, and why didn't you make it to the beach?" Susan rolled her eyes. "Because she was shagged senseless, can't you tell?" "Susie!" Daphne exclaimed, but by the look on her face Astoria knew that Susan was right. She had to hear about this when they walked out of the room almost 2 hours later. She stifled a giggle to see her father's eyes about to bulge out of his head, to see the 3 of them dressed better than Astoria could ever remember being. Her mother gave an approving nod after a moment of shock. Harry looked at Daphne like he wanted to take her back to their room and undress her right then. Daphne had a confident smirk on her face as she sauntered over to him. Susan looked ready to coo at the way they obviously loved each other. She had to admit, Harry looked absolutely scrumptious in the muggle suit he was wearing. Even father looked rather nice in his, while mother was radiant in the yellow dress that tactfully wrapped around her growing bump. The taxi was waiting for them when they got to the curb. She was blushing because of the stares they had gotten from a group of boys when they walked through the lobby. Susan looked a little smug, turning back to look at them as the taxi pulled away. "They were cute," Susan commented. "They were," she conceded. "Just be careful," her mother told them. "I will, Aunt Tabitha," Susan replied. The restaurant was genuinely nice. The maitre d' pulled out their chairs and made sure they were seated before the server came over. They were being given their drinks when her father asked, "I know you are enrolled in a local school. Is it as nice as Hogwarts or Beauxbatons?" He was actually asking if it was as prestigious. Daphne put down the pop she was drinking. "It's one of the best in the country." Reginald Pacific Academy is ranked number 5. "Why wouldn't you go to the first-ranked school? Your owls were top marks," he questioned. Harry and I looked at them. "We were accepted to all 7 of the top schools in the MACUSA, but found RPA to be the best for what we wanted," she replied. "And what do you want?" her mother questioned. "Well, I want to be a healer, and RPA is the only one of the major schools to offer a track that also focuses on the First Nation shamanism," she said. Her father scrunched his brow. "That is hedge magic. Why would you want to know anything like that?" Daphne looked a little fierce as she replied, "Because that hedge magic saved my husband." Her mother put a comforting hand on her father's arm. "Grover, perhaps we should gather more information about this before jumping to conclusions." "Daphne, what do you mean it saved Harry?" "That is not something we will talk about here, but no, without it, we would not be here to talk about it," Daphne snapped. This was obviously a sensitive topic. Harry took her hand. She noticed that Daphne squeezed it tight. "And what are you studying, Harry?" Susan asked, obviously seeing the tense situation and trying to get around it. Harry gave her a thankful smile. "Not fully sure yet, but I've been able to get into an ancient magics class, and the history they teach here is really fascinating." Did you know that the goblins actually won the last 4 rebellions in Europe, and that is why they are the only wizarding bank in half of Europe, and why the gnomes were pushed out of those countries? Her father looked a little scandalized. The goblins have never won a rebellion against wizards. Harry gave her father a level look. You will excuse me, Grover, but I find the MACUSA's history to be more faithful to the truth than the propaganda the Ministry and Hogwarts peddled through Professor Binns. Astoria was starting to understand that Daphne and Harry had grown up more than she ever thought she might, and had no issues challenging her parents, which was still a scary prospect for her. As the week wore on, she found a grudging respect for her new brother, and was happy that it was Daphne with this intense young man and not her. Meanwhile, Susan was getting more doe-eyed at him than her sister. March 19, 1997, Copenhagen, Denmark. The large and rather opulent room had a large table that sat nearly 15 people on a side. She sat towards the end of a row of 2 other wizards and 6 gnomes. Across from them were a mix of witches and wizards from the ICW Council, the head mugwump, the Honorable Ito Hirahara of Japan, and 3 negotiators. For almost 2 hours, the 14 people on the other side of the table had been arguing amongst themselves about the events of September 15th last year. Her mentor and supervisor, Meadowcroft, had instructed her on how to sit still and look disinterested in the happening while taking everything in to use against the other for a more advantageous outcome for their client and the bank. In many ways, the gnomes were much trickier and dangerous to their enemies than the goblins. She could see that the bank and the gnomish nation was going to wring out some concessions they had wanted for a while over all this. It probably didn't help that one of the wizards on their side were representatives of the MACUSA and Mexico, who was now thinking of allying with the MACUSA or becoming a member state. This was going to be a large blow to the ICW, who had been trying to court American countries to join them for decades now. Between the MACUSA and the Congress of the Americas, most of the New World countries were firmly out of the ICW control. Many of the island nations in the Caribbean, Central American countries, and Argentina that were still independent. We can't give in to these demands, a translator was saying to the gathered crowd for the Holy Roman Empire. It was the previous head mugwump that authorized this. Britain and Dumbledore should be paying and talking to the gnomes, the Greek witch suggested for the 6th time. Fleur knew. She had counted. Okrock cleared his throat. The main negotiator for her party was an older gnome with gray hair, a serious disposition, and sharp gray eyes. The other side of the table turned to him. I understand that you have been in committee over this for months now. Our patience is growing thin. We require the 463,000 galleons, or equivalent, that was spent on repairing the airship Orchard Blossom, 116,000 for the replacement of 8 automatons, and the repairs of 6 others, 28,000 for medical bills, and lost time of 15 employees, 53,800 for the endangerment of passengers and asylum seekers under gnomish neutrality, and the renegotiations of the banking treaties of 1737. 1856 and 1892 for violations of said treaties, the recognition of the gnomish nation of Zeldhedge with an ICW seat, and the return of gnomish lands illegally seized by the Holy Roman Empire, Greece, and Austria. We will negotiate with the countries of Britain and France separately. As the original declaration had caused a stir, so did this one. It took a few minutes for the head mugwump to calm things down. Representative Okrock, you are asking for too much for a simple misunderstanding of an illegal action authorized by a man that is no longer with us, Hirahara said. This is not the only grievance the gnomish nation and banks have with the International Conference of Wizards. This is only the latest. I have the grievances of the last 27 years before me, Okrock stated, indicating the piles of folders before him. You cannot hold us accountable for all those issues, a woman from Bulgaria exclaimed. Since the ICW has not acknowledged any of these issues, and they were formally submitted per treaty and are outstanding until resolved, I don't see the issue in holding the ICW accountable, Okrock answered calmly. Meadowcroft made a motion. Fleur stuffed down her nervousness. She didn't feel prepared for this, but knew it had to be done. Excuse me, Representative Okrock, but my clients still have outstanding debts and failed trade due to the ICW not processing the paperwork submitted to them in Britain. I know I am not the only account manager with this issue as well. Send the requests through the International Department of Cooperation, the unpleasant man from the Holy Roman Empire told her. Head Mugwump Hurahara gave a look that told the man to be quiet. I am unaware of other issues. What debts and failed trade are you speaking of? I have been asked to represent 43 account managers across 18 branches, with the support of my supervisor, Senior Account Manager Meadowcroft, to resolve more than 53,000 accounts or submissions that total more than 149 million galleons, she stated. The explosion from the other side of the table had her fighting to not shy away. The MACUSA representative quieted them all with a cannon sound from his wand. The MACUSA is joining the gnomish banks in this complaint. We have debts and failed business ventures that go back more than 20 years that we have submitted. To date, I am told that this impacts more than 100 million dracuts and could impact all trade with the MACUSA if not resolved in these negotiations. President Carno has authorized me to impose a 30% tariff on all imports or to cancel all treaties and enter into new negotiations. Before the ICW could start to shout again, the Mexican representative spoke up. The Prime Minister of my country has done the same. We are looking to collect more than 38 million doubloons worth of restitutions and are willing to cancel all out treaties and offer the MCUSA and the Congress of the Americas better deals than the ICW is currently obtaining. Doing a quick sum in her head, she was thinking the sums were almost twice the value of the entire economy of Europe in a year. The ICW knew that too. The restructuring of the ICW departments under Dumbledore and the way the member countries used it to favor themselves was coming to roost. For more than 20 years now, the ICW governments had been skimming off 5 to 10% of the trade or not honoring international debts. She made a few notes, unsure if she would be able to get Harry and Daphne the money they were owed. It was a paltry 93,000 galleons compared to the hundreds of millions owed, but it was still a sizable amount for her clients. Head Mugwump banished the uncooperative representatives, leaving himself and 2 others from the ICW in the room. When things had settled, an overly concerned-looking Hurahara looked to Representative O'Crock. What is it you really want? We have given you what we want, O'Crock said. The ICW and its member countries would never agree to all this, and it would bankrupt most of us, he said. That is of little concern to us. These are the concessions the banks and Zeldhedge are willing to offer, O'Crock replied. Concessions? The junior negotiator asked. Concessions. Should the gnomish nation wish to push, our treaties would allow us to seize all government and personal accounts that live in the affected nations, as well as close all lending, money transfers, and stop all shipping on our airships. We would also cut our special ties with the ICW countries. We have been in talks with other countries, and though Zeldhedge would not like to consider this, we could easily move all our headquarters out of Europe. Should I go on? O'Crock questioned. That is not necessary. What can we do to settle these differences? The gnomes have been honored members of our communities since well before the ICW was established. Should you make good your threats, I see the ICW and its 97 member states suffering greatly and could pose a significant threat to the statute of secrecy, which is the main remit of the Council and the ICW, Hurahara said. I agree, but our grievances have been ignored for the last 28 years. How can we trust that you will start to honor the treaties now? O'Crock pressed. Hurahara sighed. Can I ask for more time? Zeldhedge is willing to give you 1 month. Should there not be a viable plan in that time, then we start enacting clauses in treaties. We have not so far because profits were still being made, but in the last 2 years, those profits have significantly dropped, and we have clients anxious to reclaim profits and lending that they should not have to ask for. Not to mention the damage to one of our airships, which is internationally recognized as neutral ground, no matter where they call, O'Crock stated. The MACUSA will agree to the 1-month limit. If no agreement is reached, our borders will be closed to any ICW citizen unless they are seeking asylum, the MACUSA representative stated. I will go back to the Prime Minister. I was told not to wait, the Mexican representative said. Hurahara nodded. I will call you back in 1 week so that we may have time to resolve this. As Fleur was getting up, she overheard the Mexican representative asking for the MACUSA to meet with them tomorrow. She was sure he was being a little loud so that Hurahara heard them. Mexico would not be joining the ICW. August 5, 1997, Melbourne, Australia. Harry's foot was bouncing as the car pulled up to the house. Daphne put a hand on his leg to still it. Why are you so nervous? I haven't seen her in over a year, and the last time it wasn't on the best of terms, he told her. He still felt a little bit of the sting from the way he felt she had betrayed him, but he also understood some about following what an adult and professor told you to do. If he hadn't needed anyone, so desperately that summer after watching Cedric die and seeing Riddle come back from the grave, he might have forgiven her. The issue was, he had needed someone, and she wasn't there. They had been sharing letters and calls in the last year, but he was still unsure how he felt towards one of his first friends. I still don't know if I can trust her, he said. I know it was the ministry last summer, but it still hurt. She gave him a knowing look. You don't have to trust her, but I know you miss her. Hermione and you went through adventures that would bind anyone. Just be friends again. He let out a long sigh. And if this doesn't work out, we're here on vacation for the next week anyways. And Astoria says you always look on the dark side of things, she teased. Pratt, he said back half-heartedly. The door of the house opened. A young woman with curly hair in a flower-patterned sundress stepped onto the front step. Daphne had to admit that Granger had filled out a little more and was thankful that she had been able to capture Harry's heart, because otherwise Granger would have a chance on looks alone. He squeezed her hand before opening the door. He got out and helped her out. Do you want me to wait? The driver asked. We'll call another taxi if we need. Here's a tip. Thanks, Harry said, reaching into his pocket and handing the man a $20 note. Thanks, mate, the man said before pulling away. She stood next to her husband as he looked to Hermione. He had to admit she looked really nice. Not the same as Daphne, but definitely a girl he would have been interested in. Taking his wife's hand, he led them up the walkway. He had to admit that Hermione looked as nervous as he felt. She gave him a small smile when he stopped about 5 feet away. Hey, he said. Hey, she replied. You look good. So do you, he said back. They stood there for a moment. He pulled Daphne to be just before him. I'm not sure if you really met before, but this is my wife, Daphne. Hermione looked at Daphne. There was an emotion that flitted across her face he wasn't sure about for a brief second before she struck out her hand. It's good to meet you, Daphne. We had a few classes together, but I didn't really get to know you. Daphne took Hermione's hand. Well, it wasn't really healthy for either of us to spend time with each other with the houses we were in. Hermione frowned. Then why risk it with Harry? Daphne shrugged. I needed to pass Dada and Harry was the best option. His friend nodded. I see. Would you like to come in? Can I get you anything? Something cold to drink would be nice, he said. It was the Australian winter, but it was still a warm day. She welcomed them in and showed them where to put their shoes. When he turned back to her, she was looking at him. You all right, Hermione? She bit her lip. Can I hug you? He felt a little shocked at her request. She had never held back before. After a moment, he lifted his arms and she moved in, wrapping her arms around him. I'm so sorry, she said. It sounded like she was holding back tears. Hearing the sincerity in her voice, he hugged her back. I am too, he said. I never wanted to ignore you that summer. I was so upset with my parents when they left last summer before I knew how you were, she whispered into his ear. I'm all right now, he assured her. Her hug wasn't as hard as they used to be. It was softer, more emotional. It was like she wasn't sure if he would bolt or not. When she pulled away, she wiped at tears on her cheeks. Right, something cold. Are you too hungry? Lunch would be good. The breakfast on the plane wasn't that satisfying, Daphne told her. It was awful on our flight here, Hermione replied. Harry, a sandwich or something would be great, he told her. Hermione busied herself in the kitchen as they sat at a day counter. Where are you parents? He asked. Working. They will be home for dinner if you want to stay that long, she offered. We don't really have any plans for the next week. School starts in 2 weeks and we completed all our work, he said. She stopped to look at him before looking to Daphne. You got him to do all his summer work before you go back, Daphne chuckled. Don't look at me. He had most of it done the first week of summer halls. I remember someone saying they would reward me if I did, he shot back. Daphne had a prim smirk. You still did it without any prodding or reminders. Hermione was just staring at them. What have you done with Harry Potter? He winked at her. I think he grew up. I think he realized there was more to life than Quidditch, Daphne mocked. He feigned being offended. Why, I never, Hermione laughed. Now I know you did something to him. What happened to catch the snitch or die trying? That was Wood. I never said that, Harry retorted. It was you that was worried about being expelled over being killed. Hermione stuck her chin up. I was only 12. Grades were everything to me. Daphne shook her head. Things are making so much more sense now. And what things are those, Princess? Harry asked with a cheeky grin. Hermione looked a little put out at his wife. Why Granger was always at the top of class and why you did such reckless stunts in Quidditch, Daphne replied. I was not reckless, Harry said indignantly. You're a bloody menace. How many times did you almost die playing Quidditch? Hermione angrily put to him. It was only Dobby and the Dementors that ever led to hospital stays, he shot back. Only Dobby and the Dementors, Hermione angrily said back with narrowed eyes. And that wasn't bad enough, and what about Quirrell first year? Well, they weren't my fault, and I got back on my broom with Quirrell. Besides, it was you that set him on fire, he pointed out. Daphne looked to her. Harry never mentioned that. Harry looked a little sheepish while Hermione reddened. Well, I wasn't trying to leave that out. I thought it was Snape and actually set his robes on fire first, Hermione defensively said. Daphne laughed. Merlin, I missed a lot. Well, we had our own adventure, Harry said. Hermione rose an eye at them. I know what you wrote me, but did you really fight an entire hit wizard team? Yeah, that was in Mexico, Harry told her. Hermione looked at them. Harry had told her much, but not everything about their flight from Britain. What else happened? You didn't tell me much, she questioned. Harry frowned. Is it that important? Daphne and I escaped. We were able to make it to the MACUSA, and now we are safe and happy. Hermione bit her lip again before giving him a small smile. All right, I'm really glad that you made it there safely and didn't get involved in the war, she told him. Harry's eyes looked a little haunted. She knew hers did as well. Daphne took his hand. They had all lost people they knew. Percy and Charlie Weasley were the ones he had been closest to, but not that close. Daphne had lost a few people that had worked on their old lands and her friend Tracy, who had been found while her family was on the run. I am too, he told her. He cleared his throat. Do you have a loo? Just down the hall, second door on the right, Hermione told him. Cheers, he replied. He had to splash water on his face. For some reason, this was harder and easier than he had thought it would be. His old friend was still there. He still cared for her, but he had now had adventures without her or Ron and found he didn't need them like he used to. As long as Daphne was with him, he knew he could make it through anything. When he went back towards the kitchen, he stopped for a moment to listen to the girls. Thank you, Hermione said. For what, Granger? Daphne asked. He was wondering why she sounded a little cold. For being there for him. I knew he was hurting after Cedric and the graveyard, Hermione said. Yes, he still is at times. He was left all alone, Daphne replied. Someone sniffed. I didn't abandon him. You might as well have, Daphne said in a frigid tone he hadn't heard in well over a year. Do you have any clue what your friend has really been through in his life? I think I lived most of it with him before you came into the picture, Hermione stated. He heard the bitterness in her voice. They may call you the brightest witch, but you really are dense. You have no clue who he really is, do you? I know him better than you. What? Did you climb into his bed and then get him to go along with running? There was a smack that had Harry running. He skidded to a halt at the door of the kitchen. Don't ever call me a whore. I was there when Harry had no one. I was only able to pick up the pieces because he somehow fell in love with me. He still hasn't told me everything, but I swear if I ever meet his relatives, I will kill them, Daphne said. Hermione was holding a hand to her face, looking shocked. But Harry, he had to stay there because of the wards. You don't know anything, Granger. He lived in a cupboard from the day Dumbledore dropped him off on their step in the middle of the night. His uncle broke his arms 3 times, his leg once, and beat him a few times. The summer you all listened to the great Dumbledore, he was beat a 6 times for waking his uncle from nightmares. You have no clue who he is. After that, he is still the kindest, most loyal man I have met, and you, his godfather and Weasley, threw that away. You hurt him more than anyone. He only started to trust Sirius again after he told Harry about his will that Christmas, Daphne told her. He stood there, his mouth gaping. Hermione was crying. I never meant to hurt him. The 2 girls stared each other down for a moment. I love him. I never wanted to hurt him. Everything I did was to help him and keep him alive. Daphne's anger deflated a little. I know, that's why I encouraged him to come. Daphne sighed. I think he loved you, Hermione. You nearly destroyed him. Hermione closed her eyes and sank to the floor. In barely a whisper, she said, I love him too. Harry cleared his throat. Daphne looked up. By the look on her face, she must have realized he heard more than she meant him to. Everything all right? Yeah, fine, Daphne said. He gave her a look and her dark blue eyes tried to tell him she wasn't sorry but knew he needed to talk with her. I think I need to get a little air. As she passed by, he reached out for her hand. Her light touch told him she was not all right before she walked past him. He didn't move until the front door closed behind him. Hermione had her face in her hands. He wasn't sure what to do. Harry hadn't ever really understood why Hermione cutting him out that summer hurt more than the others. Listening to Daphne, she must have seen something he never had. After a few, he walked over to kneel by Hermione. She was crumpled in on herself. After a long moment, he asked, "Do you want me to go?" She sniffed a few times before shaking her head. "I didn't know," he sighed. "I didn't want you to know." Looking up, she looked more hurt than he had ever seen her. Even that day they had saved her from the troll. "But you will tell her." He didn't miss the bitterness in her tone. He let out a long breath. It took him a moment to collect his thoughts. Daphne was the first one to ever see how unwell I was. No one ever really asked what my home life was like. You and Ron never really understood how lost I was in the magical world. Everyone assumed I knew everything. The first day we met, you mentioned how you read all about me in some jacked up, fucking tripe about the boy who lived. Daphne laughed at me the first time I mentioned how much I hated it all and told me that anyone could see how much I hated my famed title and even how sad I got on Halloween, he told her. He wasn't trying to hurt her, but as much as she understood and had helped him, she never really got who he was. The pain in her face to realize she had been that way was heartbreaking to him. Hermione, you and Ron were my first friends and really my only friends I've ever had. I would like that again, but I understand if you don't. He took a paper out of his pocket. If you want to talk or even start over again, we'll be staying here for the next week. I'll meet you alone if you want. I need to go see to Daphne, he told her. He wanted to comfort her, but Daphne was now the most important person in his life. Hermione closed her eyes. He got up and started to walk away when she softly said, "You're wrong." He stopped and turned back to her. "About? I had my suspicions about your relatives. I told McGonagall. She said everything was fine. I mentioned it to my parents that first summer back. They called the authorities and then nothing. I thought I had just imagined it. Ron and I always tried to cheer you up on Halloween because I knew what it meant to you. I saw who you are, Harry. You just always shied away from us any time we mentioned anything like that, so I didn't," Hermione told him. Harry closed his eyes for a moment, a pang running through him. They had all been so young. It wasn't until he was 15 that he had finally found someone that wasn't taken from him. How could he hold that against her, especially when she had tried? "I'm sorry then. Until Daphne caught me in a breakdown, no one had ever tried to help me, or they had disappeared, like my second-year teacher." He stood there awkwardly. After a moment, he walked back. Knelt and put a hand on her shoulder. She scrambled to hug him. He held her as she cried for a bit. When she stopped, he gave her a tighter squeeze before she pulled away and sat back. His throat felt a little sore, even though he hadn't cried. He said. She was wiping at her eyes. "You should go to your wife. I think Daphne has been good for you." He rubbed the back of his neck. Sure." He uncertainly got up. "Listen, I understand if you don't want to, but I think I would still like to be friends." When she looked up, she looked a little more hopeful. "I think I'd like that too. So, I think I should leave now, but maybe lunch or dinner tomorrow." Hermione nodded in acceptance. When he stepped outside, Daphne was standing in the shade of a tree looking down the hill onto Melbourne. He came up behind her and wrapped his arms around her. "I'm sorry, I couldn't keep it in." He squeezed her. "I never want you to be anyone but who you are. We had a little bit of a talk. I want to see her again tomorrow and have some stuff to tell you," he said into her ear. She moved her head to get away from his breath. "You know that tickles," she scolded him. He kissed the side of her head. "I know." Daphne leaned into him. "Do you still love her?" He was quiet for a long moment. "I did. And now? I want to be friends again," she knew. "She tried to tell people, but we were only 12 at the time," he reminded her. Daphne sighed. "I can never forgive what those people did to you and what Dumbledore did." "I know," he said, understanding better than he thought she did the depths of his hatred for them. Her stomach rumbled. "Let's call a taxi and get some food." "Take me back to the hotel. I just want to be close to you. We can order some take-in," she told him. "Sure, princess," he said, pulling her towards the road. The magical taxi they had found would come to them like the night bus. "April 11, 1998, Marseille, France, it is so good to see you," the older woman exclaimed in French, hugging Harry as they entered the house. Harry happily hugged Apolline back before she pulled back, took his face in her hands and kissed both his cheeks. "You are looking wonderful." He gave the older woman a broad smile. "Thank you, things have been better." I can see. Oh, and your beautiful wife. Mrs. Potter, let me get a look at you, Apolline cheerfully said, taking Daphne at arm length to look her up and down, before pulling her into a hug and then kissing her cheeks like she had Harry. Jean-Paul moved in to shake his hand. It is wonderful to see you again, Harry. You as well, Jean-Paul. Thank you for letting Daphne and I stay here while we are in Marseille, he said to the older gentleman. Harry felt like he owed the Delacours for all they had done for Daphne and him. Even if it was a few days, they had given them support and shelter when they needed it most and had since then done nothing but support them. You and your bride are family. Our house is always open to you. And look at Daphne here. I think you have grown even more beautiful since I last saw you, Jean-Paul said, taking her hand to kiss it. Thank you, Jean-Paul. Harry keeps us busy, so I don't have much time to just lounge around, Daphne replied. Daphne had been beautiful the first day he had met her, and even more so now that she was fit and wearing a dress that really highlighted her curves in a tasteful, yet enticing way. Jean-Paul laughed. Yes, Fleur and Gabrielle mentioned how much Harry hates to sit, but if you would, you're being waited on in the parlor. Is Fleur here? I thought we wouldn't see her for a few days, Daphne said excitedly, hurrying into the parlor when Apolline indicated where to go. Harry shook his head at her excited squeal. She did the same thing when we met her brother last year, he said. Does this mean that you will want your own soon? Apolline inquired. He shook his head to follow his wife. We would both like to graduate and figure out our next steps. Daphne is hopping for a mastery after we graduate next year. A few years, I hope. Jean-Paul gave him an understanding look as Apolline looked a little skeptical. In the parlor, Fleur was standing next to Daphne, who was already holding the barely month-old little girl. Her hair was already a silvery blonde, and he had no doubt she would be as stunning as the rest of the family. Daphne was cooing at the girl. A rather tall, willowy man was standing just behind Fleur. Fleur had met Wendell Bergen while working on Harry's accounts. They all knew they were seeing each other. What had been the surprise was when Fleur had come home in the middle of September last year, announcing that she had eloped and was pregnant. From what Harry could tell, Jean-Paul and Apolline liked him, and Fleur only had good things to say. On seeing him, Fleur glided over to him. Harry, I was afraid Daphne left you behind. I considered it, Daphne commented while not taking her eyes from the little child. I grabbed her back before the portkey went off, he said rather seriously. Fleur gave a tinkling laugh as she hugged him, then kissed his cheeks. Like your wife, you look marvelous. I never knew an Englishman could tan. Harry gave her a playful glare as Daphne giggled. He wasn't sure if it was at Fleur or the baby. Well, unlike in England or Scotland, California actually gets sun. Jean-Paul chuckled behind him. Apolline moved to sit and watch the byplay. That is true. I thought I would shrivel up from the cold and short days when I was at Hogwarts, Fleur stated. You're not far off. I haven't met your husband yet, Harry said. Fleur gave a beaming smile. Harry, this is my Wendell Harry Potter, the man that got us together. Harry extended a hand. The man reached out and had a firmer handshake than he expected. It is an honor to meet you, Mr. Potter. If it wasn't for you, I would not have met Fleur or had our daughter. It's Harry. I didn't do anything. Fleur was just helping me, he replied. You are too modest. If it were not for you, I would have been a decade or more to get where I am now. I manage 2 of our top 100 accounts. That is no small thing, Fleur told him. Harry shrugged. Just say thank you and don't belittle the way you help people. Uncle Harry can be so silly, can't he? Daphne told him while talking directly to the little girl in her arms. Yes, princess, he replied. Apolline laughed. It took me years for Jean-Paul to understand I was always right. Fleur shook her head at her mother and father, then took his hand. Come, Uncle Harry needs to meet his goddaughter. Harry's smile froze on his face. Daphne looked a little surprised. Godfather Harry and Godmother Daphne, this is Adeline Odette Bergen, the most perfect little one in the world. Just like her mother, Wendell stated. I remember another Vila saying the same thing twice. Jean-Paul sniggered while sidestepping the swipe from his wife. Both my girls were perfect and my grandchild is just the same, Apolline said. Harry looked at the couple. Are you sure? I mean godfather. Just shut it, Harry, and say thank you and you are honored, Daphne said in a whisper as she rubbed her nose against the small girl's nose. I mean Daphne and I would be honored, thank you, he said. I knew you would be perfect, Fleur said with a smirk before hugging him again. Wendell shook his hand. Where's Gabrielle? Daphne asked. Off making trouble with your sister, I imagine, Apolline said, not sounding that concerned. He still felt shocked that they would ask him to be this little girl's godparents. Adeline Odette, he said, moving closer. You should hold her too, Daphne offered, moving her to his arms. But I don't know how, he protested. You did this with a Merrick. Just cradle her head like that and hold her to you, Daphne encouraged. Harry did as told, marveling at the crystal blue eyes that latched onto him as she blew bubbles. He knew what love was thanks to Daphne, but that had taken time to form and for him to understand it. In that instant, he understood what it was to love someone at first sight. It wasn't quite the same as when he would hold his own children in the future, but it was close. Her hands suddenly moved before she stilled again. He leaned down and kissed the small girl on her forehead. I promise that you will be considered one of my own, he promised her. He didn't see the look in Daphne's eye, but the others did. That 5 or 6 year window they had talked about was about to become shorter. Adeline Odette, how about 80? Absolutely not, Fleur stated. Her name is Adeline and it is perfect for her. Daphne laughed at him as he smirked. We'll see if your mum changes her mind, 80. Harry Potter. Fleur stomped her foot. August 5, 1998, Copenhagen, Denmark. She didn't care to leave Adeline. At 5 months, her little perfect angel was cooing, rolling around and so adorable that it hurt to leave her behind. But this meeting was important for her to be at, especially for her future career. For the last year and a half, intense negotiations had been occurring between the ICW and the 3 parties at the table. They had been stalled until Mexico and Costa Rica had agreed to join the MACUSA over the ICW in January this year. Then the ICW finally agreed to current treaty when Japan threatened to leave after 3 African countries and India renounced their connections to the ICW. Most surprising, and not those originally part of the negotiations, were the goblins. They sneered every time they looked at the gnomes, but if the gnomes had cut all ties, the goblins would have lost much of their monopoly they held in half of Europe. The ties of the governments between them and the gnomes would have caused havoc should the gnomes have pulled out. It also would have sunk their negotiations they were in with the MACUSA. Sitting at the table with dozens of reporters and cameramen around them was an intimidating thing, but she sat tall. Meadowcroft gave her a very slight, encouraging nod as head mugwump Hurahara, Representative O'Crock, and Senior Account Manager Rocknasher of Greengrass walked to the head of the table. 3 documents were awaiting signatures. When the 3 reached the top of the table, O'Crock stepped onto the step stool that would allow him to be level with Hurahara's shoulder. Rocknasher didn't give in to the weakness, even if only his head was above the level of the table. Thank you all for being here. With the signing of these treaties today, the ICW is going to enter a new era of trade, freedom, and creature rights that is unprecedented in our time. For the first time in 563 years, the clans of Gringotts, Rocharock, and Erengalanast will be at peace with the nation of Zeldhedge, Hurahara said. Rocknasher looked like he had swallowed something particularly nasty, as did the other representatives of the goblins. O'Crock just graciously nodded. As part of the peace treaty, the goblin clans and the gnomes have agreed to open both their borders to trade, including banking. The ICW and the MACUSA have been pleased to be the chief negotiators of this peace. The ICW is also pleased to announce that it has brokered deals with fellow nations to return lands that once belonged to both of these proud peoples. The old goblin realms of Rekavelchelm and Grosslosnold will be unsealed to allow them to reclaim their caverns that were lost in the wizarding wars of 1513 and 1682 in Sweden and Austria. While the gnomes will reclaim the meadows and forests claimed by the non-magical peoples and other countries during the great upheavals of what was known as the Napoleonic Wars, Hurahara said. Fleur was more interested in what the treaties held that wasn't going to be discussed today. Chief among them was that all gnomes, goblins, vila, merfolk, and centaurs would finally be given the same rights as wizards, with representatives on the council and the ability to petition for lands lost over time. Then there were the reparations that the ICW countries would be paying back. Over the next 20 years, they would be repaying all debts and profits that had been stolen from the dwarfish and goblin clients. That single bit was the only thing that had brought the goblins to the table. The second was the gnomish economists that expected to see the economies, thus profits, double in the same period. That had been a hard sell to the ICW, but in the end, it was either given to all that or see the collapse of the wizarding world, to probably then be rebuilt in the image that either the gnomes or goblins wanted, as they would be the ones holding the purse strings. She smiled and heartily applauded as the three signed the treaties. Another sighing would occur within the next week or so for the others involved. September 1, 1998 Hogwarts, Scotland. Minerva was going over the rolls one more time before the train was due to leave London. Enrollment was almost back to where it should be, mostly because of the first-year classes. The last 2 years were larger than usual because of the Muggleborns. It still pained her heart to think of the war. So many killed or fled. The scars of that conflict were still fresh. Phileas and Alastair were going to be on the train today. A safety precaution started during the war and would probably become a tradition to ensure the students were safe. As she was going over the ledger of accounts one last time, movement on her desk caught her eye. She looked up to see last year's graduating class waving at her from a photograph. She gave a sad smile. It was the smallest class in her memory that had some very distinct people missing. The Weasleys had come back, so Ronald was standing in the back row, taller than the others. Neville, Dean, Seamus, and Lavender filled out the rest of the Gryffindors. Hufflepuff had been decimated, leaving only 3 of them. Ravenclaw was by far the most numerous, with only Mandy Brocklehurst and Mitchell Corner missing. Slytherin was represented by only 2, Lily Moon and Blaise Zabini. So many young lives cut short or lost to her homelands. A tapping at her window caught her attention. She had to blink at the owl on the ledge. A very distinct white owl with black stripes was perched on the sill of the headmaster's office. Still a little surprised since she hadn't seen this owl in over 2 years, she opened the window. Hedwig did a hop and then launched herself to land a moment later on her desk. She moved over to take the offered letter on her leg. "Hello, Hedwig. I hope you and your wizard are doing well." The smart owl gave her a barking response. Once the letter was off her, she hopped a few times, before taking to flight and leaving through the still open window. She had a sad smile on her face to watch the beautiful owl turn west and was quickly out of sight. Looking down at the letter, she recognized the messy script of Harry Potter. "Dear Order, care of the headmaster's office." She slowly unscrolled the letter. "Dear Order, I know that the Order most likely doesn't exist anymore since Dumbledore died, but I wanted to write you one last letter. Professor McGonagall, my wife recently pointed out that we never formally withdrew from Hogwarts. Please accept this as our formal withdrawal. In a way, I am sad. It was my first home. It was where I met my first friends. It was where I met my Daphne. It was the first place I called home. I will not get into the details of why Daphne Potter and I are withdrawing, but please know that we are going into our last year of school somewhere else. We both passed the International Owls with 7 outstandings each, and a total of 11 owls for Daphne and 10 for me. I expect we will do equally as well on our International NEWTS next spring. I also wanted to let you know that I have found Hermione, and we have restarted our friendship. No thanks to the late Headmaster Dumbledore. I do not want to dwell on such dark things, as he has been made out to be one of the heroes of the last war. Suffice it to say, I am now happy, in love, and glad that I no longer have either dark wanker overshadowing my life. I will still ask that you never try to find me. Wishing you to have a wonderful year. Yours truly, Harry and Daphne Potter." After reading, she put parchment onto the large oak desk and leaned back in her chair. Her temples hurt to see the contents of the letter and to know how much they failed the son of 2 of her favorite students. Sitting back in her chair, she blankly stared out the window. It was something she had found Albus doing a few times in his last few years. She thought he had been losing the plot, but had probably been remembering his life, and all the people he had once loved and lost, and mistakes he had made. Harry Potter was one of the largest mistakes she had made in her life, and would regret her decision to follow Albus so blindly until the end of her days. She took some comfort to know that he found a better place and lived. After a bit, she vowed to never let another class, another student, suffer the way last year's had. Refocusing on her task, she made sure the books were balanced and they would never have the same fiscal crisis again like they had the last 2 years. When she would finally retire in 2012, many would remember her as one of the best headmasters that had led the school out of one of its most direst of times, while expanding its curriculum, extracurricular activities, and bringing it to the fore of magical schools in the world. She would die disappointed to know that no Potter would ever walk the school's halls again, as all 3 of their children would go to school in the MACUSA.
Thanks for watching. If you'd like to see more, please subscribe to my channel.